Lin Yinner, let's part ways, amicably. On a scorching summer day, the youth delivered a chilling winter to the girl with merely 3 words. WWHY? Lin Yinner stood frozen, her unadorned face resembling a meticulously carved jade. Xiao Ran gazed calmly at the girl before him. Lin Yinner, do you recall when I mentioned that capturing a cicada is akin to seizing the entirety of summer? Of course. Brother Xiao Ran, I also declared that I would be your cicada, filling your summers to the brim. Xiao Ran pressed his lips together, seeing a reflection of himself in Lin Yinner's eyes. What beautiful eyes! How exquisite they would be with a touch of tears. Yet yesterday, I discovered that the cicada I caught was, in fact, a dung beetle. Not only was it foul-smelling, but it also drew blood from my hand. Lin Yinner's face was a picture of shock, her delicate body trembling slightly. Was she incensed? Was the summer insect merely a fabrication of yours? Or did you truly liken me to a dung beetle? A fragrant and alluring maiden reduced to a comparison with a beetle? Lin Yinner tightened her grip on the lunchbox in her hands, stifling the urge to retaliate. Xiao Ran, what exactly do you wish to convey? I have been diagnosed with cancer. Xiao Ran managed a grim smile. What? Cancer? Indeed, late stage. The kind that could lead to a swift demise. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A chill coursed through Lin Yinner's body, an unfamiliar dread instantly draining her face of color. Yes. That's the expression. More of that, please. Xiao Ran, observing her reaction, felt a surge of excitement he had gleaned from his experiences with over 90 girls that breaking up is one of the most romantically youthful acts in existence. If you don't break up, and I don't break up, who will safeguard the smiles of the lonely hearts? Brother Xiao Ran, you must be deceiving Yinner, right? Lin Yinner's eyes reddened, tiny tears cascading to the ground, extinguishing several small ants. Have I ever deceived you? Xiao Ran softly countered. He actually had tissues in his pocket, but he refused to offer them. Lin Yinner stood still, motionless. Xiao Ran understood her thoughts. Girls are inherently emotional. She surely considered this her excuse for a breakup. Cancer as a reason for parting? That had become a common cliché. Thus, Xiao Ran pulled from his pocket a wrinkled A4 sheet that resembled the skin of a centenarian. Take a look at this, and you will understand. A seasoned hunter always prepares the simplest of tools. Lin Yinner gazed at the object he presented, lifting her tear-filled eyes. What is this? Open it, Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly. She slightly furrowed her delicate brows, but obediently opened the document. Diagnosis report, Diagnostic Institution, Third People's Hospital of Donghai City. Patient name, Xiao Ran. Patient age, 20. Diagnosis results, malignant tumor estimated remaining time. Hospital stamp, 1 month? Lin Yinner widened her eyes, her throat tightening as if gripped by an unseen force, nearly choking her. It's true. How can this be real? Her vision blurred, the world spinning around her as she fell back stiffly. Damn! Xiao Ran reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. Was a mere cancer diagnosis truly worth such terror? He recalled when he was first diagnosed, he had left the hospital with a smile. Ah yes, that was a furious roar. How could this happen? Lin Yinner leaned against him, her gaze vacant. What was usually a commonplace A4 sheet had transformed into a death warrant for her brother, Xiao Ran. It's impossible. Ever since she met Xiao Ran, her fortunes had turned. Her family had undergone a relocation, receiving millions. No one dared to bully her at school anymore, and her part-time job paid significantly more. Xiao Ran was like her guardian star. She was meant to be fortunate. But why? Did misfortune have to befall him? Why could it not come for her instead? Woo. Xiao Ran supported her as she sat on a stone bench, allowing her to vent. The corners of his mouth began to curve upwards. She was more difficult to manage than a cannon. He had no intention of offering comfort, in fact. He hoped she would cry even harder. Ding! Host, the system advises you to watch your demeanor. A prompt in his mind jerked him back to reality. I suggest you refrain from giving suggestions, Xiao Ran muttered, rolling his eyes internally. Lin Yinner's situation was bound to create quite a stir. Just unleash the torment. That girl seems to be one of the campus beauties. Lin Yinner. Scoundrel. I absolutely detest such men. Could it not be that the girl made a mistake while seeking the boy's forgiveness? Setting aside the facts, isn't it wrong for a boy to let a girl cry like that? Yes, you're absolutely right. I predict the first trending post on the school website tomorrow will be about this incident. That the onlookers began to pass by, and Xiao Ran's keen hearing absorbed their chatter. No need to think. It was nothing but envy and jealousy. With good looks came the scorn of fools, something he had grown accustomed to. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yin'er, perhaps exhausted from crying or having come to terms with it, crumpled the paper in her hand and tossed it carelessly onto the lawn. Xiao Ran's eyelids twitched. She had the audacity to disregard the environment. How many blades of grass would the cleaner trample while retrieving that paper? Yin'er, I trust you understand my intent. Let us proceed in this manner, as it is beneficial for both of us. Brother Xiao Ran, do not fret. Yin'er has the means. I shall surely be able to heal you. Lin Yin'er wiped away her tears, managing to muster a sweet smile. Xiao Ran was taken aback. What? You have money? Even if you possess wealth, is it not true that I have been discreetly aiding you due to your family's impoverished circumstances? With the meager land your family possesses, a mere tens of thousands would suffice for a developer to take over. And you believe you can cure me with that? Sister Lin, do exercise a modicum of common sense. I am inherently afflicted with cancer. You know, such a condition would only earn you the reputation of being a misfortune to your partner. Even sporting Nike would not suffice to ward off such a fate. Xiao Ran felt a surge of frustration. He had clearly underestimated Lin Yin'er's feelings. He had presumed she would align herself with a more awakened perspective and disregard him entirely. She was no different from his previous ex-girlfriends. Fine, if a polite breakup is not feasible, then I shall not hold back. Could you please distance yourself? You're truly bothersome, you know? Lin Yin'er's smile instantly faltered. You foolish being, did you truly think I was enamored with you? I merely wished to toy with you. Xiao Ran's words struck like a thunderclap. A suffocating despair surged within her. No, it is not like this. Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Yin'er yanked at his collar and pressed her cherry lips against his. Get away. I despise the shade of your lipstick. I did not wear any lipstick. As Lin Yin'er was pushed away, her mind buzzed, momentarily forgetting her tears. Where had her brother Xiao Ran gone? This was not him. Do you even take a moment to assess your own appearance? You resemble a scene from a car crash. Do you truly believe I could find you appealing? Brother, please, let's not quarrel. Shall we go for milk tea? I received my salary today. Let me treat you to the largest cup. Please? Lin Yin'er, the skies have cleared. The dream has shattered. It is time for us to awaken. The chill in Xiao Ran's gaze became the final straw that broke her psychological defenses. Ha! Ha! She let out a bitter laugh, retreating a few steps, her youthful face streaked with tears, akin to cracked blue and white porcelain, ready to shatter at a mere touch. Deceiver. Great deceiver. I loathe you. Xiao Ran observed her hurried retreat, exhaling slowly. At last it is over. What a harrowing ordeal. Is it so easy for me to survive? Lin Yin'er's demeanor is somewhat unpredictable. She is unlikely to let go. Tomorrow, I must confess to her friend with utmost caution. I must not let her become a lovesick fool. Xiao Ran picked up the thermos that Lin Yin'er had left behind and made his way to a secluded corner. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he removed his wig, spat out 2 small balls designed for facial contouring, reversed his shirt, removed his makeup, and tidied his hair. Before long, a strikingly handsome youth, utterly transformed from his previous appearance, suddenly made his entrance. Xiao Ran retrieved a mirror and admired his reflection, nodding in satisfaction. I fear that one day I might be struck dead by my own handsomeness. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he unceremoniously tossed away the useless items into the trash bin before escaping the scene of his vanity. System, calculate my lifespan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3 months of life and mastery in painting. Current remaining lifespan, 120 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes, and 55 seconds. Current achievements unlocked. Lin Yin'er image, click to view details. Lin Yin'er, plant 1 image and grow 100. Now, surrender your cherished collections. 3 months. Quite decent. Yin'er is indeed a top-tier girl. Xiao Ran murmured, yet the cold, unyielding numbers on the system panel incessantly fluctuated, reminding him every minute and second. You are nearing death. You are nearing death. You are nearing death. Life resembles a play, and the play mirrors life. He was a person of optimism, a heart of stone, one who delighted in manipulating emotions. Having donned so many identities, he could scarcely discern which was the authentic self. Ha! Xiao Ran exhaled deeply, grasping a thermos as he arrived at the bus stop. Watching the bustling traffic rush by, his gaze drifting, yet his thoughts returned to his high school days. Xiao Ran was an orphan. In his second year of high school, a tumor had favored him. The doctor's advice was to eat and drink as usual. The sudden upheaval had extinguished his passion for life, until the day when he had but a month left to live. He sat in the hometown of a king, playing games. Suddenly, the system descended, and akin to rogue software, a mere touch of his phone bound him. Ding! Suitable host detected. System binding successful. For every girlfriend maintained for a month, rewards including, but not limited to lifespan, will be awarded upon breakup. Having mingled in the realms of tomato for years, he naturally understood what a system entailed. Put it bluntly, wasn't this just a scoundrel system? But to survive, did he have any alternative? Beyond action, there was only action. Girlfriend breakup, lifespan, and other rewards. Simple and straightforward. Just follow this template, and he was done. Yet, despite his roguish nature, he was still quite measured. Without crossing boundaries, he endeavored to provide them with a month of as perfect a romantic experience as possible. Then he would part ways. Such maneuvers left the girls both enamored and resentful. Regrettably, Xiao Ran's life continually lingered around a few months. He concluded, these girls had yet to blossom in figure and beauty, and their family backgrounds were not affluent, hence the rewards were so meager. Armed with this experience, he began to fixate on the young and beautiful wealthy women. Ahem. Were it not for his unwavering resolve and the occasional reward from the system in the form of a remedy, one might suspect his progeny would have been left to fate. Yet there were moments when he reminisced about certain extraordinary treasures, experiences that were both his greatest sins and most difficult to confront. He was moved, he faltered, and so did she. In the end, who truly emerged victorious? Beep beep. The sudden blare of a horn interrupted Xiao Ran's reverie. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? The bus is here. He slapped his forehead. Ding. Student card. He approached the rear door, eager to board the bus. Wait, driver. I'm not off yet. A youthful voice rang out, causing Xiao Ran to pause. Moments later, from the throng at the back door, emerged a spirited yet somewhat daft and sweet young girl. Wow. Louis. Xiao Ran was taken aback, instinctively turning his gaze away. This girl possessed a certain knave charm, making her easily deceived. She seemed oblivious to his presence as she hurried through the school gates, muttering, oh no, I have to submit my assignment in the afternoon. I haven't touched a single word. Beep beep. The driver signaled again. Xiao Ran withdrew his gaze from the foolishness, hastily boarding the bus. Almost forgot. I'm Xiao Ran. Not Xiao Ran, she doesn't even know me. Scaring myself for nothing. After all, he had grown accustomed to a guilty conscience. Xiao Ran returned to school well past 11. The cafeteria had commenced serving lunch. Transforming his sorrow into motivation, he consumed 2 large bowls of rice, tears mingling with his meal. Now that Lin Yenner has been dealt with, it is time to find the next victim. Ah, no. Once satiated, Xiao Ran pulled out his phone and opened a chat with a profile bearing a Shiba Inu avatar labeled Yaiya, Lue, the enchanting girl who had just disembarked from bus. She was a close friend of Lin Yenner, the best friend of an ex-girlfriend. Morally speaking, this was exceedingly tantalizing yet utterly contemptible. If Lin Yenner were to discover his entanglement with her best friend, one could only imagine her fury. Xiao Ran Gidge, what do you think of my new outfit? Image. Make sure you're not late tomorrow. Xiao Ran glanced at the picture and replied with a critical tone, I prefer something a bit more revealing. Hey, what are you doing here? Didn't you say your grandfather passed away and you were going home? Suddenly, a gruff voice boomed from behind. Xiao Ran responded with an international gesture. This was one of his roommates, Zhang Ida, the oldest in the dormitory. The fellow is quite robust in stature, bearing a resemblance to a certain Jack, yet his complexion is even darker than that of Gu Qianla. One cannot help but wonder if his parents named him Zhang Ida for this reason. Hey, Black, have you skipped class again? Not at all. You know how it is that old hag's lectures are akin to hypnosis. I seized the opportunity when she wasn't looking and slipped out through the back door. Zhang Ida replied nonchalantly, casually flipping through the menu multiple times before. ultimately opting for the unpretentious beef noodle soup. Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles, triple beef, triple noodles, less broth, and extra spice. All right, just a moment, Black. Second, why are you clutching that old box? Who have you jilted this time? Zhang Ida inquired curiously, having noticed an old thermal container on the table that was evidently from a girl. Get lost. I'm heading back, Xiao Ran retorted, uninterested in engaging, fearing that this blabbermouth would spread the word. That would spell trouble, especially since the class monitor is also Xiao Ran's girlfriend. As a formidable Golden Core practitioner, one girlfriend is certainly insufficient for his needs and cultivation. Juggling multiple relationships is merely a commonplace affair. Although he has faced a few slaps along the way, the sting is a small price to pay, for he relies on this modest charm to sustain his existence. That on the way back to the dormitory, Xiao Ran deliberately purchased a bottle of 502 glue, intending to mend the thermal container. Lin Yinner possesses exceptional culinary skills, and each day he visits her, he savors the nourishing soup that a solitary man could only dream of tasting. This thermal container holds an abundance of cherished memories. Now, with the relationship fractured, the container is likewise damaged. Yet, it still holds sentimental value. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Ran meticulously attempted to piece together the fragments of the container. Ding Dong Point, one of his secondary WeChat accounts, chimed. Xiao Ran picked up his phone. The profile picture featured a little kitten, the contact name reading Xiao Yuru. This was his girlfriend, Gu Yuru from the accounting department, the daughter of local entrepreneur Gu Weiming, undoubtedly a little heiress. This is the fourth relationship. A minor affair. Dear, Xiao Yuru finished class early today. Playful. A faint smile graced Xiao Ran's lips as he envisioned a spirited young girl, her tender round face inviting to the touch. Xiao Yuru, do you have any classes this afternoon? Curious. A prompt reply came from the other side that, in O classes, but I'm not sure if anyone has invited me out for some fun. Sundara, it would be splendid if someone invited me to East 3rd Street. Sundara. Xiao Ran pondered briefly. East 3rd Street is renowned as a culinary haven in the university town. By 5 in the afternoon, it transforms into a paradise for students and couples alike. Clearly, this little glutton wishes to coax him into a grand feast. Certainly, for him, that place was fraught with danger. A moment's inattention could lead to being seen by someone he knew, and soon the whispers would circulate among other boats, causing relationships to capsize unexpectedly. I long for an invitation, yet I have never been invited, he remarked with a playful grimace. Perhaps if someone were a bit more attuned, they might receive an invitation, came the teasing response. What does it mean to be attuned? He pondered, bemused. Affectionate gestures are never excessive, and kisses are always welcome, was the light-hearted reply. With a flourish, he sent a virtual kiss, hoping it conveyed sincerity. Too perfunctory, that doesn't count. Came the retort that you're impossible. He exclaimed, adjusting his glasses in mock frustration. Is this sufficient? Receive with a kiss. Let's meet at 4 this afternoon. Rain or shine. A fleeting smile graced Xiao Ran's face, but it vanished just as quickly. It was premature to rejoice. Survival was the utmost priority. Yuro, I have matters to attend to. I shall see you this afternoon. Kisses, you naughty one. You wish to ignore me. Xiao Ran chose not to respond further. A little flirtation sufficed. Distance indeed enhances allure. Intense infatuation often felt overwhelming. Remarkably, today marks the 28th day of my romance with Xiao Yuro. Just 2 days remain until the decisive moment. Xiao Ran rested his chin in contemplation. Troubles are on the horizon. Ending a relationship is an art one cannot simply text. Let's break up. Abruptly severing communication is also not a viable option. His observations indicated that during face-to-face breakups, the more heart-wrenching the tears from the girl, the greater the rewards for him. Superficial breakups tend to diminish those rewards. Yet at times, vanishing without a word can be an effective strategy. After all, that a direct breakup could lead to disaster. I must devise a new excuse, for we attend the same school should we part ways. Running into her with another girl would be quite the predicament. Xiao Ran rubbed his forehead, a dull ache beginning to throb. Fortunately, the system suppression alleviated his suffering significantly. If all else fails, I shall resort to the cancer excuse for the breakup, he murmured softly. Putting away his phone, he noticed the glue on the thermos had dried. After a quick wash with dish soap, Xiao Ran retrieved a large wooden box from beneath the table, lifting its lid to reveal an array of treasures. Among them lay white hairpins inscribed with letters, a limited edition Cayman Rider belt, headbands, earrings, rings, bracelets, a half-eaten chocolate. There were also some rather unconventional items, yet each object represented a fragment of emotion. He truly harbors no peculiar inclinations. Those bizarre items were merely thrust upon him as parting gifts by them. He tidied up the box slightly, placing the thermos in a prominent corner, arranged neatly. Sigh. Xiao Ran let out a deep breath. Bang! He shut the lid firmly, wishing to avoid the painful memories that such objects might evoke. Chapter 4. Another girlfriend. Time quietly approached noon, marking 11:40. Xiao Ran waited beneath the teaching building. A swarm of eager students, resembling fierce beasts with gleaming green eyes, rushed out from the building, darting towards the cafeteria in a flurry. Xiao Ran, you're here. A voice called out, unmistakably belonging to his girlfriend from the finance department. Moron Lan. She donned a cyan blouse paired with a black pleated skirt, complemented by pristine white casual shoes. Her complexion was rosy, and her fair skin glowed. A few beads of fragrant sweat trickled down her forehead, making their way to her delicate cheeks. Her smooth, lustrous hair radiated youthfulness, and her ethereal beauty was hard to overlook. Two economics textbooks, buried deep within her arms, seemed to lament the harshness of the world. Her long, jade-like legs, illuminated by the sun, appeared to radiate a holy light. It would indeed be a pity if they were not put to good use. Alan. Xiao Ran approached her. Among a group of fellow female students, the striking girl stood out distinctly. They were like green leaves, while Moron Lan was that vibrant flower, blooming for a long time, yet remaining unpicked. Xiao Ran. Upon spotting him, Moron Lan's eyes sparkled, and she abandoned her companions to trot towards him, her ponytail swaying gracefully. Those in relationships should perish, one companion remarked. Did you wait long, Xiao Ran? The girl approached with a light step. A fragrant breeze mingled with the summer air enveloping him. This was the essence of youth. University life, girlfriends, breakups, or being the one left behind. This was a universal formula. Xiao Ran found himself to be the one who ended relationships. No, I just arrived, he replied with a smile, extending his hand. Let's go eat. Moron Lan's eyes sparkled with joy as her fair hand gently clasped his, their fingers intertwining. It had been 2 days since they last held hands. Let us go. Xiao Ran and Moron Lan were in the same finance class, where she served as the class monitor and excelled academically. After resolving previous romantic entanglements, Xiao Ran ardently pursued her. By a stroke of fortune, Moron Lan harbored feelings for him as well. Their relationship unfolded sans drama, culminating in them becoming a couple within a week. Alan, what do you want to eat? Let us dine outside the school. A new couple's restaurant has opened nearby. We should go and try it out. All right, I'll follow your lead. Xiao Ran responded with delight. On the shaded path, the sound of summer insects sang sweetly. Their fingers intertwined, they swayed together. The gentle breeze tousled the girl's hair, brushing against her fair neck, carrying a hint of fresh fragrance that wafted into Xiao Ran's nostrils. Surely, she must be using high Feishi shampoo. Xiao Ran, I have no classes this afternoon. Moron Lan remarked casually. Xiao Ran understood her intention. Did she wish for him to invite her out for a fun outing? Where would you like to go? Let us venture towards East 3rd Street. It has been several days since my last visit, and I find myself quite tempted. Moron Lan gently caressed her flat abdomen. Despite her keen focus on maintaining her figure, she too has her moments of indulgence. Of course, such cravings only arise when she is in the company of Xiao Ran. East 3rd Street, you say? Xiao Ran pondered momentarily. It is a place one ought not to frequent too often. Guyu Ro clamored for a visit. And with Moron Lan also expressing her desire, it would surely become a battleground of emotions. Terrifying memories surfaced in Xiao Ran's mind. Alas, he quickly shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. He would not allow such incidents to recur. It was time to make choices. With Guyu Ro, there were still 2 days remaining until 30 days had passed, and it was imperative that she not cross paths with them. As for Moron Lan, there were still over 10 days left in this romantic affair. Astute as she is, Moron Lan sensed his hesitation and felt a twinge of disappointment. If you have matters to attend to, we can postpone. After all, the weekend is just a few days away. Xiao Ran felt a tightening in his chest. He grasped her soft hand a little tighter. The recent girls had been exceedingly compliant, and he felt a heavy weight of guilt when he acted unfaithfully. Xiao Ran resolved to find a compromise. It wouldn't be impossible for everyone to go, provided they staggered their timings. Guyu Ro held slightly more importance. Thus, he could initially focus on her. I'm sorry, Alung. How about we go this evening instead? I have a few matters to attend to this afternoon. Moron Lan's gaze shifted slightly. It had been several days since Xiao Ran accompanied her on a shopping trip. His recent mysterious comings and goings left her wondering what he was up to. She couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment. Young couples in the early stages of romance are incredibly clingy. Especially during one's first love, they long to stretch 24 hours into 96, glued to one another. However, Moron Lan would not express her emotions overtly or manipulate her boyfriend. Such behavior would undoubtedly strain their affection. To cultivate a perfect romance, she had done her fair share of preparation. Brother Xiao Ran, you haven't accompanied me for days. You must not deceive me again. Moron Lan scrunched her nose. Deceiving you is beneath me. Xiao Ran chuckled, lightly grazing her pert nose with his fingertip. That's a relief. Moron Lan beamed at him. There were no convoluted games here, only a simple love. This sweetness could only truly be experienced with a schoolgirl. By the way, Brother Xiao Ran, let me share something interesting with you. Go ahead, he replied, captivated as he played with her small hand. A shiver of delight coursed through Moron Lan, and a rosy flush crept onto her cheeks, yet she did not withdraw. She feared not his playful gestures, but rather that he might lack the courage. After all, they had been together for quite some time, yet he had not yet bestowed upon her that first kiss. Was she to take the initiative as a girl? She feigned nonchalance and remarked, an intriguing incident has occurred at the neighboring university. A stunningly beautiful campus belle was unexpectedly jilted, weeping inconsolably. Ultimately, it seems the man fled, leaving her abandoned. In a fit of madness, she even rummaged through the trash bins, though it remains unclear what she sought. As she spoke, she produced her phone from her pocket, exclaiming, Look, there's even a video. Xiao Ran leaned in closer, the images on the screen capturing his attention. A young man stood at the roadside while a young woman sobbed on the ground, next to an overturned thermos. Xiao Ran was taken aback. How swiftly had this news spread? Fortunately, he was adept at blending in, so he need not fear recognition. It was quite challenging. Dating felt akin to thievery. The second video depicted Lin Yin'er, weeping as she rifled through the refuse. Her pitiful demeanor stirred sympathy among the nearby young men, who approached to inquire about her distress, only to receive a scathing rebuke. It was not until she stumbled upon a crumpled piece of paper that she grasped it tightly and departed. Xiao Ran understood that Lin Yin'er was searching for his medical report, possibly to verify its authenticity at the hospital. He was not particularly anxious about that. The report was genuine. Yet, her condition instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Her gaze had altered. It was no longer as clear as before. Xiao Ran, go. What's wrong? Do you know her? Moron Lan inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity. I do not, Xiao Ran replied, maintaining his composure. What nonsense. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, I wouldn't recognize him. Alan, what is your perspective on this matter? Do you genuinely believe that fellow is a scoundrel? Xiao Ran deftly shifted the topic, considering it a precautionary measure. Moron Lan tilted her head, resting her chin on one hand, pondering for a moment. Her vacant expression made Xiao Ran yearn to pull her into his embrace and ruffle her hair playfully. If only she sported pigtails, it would be all the more delightful. I believe one should not merely judge by appearances. Oh, how so? She replied. There are three possible scenarios. The first, and most evident, is that the woman was indeed abandoned by a scoundrel. The second possibility is that she erred in some manner and was pleading for the man's forgiveness, but he refused to acquiesce. And what of the third? Xiao Ran inquired, following her lead. The third, which may be somewhat melodramatic, suggests that the man might have been compelled to forsake the girl due to certain circumstances, such as illness or financial issues. In such cases, it becomes difficult to assign blame. True love knows no right or wrong. It is merely a consequence of life's exigencies. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement, impressed by her analysis. He worried that when the time came for their own separation, she might articulate a plethora of insights, which would indeed be awkward. Could it be that I must resort to my cancerous tactics? A flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger, yet the jester turns out to be herself? Although this young girl appears to maintain a commendable demeanor, surely, she must also be on the brink of collapse, right? Xiao Ran fears that, by then, the entire school will gather for his memorial service. Attend my own memorial? Absolutely not. Chapter 5. The Pink Couples Restaurant. Xiao Ran and Moron Lan strolled hand in hand into the newly opened couples restaurant. The dim pink lighting, complemented by pink wallpaper, wafted a subtle fragrance that invigorated the hormones of romance. Each dining table was separated by a partition, providing ample privacy for couples. Engaging in intimate activities here is entirely feasible. If the door is closed, the ambience was splendidly arranged, adept at eliciting emotions. Brother Xiao Ran. It feels so cozy here. Mu Ronglon observed the restaurant, her face glowing even more under the soft lighting. Indeed, it appears quite delightful. Xiao Ran playfully pinched her cheek. Stop it. Mu Ronglon blushed, feeling somewhat shy. Welcome, handsome and beautiful, please come in. A smiling waitress approached, adorned in a striking red cheongsam, adding a unique charm to the atmosphere. With such an exquisite environment and high-quality service, this establishment seems quite remarkable. Yet, considering the upscale nature of the restaurant, is it not a bit hasty to open in a university district? Not many students possess the financial means to indulge here. Brother Xiao Ran, what are you staring at? Mu Ronglon noticed him lost in thought while gazing at the waitress, pinching him in annoyance. How can you look at other girls when you have such a beautiful girlfriend? Oh, silly girl, what are you thinking? You are the most beautiful girl in my heart. Xiao Ran affectionately ruffled her hair. It wasn't that he was being inappropriate. It is simply rare to see such lovely girls in cheongsams, and a glance is quite reasonable, isn't it? I suppose I shall forgive you, she replied with a playful grin. The two followed the waitress to their table and sat across from each other. Handsome and beautiful, please scan the code to place your order. If you need anything, just ring the bell. We are at your service. The waitress said with a smile before departing. Alon, what do you want to eat? Xiao Ran scanned the ordering code and handed his phone to Mu Ronglon. Take a look. Heartbeat in sync. This one is good. The Mandarin ducks playing in water. This one too. Eternal Union. This one as well. Let's order these three. Xiao Ran glanced at the menu, instantly feeling as though his intelligence had been reduced to the ground. Heartbeat in sync was merely a dish of pig hearts arranged into two heart shapes, wasn't it? And Mandarin ducks playing in water simply consisted of two pigeons in clear broth? As for Eternal Union, it was nothing more than slices of pig heart arranged into a heart shape, even less impressive than the first, with merely a touch of branding and a decorative presentation. Each dish commanded a price of 188. This is not something that an ordinary university student can afford. No wonder it is often said that in a relationship, the entire dormitory supports just one boy. Xiao Ran, however, is not short on funds. He has never even bothered to calculate how much he possesses. It is estimated that he has tens of billions in cash, currently resting in the financial markets. Adding to that are various shares and fixed assets. While he may not claim the title of the world's richest, he is undoubtedly ranked among the elite. These are all rewards acquired from previous relationships. All right then, Brother Xiao Ran. How much is it in total? I can transfer it to you, Mu Ronglon said, leaning in, a delightful fragrance wafting from her. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Here it begins. The feeding has commenced. Mu Ronglon is indeed a little heiress. Her family's Moron group is far more formidable than Guyuru's. If the former is akin to a tank, the latter is merely an off-road vehicle. Yet in his hands, they all seem like mere minnows. No need. This meal is on me. No way. I am well aware of your financial situation. I ordered the food. If you refuse to accept my contribution, I simply won't eat. Mu Ronglon pouted, turning her head away, clearly displaying her annoyance. Xiao Ran was quite aware of her family's background, so her stance was entirely reasonable. Alon, I can afford this much. Xiao Ran usually worked part-time and had a modest budget for dating, enough to cover a meal. Brother Xiao Ran, I have transferred the money. Mu Ronglon shook her phone, a devilish playfulness evident on her face. WeChat transfer 1314, little heiress. This amount is sufficient for his monthly food expenses. Wow, you've given me so much again. The last time you transferred several thousand, I didn't even use it all. Not to worry, I have the means. In the future, I'll marry you. And you can simply enjoy the finer things in life. Mu Ronglon patted her plump chest. Such impropriety should not be entertained. One must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts, or it could lead to dire consequences. Alon, where is your sister? I haven't seen her for several days. Xiao Ran deftly shifted the topic away from marriage. After all, survival was a more pressing concern than nuptials. The more one discusses certain matters, the deeper one digs oneself in. Huh, you mean Aching? She seems to be preparing for some piano competition. Xiao Ran nodded. She has a fraternal twin sister named Mu Ronqing. The two sisters are nearly identical in appearance. Unless one pays close attention, it is nearly impossible to tell them apart. Their classmates often distinguish them based on their clothing and habits. Xiao Ran initially intended to pursue the older sister while also charming the younger one. He had heard that Murong Qing was the youngest piano master, which sounded quite impressive. She occasionally had to dash about, participating in various piano competitions and the like. Consequently, he refrained from disturbing her. Of course, Xiao Ran would never divulge to anyone that he too possessed a remarkable proficiency in piano. One must maintain a sense of humility. Some talents should be revealed inadvertently to truly reveal their worth. Your sister seems quite exhausted. It hasn't been long since the school year began. Yet she frequently takes leave to travel across the country. Upon hearing this, Murong Lan shot him a displeased glance, remarking, as if someone here doesn't often take leave. All mysteriously, without anyone knowing what mischief he is up to. Xiao Ran awkwardly touched his nose. Should I confess that I, being afflicted with cancer, am obviously taking leave to pursue romantic escapades? He had donated a building to the school and had secretly reached an agreement with the school authorities, allowing him to take leave at will, even if it meant skipping classes entirely. Ahem, Alon, what time do you wish to head out tonight? Xiao Ran attempted to divert the topic once more. If he were to leave with Guyuru at 4, even with a couple of hours of fun, they wouldn't return before 7. How about 7? 7? No way, that's too early. We might not have enough time to arrange things. Xiao Ran replied mercilessly. Let us make it 8. That timing is just right, not too early, nor too late. Besides, I'll likely be working until after 7. Pursuing romance and working overtime. No objections there. 8 then? A flicker of imperceptible disappointment crossed Murong Lan's eyes before she quickly masked it, feigning nonchalance as she stated, 8 it is. You must not go back on your word. Whoever reneges is a little dog. As she spoke, she extended her fair pinky finger, prompting a pinky swear. Xiao Ran, well aware of her subtle emotions despite her excellent concealment, felt somewhat helpless. It wouldn't be appropriate for the three of them to go shopping together. With a grin, he linked his pinky with hers. Pinky swear, 1,000 years of unchanging loyalty. 5 minutes later. Excuse me, handsome and beautiful, I apologize for the interruption. Your heartfelt connection has been prepared. The alluring waitress brought forth a platter covered with a lid. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. What else with the mystery? Does flamboyance make it taste better? It will certainly just be more expensive. Alon, you unveil it, he urged. Oomph, Murong Lan haughtily responded, reaching out to lift the lid. The next moment, her expression changed dramatically. Waiter, what is the meaning of this? Provide us with an explanation. Murong Lan glared coldly at the waitress. The waitress appeared somewhat flustered. The dishes were covered prior to serving, and she was uncertain of the issue. I'm sorry. Miss, I will inquire with our manager. After the waitress left, Murong Lan sat in her seat, nearly fuming with frustration. Before them lay a dish of shrimp and pig heart, and shockingly, it was raw, bloody to the point that it could be blurred out. Xiao Ran replaced the lid, his expression darkening. What was meant to be a delightful experience had transformed into a malevolent curse. Were it not for his concern of alarming Murong Lan, he would have overturned the table in frustration. Brother Xiao Ran, shall we leave? Murong Lan clutched her chest, her complexion pale. What is the matter, Alon? Xiao Ran exclaimed in surprise. You aren't having a heart attack, are you? Brother Xiao Ran, I just have this feeling that you might leave me. Murong Lan gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her tenderness seemingly capable of binding him to her side with chains. Fear not. How could I ever leave you? A sudden rush of emotion surged within Xiao Ran as he hurried to embrace her. Was this girl's sensitivity excessive? Could this truly be a manifestation of a woman's sixth sense? He hadn't even formulated his plan to break up yet, and she was already sensing the impending crisis. A true oracle. While Xiao Ran was comforting Murong Lan, the cheapao-clad waitress returned. Handsome sir, beautiful lady, I consulted the boss, and she confirmed that the dish was not served in error. This indeed is the hearts in harmony you ordered. The waitress appeared quite embarrassed, feeling the weight of her words. Alas, she was merely an employee, bound to comply with her superior's directives. Xiao Ran's expression darkened. I understand now. Please return the other dishes. His previously pleasant mood had been shattered, and Murong Lan had been frightened in the process. I'm terribly sorry, but we have a policy. Once the dishes are served, they cannot be returned. Remarkably, they had a clause akin to a strongman's agreement. Where is your boss? I demand to speak with her. Sir, please hold on. Let me fetch our boss, the waitress hurriedly replied. Brother Xiao Ran, please don't be angry. We can just leave, Murong Lan said reassuringly. It's fine, Alon. Let us see what the boss has to say about this situation. I won't allow you to be mistreated, he declared, determination in his voice. Moron Lan nodded, leaning against him. Hee. I've successfully gotten close to brother Xiao Ran, and he hasn't pushed me away. The intimacy of their posture caused her cheeks to gradually warm, her eyes shimmering with emotion, as if she were becoming enraptured. The atmosphere in the small compartment became increasingly enchanting. An invisible, sour odor mingled with soft pink light, stirring the emotions within both of them. Just as Xiao Ran was about to rise and make his escape, a sultry voice interrupted. Esteemed guests, greetings. I am the owner of this establishment. May I inquire about your concerns? The owner, masked and clad in a chef's uniform, exuded a subtle fragrance that was distinctly absent of the typical odors associated with a kitchen. The voice sounded feminine, and the curves beneath the white chef's robe were strikingly prominent. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the voice. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that many individuals in the world possess similar tones. Please explain this dish to us. Xiao Ran inquired in a low voice. I apologize, sir, but the images on the menu are merely for reference. All items are subject to the actual presentation. I sincerely apologize for any misunderstanding, the proprietor said, his voice imbued with an enchanting magnetism as he bowed slightly to the two. His collar was drawn low, revealing a profound abyss that instilled a sense of unease. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? Is this a deliberate display? An attempt at seduction to avoid a negative review? How trivial. He dismissed the rest of the items. I want a refund. That is not permissible. Once a dish has been sold, it cannot be returned, the owner replied, his tone thick with feigned regret, yet devoid of genuine remorse. Xiao Ran shrugged. If we cannot negotiate, then there is nothing more to discuss. He gently patted Moron Lan, who was nearly nestled against him. Alan, let us depart. The girl murmured softly, her cheeks flushing as she reluctantly pulled away. I'm afraid you cannot leave. The restaurant owner unexpectedly spread his arms, blocking their path, exuding an air of authority. What? Are you attempting to detain us unlawfully? Xiao Ran stood, shielding Moron Lan, his voice cold. If she persisted in her obstinacy, he would not hesitate to ensure her swift departure. The owner disregarded Xiao Ran, instead directing his peculiar gaze at Moron Lan, who was concealed behind him. The words she uttered next sent a chill through Xiao Ran's body, as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Ah, dear Xiao Ran, have you forgotten your old love now that you have a new one? Her tone was frigid, laced with mockery. She had revealed her identity. Although Xiao Ran could not immediately recall who she was, he was certain she was one of his former girlfriends. Yet, with Moron Lan present, it was not the time to engage in further entanglements. With that thought, Xiao Ran showed no leniency. I do not care who you are. Kindly step aside. Otherwise, I shall not be polite. Oh dear Xiao Ran, is it so cold-hearted to your former sister now that you have a new love? The proprietress purred, leisurely preparing to remove her mask. Xiao Ran's gaze narrowed. There was no avoiding this confrontation now. Why could this woman not address her matters privately? Was it necessary for her to disrupt his date with Moron Lan? He inwardly chastised. Before him, the proprietress slowly removed her mask, revealing an arrestingly beautiful visage that took his breath away. No, how could it be her? Chapter 7. The ex-girlfriend. Beneath the mask lay a face both mature and breathtaking. Upon seeing this visage, Xiao Ran felt utterly undone. The sensation was akin to biting down on a lighter, fearing an imminent explosion. Xiao Ran, you heartless scoundrel. Open your eyes wide and behold who I am. The woman abruptly shifted her demeanor, throwing her mask onto the table in a fit of anger. Xiao Ran inhaled deeply as long-buried memories began to resurface. Her name was Bai Lu, a girlfriend he had during the summer following his college entrance examinations. Xiao Ran, who is she? Moron Lan, with a wary expression, clung to Xiao Ran's arm, finding herself engulfed in his imposing presence. A palpable sense of danger emanated from the woman before her. Xiao Ran glanced at her, his eyes betraying a hint of panic, causing a slight tremor in his heart. He gently patted her hand, reassuring her, It's all right, silly girl. She was my girlfriend before college, and we have since parted ways. Hearing this, Moron Lan felt a modicum of relief. An ex-girlfriend, you say? She scrutinized her rival earnestly. The enchantingly captivating countenance of the older woman, coupled with a natural aura of dominance and a touch of wickedness, instilled a sense of inferiority in this young student. This vixen. Moron Lan tightened her grip on Xiao Ran's arm, fearful of being abandoned. Ex-girlfriend? Xiao Ran, how could you merely refer to me as your past? Bai Lu's tone turned frigid. Moron Lan, intimidated by Bai Lu's intensity, instinctively nestled closer to Xiao Ran. He quickly ruffled her hair, a gesture that provided her with the security she craved. Lan nuzzled against his comforting hand, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she savored this unique tenderness. Even casting a defiant glance at Bai Lu clenched her delicate fists, her eyes twitching with irritation, wishing to separate this couple. The challenge presented by Lan's audacious gaze ignited an unprecedented sense of rivalry within her. Unable to contain her frustration, Bai Lu stepped forward, grasping Xiao Ran's other arm. Embedding herself deeper into his protective embrace, she then shot a defiant glare at Lan, as if to assert, "I too have a claim. Ms. Bai Lu, please be mindful of your demeanor." Xiao Ran furrowed his brow, deliberately disregarding the soft touch and withdrawing his hand from Bai Lu's grasp. Confronted with Xiao Ran's cold stare and unyielding warning, Bai Lu felt as though her mind had short-circuited, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could this be? He never treated me this harshly before. Xiao Ran, you're being unkind to me. Bai Lu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her earlier bravado evaporating. It seemed she wished to salvage something, yet the boy she cherished was destined to disappoint her. The beloved boy left no opportunity for her and directly interrupted her spell. "Ms. Bai Lu, please cease your unreasonable antics and step aside." Xiao Ran's tone was imbued with a chilling indifference. The once assertive Bai Lu now resembled a wilted fawn, her head lowered in a daze. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her lips tinged with a purplish hue. Indeed, Bai Lu was Xiao Ran's former girlfriend, a completed achievement in his ledger. Yet, if he were to choose between his ex and his current girlfriend, he would unhesitatingly stand by the latter. This was a matter of principle. "Ran, are you truly this cold-hearted towards me?" Bai Lu lifted her hand to wipe away the tears from her eyes, her voice laced with grievance. Beside them, Lan suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Bai Lu, her defenses slightly easing. If she were in Bai Lu's position, being scolded by the one she cherished, she too might find herself on the verge of collapse. With this thought, Lan discreetly glanced at Xiao Ran, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "What am I thinking? How could brother Xiao Ran possibly treat me in such a manner?" If Xiao Ran were aware of her thoughts, he might very well give her a thumbs up and proclaim, "You are indeed a prophet." Bai Lu, undeterred, softly inquired, "Ran, do you truly not love me anymore?" "Love? My tenderness towards you has merely lingered in the past, 2 years ago in the magical city of Shanghai." Xiao Ran sighed inwardly, acknowledging that while he had lustful thoughts about Bai Lu, he did not harbor genuine love for her. "Sister Bai Lu, please, remain calm." Xiao Ran questioned how so-called love could transform a mature woman into such a state. "Calm? What do you expect me to use to find calmness?" Bai Lu's emotions appeared to spiral out of control, her white chef's head having fallen, her disheveled appearance somewhat menacing. "Brother Xiao Ran." Lan discreetly retreated behind him. Sensing her trepidation, Xiao Ran gently embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, "Lan, please wait for me outside. I need to handle this first." "Brother Xiao Ran, don't leave me." Lan's expression turned frantic, her eyes glistening with impending tears, fearing that Xiao Ran might abandon her. "Do you not trust me?" His gentle tone quelled the turmoil within her. She inhaled deeply, savoring his scent, and softly replied, "I trust you. I will wait for you outside. Please be careful." With that, she cautiously extricated herself from his embrace, casting a fierce glare at Bai Lu. Lan understood that brother Xiao Ran was protecting her, fearful of the harm that might befall her. Hence, she willingly allowed him the space to confront the situation. She believed he would never forsake her. After Lan departed, Bai Lu once again donned a charming expression. "Xiao Ran, that little vixen has left. Surely, you must have intentionally sent her away? Can we now indulge in our desires?" She shed her chef's robe, revealing her alluring figure. Do not misunderstand. Beneath it, she wore a purple qipao, yet her exquisite curves undeniably captivated Xiao Ran's senses. "Sister Bai Lu, please spare me." Chapter 8. Rationality? What should I rely on for rationality? Xiao Ran had dismissed Lan with the intention of addressing this matter properly. After all, the more she knew, the greater the potential harm to her in the future. At that moment, Bai Lu stepped closer. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow and took a step back. "Sister Bai Lu, please, have some self-respect." Bai Lu's brows slightly twitched. "Xiao Ran, do you comprehend the extent of the hurt caused by your retreat? Sister Bai Lu, must you act this way? We can still be friends." "No, I refuse to be your friend. I desire to be your woman." Bai Lu, with her stunning beauty and tearful visage, evoked a sense of pity in Xiao Ran. He felt a pang of frustration in his heart. She had always been so resolute. Sister Bailu, why must it be this way? Shall we not cease and leave each other with some dignity? Xiao Ran too faced his own struggles. Which man would not wish to embrace beauty? Let alone these exquisite and affluent women, he certainly would not overlook any of the infatuated ones among them. Yet, he was currently grappling with the mere struggle for survival, let alone envisioning a life with them. No, this is unacceptable. You are mine. Bailu's eyes brimmed with tears, the clear trails resembling cracks on fine jade, ready to shatter at a mere touch. Xiao Ran, observing her, shook his head and said, "Please, sit down." She nodded repeatedly, obediently taking a seat across from him. This unfamiliar behavior stirred something within Xiao Ran. She had always been so assertive. After 2 years apart, her demeanor had transformed remarkably. Xiao Ran, every time I cried before, you would gently pull out your handkerchief and tenderly wipe my tears. Bailu sobbed like a forsaken little girl, pouting and whispering. In the past, whenever I was unhappy, you would grasp my hand, ceaselessly comforting me with jokes, even mimicking dog barks for my amusement. But now why? Xiao Ran slightly frowned, interrupting her emotional appeal. Sister Bailu, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Everything has changed. We should look ahead. Xiao Ran, have you forgotten our promise? Bailu suddenly ceased her tears, her eyes sparkling like water ripples. Xiao Ran's heart tightened. A promise? What promise? How could I be unaware? Do not slander me. I will accuse you of defamation. He considers himself to be quite cautious. In matters of love and separation, he never makes promises or establishes agreements. If there were any, they would undoubtedly be the work of his aliases. What does it have to do with him, Xiao Ran? Sister Bailu, I don't recall us having any agreements, do you? Bailu pouted, her tear-filled eyes brimming with sorrow. But I said I would wait for you a lifetime. I truly do not wish to see you in the embrace of another woman. It pains me deeply. My heart feels as though it is shattering. Do you not understand? Sister Bailu, we have already parted ways. I cannot remain single for the rest of my life, can I? You are deceiving me. You once said that you have your pride and would never be with a girl wealthier than you. Bailu retorted angrily. Xiao Ran was taken aback. He had indeed uttered those words. They were part of the phrases he used when they broke up, commonplace, and now, 2 years later, she still remembered them so vividly. Observing his expression, Bailu's anger intensified. How long has it been? You're already with another wealthy girl. Where does that leave me? Were your previous words mere nonsense? Her brows furrowed, her tone sharp. She seemed on the verge of an outburst. Xiao Ran was left speechless. Bailu had begun to twist his words against him. The excuse he had casually fabricated for their breakup was now being used to coerce him. Sister Bailu, please be rational. We have genuinely parted ways. Who I am with now should not concern you. Rational? What do you expect me to use for reason? To witness my beloved with another woman, embracing and whispering sweet nothings? Why are you treating me this way? Why must you flaunt your affection for another woman in front of me? Why? What does she possess that I do not? Bailu suddenly sprang to her feet, her emotions surging. The image of him with Mu Ronglan, entwined in affection, relentlessly pricked at her nerves, pushing her to the brink of tears. Releasing 2 years' worth of confusion, longing, resentment, and attachment all at once. Her voice, filled with rage, drew the attention of several patrons. Fortunately, the partitions concealed the actual scene. Otherwise, it might have made headlines across various campuses. Xiao Ran sighed deeply. He had not anticipated Bailu becoming like this. It made him nostalgic for the gentle, sophisticated older sister she once was, despite her somewhat domineering nature. Bailu was not from Donghai City. She was a true native of the bustling metropolis, a genuine heiress. It was still a sweltering summer. After finishing his college entrance exams, Xiao Ran arrived in the vibrant city, teeming with young, affluent women. He understood that matters of the heart could not be trifled with indiscriminately. Otherwise, one would inevitably face repercussions. Thus, he shifted his focus to this dynamic city. Due to the investigative capabilities of Xiao Ran's system, each time he identifies a high-quality woman, the system assigns her a score. The higher the score, the more substantial the rewards upon parting ways. Of course, this serves merely as a reference. It does not compel him to pursue every eligible woman he encounters. He would not recklessly approach a married high-quality woman, for he possesses a moral compass, unlike a rogue. However, there are those who have experienced divorce. Upon arriving in the enchanting metropolis, Xiao Ran quickly set his sights on a specific target, Bailu, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. By a fortunate twist of fate, after slightly altering his appearance, Xiao Ran fainted in a store operated by Bai Lu. With her kind-hearted nature, she personally took the unconscious man to the hospital. The diagnosis revealed malnutrition and a frail constitution, which had led to his collapse. Having long been afflicted by illness, Xiao Ran's health was indeed poor, a fact not fabricated. Nevertheless, the secret of his brain tumor remained concealed by the system. Unless he chose to reveal it or an unforeseen event occurred, no one would discover his cancer. Upon his discharge from the hospital, under the pretense of repaying her life-saving kindness, shamelessly sought employment as a waiter in Bai Lu's establishment. Ultimately, the benevolent Bai Lu could not resist his persistence, allowing him to stay and even arranging accommodations for him. At that time, Bai Lu was a senior in college, for years his senior, with daily interactions. And armed with his striking appearance and charm, Xiao Ran launched an ardent pursuit. Bai Lu swiftly fell into his enchanting grasp, and their love blossomed effortlessly. It was later revealed that she had never been in a relationship before, which explained her quick descent into affection. From the day their relationship was established, Xiao Ran was ever present in her life. In every step she took, his shadow lingered. Chapter 9. The final tenderness when she cried. He would feign barking like a dog to elicit her laughter. When she felt sorrowful, he would tell jokes to lift her spirits. When she smiled, he watched her with a gentle smile of his own. When she was joyful, they would share hearty laughter together. When she was weary, he would be there to massage her back and shoulders. When she fell ill, he remained by her side, caring for her, ensuring her swift recovery. When her menstrual cycle commenced, causing her excruciating pain, he panicked, fearing something grave had occurred. In a flurry, he rushed her to the hospital, only to hear the doctor say, "Her period has come. Just drink plenty of warm water." Upon returning home, he insisted she rest, taking on all other chores himself. When she was in pain, he would warm his hands to soothe her abdomen, offer her warm water, and prepare ginger tea with brown sugar. In later conversations about that episode, she would laugh heartily. Little did she know, it was the only time he accompanied her through her menstrual cycle. Perhaps the last as well. That day, her menstruation had just concluded. Bai Lu, blushing and filled with emotion, said to him, Ran, I want to give myself completely to you." He shook his head and tenderly replied, "No, you should save your most precious gift for your wedding night, to give to your Prince Charming." She was overwhelmed with emotion, embracing him tightly and weeping for over half an hour. For she had always believed that the Prince Charming he referred to was none other than himself. She thought he meant that he would claim her on their wedding night. Consequently, her affection for him deepened, yearning to meld her very being with his, to become one, never to be separated again. In the days that followed, they wandered through the bustling streets and alleyways of the magical city, indulging in childish delights. She took it upon herself to cover all expenses, generously treating her beloved boy, yet remained oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. He remembered every nuance of her habits, what she liked and disliked. Even her allergies, everything was etched in his memory. But could she recall his preferences, his aversions, or what he was allergic to? No one could say if she was aware. Perhaps she had not even considered such matters. She felt that the past month of knowing him was the happiest time of her life. Perhaps she was a prophet. Indeed, this month might have been the most joyful period she would ever experience. One day, at a couple's restaurant that Bai Lu had opened, she received a message. "Sister Bai Lu, are you free tonight at 7 to meet at the Starlight Plaza?" "Oh, Ran, are you asking me out again?" Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we meet, or shall we see how someone behaves?" Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment, then gently took Bai Lu's soft hand, bringing it to his lips and placing a delicate kiss on the back of her hand. Not bad. I'll reluctantly agree to your invitation." She remained blissfully unaware that this was the last tenderness Xiao Ran would offer her. That evening, the night was enchanting, with stars flickering and the moonlight casting an endless glow. The city's clamor was inaudible from the heights of the rotating restaurant, replaced by serene lighting and the beauty of neon colors. Xiao Ran donned a sleek black suit, carefully chosen by Bai Lu, though she was unaware of his true feelings about it. Bai Lu wore a flowing purple gown, exuding a hint of maturity. Her cheeks flushed, with pearly white teeth and crimson lips, her figure curvaceous, and her long hair cascading with soft curls at the ends. Ran, it's been several days since you last asked me out. Bringing me to such a romantic sky-high restaurant today, you must have some ulterior motive, Bai Lu teased playfully, her mature visage betraying a hint of mischief. However, Xiao Ran did not respond to her jest, his expression serious as he gazed at her. The weight of the somber atmosphere unsettled Bai Lu, her keen intuition sensing an imminent loss, as if something precious was about to slip away. What's wrong, Ran Ran? Is something the matter? Rest assured, I shall assist you in any way I can, Bai Lu said, capturing the warmth of those large hands, her voice tinged with urgency. The light illuminated Xiao Ran's handsome face, yet it revealed only determination and sorrow. Sister Bai Lu, let us part ways, he uttered softly, finally voicing those words that would leave a profound mark on their hearts. Ran, what is the matter? How can you jest in such a manner? This jest is hardly amusing. Please do not frighten me. Bai Lu's face turned pale, her tone rising, oblivious to the gazes of those around them. Xiao Ran's eyes held a steadfast resolve as he slowly shook his head and reiterated, Sister Bai Lu, I am serious. We must part ways. Ran, are you feeling unwell? Come, let us return home. We need not eat. Bai Lu grasped Xiao Ran's hand, attempting to lead him away from this sorrowful place. However, Xiao Ran remained immovable, as steadfast as a mountain, impervious to her efforts. Is it that I have upset you, dear sister? Speak, and I shall amend my ways. Tears began to glisten at the corners of Bai Lu's eyes, threatening to spill. Xiao Ran shook his head in silence, contemplating his words and weighing the possible approaches. Do not be disheartened, dear sister. Allow me to bark like a dog for you. Woof, woof, please smile. Bai Lu's usual composure had vanished, replaced by a mask of pleading pain. It was indeed her first attempt to amuse him in such a manner. Xiao Ran subtly shook his head. Bai Lu was evidently ill-suited for romance. He pondered whether the quality of this relationship could even be deemed satisfactory. Gathering his thoughts, he gently inquired, Sister Bai Lu, do you truly know me? Why, of course I do. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Then tell me, what dishes do I enjoy? Sweet and sour ribs. She exclaimed without hesitation. And what else? Though he relished this dish, he knew it was not that simple. Braised sea bass, she added, which he conceded was a fair answer. And what else? Pickled fish? She guessed, but was woefully mistaken. Alas, Sister Bai Lu, that is merely one of your favorites. You also adore stir-fried sea cucumber, steamed ribs, braised lion's head meatballs, clear broth hot pot, large crabs, crayfish, spicy chicken, and stinky tofu. Enough, Bai Lu interjected, covering his mouth with her hand. Xiao Ran gently brushed her hand aside and asked, Sister Bai Lu, how many dishes do you think I enjoy? Bai Lu hesitated, her mind a blank slate. She could not recall a single dish, as her thoughts were consumed with her own preferences. She had not realized that he had memorized all her favorites, while she could only recall 2 of his. A realization dawned upon her. How had she failed to pay more attention to his likes? Xiao Ran smirked inwardly, knowing that the matter of food was merely the first step. Chapter 10. Dignity, please, give me one more chance. I will remember this in the future. Bai Lu implored, grasping his arm, and, disregarding the curious gazes around them, sank to the ground in heartfelt supplication. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Thank you, Ran Ran. Bai Lu longed to embrace him directly, but he blocked her. Hold on, there's a second question. What is it, Ran Ran? Bai Lu felt as though she had seized a life raft, convinced she could answer this one correctly. What soup do I enjoy? What beverage do I prefer? Beverages. This is simple. Bai Lu's heart leaped with joy as she confidently responded, you enjoy sentient soup. Cordyceps flower and spare rib soup, and tea tree mushroom chicken stew. Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed, those are among my favorites. We often order them when dining together. Then do I prefer salty or bland? Bai Lu hesitated for a moment, tentatively suggesting, bland? No, I prefer it just right. Not too salty. Not too bland, my absolute favorite. Bai Lu, you've erred again. Ran Ran, please, grant me another chance. I am certain I can answer correctly this time. Then continue. What beverages do I like? Sprite. Original milk tea. Bai Lu blurted out once more. How many sugar cubes? Xiao Ran inquired, delving into specifics. Bai Lu faltered again. 5? The normally astute Bai Lu failed to realize he was merely teasing her. Xiao Ran shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. Bai Lu, I've mentioned before that you truly do not understand me. We are simply not suited for one another. Ran Ran, please don't treat me this way, all right? You know, deep down, that I love you. Bai Lu's heart ached, tears blurring her vision. Why had she not paid more attention to his preferences? She felt like a woefully inadequate girlfriend. Xiao Ran glanced at her, unyielding in his stance. What about my talents? The potential returns could be quite minimal. Bai Lu, do you know what the first thing I do upon waking is? Do you know how much water I drink daily? Are you aware of my allergies? Do you know which hand I prefer to use when using my phone? Which hand I type with? What my favorite color is? What style of clothing I prefer? Stop. Bai Lu suddenly screamed, her voice filled with anguish, interrupting his barrage of questions as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The elegant dress she wore became a patchwork of dry and damp spots, reminiscent of a deposed queen. In truth, Xiao Ran himself had never paid much attention to his own preferences. He simply ate what was delicious, wore what was appealing, and chose comfort over distinction. His inquiries were merely a means to an end, aimed at severing ties and enhancing the reward of their parting. Oh, it was all just a game. Moreover, he still had one final card to play. Ran, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It is I who have been negligent, never truly considering your feelings. I have continuously sought from you without offering anything in return. Suddenly, Bai Lu seemed to awaken to this reality. No. Do not say that. You have contributed financially. Xiao Ran interrupted her, determined to delve deeper into her heart. Bai Lu, perplexed by his intent, gazed into his eyes with a look of remorse. Sister Bai Lu, over this past month, all that I have consumed and worn, all my expenses, have been covered by your money. Yet, do you not see that you have been trampling upon my dignity? You dictate what I should do, how I should dress, and what hairstyle I should adopt, and I am compelled to comply. I am a man. I possess my own pride, and I cannot accept a life orchestrated entirely by you. Initially, I believed you would care for my feelings, that you would empathize and consider my perspective. Had you only paid attention to the look and expressions I bore while accepting your charity, you might have understood. But you did not. In the end, I have come to realize the truth. You are a wealthy heiress, while I am merely a poor boy. You are a graceful swan, and I am but a toad. You reside high above, while I am left to flee in despair. The chasm between us is as vast as the heavens, rendering any connection utterly impossible. Xiao Ran ceased his discourse, confident that she had grasped the essence of his words. However, I would never disdain you. Your lack of wealth does not trouble me. As long as I have the means, I can support you. Please, do not act this way. I am frightened. Bai Lu clung to his arm, her soft form nuzzling against him as she pleaded desperately. Xiao Ran felt a sense of relief. He had never promised any girl eternal devotion. Otherwise, parting ways would render even the simplest excuse difficult to articulate, leaving him vulnerable to being ensnared by his own words. Sister Bai Lu, this is why I say you do not understand me. I have stated before that I possess my own dignity. I will not accept any form of charity from anyone, not even from my partner. Do you comprehend? I refuse to listen. I care not. I want you. I desire only you. Bai Lu seemed to spiral into a frenzy. Throwing a tantrum, were it not for her inherent pride, she might have already knelt or thrown a fit. Observing this scene, Xiao Ran smirked slightly. Do not rush. There is one final point I must articulate. Sister Bai Lu, hear me. Even if you are willing to be with me, do your family truly consent? From what I gather, your family is rather formidable, is it not? As the sole daughter of your esteemed household, how could they possibly allow you to marry someone like me, an inexperienced youth? Indeed, the familial implications Xiao Ran presented were the final straw that would break the camel's back. The Bai family, being such a prominent clan, could not allow her marriage to be settled casually. She bore the weight of responsibility for the family's vast enterprises. Her lineage dictated that she could only marry a man of equal standing or perhaps a capable individual who could be easily controlled. Bai Lu collapsed onto the ground, as if mourning a profound loss. Why could she not be an ordinary citizen? The fears within her magnified endlessly, and tears fell like raindrops, each drop resonating with despair. Dear, please tell me this is a jest, is it not real? Bai Lu endeavored to treat the situation as a mere joke. Bai Lu, you must understand. I can no longer delay you. Let us part ways. Ran, you haven't even started university yet. Everything remains uncertain. If we both strive, perhaps we can achieve compatibility. Don't you think? Xiao Ran sighed softly. What if I told you I now possess a fortune of hundreds of billions? Would you rejoice and dance with glee? Bai Lu, let us preserve some dignity for one another. Bai Lu fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, she conceded. Ran, I agree to the breakup. It seemed as though she had come to terms with it, smiling gracefully as she spoke. Thank you, Bai Lu. You are a wonderful person. Your youth should not be squandered on someone like me. You deserve a more radiant life. Ran, please refrain from saying such things. Let us enjoy this meal together as we always do, happily. Bai Lu suppressed the tumult of emotions within her and spoke slowly. Ran, do not take pride in this. One day, I shall reclaim you. You are meant to be mine. Xiao Ran returned her a smile. All right. Onlookers observed this peculiar pair, their eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. How thrilling. Truly captivating. What are you staring at? This establishment belongs to me. Now leave. Bai Lu suddenly erupted. After that evening, Xiao Ran departed from the bustling metropolis. Initially, he would respond to Bai Lu's messages with indifference, but soon, he ceased all communication. Only a sense of loneliness remained, firmly anchored in the upper right corner of her profile picture. Chapter 11. The agreement 2 years had passed, and Xiao Ran was astonished to discover that Bai Lu had relocated her shop near his university. The intentions of Sima Zhao were evident to all. She seemed intent on ensnaring him. He could not allow her to disrupt his plans, for if she did, it would spell his doom. Ran, are you reminiscing about our past? Bai Lu's lips parted with a hint of delight gracing her enchanting visage. Xiao Ran inwardly rolled his eyes. Is today as shrimp and pork heart your form of retribution? Bai Lu, do you recall our conversation that night? Suddenly, Ranan's eyes dimmed, reflecting the very subject she wished to avoid. I have mentioned before that we are incompatible. Please, cease your entanglement with me. We both deserve a semblance of dignity. But Ranan, you once asserted your self-respect. Yet, your girlfriend, she is evidently a privileged young lady. Why have you chosen her over me? Bai Lu retorted, filled with indignation. Alan is unlike you, Xiao Ranan replied, shaking her head. She is gentler and more naive. She constantly considers my feelings and is acutely aware of my likes and dislikes. She knows all my daily habits and respects me, never imposing upon me. Xiao Ranan's heart-wrenching comparisons rendered Bai Lu's complexion pale. What she spoke of were qualities Bai Lu had once failed to exhibit. 2 years had passed, yet he still could not let go. Regret flooded her heart once more. If she had been more understanding and obedient back then, would she now be the one by Ranan's side? Ranan, have you truly decided to spend your life with her? Bai Lu clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She feared his affirmative response and longed for a denial. Bai Lu, I have told you, you do not understand me. I am deeply disappointed that you would pose such a question. Unchanged as ever, Xiao Ranan shook his head, a trace of regret on his face. If it were so simple to uncover my depths, how would I continue to navigate my life? You inquire, and I shall merely return the question to you. You may ponder it at your leisure. Ranan, I'm sorry, I want to ask again. Bai Lu was once more assailed by haunting memories, plunging into profound self-doubt. Xiao Ranan smiled inwardly. Bai Lu, a breakup should be dignified. No apologies should be exchanged. Let the past remain in the past, and we can still be good friends, he said, gazing at the elder girl before him. He reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, his tenderness returning after 2 long years. Bai Lu stood frozen in place, memories cascading back to 2 years prior, when she would deliberately tousle her hair, only for him to eagerly rush over and patiently arrange it, all the while complimenting her beautiful, fragrant locks. A sudden pang of sorrow pierced her heart. How foolish she had been. She never expected that the boy she cherished would touch her hair once more. This belated tenderness, after 2 years, felt incredibly warm. She wished time could freeze at this very moment. Ranan, you are right. We can still be friends. Bai Lu exclaimed, her tears transforming into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming peony, noble and enchanting. Bai Lu, I'm glad you've come to terms with it. Xiao Ranan smiled gently, his tone soft. Finally, we have resolved this. Therefore, Ran, starting today, I shall formally pursue you. Xiao Ran. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just say? Did all my previous words amount to nothing? He momentarily found himself at a loss for words. What is the matter, Ran? Bai Lu tilted her head, blinking her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering in curiosity as she gazed at him. Could you please refrain from disturbing my life? After all, I already have a girlfriend. I do not wish for her to be harmed. Ran, being unmarried, with endless possibilities ahead, who says I don't have a chance? A bold thought surfaced in Bai Lu's mind. Ran is such a responsible boy. If I can just cook for him perfectly, then it's a done deal. At that point, no one would be able to change that. I would emerge victorious. It would be best if I could even bring a life into this world. When my parents see their grandchild, everything will be even more secure. Bai Lu, please be rational. You may not understand many things, but you certainly know my character. Once I am determined, I will not waver. Xiao Ran attempted to dissuade her from her audacious thoughts. Although your reasoning holds some merit, I must disagree. Don't think I am unaware of your subtle intentions. Things are already chaotic enough. If another variable were to emerge, I fear I could not manage it. It is precisely because I understand your character that I wish to proceed in this manner. Bai Lu smiled alluringly, as if she had ensnared the boy, and continued, Ran. I presume you have yet to engage in any indiscretions with your girlfriend, correct? Must you inquire about that? Yet, to maintain his flawless image, he could not afford to lie. Bai Lu, you know that during a relationship, I would never engage in any transgressions. Bai Lu's heart swelled with joy. She knew it. When Xiao Ran was with her, he wouldn't even allow her a kiss. The closest they had ever come was merely pressing their foreheads together, or perhaps a gentle, stealthy peck from her. Thus, she firmly believed that Ran must still be a fragrant virgin. Slurp. Drooling. Alas, Bai Lu, I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing me further. I fear my girlfriend may misunderstand. Let us leave it at that. Xiao Ran felt it best to cut through the confusion swiftly. Ran, if you insist on treating me this way, I shall create a ruckus at your school every day, claiming you've made me pregnant and then abandoned me. Bai Lu bared her small canine teeth and spoke fiercely. Xiao Ran believed that Bai Lu would indeed go to such lengths to win him over. Yet, he was no pushover, and would not allow her to manipulate him so easily. Bai Lu, should you dare to act in such a manner, we shall sever all ties completely. I mean every word. Xiao Ran spoke with an indifferent tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Ran, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting. Bai Lu felt a sense of panic, as though she had overstepped her bounds. She had nearly lost the boy whose eyes were filled with her image. No more inching forward. Xiao Ran deftly evaded the approaching finger from the table, speaking with a calm demeanor. If you dare to harm me in any way, even if you possess me, I will not be with you. I am a stubborn individual. I disregard the opinions of others regarding my actions and decisions. I will steadfastly hold on to my beliefs, which no one can sway. Do you comprehend? Xiao Ran had essentially issued a warning, fearing that she might secretly drug him. If he were to become entangled with her, it would spell disaster. He could not forsake a whole forest for a single tree. He must persistently chop down trees. Then I shall remain here, dutifully running the shop, if that is acceptable. Bai Lu pouted in a pitiful manner, her eyes glistening with tears, her luscious lips quivering, exuding a heart-wrenching charm. She felt somewhat flustered by his warning, not anticipating such vigilance on his part. Thus, she resolved to bide her time, lingering by his side, waiting for the right moment to act. Very well, but I hope you shall not disturb my life, nor interfere with my girlfriend. You would do well to remain in the shop and not wander about. I will visit you when time permits. Xiao Ran took a step back, wary of her impulsiveness, seeking to create a buffer space between them. Really? Ran, are you truly willing to go on a date with me? Bai Lu was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Do not misunderstand. Let me clarify. It is not a date, merely a friendly reunion. Close enough. Then let us settle on that, she replied, waving her hand. All right, I shall take my leave now, as I am still hungry. You have disrupted my date with Alon. For this time, I shall temporarily forgive you, but it shall not happen again. Otherwise, our prior agreement is null and void. Xiao Ran asserted decisively. Ran, your sister will heed your words. Bai Lu assured, patting her ample bosom. Remember, do not disturb us. I will reach out when I have the time. Xiao Ran reiterated before departing. Bai Lu gazed at his retreating figure, her tongue playfully flicking out as she gently twisted it. Her fiery red lips appeared almost venomous. My dear Xiao Ran, you shall never escape from your sister's grasp. Chapter 12. The lawful lolis standing at the entrance of the shop, Mu Ronglan was anxiously pacing, yet hesitated to interrupt Xiao Ran. It has been half an hour. Why hasn't brother Xiao Ran come out yet? Just as her thoughts spiraled, a familiar voice called out. Alon. I've taken care of it. Mu Ronglan looked up in surprise, her worries instantly melting away upon seeing Xiao Ran emerge. How is brother Xiao Ran? Are you all right? Let me see. She anxiously began to examine him, her gaze sweeping over his neck and cheeks, seemingly searching for something. Silly girl, I am fine, Xiao Ran said, ruffling her hair. I was so afraid you would abandon me. Mu Ronglan pouted in a rather endearing manner, her expression reminiscent of a lantern hanging in the air. It was a rare occasion for Xiao Ran to invite her out, and yet they found themselves embroiled in an unexpected situation. After all, the woman in question was Xiao Ran's ex-girlfriend, possessing a striking figure that could hardly go unnoticed. And with such a captivating presence, it was impossible for Nine not to feel a twinge of anxiety. Silly girl, stop overthinking. Xiao Ran playfully pinched her nose. How annoying. Let South eat at another place, she retorted, her elbow nudging him gently. Xiao Ran grasped her hand, leading her through the bustling streets. Indeed, it's all that wretched establishment's fault for ruining our good mood, she mused, casting aside her earlier worries and matching his stride. As he stepped left, she mirrored him. As he stepped right, she followed suit. More on lawn. Can you not be so childish? Xiao Ran remarked, slightly tripping as he walked. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. She countered playfully. Is that so? Xiao Ran teased, pinching her cheek, which was delightfully plump and smooth. More on lawn. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, swatted his hand away. Ah, don't pinch me. That hurts. What if I get swollen? You'll find me repulsive. All right. I won't do it anymore. Let us hurry and grab something to eat. Your tummy must be quite hungry by now. I want roasted fish. Moron Lan exclaimed, pouting once more. Okay. Whatever you say. By the time Xiao Ran returned to the dormitory, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Moron Lan and the others had all gone to class. During his free time, he often opened his secondary WeChat account to engage with his admirers. Qian, her avatar featuring twin tails, had sent a message. He tapped to reveal more historical messages. Qian, Xiao Ran Gij, it's the 29th day of my love for you. I'll be graduating tomorrow. After graduation, I can come find you. Darling, let us move out together after graduation. We can have some fun. Will you come to my graduation ceremony? Look at my new Ali outfit. Image, and this is Luo Tianyi. Do you like it? Image, I have something even cooler. Take a look. Image, do you like it? Darling, why aren't you replying to me? Don't you like these photos? What kind of pictures do you prefer? Just tell me, I can do anything. Why are you ignoring me? The last message had arrived just 5 minutes prior. The images within almost shattered Xiao Ran's composure. Was this a test of his resolve? 2 provocative pictures showcased delicate fabric and scanty attire. She might as well have worn nothing at all. He enlarged the images, shaking his head in disdain at her audacity. He saved the pictures, determined to confront her the next time they met. Su Qianqian was a 4th-year student in the fashion design department at Donghai University of Arts. The family operates a prestigious chain of hotels, a fact not to be underestimated. Xiao Ran is the alias he used while courting Su Qianqian. In the world of intrigue, one must adopt a pseudonym. This little girl is actually 2 years his senior. Yet she exuberantly calls him brother Xiao Ran every day. A vivid image of a young girl flashes through Xiao Ran's mind. Su Qianqian, female, 155 centimeters. With lustrous black twin tails cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her fair skin, smooth as mutton fat, complements her pair of dark, mischievous eyes that twinkle with cunning. Below her prominent nose, her delicate, rosy lips curve slightly upward, and her cheeks are adorned with charming dimples reminiscent of ripe apples. She embodies a delightful blend of cuteness and nobility, a sweet yet cunning little girl. Regrettably, she lacks certain assets. Otherwise, her appeal would be magnified. Is she graduating tomorrow? However, tomorrow marks the 30th day, and exceeding this deadline would diminish the quality of the rewards. If he were to end things on her graduation day, surrounded by friends and family, it would be utterly cruel. Xiao Ran finds himself in a quandary. Should he sacrifice some rewards to grant her a flawless graduation ceremony? Or cruelly shatter her beautiful tomorrow? He feels uncertain and instinctively clicks on her picture. Ali image, enlarged. Lolita image, enlarged. Refreshing images. This is too wicked. Considering her thoughtfulness, Xiao Ran resolves to take a hit and postpone by a day, thus delaying the full moon ceremony. Alas, I am too kind to her. I am truly, utterly distressed. Having made his decision, Xiao Ran opens the input box. Qianqian, I apologize. I have been rather busy lately and haven't had the time to check your messages. In an art university, at the back of a lecture hall, a young girl with twin tails is attending her final class. She discreetly stares at her phone beneath the desk, completely oblivious to the professor at the podium who is animatedly lecturing. Buzz, 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 her phone vibrates, causing her to startle. She hurriedly opens WeChat, and in the next moment, her adorable dimples appear on her cheeks. Darling, you finally replied to Qianqian. Su Qianqian pouts her lips, radiating a look of melancholy. Her deskmate immediately displays a look of disdain. I'm going to your graduation ceremony tomorrow. Aren't you excited? Really? Don't lie to Qianqian. I wouldn't lie. It's more certain than steamed pork. That's so cool. The immense surprise sends a shiver through Su Qianqian's body. So, darling Qianqian, what graduation gift do you desire? I want you. Upon reading this message, several kilometers away, Xiao Ran's face instantly adopts the expression of a bewildered subway elder. This day is no longer suitable for conversation. Chapter 13. The input method has malfunctioned. Oh no. In his eagerness, he inadvertently sent his heartfelt thoughts. He hurriedly attempts to recall the message, just as Xiao Ran prepares to reprimand her fiercely. Xiao Qianqian retracted a message. I saw it. At this moment, Su Qianqian seemed to transform into a steam maiden, her cheeks flushed as if they were about to emit steam. This is disastrous. Xiao Ran has seen it. He won't think I'm a frivolous girl, will he? Will he come to dislike me? Su Qianqian, somewhat flustered, replied, Dear, please don't misunderstand. My input method glitched. What I meant to say is that I just want you to come. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Truly, more genuine than a steamed pig. You really leave me no choice. I shall reluctantly believe you. Rest assured, I will come, and I will bring you the finest gift. I have to get busy again. I'll reach out to you when I have time. Su Qianqian gazed at the messages on the screen, her lips nearly stretching to her ears. That female classmate, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Care to answer this question? The professor, kind and amiable, pointed out Su Qianqian from the lectern. Su Qianqian thought, who am I? Where am I? What was that bald professor talking about? It's the last class, and he still calls on people to answer questions. Is this professor a bit toxic? After dismissing several female friends who had messaged him, Xiao Ran felt somewhat aimless and decided to open his computer to play League of Legends. He possessed an exceptional talent for gaming. With this skill, he had charmed numerous online girlfriends, earning several days of life through quantity over quality. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Unfortunately, every rule has its exceptions, and every situation harbors its terrors. Once, when claiming a reward from an online romance, he received the following notification. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 days of life. The lifespan earned from online dating immediately went down the drain. Enraged, he confronted the system, which responded, Please seek a female human as a romantic partner. Upon learning this, Xiao Ran nearly lost his last meal. He could not believe that his online girlfriend turned out to be a foot-scratching brute. From that moment on, he refrained from casual online romances. The internet was simply too frightening. Even now, he still harbors psychological scars. If he were to engage in online dating again, he would require various forms of verification: student ID, identification card, photographs, voice recordings, no beauty filters, and video calls. Missing even one, and he would not participate. Xiao Ran shook his head, casting aside those terrifying memories, and brought forth the most renowned champion, Yasuo, the Unforgiven. The game commenced. He took the mid lane, only to discover that his opponent in mid was also a Yasuo. They exchanged a thumbs up, creating a seemingly amicable atmosphere. 2 minutes later, the ambience shifted dramatically, turning into a scene of extreme carnage. Xiao Ran activated his slaughter mode. 12 minutes later, the opposing Yasuo had a score of 0-7-0 and only 10 last hits. What a pathetic display. Everyone in the opposing team's jungle, out of 10 Yasuo players, 9 are orphans. Everyone in the opposing team's south top lane, with such skill. You dare to play Yasuo? Go home and play in the mud. Everyone in the opposing Yasuo, I curse you, you scoundrel, what business is it of yours? Everyone in the opposing jungle, the Yasuo on the enemy team is still not bloody enough. Intensify the assault. Continue to slay that orphan. Xiao Ran, observing the public channel messages, laughed heartily. The internet is truly a marvel. 25 minutes later, Xiao Ran's stats reached 32 kills and 3 deaths. And then the enemy's crystal shattered. Had the other opponents not hesitated to surrender, the match would have concluded in a mere 15 minutes. They likely wished to witness Xiao Ran's prowess against that orphan. He stood up and stretched languidly. At his level, he could easily dominate this game alone. Xiao Ran glanced at the time. 3 o'clock, still early. He then initiated the next match. In this game, he played as Child Zed. It was over in 15 minutes. The opposing Luban was utterly foolish, everyone. He played again, as primary school monk. Again, it concluded in 15 minutes. The opposing Luban was still a fool, everyone. In the final match, he played as elementary schooler's hand. This time it lasted 20 minutes. At the base's gate, a chaotic 1234 lit up weakly. The opposing Luban was a fool, everyone. Watching the enemy's crystal explode, he rubbed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. He picked up his phone to check the time, 15:57. Oh no, I'm going to be late. I must hurry. Xiao Ran quickly took out a mirror and styled his hair into a remarkably handsome center part. Performing a few Iron Mountain exercises in front of his reflection to loosen up, paying homage to a bygone era. He glanced at the basketball resting against the door, but ultimately set aside that inclination. A date was of utmost importance. After ensuring he looked impeccable, Xiao Ran surveyed his reflection in the full-length mirror. He stood tall, his appearance surpassing even that of Yen Zhu. All set. Xiao Ran snapped his fingers. Satisfied with his preparation, he swiftly dashed out the door, racing towards Gu Yuru's dormitory. Xiao Ran possessed a skill akin to that of a current girlfriend, enabling him to remain acutely aware of his surroundings. If any current girlfriend was nearby, he could quickly ready himself for an emergency retreat. For instance, while on a date with Gu Yuru, he could deftly avoid Morong Lan. Should the truth come to light, it would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. If his double dealing were discovered, he would likely find himself branded as a scoundrel by the school's female association. With further escalation, rumors could spread throughout the entire university town, even going viral online. At that point, he would become infamous, facing public scorn, and everyone would shun him. He would be perilously close to ruin. The June sky was a brilliant blue, the scorching sun accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Xiao Ran moved swiftly, arriving beneath Gu Yuru's dormitory within 2.5 minutes. Albeit regrettably 2 minutes late. This marked his first occasion of tardiness for a date. He lifted his gaze to see Gu Yuru, adorned with a pink umbrella, standing at the entrance, straining on her toes as she scanned the surroundings. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her exquisitely crafted visage resembled a flawless piece of jade. A smile graced Xiao Ran's lips as he approached her gradually. In the next moment, the young lady's eyes sparkled with delight, and she dashed toward him, discarding her umbrella mid-stride. With arms outstretched, she resembled a swan taking flight. Xiao Ran felt a twinge of sympathy for the umbrella for half a second before opening his arms to embrace her. She collided into him, her body radiating warmth. Gu Yuru inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of him. "You're here." Xiao Ran's nose twitched, catching the fragrance wafting through the air. "My little Yuru, I kept you waiting." He ruffled her hair, panting slightly. He was drenched in sweat, having run under the sweltering sun to reach her. Given his frail constitution due to his illness, it was only natural for him to break a slight sweat. Yet, Gu Yuru seemed unbothered, affectionately rubbing against him as if relishing his scent. "It's all right." Xiao Ran giggled. "I didn't wait too long," she replied, though in truth, she had been waiting since 3:30, nearly half an hour. He patted her head, noting her cheeks were slightly flushed from the sun. "Let us go." "Stop rubbing against me. I'm drenched in sweat." "But I don't mind," she insisted, playfully nuzzling against him again, even attempting to lift his shirt to nestle beneath it. Xiao Ran felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly held her head, urging her to stop. "Hee," she giggled, lifting her chin to reveal a breathtaking beauty that seemed to transcend reality. Hand in hand, they strolled down the familiar tree-lined path, yet with a different leading lady this time. Xiao Ran giggled. "It's been days since we last went out," she remarked. "Indeed. It has been quite a while," he acknowledged. "Why are you being so dismissive?" She pouted, stamping her foot in mock indignation. Xiao Ran chuckled, teasingly flicking her nose. "What's the matter? Who has upset my little Yuru? I shall confront them. Today, not only did someone arrive late, but they were also rather indifferent, which has made Yuru quite upset. It's the kind of anger that cannot be easily soothed," she declared, turning her head away with a hint of pride. "All right, my little Yuru, I shall make amends shortly," Xiao Ran replied, stifling a laugh. In the throes of young love, particularly during one's first romance, it seemed that a girl's intelligence often diminished to a childlike level, her demeanor transforming astonishingly from her usual self, leaving one utterly astounded. Even the boys, in their enchantment, appeared to be fools. Commonly referred to as the love-struck brain, Gu Yuru tilted her head, her 1.7-meter frame occasionally rising onto her toes, embodying a graceful figure brimming with youthful exuberance. "Xiao Yuru wants a kiss. We agreed on this morning," Xiao Ran replied. "I advise you not to fabricate stories or conjure things out of thin air. I never uttered such words. That was all your own delusion." Deep within, Xiao Ran felt somewhat wronged. "Wow, Xiao Yuru, aren't you the least bit shy?" With a haughty lift of her chin, the young girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Ran chuckled and gently entwined his fingers with hers. The delightful ticklish sensation prompted her to shoot him a playful glare. "You naughty boy. It tickles so much." "Stop it." Xiao Ran paid no heed, indulging in the sweet and slightly bitter flirtations typical of young lovers, where simple gestures and childish banter sufficed. After her resistance proved futile, Gu Yuru allowed him to have his way, secretly wishing, if only Xiao Ran could be a bit bolder. However, this clueless fool seemed utterly oblivious. Unable to voice her thoughts, she took her frustration out on a colony of ants beneath her feet. Xiao Ran. A friend of mine from the finance university mentioned some juicy gossip. Oh, Xiao Ran sighed inwardly. Here we go again. Is indulging in gossip a female instinct? Nevertheless, he chose not to dampen her enthusiasm and continued the conversation. What is it? Share it. Let me partake in the excitement. With her hands animatedly gesturing, Gu Yuru exclaimed. At the finance university next door, there is a campus beauty named Lin Yen who was dumped by a scoundrel and reportedly even assaulted. She dropped all her belongings. Oh, really? They say she is a campus beauty. How could a scoundrel possibly discard her? Xiao Ran found it hard to believe, the tale becoming increasingly absurd. What is next? Infidelity and abortion? This is real. There's even a video. Look. As she spoke, Gu Yuru produced her phone. Goodness, her motion resembled that of Murong Lan. Xiao Ran helplessly leaned in closer. The footage was clearer this time, shot from a closer distance. The person filming could have easily pursued a career as a videographer given their talent. Xiao Ran. Look. A striking headline read, shocking. Campus beauty allegedly abused by scoundrel. Is this the erosion of humanity or the decline of morality? The group of shocked individuals had indeed emerged. Truly, what a character. Xiao Ran. What is wrong with you? Gu Yuru eyed him suspiciously, sensing his preoccupation. Is it possible that you might treat me like that in the future? Gu Yuru suddenly fixed him with an intense gaze. Xiao Ran's heart skipped a beat. Of course I would. Certainly, it is a matter spoken within the heart, though the lips must remain sealed. Xiao Yu, what whimsical thoughts are you entertaining again? Xiao Ran playfully tapped her on the head, choosing not to respond directly. His unwavering resolve to abstain from commitments remained steadfast. I am afraid. I certainly do not wish to find myself in such a predicament. Gu Yuru rubbed her head, expressing her discontent. Xiao Ran found himself exasperated. Were they all oracles of sorts? How was he, the proverbial big bad wolf, to navigate such a situation? Regrettably, I must inform you, Xiao Yu, that in 2 days, you too may face a similar fate, though you likely need not rummage through trash bins. Xiao Ran mused internally, a flicker of guilt arising within him, only to be swiftly extinguished by the instinct for self-preservation. Well then, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Let us venture outside for a stroll. Ultimately, Xiao Ran still refrained from providing a direct answer to her inquiry. Gu Yuru, unfazed, cheerfully responded, All right, brother Xiao Ran. How foolish. Fortunately, she encountered him. Had she met a true scoundrel, she might have been thoroughly taken advantage of. I truly am a good person. The subsequent outing, whether with Gu Yuru or Murong Lan, proved to be quite pleasant. The most dreaded scenarios did not materialize. They strolled about, purchasing small gifts, engaging in the mundane yet delightful activities typical of young lovers. Yet, it was filled with warmth and joy. The half-day of blissful moments slipped by unnoticed. Upon returning to school shortly after 10, Murong Lan realized she had forgotten her student ID. Brother Xiao Ran. We can't go back, she exclaimed. Xiao Ran's expression shifted as he stepped forward, patting his chest in assurance. Do not worry, Alan. I promise to bring you back to school unscathed. Xiao Ran was quite familiar with the security personnel, and a simple greeting allowed them entry into the campus. Once inside, Murong Lan belatedly noticed the security guard waving at them and, in a fit of annoyance, shot a glare at Xiao Ran, wishing to disregard this clumsy fool. Who said I wanted you to bring me back unscathed? I rather wish to have a few scrapes and bruises. Look at you. Your connections are truly impressive. Xiao Ran scratched his head, seemingly oblivious to her sentiments. He merely sensed that Murong Lan was sulking, akin to a powder keg. Since entering the school, she had not uttered a single word to him, leaving him utterly confounded. Ding. Host, please note. Gu Yuru is nearby. Xiao Ran felt a sudden jolt of surprise. I'm going back. Murong Lan declared at the dormitory entrance, grumbling. All right, go ahead, Xiao Ran replied, discreetly observing his surroundings, only to receive a sharp kick from her, completely shedding her previous demeanor. Xiao Ran successfully escorted Murong Lan back to her dormitory, accomplishing his task with flying colors. Fortunately, Gu Yuru was not downstairs. She was likely in her dormitory. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to clear his name. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, was he to claim he was merely escorting a friend back? Who would believe that? Xiao Ran gazed at the graceful silhouette making her way toward the dormitory, the dim lighting casting a hazy, ethereal glow around her, reminiscent of a fairy that had escaped from a painting, incomparably beautiful. Silly girl, how could I not understand your feelings? Yet, alas. Xiao Ran slowly shook his head and turned to leave. Chapter 15. Confession and breakup. Lu Sun once remarked that the early bird gets eaten by the worm. To the melodious chirping of birds, Xiao Ran gradually opened his eyes. Classes commenced at 8:30, and he hurriedly roused his slumbering companions. Oh, it felt as though his sleep was shorter than the time spent on assignments. I am more tired than the husbands depicted in Japanese films. Do you see my expression? I am colder than the passengers on a tram. Xiao Ran felt slightly embarrassed. They had an affinity for uttering nonsensical remarks early in the morning. Second brother, you returned so late last night. Did you have a good time? Inquired the third brother, a bespectacled boy named Li Yi. They were somewhat aware of Xiao Ran's romantic escapades. The key point was that those girls were utterly devoted to him, which was quite absurd, truly a model for our generation. Xiao Ran, have you eaten? Zhang Ida emerged from under the covers, eager to gossip. Was it the class monitor? I saw you went out with her last night. Get lost. Also, could you kindly excuse me? Xiao Ran responded with a raised middle finger. What? Taking a leave again? 5 days of class and 5 days off. What the hell? The fourth brother, Lin Ziheo, was astounded. Did the school belong to his family? Those teachers should be keeping an eye on things. I'm not someone you mortals can compare with. Xiao Ran climbed out of bed, curling his lip in disdain. I need to relieve myself. Hurry up. I also need to expand. After some playful banter, the four of them shook off their drowsiness. Xiao Ran was methodical. He had much to accomplish today. Not only did he need to attend Su Qianqian's graduation ceremony, but he also had to rush to confess his feelings. That was to say, to Lu Yi. He needed to confess to her for 30 consecutive days. Lu Yi was a bit naive, insisting on accumulating 30 confessions. Regardless, the system had agreed. Although the rewards would be diminished. If she agreed, he could swiftly end things with her. As for future romantic rewards, he had no desire for them. Who asked her to act up? He would not serve her. He had only just broken up with Lin Yin'er yesterday, taking a day off from confessions. Otherwise, they would have both been swiftly dispatched. He felt a twinge of excitement at the thought of seeing Lu Yi's expression when she was abruptly rejected. Would it mirror the novels, where she confesses 99 times in return? He chuckled to himself. What the hell, second brother? How many elders from the Soul Palace did you consume? It seems that yet another girl is destined for misfortune. This fellow will inevitably be strung up on a lamppost. I share the same sentiment. After the sons departed, Xiao Ran engaged in cosmetic enhancements. He once again set his sights on Lin Yin'er's school. To avoid being recognized by her, he declared his feelings to Lu Yi under the guise of Xiao Ran. Yet his appearance was that of another individual. In the mirror, Xiao Ran saw a visage as striking as a jade tree in the wind, surpassing the charm of Panin and exuding a charisma that rivaled Yanzu. It was time to procure some flowers. Flowers were indeed a necessity, even if their ultimate fate was to be tossed aside, leaving one to ponder the significance of it all. Upon exiting the dormitory, Xiao Ran arrived at the flower shop he frequently patronized. The shop had yet to open, but he possessed a key, for it was his establishment. With assistance in management, it was rather convenient for him to procure flowers. He retrieved 30 splendid red roses, their fragrance intoxicating and their hues vibrant. Perhaps he should compose a poem. Xiao Ran pondered briefly before jotting down a few lines. Clouds yearn for garments. Flowers long for beauty. The system had previously rewarded him with a collection of Tang poetry and song lyrics, said to embody the culture of another world. Furthermore, it had bestowed numerous films and songs, all of which were non-existent in this realm. Such treasures proved quite handy in winning over the hearts of ladies. As he penned the poem, a fleeting thought interrupted him. Wait. Had he not used this poem before? To whom had it been sent? Shun? By? Jiang. Son? Xiao Ran bit the cap of his pen, dismissing the concern. After all, this was the final declaration of his affections. What were the odds of encountering repetition? To meet beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace. Done. At 9 in the morning, the sun had already unleashed its power. While not excessively harsh, it enveloped one in an embrace reminiscent of a furnace. In a certain female dormitory of the Finance University, a roommate inquired curiously, Do you think your handsome Xiao Ran will come today? Louis, leisurely seated at her vanity, her long hair cascading down to her waist, appeared oblivious. Her youthful face bore an innocent smile, with a faint blush illuminating her clear features. Her dark eyes were somewhat vacant, eyelashes fluttering, her gaze filled with a naive clarity, as if her thoughts had drifted to another realm. He mentioned he wouldn't come yesterday, so today he should indeed show up, right? It was the 30th day. If he arrived, she was prepared to accept his feelings. If he did not come, well, Louis clenched her petite fist, revealing her small, sharp teeth, and maliciously thought, "Then I shall continue to wait." Louis. Huh? Who called me? Louis snapped back to reality, her expression still dazed. Her roommates exchanged glances, some exasperation evident as they rubbed their foreheads. Oh no, she hasn't even accepted him yet, and she's already lost in infatuation. If they end up together, won't she be completely swept away? Oh, what nonsense you speak, Xiao Yanzi. He is not that kind of person. Louis retorted playfully, somewhat displeased. Did she not know Xiao Ran's true character? Such a passionate individual. If ever united with her affection, she would undoubtedly be cherished beyond measure. Just the thought ignites a warmth throughout. Oh dear, you've turned crimson? Let the mothers have a glimpse. Two maidens extended their playful hands towards her. Enough of the jesting. Let us swiftly adorn her splendidly. It is already 9 o'clock, and her beloved shall arrive momentarily. I envy you immensely. If a gentleman as handsome as that were to profess his feelings for me, I would have accepted without hesitation. Unlike you, who stubbornly endured for 30 days while he relentlessly pursued. Indeed, when you find yourself with him, do inquire if he has any equally fine roommates. Louis's cheeks puffed up, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Are they truly offering their blessings? By the way, I heard that Yinner was jilted yesterday. And today you are poised to find your own love. What a remarkable coincidence. Louis was taken aback. Huh? What happened to Yinner? Lin Yinner was her close friend, and she hadn't seen her throughout the day, leaving her in the dark. My dear, are you not online? How could you be oblivious to such a significant event? Must I be aware? Louis scratched her head innocently. You have utterly defeated me in sheer cluelessness. All right, let us quickly retouch her makeup and send her off in beauty. Xiao Yan, what nonsense are you speaking? Who is getting married? Louis shot a playful glare at Li Xiaoyan. Marriage, indeed. Bah. Unbeknownst to her, despite her verbal dismissal, her mind could not help but conjure images of herself donned in a wedding gown, hand in hand with Xiao Ran, stepping into the sanctity of matrimony. Feathers drifted down, pledging eternal devotion. Huh, it actually seems quite delightful. No, what am I thinking? I haven't even embarked on a romance. This simply cannot be. Louis hastily shook her head, mentally filing away the image for a later time. For now, she needed to remain tranquil, allowing them to beautify her. She wished to present her most exquisite self to embrace this momentous day. By the way, is your camera ready? We must capture the moment we hold hands. Rest assured. Chapter 16. Is it you, Brother Xiao Ran? At 9:30, Xiao Ran stood beneath Louis's dormitory, cradling a vibrant rose in his left hand and a megaphone in the right. The onlooking crowd, having skipped class, had already secured prime positions to witness the spectacle. Xiao Ran remained composed, his expression unchanged. Each confession, whether met with spectators or ridicule, had become a familiar occurrence. Nearly a trivial scene. Watch me perform. After all, it is Xiao Ran who bears the embarrassment, not the true self. Clad in simple leisure attire, he gazed upwards at the spot where Louis often stood. But it was empty. Is this silly girl not yet emerging? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the young lady appeared. Louis, a delicate 19-year-old standing at 1.65 meters tall, adorned in a flowing lavender gown, exuded an ethereal grace. Her hair, styled into 2 playful buns and tied with white ribbons, cascaded down her back to her waist. Though her makeup was meticulously applied, it inadvertently masked her charming innocence, revealing a lack of finesse in her technique. She clutched the hem of her dress, her cheeks flushed with shyness, unable to lift her gaze. Her disposition remained unchanged, endearingly naive. Xiao Ran, with a mischievous smile, grasped the megaphone and began reciting. Do you know, there is someone who constantly thinks of you, who cares for you. Your smiling eyes, like twinkling stars, adorn my heart's canvas, shining brightly every night. I do not long for you out of loneliness, but rather feel lonely because I long for you. I set forth on a distant journey, delighting in the unexplainable sorrow of my affection for you. My joy lies in solitary thoughts of you, your shadow floating in my heart like a gentle breeze. He recited thousands of words in one breath, regardless of how awkward it might seem. For Louis would certainly not find it embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, he brought the microphone to his lips for the final appeal. Louis, will you be my girlfriend? Louis stood on the balcony, absorbing every word spoken. Her eyes had already glistened with tears, and her hands covered her mouth, desperately trying to maintain her composure. After 30 expressions of love, each one adorned with different phrases and gestures, her heart had long succumbed. How many times had she fallen? Certainly not the first. No, Louis, Will you be my girlfriend? The passionate cry resonated once more, stirring her heart and creating ripples of emotion that refused to settle. She yearned to leap from the balcony into his embrace, to indulge in sweet affection, to kiss, to graduate together, to marry, and to bring forth countless children, sharing a life of joy until old age. With an urgent lift of her foot, she dashed down the stairs, tears sparkling in her wake. She feared that if she did not respond, her beloved would slip away. The staircase seemed interminable, with 2 segments of 9 steps each. Who designed this? There were 48 steps to the 3rd floor. It felt so slow, so long. She longed to dive into his arms. Almost there. With a sudden thud, she stumbled, nursing her knee as she clumsily rose. Her previous strides had been too ambitious. 3 steps at once were beyond her capability. She could only humbly ascend 1 step at a time to embrace her love. Onlookers grew impatient, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the 1st floor, anxiously awaiting the sight of the girl. Would she dare to refuse again? The 30th time. Was she truly so oblivious? I suspect the 31st declaration would be his last shred of dignity. He would not return, and that would lead to a reversal of pursuit. Have you read too many novels? A pair of pristine white canvas shoes finally descended the staircase of the 1st floor. Lu Yi emerged, her steps somewhat unsteady, her hair slightly disheveled. Oh, my aching knees. Hold it together. Lu Yi wept, uncertain whether her tears stemmed from joy or pain. Or perhaps she was concealing her suffering behind a veil of emotion. Yet, let it not be the other way around. Do not let pain mask her joy. Xiao Ran stood at the doorway, observing her sluggish demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Oh dear, a pitiful sight indeed. Hurry up, failure demands a change of scenery. A double blessing would suffice. A minute later, Lu Yi, limping, finally reached the entrance. They were separated by merely a door, yet so close to an embrace. Excuse me? Excuse me? Could you please open the door? Lu Yi called out towards the security booth. A crow flew overhead. Ahem, dear protagonist, the dormitory matron just stepped out. She mentioned she had to expel her leftover dinner. A kind-hearted girl on the 2nd floor balcony reminded her. What? Lu Yi froze in shock. The atmosphere had built up to this point, and yet the dorm matron was absent. She and T brought her access card. The door was locked. On the 3rd floor, outside Lu Yi's dormitory thud, her 3 roommates collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Enough already. Let it end in destruction. Xiao Ran's lips twitched as he understood her predicament. Fortunately, her roommate tossed down her student card, allowing the door to be opened. However, the mood had soured considerably. The declaration of love terminator. To reach this point, was it truly challenging for her? Xiao Ran mentally scoffed as he looked at the girl who had stepped out. Now merely 4 or 5 meters away, yet unwilling to come closer. Resigned, he picked up the megaphone. Lu Yi, would you be my girlfriend? Lu Yi's heart fluttered. Yet she was no longer in a rush. She even cupped her hands to form a makeshift horn. What did you say? I can't hear you. Get lost. Xiao Ran nearly hurled the megaphone at her face. How could she not hear? For goodness sake, was it too much to ask for her to play along? He still had to attend Su Chanshan's graduation ceremony. He had no time for childish games. Did she not see the dorm matron had just expelled her dinner? The matron, returning from the restroom, passed by and remarked, You may continue. I won't chase you away. Xiao Ran smiled and nodded. All right, thank you, Annie. Hey, Lu Yi, would you be my girlfriend? Xiao Ran shouted once more. Fortunately, Lu Yi no longer played coy. I will. Xiao Ran heard her clearly, but for the sake of formality. He continued, What did you say? I can't hear you. Lu Yi stomped her foot, a blush instantly blooming on her cheeks. Yet, under the gaze of Xiao Ran, filled with affection, she felt an infusion of strength coursing through her veins and mustered the courage to proclaim loudly, I say I am willing. Willing to do what? Willing to be your girlfriend. Whose girlfriend? Willing to be Xiao Ran's girlfriend. Onlookers exclaimed, Xiao Ran, brother. In the neighboring dormitory, the despondent Lin Yin'er, upon hearing a familiar name, instantly darted out of her room. Her dry red lips parted slightly, murmuring indistinctly, Is Xiao Ran here to find me? I knew he would never abandon me. With a weary demeanor, she gazed downwards. Her eyes, swollen from tears, rendered her vision somewhat blurred, yet she vaguely discerned a familiar silhouette, perfectly overlapping with a certain outline from her memories. Xiao Ran, brother. Lin Yin'er called out excitedly, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. She paid no heed to her appearance, her hair disheveled, and dressed in casual attire. She rushed downstairs. Goodness, Lin Yin'er, and there's some skill involved? Front row, please keep your legs in. Snacks like melon seeds, peanuts, chips, and 8 treasure porridge are all welcome. 2 women fighting over 1 man. I'm just a humble spectator, and I love watching this. At that moment, the 2 downstairs finally embraced, greedily inhaling each other's scent. Lu Yi exuded a fragrance. A delightful blend of maidenly aroma, shower gel, laundry detergent, shampoo, and perfume, all merging into a captivating scent. Xiao Ran's nose twitched, a sneeze threatening to escape as her hair brushed against him. After a while, Lu Yi gently extricated herself from his embrace, slowly closing her eyes, her lips pursed. With rosy cheeks glowing, her appearance was utterly charming. Xiao Ran, a kiss? What are you thinking? I'll toss you aside later. Instead of kissing her, Xiao Ran raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Why are you still crying? Why not? The material has run out. Honestly, I can't quite get into this couple. I feel the same way. Not everything is meant to be shipped. Lu Yi trembled slightly, experiencing the gentleness of touch for the first time. So warm, so heartfelt. Like a poison, it lingered in her memory. When Lu Yi, with tender eyes, was about to declare her feelings, a sudden voice interrupted their interaction. Xiao Ran, brother, is that you? Chapter 17. You are not him. Lin Yinu? Why is she out here? Is she trying to snatch someone else's boyfriend? Haven't you heard? She was dumped yesterday. Just because she was dumped doesn't mean she can interrupt someone else's confession. Isn't that terribly rude? Xiao Ran looked at the newcomer, his heart racing. No way. She recognized me? Lu Yi turned her gaze towards Lin Yinner, her adorable eyes filled with a large question mark. Lin Yinner had lost her former youthful radiance. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were swollen, her complexion was pallid, and her lips were cracked, all giving an impression of despondency. She wore a long white dress, reminiscent of the one from yesterday, now stained with dirt and the remains of a few ants, appearing utterly unkempt. The once graceful swan had undeniably transformed into an ugly duckling. Lin Yinner rubbed her eyes, and the familiar figure before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her beloved Xiao Ran. She staggered forward, dragging her weary body step by step towards him. Regret enveloped her. She should never have abandoned him. Surely, Xiao Ran had returned to find her, hadn't he? Xiao Ran frowned at the sight of Lin Yinner in such a disheveled state, a pang of pain striking his heart. If the hurt from parting with Lu Yi was a mere level 1, then Lin Yinner's plight was at least a level 5. How could she still stir his heart? The Empress Yinner was indeed formidable. Damn it, don't come any closer, Xiao Ran thought, suppressing the ache within as Lin Yinner approached. He softly inquired, "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Lin Yinner remained silent, scrutinizing Xiao Ran intently. Meanwhile, Lu Yi tilted her head, displaying a face filled with confusion, her gaze darting between the two, seemingly questioning. "Are you both hiding something from me?" Lin Yinner slowly raised her right hand, almost touching Xiao Ran's face when he instinctively raised his arm to block her hand. Their arms brushed, and a chill radiated from her touch. Xiao Ran was startled. In such hot weather, her hands felt so cold. Was she ill? This condition could not persist. He needed to find a way to lift her spirits. If it were depression, he would feel guilty. "Excuse me, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else," Xiao Ran said softly. Lin Yinner shuddered. The voice was not right. There were countless people named Xiao Ran in the world. Perhaps she had lost her mind. She self-deprecatingly thought, it is indeed not him. He must be undergoing treatment in some distant city. Why would he return to see the one who abandoned him? "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. I have a friend named Xiao Ran, and he bears a striking resemblance to you." With that, Lin Yinner, lost and dejected, turned to leave. "Wait," Xiao Ran called out to her. She turned back, her face a mask of confusion. "I can see that you are not in a good state. If you wish to reconnect with someone, you should strive to present your best self. If he were to see you like this, it might cause him distress," Xiao Ran advised gently. His words sparked a glimmer of hope in her dim eyes. Indeed, Xiao Ran would not want to see her in such a state of despair. He must be watching over her from some hidden corner. If he saw her like this, he would surely be upset. Yes, she needed to pull herself together. She could not allow him to worry. "Thank you," she exclaimed. "Ah, I see that you understand." Xiao Ran nodded at her. "I wish you happiness. If you truly love someone, make sure to hold on to them tightly. Do not make the same mistakes I did." Lin Yinner finished speaking and, without waiting for Lu Yi's response, turned and left, her steps noticeably lighter than before, no longer burdened by weariness. Xiao Ran watched Lin Yinner depart, then turned to Lu Yi. "There are too many people here. Let us find a more secluded spot. I have something important to discuss with you." It was time to reap the rewards, and she deserved to shed some tears too. However, it was essential to choose a discreet location to preserve her dignity. He truly was far too gentle. Lu Yi's cheeks flushed crimson. A private place? What could Xiao Ran be planning? Surely he wouldn't dare to do something so bold. Oh, how embarrassing. With her face aglow, Lu Yi complied, her ears burning with shyness. Xiao Ran handed her a bouquet, then turned towards the grove. Flustered yet eager, she hurried after him. Is that it? Aren't we going to indulge in some playful nibbling? Let us disperse, let us disperse. Eagerly awaiting the next juicy tidbit. In the grove, the insects and ants were rather bothersome. Clutching the flowers, Lu Yi stood on her left foot, her right foot dancing lightly on the ground. Xiao Ran, why have you brought me here? Surely it's for a sweet embrace, or perhaps a tender kiss. Or, as they say on the internet, something delightfully embarrassing? How mortifying. With her gaze lowered and a smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmered with a blend of shyness, anticipation, and a hint of unease. Wait, where did that anxiety come from? She quickly dismissed it. If Xiao Ran knew her thoughts, he might very well award her a prize for overthinking. Ah, what is it? Xiao Ran, she queried. Swatting away a biting mosquito from her calf, she suggested, let us sit down and talk. All right, Xiao Ran replied. Taking a seat on the stone bench, Lu Yi nestled close to him, her head gently resting on his shoulder, an unprecedented wave of happiness enveloping her. She longed for the two of them to remain in this tranquil moment indefinitely. An eerie silence lingered for a minute or two, with neither speaking. Xiao Ran observed the girl who had just fallen in love, suddenly feeling a pang of compassion. She seemed so naive. Surely, she wouldn't be too hurt? After all, a fool does not overthink. Their interactions were merely flirtatious banter, primarily revolving around the confession process. They had not officially begun dating, after all. It had only been about 10 minutes since she accepted his confession. Never mind. It was time to cut through the confusion. When did he become so indecisive? This must be stopped. He needed to be the one to bring joy. Resolutely, Xiao Ran broke the silence. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Lu Yi remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, immersed in her own little world. Brother, you say, I listen, she addressed him. Now referring to him as brother. Her feet dangled in the air, swaying back and forth in a foolish manner. Let us break up. Leaning against his shoulder, Lu Yi nodded with a blissful expression. Xiao Ran? No wonder he was considered a fool. It seemed he was missing a few screws. I said, let us break up, Lu Yi. This time, she understood clearly. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a portrait of astonishment. Brother, what did you say? She asked, her voice tinged with unease. I said, let us break up, Xiao Ran reiterated firmly. Brother Xiao Ran, you're joking, right? We've only just started dating. Please don't scare me. I'm quite timid, Lu Yi exclaimed, clutching his arm tightly. A few petals drifted down leisurely, while several industrious little ants became unwitting spectators. Xiao Ran felt the softness of her grip and, with a calm demeanor, remarked, Lu Yi, you threw away the flowers I gave you? Ah, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Lu Yi hurriedly released him, bending down to retrieve the fallen roses, presenting them to him like a treasure. Brother, look, the flowers are unharmed. Please don't be angry. It was my fault. Xiao Ran's lips twitched. He was at a loss. He merely sought an excuse, yet why was she so submissive? They hadn't even officially dated yet. Surely her feelings shouldn't be so fragile? Was this the wisdom of a fool? Brother, please forgive me. It's only our first day of dating, and quarreling brings bad luck. Lu Yi leaned in once more, rubbing her shoulder affectionately against him like a docile kitten. Xiao Ran was perplexed. Was she genuinely foolish, or was she a cunning hunter feigning naivety? Oh, what did it matter? He found himself wavering again. Xiao Ran's expression grew serious. His tone grave. I am not joking. You are a wonderful girl, but I actually already have a girlfriend. With a sound akin to shattering glass. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lu Yi's face drained of color, devoid of any hue, as the flowers in her hands once again fell to the ground. Taking the lives of 4 ants with them, a sharp pain pierced her heart, as if a needle had penetrated deep within. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. The little world she had meticulously constructed crumbled. The images stored in the depths of her mind shattered. Tears blurred her vision. Whoa, brother Xiao Ran, am I not your girlfriend? Please don't joke around. This isn't a funny joke. Lu Yi protested, refusing to believe it. Not in the slightest. Her love had barely begun. How could it possibly end so abruptly? She would not accept such a fate. During the period in which I sought to confess my feelings to you, your persistent refusal compelled me to seek the company of another girl, who readily accepted my affection. I am truly sorry. Tears glistened in Xiao Ran's eyes, guilt etched upon his face. No, this cannot be, Lu Yi exclaimed, staggering to her feet. Her voice choked with anguish. Brother Xiao Ran, why? If you wished to be with me, why did you not say so? I would have gladly agreed. I was the one who wanted to come. Why did you conceal your feelings and confess to another girl? Chapter 18. You have a heart of stone. Xiao Ran attempted to support her, but Lu Yi violently shook off his hand, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, her legs buckled, and she was about to crash onto the stone bench. Quick as a flash, Xiao Ran caught her, averting a tragedy. Do not touch me. Xiao Ran, tell me why? Lu Yi resisted fiercely, breaking free from his grasp and gasping for breath. Yi, I understand that you yearn for the perfect 30 confessions. Consider this as my form of compensation. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth, sobbing softly. She never anticipated Xiao Ran would utter such absurd words. Huh, compensation, the final compensation. She scoffed, a bitter smile gracing her lips, her gaze dimming further. Brother, do you not realize? I have always regarded you as my first love. I envisioned us in a romantic relationship, marrying and growing old together. But what have you done? On my happiest day? At my most joyful moment? During my most heartfelt times, you callously abandoned me? Yes, perhaps it was my delayed acceptance of you. But why did you pursue other girls without informing me beforehand? Why leave me with lingering thoughts? Did you ever consider my feelings? Where does this leave me? Is it amusing to toy with a fool like me? Huh, everyone says I am foolish, and I have proven to be a true fool, a mere jester, a defeated hound. Brother, your heart is indeed cruel. The more she spoke, the weaker her tone became, yet the profound pain only deepened. Tiny tears, resembling scattered pearls, fell upon the cobblestones, inadvertently disturbing a few ants that sympathized with her plight. Xiao Ran raised his hand, attempting to wipe her tears, but she evaded him, forcing him to withdraw helplessly. Lu Yi's reaction was rather intense. Each utterance of brother pierced his heart like sharp thorns. Yi, I am deeply sorry. I will do my utmost to make amends. Huh, make amends for me? Lu Yi retorted, her anger igniting a sardonic smile. Very well, grant me the opportunity for recompense. Immediately break up with your girlfriend and commit to being with me. Then I shall forgive you. I'm sorry, Yi, I cannot do it. Xiao Ran closed his eyes, slowly shaking his head. He chuckled bitterly. Well, so, I am destined to become the laughingstock of the entire school? Am I to be the sacrificial lamb of your romance? Have you ever considered my feelings? I once regarded you as the moonlight of my heart, yet this is how you treat me. Yi, I apologize. Let us part amicably. A flicker of reluctance crossed Xiao Ran's eyes as he sighed softly. Do not call me that anymore. You are unworthy. Lu Yi trembled, enunciating each word with conviction. Xiao Ran, get out. Leave our school. I never want to see you again. She screamed with all her might, as if exhausting every ounce of strength within her. Her delicate face, streaked with tears, resembled a porcelain vase with cracks, fragile and ready to shatter at a mere touch. I'm sorry, Yi, I will leave now. Please take care of yourself and watch over your health, all right? Xiao Ran suppressed the faint tugging of his heart and spoke gently. Leave. I don't need your false sympathy. Get out. After Lu Yi shouted this, she collapsed onto the ground, burying her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears fell like rain, and the ants passing by faced an undeserved calamity once again. Xiao Ran watched the weeping girl, bent down to pick up the wilted roses, and gently brushed off the dust. He moved beside her, caressing her hair, and softly said, Yi, there is a poem I wrote on this bouquet. When you have time, please take a look. Farewell. You were once a beautiful person, but alas, I am not blessed to enjoy you for now. Lu Yi's cries momentarily paused, only to escalate into louder sobs. Xiao Ran twitched his lips, wishing to slap himself. To stab her was one thing, to rub salt into her wounds was another. What a scoundrel. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran placed the bouquet of roses on the stone table and turned to leave. Only the heartbroken girl remained, crying out in despair, alongside the ant nest, now submerged in tears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 days of life and 10 million cash. Current remaining lifespan, 129 days, 6 hours, and 35 minutes. Current achievements unlocked. Lu Yi image. Click to view details. Lu Yi pondered. 10 days of life? That's quite good. After all, it was merely a flirtatious confession on WeChat, not a serious relationship. 10 days of life is a considerable gain. After accepting the reward, Xiao Ran revisited the spot where he disposed of the garbage yesterday. He discarded all disguises, returning to his original appearance. This time, however, he wore a sun hat, completely transforming before leaving. However, he remained oblivious to a figure lurking in the shadows, who stealthily recorded the scene of him changing outfits. Upon exiting the school gate, Xiao Ran glanced at the time. It was merely 10 minutes past 9. The entire episode of confession and breakup had taken no more than 20 minutes. A rather swift affair. Next, he had to meticulously plan for the upcoming graduation ceremony of Su Qianqian, the flat-chested loli. He was determined to orchestrate a grand surprise for her. Xiao Ran ventured into an upscale tailor shop, where he commissioned a bespoke gown. Given his physique, he could effortlessly carry off the elegant attire. Subsequently, he arranged for some extraordinary gifts. As he quietly prepared, the clock struck 10. Suddenly, his phone rang, its shrill tone piercing the air. He glanced at the caller ID, and a slight frown creased his brow, yet he answered, "Hello? Xiao Ran. There has been an incident." The voice on the other end was urgent, as if something grave had occurred. Xiao Ran's brow furrowed, his tone calm. "What happened? Speak slowly. President Su Lan's company has encountered difficulties, and she's not in good shape. You should come see her. I'll be there shortly. Keep an eye on her." Understood. After hanging up, Xiao Ran hastily hailed a taxi, heading towards Su Lan's company. The call had been from Su Lan's secretary. Su Lan was one of Xiao Ran's current girlfriends, a young lady who had severed ties with the prominent Su family in Kyoto. And she was the president of a cosmetics company. It seemed her company was facing challenges. Xiao Ran was uncertain about the specifics. He couldn't possibly monitor every situation throughout the day. He opened his WeChat, overwhelmed by a deluge of peculiar friend requests. Real estate agents, renovation salespeople, hotel promoters, car salesmen, and even pork vendors cluttered his notifications. He tapped on a profile marked as a cosmetics salesperson. "Xiao Ran, I'm so exhausted. I haven't seen you in 3 days. You haven't called me. The research department is in chaos. Oh, how bothersome. There has been a crisis. Our company's unfinished experimental product has been preemptively registered by someone else. What should I do? Our partners have withdrawn their investments, and I owe a fortune to the investors. What am I to do? I fear I might end up in prison." Sob, sob, sob. "Xiao Ran, I wish to see you one last time." As Xiao Ran scrolled through the messages, the last one had been sent just 3 minutes prior, evoking a sense of impending tragedy. This strong woman, in his presence, often displayed herself as a vulnerable girl, eliciting a faint smile upon his face. As for the so-called crisis she mentioned, it was utterly insignificant in his presence. Numerous solutions were at hand. Chapter 19. The CEO Xiao Ran was unaware of Su Lan's predicament. It was evident that such a significant upheaval had indeed affected her mood. "Sister Su Lan, are you there?" He sent a message and began to meditate, contemplating how to address the situation. Before his thoughts could fully coalesce, his phone vibrated. "Xiao Ran, you finally replied." Sob, sob. As he read the message, an image of her playfully pouting in her office attire flashed through his mind. He shook his head quickly. Further contemplation might lead to insufficient nourishment of the mind. "Sister Su Lan, what exactly has happened?" "The research results have been stolen. My sister might have to go to jail. Let us discuss it when I arrive." "You can't help. The issue is far too grave. Our funds have been completely depleted. Let us break up." Xiao Ran was taken aback. It was the first time a woman had uttered such words to him, and the sensation felt quite foreign. He understood that Su Lan had his best interests at heart, yet parting ways with her now seemed premature. The reward had yet to be received. Merely 7 days remained until the month was complete. Once the reward was secured, he could fulfill her wishes. "Sister Su Lan, if you continue to speak like this, I shall be displeased. We will discuss matters when I arrive. Be obedient." Xiao Ran replied with an air of undeniable authority. He was confident that Su Lan would heed his words. Despite her status as a formidable woman, she appeared almost childlike in his presence. After all, she was merely 25 years old, a young heiress and a standout among her peers. How many individuals in their 20s could claim ownership of a company valued at several hundred million? Moreover, she had built it from the ground up. She was among the few in the nation, indeed. Yet, he had not anticipated that someone would target Su Lan. It seemed that his considerable wealth would finally serve a purpose. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ran dialed the number. His subordinate, Lu Hongli, nicknamed Old Six, often assisted with various tasks. "Boss," came the respectful voice from the other end. "Old Six, prepare 1 billion in cash," Xiao Ran instructed succinctly. Understood. I can transfer it at any time. Good. Considering the current scale of Xiao Ran's company, approximately 2 to 300 million should suffice for operational needs. He possessed ample funds, but had little desire to squander them. Living without money could be painful, yet living with money while lacking life could be even more agonizing. The surplus would serve as a means of preserving life. Meanwhile, the taxi driver, while navigating the road, cast a wistful glance in the rearview mirror. The pressure on today's youth is overwhelming. They've become quite obsessed. How can one need 1 billion for just a few dishes? If one truly possessed 1 billion, would they still be taking a taxi? It seems I ought to have a heart-to-heart talk with my son when I get home. Xiao Ran closed his eyes in contemplation. Xiao Ran mentioned that her research results had been stolen, and she was entangled in numerous interests. All the losses incurred by investors and collaborators would be attributed to her. This predicament had led her company into a crisis. Even if she were to compensate the losses, her credibility would undoubtedly suffer. The optimal solution would be to develop a superior product. With Xiao Ran's investment, providing her with another product could enable her to expand and strengthen her business. And then, it struck him. With only 7 days left until their separation, it was time to lay the groundwork. A powerful woman is not easily satisfied. It was the perfect opportunity to leverage her company's crisis to fulfill his goal of parting ways. Xiao Ran straightened his posture and opened the rewards list in the system. Among the accumulated technological products, he was drawn to a skincare item. Produced by the system, it was undoubtedly of high quality. He possessed numerous advanced technologies. Yet Xiao Ran's company would hardly be able to accommodate them, let alone retain them. Therefore, a practical approach was necessary, nothing too extravagant. This particular product would be sufficient for her to expand and thrive, even to reach the pinnacle of success. Half an hour later, in the bustling city, with cars streaming by, the thick exhaust fumes gave Xiao Ran a headache. He stood beneath a commercial building that belonged to him and sent a message to Xiao Ran. Sister Xiao Ran, could you come down to meet me? Sure. I'll be right there, she replied instantly. Xiao Ran looked up at the building, a reward he had received after parting ways with a treasure of a girl. The odds of such rewards were genuinely astonishing. Not only this, but he also owned numerous enterprises, with the ones in Donghai City entrusted to Lao Lu's management. As for Lao Air and Lao Ba, they were managing operations in other cities. Regrettably, despite his vast wealth, he lacked the time to enjoy it. He found himself constantly struggling in the crevices of relationships, yearning for a glimmer of hope. When would he have the time to indulge? Gazing at the magnificent building, Xiao Ran couldn't help but muse. If only one could trade wealth for life. After entering the building and waiting a few minutes, a chime echoed. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened nearby. The sound of high heels echoed distinctly. Xiao Ran turned to look. She emerged, her long, wavy hair cascading down, her crimson lips radiating allure. Clad in a fitted black dress that hugged her curves down to her knees, her bosom rose elegantly, and her slender waist could be grasped with a single hand. Her devilish figure exuded a captivating sensuality. One of his girlfriends, Xiao Ran, 25 years old, standing at 172 centimeters. The young lady of the Su family from Kyoto who had called off her engagement, was now fiercely independent and a workaholic. Ah, Xiao Ran, you're here, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with recognition. Amidst the astonished crowd, the typically composed and aloof President Xiao Ran embraced Xiao Ran with the abandon of a love-struck girl. Her delicate form nestled against him, enveloped in a sweet and fragrant aura reminiscent of cotton candy, so delightful, so soft. Have you not visited your sister for several days? Have you even taken to being coy? This striking contrast rendered the onlookers speechless, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Some had even grabbed tissues, hunched over as they rushed to the restroom, purportedly suffering from stomach pains. Xiao Ran gently patted her back, the exquisite sensation tugging at his heartstrings. He found the unexpected charm of the president rather endearing. Now, I'm here, aren't I? I have resolved the company matters. Foolish brother, your mere presence brings me joy. You need not worry about anything else. Entrusted to you? Then prepare to be in quite the predicament. Xiao Ran was unaware of Xiao Ran's capabilities, mistaking him for merely a fragrant, carefree university student, incapable of offering substantial assistance. Xiao Ran, let us find a more private place to converse. Xiao Ran intended to voice his thoughts, for there were many matters unsuitable for public discussion. All right. Xiao Ran released her embrace. Come, sister will introduce you to your employees. My employees? No, they are your employees. Once I marry you, one tea they then be yours as well. Su Lan shot him a playful glance. Xiao Ran rubbed his nose, acknowledging the truth in her words. Yet he had never professed a desire to marry her. In fact, he was contemplating how to extend her lifespan. Sister, your trial period is a mere 7 days. You are a workaholic who seldom pays me any mind. In total, our time spent together is probably less than a day. What a pitiful sister. Ding. The elevator arrived. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lan seamlessly linked her arm with his, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. She turned gracefully, her flowing hair cascading behind her, filling the air with a delightful fragrance as she ushered him into the elevator. Chapter 20. Not that thing in the confined space. The alluring scent enveloped them as they stood closely together, acutely aware of each other's warmth. Ding. 38th floor arrived. Su Lan, still holding on to Xiao Ran, entered her company. The striking sign of Lanxin caught their eyes. As they walked into the office area, the employees collectively froze in disbelief. Those sipping water halted mid-drink. Distracted workers forgot to change their screens, and conversations ceased abruptly. Did they wake up too abruptly this morning? Or perhaps last night's overtime led to a blackout? Witnessing such a scene was unprecedented. The typically frigid and distant beauty of a president, now appearing as a delicate bird, leaning against an impossibly handsome young man. No, this could not be real. Why is it that I, possessing greater charm than this pretty boy, failed to capture President Su's affection? A lament echoed among the male employees. The great documentary, The Fall of the President. Su Lan surveyed her staff, her ire rising. She immediately adopted a frosty demeanor, saying, "What are you staring at? Do you no longer desire your salaries?" My apologies, President Su. I was suddenly lost in thought. Indeed, President Su, I've been quite overwhelmed lately. Su Lan's expression softened slightly as she solemnly declared, "Remember this. He is my man. Henceforth, whatever he says within this company shall be regarded as my own words. Is that understood?" "Yes, President Su." The employees chorused in unison. Su Lan nodded in satisfaction, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she glanced at Xiao Ran. "What do you think of my company? Quite splendid, isn't it?" Xiao Ran, a captivating enchantress adept at shifting her demeanor, confidently replied, "Indeed, it's quite delightful. The atmosphere is lovely. Of course, one only needs to consider who is at the helm." Su Lan beamed. "Sister Su, the one who was just gaming." Xiao Ran subtly indicated. Su Lan's expression faltered, embarrassed in front of her beloved. Anger surged within her. "Zhang Wei. Gaming during work hours. Your bonus for this month is forfeited. Zhang Wei. To be caught for merely playing Minesweeper occasionally. Oh, my bonus." Xiao Ran smirked. "That's what you get for sneaking a glance at my Su Lan. No bonus for you." Hee hee. In the office, it was Xiao Ran's first visit. However, once the curtains were drawn and the door closed, Su Lan transformed entirely. Her wine-red high heels slipped off her delicate feet, one colliding heavily against the floor-to-ceiling window, while the other vanished from sight. Her fair and alluring foot gracefully hovered in the air. The aloof president exuded a fiery warmth. Xiao Ran smiled softly, moving towards the window to retrieve the haphazardly discarded shoe, while the other remained lost. Her gaze drifted outward. At the height of 38 floors, one could overlook a corner of the city. The clamor was visible, yet inaudible. It had been ages since she stood so high. To behold the world from such heights was truly splendid. "What troubles you? Are you unhappy?" Su Lan's tone softened. Two delicate arms encircled his waist, the fragrance of innocence wafting into his senses. Xiao Ran regained her composure, the softness behind her rendering her almost ethereal. "It's nothing, just some unhappy thoughts." He turned around, setting the shoe down, creating a slight distance. Sometimes, when one becomes too accustomed to softness, they inadvertently harden. This referred to the heart. Quite a paradox. Yet, it was not a favorable situation. "Sister will make you smile." Su Lan beamed with a beguiling smile, captivating as ever. She leaped up, wrapping her arms around his neck, her legs entwined around his waist, resembling a beguiling enchantress, firmly ensnaring him. Their eyes locked in a profound gaze. Xiao Ran was instantly filled with exuberance. "Goodness, this enchantress. Su Lan, do keep your image in mind." The gentleman inadvertently cast a glance downward, and immediately, a rush of blood surged through him, nearly causing a nosebleed. "It matters not, as long as it is you. Dear brother, Lan is willing." Her expressive eyes conveyed a flirtatious allure, enhanced by the warm, fragrant aura that brushed against his collar. A delightful tingling sensation enveloped him. She was truly skilled. "Sister Su Lan, please come down. I need to discuss something serious with you. Xiao Ran gently patted her slender waist, which was perfectly delicate and smooth. He found it hard to resist. Yet, Lan Lan wished to speak of frivolities. Suddenly, Su Lan extended her soft, pink tongue and lightly glided it across his chin. The warm touch sent a shiver through Xiao Ran. Oh, the Emperor of Crassness is terrifyingly potent. Xiao Ran was somewhat overwhelmed. The aloof CEO transformed into a fiery seductress, exuding an irresistible charm that incessantly tempted him to transgress. Hurry down. If you don't, I shall leave. All right, no need to be so fierce. Su Lan observed his seriousness, which seemed genuine, and reluctantly leaped off him. But did she think it was over? Standing was insufficient. Surely sitting would suffice? With a swift motion, she unexpectedly tossed Xiao Ran onto the sofa. Su Lan then gracefully settled onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their gazes locked once more, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully, reflecting his handsome visage, filled with affection for him. The office was instantly enveloped in a sultry atmosphere. Ahem, how infuriating. A worthy target would place itself in an easily hit position. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. I am form. Ugh. Xiao Ran suppressed his discomfort, striving to redirect the conversation. Sister Su Lan, could you please elaborate on the specifics? Su Lan's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Why bring up such distressing matters? However, seeing that he was not jesting, she decided to share. She gently brushed aside her disheveled hair, her captivating demeanor exuding an indescribable charm. A few days ago, we developed a new product, but certain aspects are yet to be refined, hence we have not applied for a patent. To our dismay, a traitor emerged among us, stealing all the data to sell to a rival company, resulting in them securing the patent. As she spoke, Su Lan's face flushed with rage, wishing she could cleave that traitor in two. The company had lost its competitive edge. After investing so much initially, it felt as though all was for naught. Not only could they not recoup their costs, but their partners had also turned to the opposing company. Now, after settling breach of contract penalties, not only were salaries delayed, but they were also burdened with a mountain of debt. Su Lan's tone grew somber. Xiao Ran, sister may not be able to be with you in the future. Xiao Ran pondered momentarily. From Su Lan's perspective, this was a formidable challenge. However, from his own vantage point, the resolution was exceedingly simple. What is the scale of the company registering the patent? Xiao Ran inquired further. Nestled in his embrace, Su Lan was uncertain of his motives behind the questions. Yet she answered truthfully, the rival company is somewhat larger. Its market value is approximately $1 billion. Is that all? Then there is no issue at all. It's merely a matter of a phone call. He continued. Moreover, it could serve as a stepping stone for Su Lan's company. By providing her with a premium product, it would elevate her company swiftly amidst the contrast, allowing for a direct acquisition of the competitor later on. But first things first, I must assist her company in its revival. If this drags on for a few more days, it may very well cease to exist. With that thought in mind, Xiao Ran asked, Sister Su Lan, what is the current funding gap? Approximately 200 million. Given the substantial compensation required, she replied. Only 200 million? Sister Su Lan, if you need that amount, I can provide it. Xiao Ran stated candidly, without any riddles. Su Lan was momentarily taken aback, then playfully slapped his chest, saying with a hint of irritation, don't jest. What I need is money, not some fanciful notion. However, she added with a smirk, of course, if you're willing, I would gladly accept. Leaning slightly forward, she playfully blew a breath of charm towards his collar, exuding allure. Xiao Ran firmly pushed Su Lan's teasing head aside, his expression serious. Sister Su Lan, I am not joking. Just give me an account number, and I can transfer the funds immediately. A wave of unease washed over Su Lan as she suddenly entertained troubling thoughts, her complexion shifting dramatically. Xiao Ran, you wouldn't be resorting to any illicit activities, would you? Please return the money at once. Do not act foolishly for my sake. Su Lan was genuinely concerned that he might procure the funds through unscrupulous means, considering it was a substantial sum of 200 million in cash. Even the wealthiest tycoon in the city could not casually produce such an amount. Yet, here was a still studying youth claiming he had money. Who would believe that? Perhaps he could possess 200 million in something else, but 200 million in cash? That seemed implausible. A smile crept across Xiao Ran's face as he understood her apprehensions. Rest assured, this is my own money. Moreover, do you truly believe there exists a method to amass 200 million in cash within an hour? Su Lan's brow furrowed with worry. It was indeed challenging to conceive of such a method. Unless, perhaps, he had married a dying elderly woman and she happened to pass away recently, leaving her assets to him. The thought startled her, and she quickly shook her head. Her young companion could not possibly be that sort of person. Xiao Ran, you are truly not deceiving me. Indeed, I swear on it. Xiao Ran replied earnestly, meeting her gaze without flinching. After a moment, her expression relaxed, and she smiled charmingly. Sister believes in you. But how could you possibly have so much money? Her beloved younger brother, Xiao Ran, seemed to harbor secrets of his own. Could it be that he is a scion of a prominent family? Xiao Ran playfully pinched her nose, smooth and unblemished, and replied, I simply hadn't mentioned it before. But I am quite wealthy, Sister Sulan. Your plan to support me is doomed to fail. Oh, please. You haven't even seen 200 million yet, and you're already saying this. Sulan shot him an exasperated glance, exuding a myriad of charms. Quickly give me your card number. I'll transfer the money right now. All right, just use your card. Let us avoid going through the official account. Okay, 6217. After receiving her card number, Xiao Ran retrieved his phone and made a call. Boss, what is your command? I've sent you the card number. Please transfer 500 million directly. Understood. Sulan observed his serious demeanor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wasn't it supposed to be 200 million? Xiao Ran was actually willing to give her 500 million. Was this the feeling of being protected? It seemed rather delightful. Having left home 3 years ago, she knew all too well the hardships of starting her own business. She managed every aspect herself. When hungry, she settled for takeout. When tired, she simply rested her head on her desk for the night. When exhausted, she gazed at the bustling traffic below, relishing her commercial empire, as if daydreaming. She had never known a safe harbor from the storm. Now, it felt as though she had found a refuge that belonged solely to her. It was Xiao Ran who had intruded into her life unexpectedly, disrupting her rhythm. Someone began to care for her. Previously, her mind was consumed with words and data, but now it had blossomed into a realm of its own. Whenever fatigue set in, she would retreat into it, thinking of his warmth, imagining his smile. Everything seemed to flow seamlessly. The company thrived. Sulan pressed her ear against Xiao Ran's chest, slowly closing her eyes. She longed to remain in this tranquil moment, listening to the melody of his heartbeat forever. Xiao Ran ended the call. Was President Su falling for him? Another love-struck brain. Sister Sulan, please wait a moment. The funds should arrive shortly. Buzz. No sooner had he spoken than Sulan received a message. She hastily opened it. Dear client, your construction bank card 6217 has received 500 million RMB as of 11:11 Kyoto time. Sulan abruptly stood up, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. It was real. Xiao Ran truly possessed such wealth. Could he really be a young master from a prominent family? As the thought crossed her mind, a vibrant joy flickered in Sulan's eyes, prompting her to ask directly, Xiao Ran, you can't possibly be the heir of a prominent family, can you? Xiao Ran gently brushed her hair, replying, not at all. It is merely the result of serendipity. Xiao Ran, I absolutely adore you, Sulan exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace that nearly rendered him breathless. Ah, sister, mind your image, this is the office. I don't care. I'm holding you like this because you haven't come to see me in so many days. You only show up when my company is in trouble. Sister Sulan, I am genuinely curious. If there were a way to save your company and help it thrive, but it required some sacrifices, would you be willing? Xiao Ran was intrigued by her potential response. Would she dismiss him outright, or prioritize him above all? Unaware of his deeper implications, Sulan pondered seriously before answering. As long as it does not contravene the law or morality, I would be willing to pay any price. Really? Yes. Sulan affirmed with resolute nods. Any price? Xiao Ran observed her determined expression, feeling a mix of emotions within. Perhaps it was his subtle coaxing that led her to utter those words. Or perhaps they reflected her true feelings. This aligned with her character. A workaholic, a career-focused individual. Surely, she would find joy in exchanging love for her company's resurgence. Wouldn't she? Although such reasoning seemed somewhat contrived, akin to the dilemma of choosing between rescuing one's mother or girlfriend from a river. Her lack of prioritizing him was undeniable. He had always been the one urging her to live her life well, and he had yet to see her fully devote herself to love, even once. Can a man not have emotions? Can he not be cherished? If only she could add a clause about not leaving him, it would have been easier for him to express his feelings. Sister Sulan, this is your choice. Don't blame me for being heartless later. Was he being unreasonable? There was indeed a hint of suspicion in that regard. However, A breakup always necessitates an excuse. Does it not? You chose this. Sister Xiao Ran, you truly love this company. After all, this is my labor of love. I began working on it before graduating from university. It has consumed much of my youth. Xiao Ran gently caressed his face and continued. If only I had met you sooner. I feel as though I've wasted so many years of my youth. As she spoke, Xiao Ran slowly closed her eyes. Her delicate face flushed with a subtle allure, her lips glistening, inching closer to him. Witnessing her emotional display, Xiao Ran found it hard to refuse her, allowing her to kiss him. Thus, he slowly approached, and at long last, her fiery red lips descended upon his warm and tender arm. On Xiao Ran's arm, a vibrant and seductive lip print was left behind. Are you not going to eat the oil cake? Xiao Ran's eyes glinted menacingly, as if she were ready to devour him. Who behaves like this? A delicate beauty has fed you, and you refuse to partake. Cough, cough, Sister Xiao Ran. I am currently indisposed. What do you mean by indisposed? Are you on your period? With hands on her hips, Xiao Ran was filled with indignation. Men have their own days of displeasure each month, you know? Xiao Ran retorted, exchanging a frustrated glance. Sister Xiao Ran, the matter remains unresolved. Mere financial compensation is insufficient. The company's crisis persists. Xiao Ran's expression fell, the humorless fellow. Do you have any solutions? See, the company takes precedence over emotions. However, I was simply waiting for you to ask that question. Xiao Ran seized the opportunity. I possess a skincare product that undoubtedly surpasses your offering. With her arms crossed, Xiao Ran's proud stature was evident. Really? I don't believe it. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Swiftly, Xiao Ran extracted a piece of paper from his pocket, filled with chemical formulas and ratios. Given his knowledge, understanding these was child's play, but it was best to leave it to the professionals. Chapter 22. Never will let him go again. Xiao Ran, barefoot and with her fair, delicate feet, sat at her desk, sifting through documents. Her sudden seriousness made Xiao Ran feel somewhat uneasy. A few minutes later, Xiao Ran stood up in shock, her expression animated. Xiao Ran, this is a revolutionary product. It's incredibly valuable. Are you truly giving this to me? You are my girlfriend. I don't own a cosmetics company, so who else would I give it to? Xiao Ran smiled broadly. Stop pretending to be moved. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Indeed, I am touched. Xiao Ran, dear brother, I adore you. Come to my home tonight. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes. The fox reveals its tail once more, I see. Your schemes are quite evident. You wish to lure me to your house, and I'm not falling for that. He recalled the last time he visited her home. Despite her noble upbringing and years as a CEO, her culinary skills were quite lacking. Sister Xiao Ran, I am quite busy these days. I apologize, but I cannot come over for now. He firmly declined. Ah, why are you always busy? Every day, busy, busy. You haven't come to see me in so long. Unwilling to spend time with me. Xiao Ran relentlessly pounded her fists against his chest. Xiao Ran felt a bit embarrassed. Are you enjoying this little assault? Besides, she is busy with her career and hasn't thought to reach out to him either. He too was genuinely occupied, with his schedule tightly packed. Su Qianqian is preparing for a breakup, and Gu Yuru is also set to end her relationship. They even need to find time to seek new partners. Sister Xiao Ran, let us indulge in some food. It is already 11:30. Xiao Ran is not particularly fond of being alone with women. It is not that he fears losing control, but rather he worries about their inability to maintain composure. He possesses this confidence, though somewhat narcissistic. He is indeed an irresistible allure to the ladies. Should we dine here? I can simply order takeout. It has been several days since the two of us have spent time together, Xiao Ran cooed. See, what thoughts can he not decipher from her? She merely wishes to engage in something thrilling, does she not? Now she wishes to come to the office? Let us go out for a meal, consider it a date. I shall be occupied this afternoon. Xiao Ran approached her. All right, my dear husband has rendered me such a grand favor. I shall heed your wishes. After alleviating her worries, she felt elated and obediently accepted without refusal. Let us go. We can find a restaurant within the building. Xiao Ran changed into a formal outfit for the date. A simple white ensemble that subdued her innate regal aura, bestowing upon her a youthful charm. They did not seek distant venues, opting for a steakhouse within the building. Xiao Ran ordered 2 medium-rare steaks, while Xiao Ran chose a smaller portion. Xiao Ran, this is our 4th date. It has nearly been a month, and you have only invited me 3 times. You are such an irresponsible boyfriend. Xiao Ran remarked with a look of feigned sorrow at the boy before her. Sister Xiao Ran, you know I have school. When would I have the time? He replied, though it was clear she was busier. Excuses, merely excuses. Do you not have free time on weekends? Did we not make plans? You only invited me out for one of the 2 days. It cannot be helped. I have numerous club activities to manage. Xiao Ran pouted like a little girl, expressing her dissatisfaction. You always brush me off. You do not even reply to my messages. If you cannot come out, you could at least respond to me. All right. I promise I will reply to you more often from now on. Xiao Ran reassured her, patting her hand. Xiao Ran's invitations always fell on weekends. He resolved to respond to her with 3 messages each day, with 7 days remaining. That would amount to a total of 21 messages. 3 messages to warm her throughout the day. That is more like it. Let us eat quickly. I must return afterward. Though both are mature women, Xiao Ran is far superior to Bai Lu. Bai Lu possesses a strong desire for control, whereas Xiao Ran is comparatively gentle and compliant. However, her thoughts in matters of love may not be as intricate, leaning more towards her career and aspirations. Xiao Ran, I do not wish to linger here. It was evident that she was eager to return to her formula, yet out of respect for his presence, she patiently endured. After satisfying their hunger, they prepared to leave. Xiao Ran decisively announced her departure. Sister Xiao Ran, I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. A kiss, please. Xiao Ran rose gracefully, lightly tapping her own rosy, glossy lips before gently kissing Xiao Ran's oily lips. Goodbye. Without a backward glance, Xiao Ran dashed out of the restaurant, leaving no room for hesitation. Damn it. He slipped away again. Xiao Ran's expression fell, her fists clenched as she fervently waved them before her chest. Yet, in the next moment, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a sweet smile. Having him around is truly wonderful. Once the company returns to normal, I shall take on a more relaxed role. I will stay by his side, wherever he goes, and I will never let him leave again. You must wait for me. Chapter 23, Poetry. As Xiao Ran dined, the Finance University Forum erupted in chaos. Shocking news. The campus belle appears to have been deceived for both money and affection. The suspect has mysteriously vanished. Is this a reflection of humanity's depravity or a moral decline? For more details, please follow Ruhua Media. Unbelievable. Both of our campus beauties have been jilted. Could the suspects be the same individual? Exclusive report. I possess a video revealing the suspect's unmasked profile. For those interested, I can provide it for 50. No freeloaders, please. Add me QR code. I also have this video. Just 30 will suffice. Add me QR code. I too have it. For a mere 5, instant delivery. Add me QR code. What on earth? This can be turned into a transaction. Everyone is buying from me to resell. Moments later, the posts you are viewing have been deleted. The situation seemed to be under the control of unseen hands, and the spectators paid little heed. In a certain girl's dormitory, 4 young women stood surrounding a heartbroken girl who was sobbing uncontrollably. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with unease. They had been comforting her for over an hour with no effect. Her distress appeared to intensify. Time rewind. 2 hours earlier, after sending their friend off to her wedding, the 3 girls in the dorm were about to indulge in a nap. Just as they were settling down, the door burst open violently. A girl with messy hair and a pair of buns, clutching a rose branch, stormed in. The others were startled, ready to scold her, only to realize she appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, they recognized her as their beloved friend, Lu Yi. Hadn't she gone off to the woods? What had happened to her? What's wrong? What happened? Li Xiaoyan inquired with concern. Did Xiao Ran bully you? Come sit down. Let us help you with your hair, dear. Lu Yi's eyes remained dim, her silence speaking volumes. At this moment, several girls stood at the dormitory entrance, captivated by the unfortunate state of Lu Yi. What happened? Who is that girl? Isn't she the one who was just confessed to? She barely agreed, and now looks like this? Huh. Serves her right. I bet she's already tainted and has been rejected. It's quite possible, given her provocative appearance. She must have been with someone before. The gossip at the door grew increasingly absurd, and if it continued, it would surely escalate into slander. Li Xiaoyan could no longer endure the humiliation of her friend. She seized a broom and stormed out of the dormitory. With a determined stance, she defended the doorway, exuding an aura of invincibility. With a sweeping motion, she pushed back the onlookers. Those in the front who were slow to evade were struck and yelped in pain. Are you out of your minds? None of you in this dormitory seem to be sane. Could Li Xiaoyan simply tolerate this? Her delicate features grew increasingly furious. Taking a deep breath, she began to articulate her thoughts, her words dripping with honeyed sweetness. Are you all dead? Coming to our dormitory to wail so early in the morning? Or did your crematorium catch fire, and you're looking to stir things up with us? If that's the case, my apologies, but we are studying finance, not culinary arts. If you need a contact for the new Dongwang school, come to me. They have plenty of chefs. I assure you, they will cook you something so fragrant, it will make your mouths water. Your mothers must be furious. You haven't even learned to speak properly. Yet you run out here to spew nonsense. Look at you fools. Even genetically mutated monkeys have more class than you. Still not leaving? As her words echoed, the entrance to the dormitory was already deserted. Li Xiaoyan scanned the corridor, and upon confirming no one was present, she locked the door. Subsequently, the group continuously comforted Lu Yi. However, whenever the name Xiao Ran or anything related to him was mentioned, she would immediately burst into tears. The others were at a loss, and in the midst of it all, they attracted Lin Yinner from next door. Having also experienced similar heartache, Lin Yinner joined the comforting effort, yet the situation showed no signs of improvement. Yinner, do you have any other ideas? Li Xiaoyan asked, rubbing her forehead. Lin Yinner seemed somewhat distracted as she shook her head, responding, I don't know. I was in a similar situation yesterday, and after crying for a while, I felt better. The three roommates exchanged glances, opting for silence. They could only allow her to cry, hoping she would feel better once she grew weary. Lin Yinner began to gather the scattered rose stems from the floor, securing them with tape. As for how to dispose of these remnants of love, that would be left to Lu Yi. Suddenly, with her keen eye, Lin Yinner spotted a crumpled piece of paper beneath a chair, wrapped around rose petals. This must have been part of that bouquet. She set the rose stems aside and bent down to pick up the paper. Yinner, what is this? I do not know. It should belong to this collection as well. Lin Yinner refrained from speaking directly, fearing it might distress Lu Yi. The three exchanged knowing glances and whispered, It must be poetry. That person often writes verses for Yi. Lin Yinner gazed at the bundle of paper, respecting its privacy and refraining from unfolding it, instead tucking it back into the rose branches. Yet, a ripple stirred within her heart. Her brother Xiao Ran also had a penchant for poetry. Lost in thought, she instinctively recited a poem that was uniquely hers. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers for beauty, spring breezes caress the balustrade, the dew's brilliance is profound. Had it not been for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, we would have met beneath the moon at Yao Terrace. Suddenly, Lin Yinner was jolted awake. She looked in astonishment at the person who recited the next line. Chapter 24. I love you the most. Lin Yinner's face was a picture of shock. She could not fathom why this poem, which was meant to be hers alone, was known to others. She had never let slip a single word. Just as Lin Yinner was lost in her reverie, that voice resonated once more. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers for beauty, spring breezes caress the balustrade. The dew's brilliance is profound. Had it not been for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, we would have met beneath the moon at Yao Terrace. It was Lu Yi. Why does he know it too? Yinner, have you read the poem he wrote? Lu Yi asked, her eyes slightly puffy and her voice hoarse. She cherished this poem dearly. Even after her breakup with Xiao Ran, she could not bear to part with it. After all, it was a relic of love. He wrote it. Lin Yinner's breath hitched, a sharp pain coursing through her heart. She contemplated a possibility, yet found it utterly absurd. Forcing a semblance of a smile, she turned to Lu Yi. Is this poem truly written by him for you? As she posed this question, her emotions were tumultuous. She hoped that this poem was indeed penned by Lu Yi's Xiao Ran, which would imply that her own brother Xiao Ran was also Yi's brother Xiao Ran, suggesting he had not departed from this realm. Yet, she feared the implications of her suspicions being true, that their Xiao Ran was the same person. What should she do? How would the two friends navigate their relationship? Would they become adversaries over him? Indeed, this is a poem written for me by Xiao Ran. It is undoubtedly the most beautiful poem in the world. Suddenly, Lu Yi broke into a tearful smile, a hoarse and discordant sound, as if her throat had been scorched. Her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of longing, a touch of joy, a measure of relief, and a flicker of hope. Although I have parted ways with him, I should feel content. He owes me nothing. It was I who accepted him too late. A remarkable young man like him is bound to be popular. I regret it. Why couldn't I have accepted his confession sooner? If I had, I would have been the one by his side, right? Yet, I held on to that cursed sense of restraint. Is it still that damned vanity? 30 times I have brought my own demise upon myself. It was I who pushed my brother away. All of this is my own doing. Lu Yi spoke to herself, as if confiding or perhaps lamenting. Yet, no one noticed the lingering affection in her eyes. No one cared about Lin Yinner, who had turned to stone beside her. Lin Yinner seemed to grasp everything, as if clarity had dawned upon her. A familiar silhouette, a tender warmth, a poem that intertwined their fates. She should have foreseen it. Yi's brother, the serene Xiao Ran, was also Yinner's Xiao Ran. He remained as gentle as ever, and today he showed concern for Yinner once more. But alas, he deceived her, causing her profound anguish. Lin Yinner, as if nothing had transpired, smiled at Lu Yi and said, "Yi, I envy you for receiving such a beautiful poem. I shall return to the dormitory now. I am glad you are well." "Yes. Thank you, Yinner. Thank you for keeping me company." Lu Yi rose and gently embraced her. "I will head back now. Call me if you need assistance." "All right." Lin Yinner, lost in her thoughts, returned to her dormitory, now alone. Loneliness, solitude, heartache, and suffocation, an array of emotions surged through her like a tidal wave. It felt as though someone was squeezing her neck, rendering her breathless. Her heart was ensnared by a rope, with a stone tied beneath it, pulling relentlessly. Pain. My heart aches so. Lin Yinner helplessly crouched on the ground, pressing her hand tightly against her chest. The heart-wrenching agony, the indescribable suffocation washed over her once more. Crystal tears fell incessantly to the ground, forming a small puddle. In that moment, she longed for an anesthetic, just a single shot to bring relief, to numb her. To lie down and sleep would be bliss. The sound of a watch ticking echoed in the air, as if an eternity had passed. Lin Yinner trembled as she stood, returning to her chair. She took out her phone and removed its case. From within, she retrieved a slightly yellowed piece of paper. Inscribed upon it was what was meant to be hers alone. The only poem in the world. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers desire faces, spring breezes brush the railing, dewdrops are rich. Had I not seen you atop the mountain of jade, I would meet you under the moon at the Yao Terrace. Her fingertips quivered as she pressed it against her chest. A slight smile graced her lips, her delicate face blooming with happiness. This was the poem her beloved brother had written exclusively for her. In an instant, her expression transformed into one of icy indifference. Why? Why indeed? Why had her dear friend Louis also received this poem? Isn't this supposed to be the one and only thing that belongs to me? Why do others possess it now? It is no longer unique. It has lost its perfection. Lin Yinner felt a surge of anger, gripping the edges of the paper tightly, overwhelmed by the impulse to tear it apart. Yet, in the next instant, a flicker of unwillingness emerged in her subconscious. No, it still holds value. Huh, Cancer? Is this yet another of your lies? Deceiver. A great deceiver. Lin Yinner seemed entranced, incessantly murmuring. Brother, why do you have to deceive Yinner? If you no longer cherish Yinner, you could have simply said so. But why did you abandon me to pursue other girls? If you had told Yinner that you still liked other girls, I could have accepted it. Yet, why must you deceive me? Yinner detests liars the most. My heart still aches painfully. Outside the dormitory, the sun shines brightly, filled with joyous laughter and playful girls. Inside the dormitory, the light is dim, and the atmosphere is heavy with sorrowful words and trembling girls. Xiao Ran, dear brother, Yinner loves you the most. I will surely find you. When that time comes, I will ask you, why is the most beautiful memory you left me not unique? Am I also a part of your lies? Is your affection for me merely a deception? Lin Yinner slowly rose, retrieving a sealing bag to preserve the paper. She took a silver necklace gifted by Xiao Ran, threaded it through, and fastened it around her neck. After completing this series of actions, a chilling smile reappeared on her delicate face. Dear brother Xiao Ran, now Yinner can be forever with you. Suddenly, she thought of something and picked up her unprotected phone, sending a message to her beloved Xiao Ran. Dear brother Xiao Ran, Yinner loves you the most. The beautiful memory you left me is indeed wonderful. She quietly put away her phone, pressing the singular token against her chest, a charming smile gracing her face. Chapter 25. Caught on camera, Xiao Ran was on his way to the art university when he received a call from Lao Lu. Boss, something has happened. The abruptness of it left him puzzled. What has occurred? Your disguise video has appeared at the finance university. Damn, this is serious. If the truth comes to light, he would have to flee. What happened? Didn't TI instruct you to keep a close watch? Has it been dealt with? Xiao Ran, uncharacteristically flustered, could hardly believe this was happening. Boss, you have been followed and filmed. Your true appearance has been captured. The video on the website has been deleted, but surely someone has saved it. Can it be resolved? A request must be made for someone to reach out. All one can do is to strive to the best of their ability. The call ended. Xiao Ran's expression was one of despair. Alas, it is left to fate now. And I fervently hope that Lin Yinner and Lu Yi do not catch sight of me. Otherwise, I might as well succumb to cancer once again, and this time, it would be fatal. Although this is not my first encounter with demise at the art university, one cannot deny the heavy atmosphere here. Compared to other institutions, not only are there more female students, but their average beauty has also ascended to a higher tier. Today, the School of Design is hosting a graduation ceremony, and the influx of attendees is significantly greater than usual. Xiao Ran stood at the school gate and sent a message to Su Qianqian. Qianqian, I have arrived at your school gate. Yay, brother Xiao Ran, you've finally come. I've been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither. Su Qianqian, clad in her graduation gown, was taking photos with her father. After hundreds of snapshots, her father showed no signs of stopping. Qianqian, you've graduated, yet you're still glued to your phone. Su's father expressed his mild irritation. Oh, I'm just replying to a message. Su Qianqian waved her hand dismissively without lifting her head. Inviting Xiao Ran over was also part of her little scheme, to let her parents meet him first and ideally, to finalize the engagement ceremony, with the wedding date being a delightful bonus. Alas, my little darling has grown thorns and is letting the wind in. The father's heart is heavy. Su's father, linking arms with Su's mother, paid no mind to the surrounding crowd, continuously rambling. Oh dear, my daughter is growing up and will soon be leaving. Dad, what are you saying? This mortifying scene made Su Qianqian's face flush with embarrassment, and she stamped her foot, wishing she could sink into the earth. I am not mistaken, Su's father sighed, feeling the teasing smiles of her classmates. Su Qianqian felt heat rise to her cheeks and hastily tugged at her parents, weaving through the crowd towards a less populated corner, sprinting as if fleeing from a guillotine. Dad, you don't find this embarrassing? Even your daughter is mortified, Su Qianqian exclaimed, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Su's father, a man of modest stature with a pair of small glasses, short hair, and a round face, appeared quite amiable, which perhaps explained the existence of his adorable daughter. Su Qianqian. Su Mingxiang cast a resentful glance at his daughter, his tone tinged with acidity. Qianqian, who were you chatting with just now? You seemed rather enthusiastic. It wouldn't happen to be your boyfriend, would it? Su's mother, Lan Yu, donned an elegant black gown, her beauty equally striking. And Su Qianqian undoubtedly inherited both her virtues and flaws. However, she lacked in two aspects. Qianqian, do share with your parents, Lan Yu gave her daughter a knowing look, as if to say that if she didn't speak the truth, there would be consequences. Upon hearing her parents' sudden interrogation, Su Qianqian's mind went blank. In an instant, her cheeks flushed, and she found herself at a loss for words. On the matter of being asked by parents if one has a boyfriend, she could only place her hands on her hips and feign ease as she replied. He is merely a very good friend of mine. It is quite normal for him to come to my graduation ceremony. After all, he's already at the school gate, and I must go greet him. Although she longed for her parents to embrace Xiao Ran, their current stance remained ambiguous. She certainly did not wish for her impulsiveness to lead to her parents disliking Xiao Ran, leaving her no place to cry should that occur. She had observed her father's jealousy all too clearly just moments ago. Her mother's demeanor was somewhat better, yet still carried an air of seriousness. Qianqian, are you certain he is just a friend and not a boyfriend? Oh, Dad, why don't you believe your daughter? Su Qianqian stamped her foot, nearly displacing her hat. Su's father stepped forward to adjust her hat, feeling an overwhelming sense of gloom, as if something dear to him had been taken away. As a father, how could he not see the budding feelings of a young girl? Moreover, his daughter's expression was too obvious, a mix of excitement and blushing, as if she feared others might not notice. Su Mingxiang vowed that if this so-called good friend were not his daughter's boyfriend, he would immediately wash his hair with the newly purchased headstand washing machine. Dad, my friend is urging me. I must go, Su Qianqian said, her face betraying her urgency. If she kept Xiao Ran waiting, he would surely be upset. All right. Go to your friend. Su's father turned his head away, no longer watching her. Su Qianqian chose to ignore him. This father, with his demeanor, was akin to a child. Mom, you both wait here for me. I will return shortly. Su Qianqian removed her hat and bounced joyfully toward the door, resembling a happy little frog. After their daughter departed, Lan Yu tugged at her husband, offering a somewhat amused consolation. Well, our daughter has graduated. She is no longer a child and should start considering marriage. Humph. Why must she marry? Can we not support her? Su Mingxiang replied sulkily, pouting. After nurturing their delicate daughter for over 20 years, treating her like a porcelain doll and fearing she might break, it was disheartening to see someone else vying for her affection. He was determined to discover just who this so-called good friend was, who could make his daughter, who had been single for over 20 years, so invested. Sue's mother had no objections to Su Qianqian dating. If the right person came along, she would be eager to marry her daughter off and hasten the arrival of grandchildren. The perspectives of men and women often differ, especially among parents, whose thoughts can even be contradictory. Qianqian is quite clever. Otherwise, she wouldn't have navigated university without dating. She must have found someone who cherishes her. And we should be pleased, Sue's mother added, casting a sideways glance at Sue's father. Oh, I'm merely frustrated. The scene unfolds at the school gate, where Xiao Ran stands amidst the throng, occasionally glancing at his phone. Xiao Ran Gij, I have arrived. During the wait, Xiao Ran indulges his eyes, witnessing a parade of teams adorned in captivating attire reminiscent of characters from his beloved mobile games. Notable figures such as Xiao Kuli, Kaqing, Shenli Linghua, and Rem glide past, all quintessential embodiments of charm that surely appeal to the male gaze. Truly, this is an art school where creativity flourishes, as Xiao Ran's critical gaze roams. A sweet, melodic voice breaks through from behind, Xiao Ran Gij. He promptly turns to behold Su Qianqian, bounding towards him like an untamed steed, her exuberance eliciting a tender smile upon his face. This girl, every time she sees him, reverts to the innocence of childhood. Despite her petite stature, she dashes to him and envelopes him in a tight embrace. Brother, you finally made it. I thought you would arrive this morning. The girl tilts her face upward, her eyes shimmering, exuding an aura of innocence that invites admiration. Chapter 26, Meeting the Parents. Su Qianqian nuzzles against his chest, her beautiful eyes half closed, exuding an unusual gentleness. Sweeter and more clingy than candy floss. I had some matters to attend to this morning, but I have arrived now. Xiao Ran gently pinches her cheek, marveling at her unadorned beauty that rivals the most exquisite of portraits. Ah, stop pinching. There are so many people watching. Su Qianqian, blushing, steps back. Hurry inside. Oh, Xiao Ran Gij, why do you smell of another woman's perfume? She sniffs the air, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xiao Ran immediately feels a rush of embarrassment. He had been careless. He had forgotten to review the transition of knowledge. Before arriving, Su Lan had clung to him, her perfume undoubtedly lingering. Confronted with Su Qianqian, he cannot confess the truth and instead concocts a benign fib. Oh, that? When I took a taxi here, I shared the ride with someone else. The passenger was a strikingly made-up woman, and her perfume, goodness, it was quite overpowering. I nearly suffocated. Xiao Ran feigns a shudder, silently apologizing to Su Lan. Is that so? Su Qianqian, unfazed, accepts his explanation, trusting her brother implicitly. Brother, tomorrow I will buy you a car. You're so handsome, sharing a ride is too unsafe. I wouldn't want you to be taken advantage of. That is unnecessary. I have plenty of cars. Even if one were to be purchased, it certainly wouldn't be by you. You'll have to wait your turn. Murong Lan and Gu Yuru had long been expressing their grievances. It was inconvenient for them to go on dates. I still have school to attend. Purchasing a car is one thing. Let us go inside, shall we? Xiao Ran deftly shifted the topic. Well, you must mentally prepare yourself, Su Qianqian said, fidgeting with her clothes, her voice tinged with hesitation. Yet, she stole glances at his expression with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Would he be displeased at meeting her parents? Would he resist? Would he feel disrespected, leading to anger? Is that so? I understand. I want to embarrass you, Xiao Ran replied with a knowing smile. His response alleviated her worries. With a sense of relief, she took his hand, their fingers intertwining despite the noticeable size difference, forming an inseparable bond. As they walked, Su Qianqian nervously reassured him, Don't worry, brother. My mother is quite easygoing. As for my father, he might have a bit of a childish temperament. So just indulge him a little. Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Could it be that like father, like daughter? Fortunately, Su Qianqian had such a gentle disposition. Her parents should be easy to handle. Xiao Ran had experience with such matters, having met his fair share of girlfriends' parents. After all, this was merely a brief encounter. Who knew when they would meet again? Moreover, he had no intention of marrying Su Qianqian. He bore no psychological burden. It was merely a fleeting affair. Ideally, her parents would disapprove of him, creating a rift, allowing him to shrug it off. Your parents don't approve, let us part ways. What a delightful outcome. The fragrance of youth mingled with the bittersweetness of graduation as time flowed on and the cacophony of voices surrounded them, leaving behind a lingering melancholy for the future. Before long, Xiao Ran found himself face to face with his in-laws. Dad, Mom, Allow me to formally introduce my boyfriend, Xiao Ran. Su Qianqian had mustered her courage on the way, revealing their relationship boldly. Uncle and Auntie, greetings. My name is Xiao Ran, and I am currently Qianqian's boyfriend, her future husband. Xiao Ran wore a smile, his words bold and unreserved. Under normal circumstances, he would have showered her parents with compliments, but this time was different. Su Qianqian had already been with him for a month. He even contemplated teasingly declaring, "Old dang, just a heads up, I plan on breaking up with your daughter tomorrow. I hope you recognize what is good for you." Ideally, her father would outright reject this union, relieving him of the mental strain and the role of the villain. Ex-US father's expression soured, and he turned his head away. Su's mother gently tugged at her husband, assessing her future son-in-law with a composed demeanor. He was bright, handsome, and exuded an extraordinary presence. He was destined to be someone remarkable. Most importantly, his gaze was filled with affection for Qianqian. A single word, satisfaction. In her heart, Lan Yu assigned Xiao Ran a score of 80, smiling as she remarked, "Do not take it to heart. Your uncle is simply like that. Since Qianqian has taken a liking to you, it is certain that you possess remarkable qualities. I trust my daughter's judgment." "Thank you, Auntie," Xiao Ran replied, somewhat flustered. It seemed he could not escape the unwritten rules of a mother-in-law. Humph. Su's father stood there, arms crossed, embodying a disgruntled figure. Su's mother exchanged glances with Su Qianqian, who, understanding the gravity of her own marital affairs, dared not neglect her father. It was essential to placate him. Thus, she released Xiao Ran and hurried to her father's side, clinging to his arm and swaying, "Dad, please don't be like this. Your daughter is very sad." Sob sob. Humph. Su Qianqian blinked her large eyes, her eyelids glistening, on the verge of tears. At that moment, Su's mother intervened with a fierce glare. Finally, under the combined pressure of his wife and daughter, Su's father found a way out. Humph. Truly, there was no way to deal with them. He tapped his daughter's head, turned to Xiao Ran, and spoke with a grave tone. "You are Qianqian's boyfriend, I presume?" "I am Su Mingxiang, Qianqian's father and the chairman of the Su group." "Hello, uncle," Xiao Ran replied, his pupils contracting, his posture tense, seemingly startled. He was indeed respectful towards Uncle Su. "Dad, you scared Xiao Ran," Su Qianqian protested. Su Mingxiang's daughter was momentarily taken aback, swallowing back a torrent of admonitions. A wave of frustration welled up inside her. She had no outlet for her anger. On such an important day, to give him such a fright, why mention it now, of all times, when friends were meeting? This foolish daughter. "Dad, this is to assert dominance over him, so that you won't suffer when you marry him," Su Mingxiang remarked. Gazing at his daughter standing protectively in front of Xiao Ran, his tone laced with resignation. "Come on, it's past 12. Let's go have lunch." Su Qianqian also called over a few friends as they made their way to the family hotel. Fortunately, the lunch went smoothly without any pretentious confrontations. Otherwise, Xiao Ran might have had to flaunt his status as the restaurant owner. Having just dined with Su Lan, Xiao Ran merely sampled a few dishes, enjoying lighthearted banter with Su's father while sharing a few drinks. The Su family was amiable, showing no disdain for his background. They even assured him that after marriage, they would arrange for him to manage several hotels. This filled him with a sense of guilt. If only he were not afflicted with cancer, he would have married Su Qianqian and surpassed his peers by a lifetime. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. If it came to choosing, Su Qianqian would likely not be his only option, as many wealthier suitors were in line. After lunch, Xiao Ran chose not to intrude any further. If Su Qianqian were to remain by his side, she would miss out on many intriguing events today. Xiao Ran successfully located the chief director of the graduation party, the president of the student council. Under the influence of his financial prowess, the president was charmed and, visibly moved, integrated his program into the lineup. After accomplishing this task, he inquired about Su Lan's situation, having already assigned Lao Lu to keep a close watch on the matter, lest Su Lan fall prey to another scheme. Once everything was settled, he glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. The graduation party was set to commence at 7, leaving him ample time. He decided to find a place to relax, casting aside thoughts of his girlfriend. Chapter 27. The emergence of new achievement goals. The weather afternoon was somewhat sultry. As Xiao Ran strolled, he found himself by the artificial lake. He settled on a stone bench beneath the shade of a tree, sifting through messages from his current girlfriend. As for those from his exes, he chose to ignore them entirely. He hadn't blocked them, but he also didn't engage. Simply keeping them as friends was already a considerable courtesy. Once finished, Xiao Ran turned his gaze towards the lake. The lakeside was desolate, the surface shimmering with ripples, as 3 large white geese glided by. Interestingly, these 3 geese were witnesses to his romance with Su Qianqian, old companions indeed. "Dear friends, I haven't brought you any treats this time," Xiao Ran remarked as he picked up a small stone and aimed it at the leading goose. The goose squawked, flapping its wings in delight, expressing gratitude for the stone before waddling away. Xiao Ran gradually closed his eyes, leaning back against the stone bench, allowing his breathing to slow, and emptying his weary mind that had been burdened for over 3 years. The gentle breeze carried the warmth of summer, accompanied by the chirping of insects and a faint fishy scent. How exhausting it felt, how he wished to lie there for eternity. Yet, in the next moment, it seemed that fate was unwilling to let him languish in peace. Woof, woof, woof. A sudden cacophony of barking erupted from behind, sending chills down his spine. Ah! A helpless cry pierced the air. Xiao Ran's eyes flew open, and he turned to see a large black dog, nearly a meter long, with its tail drooping, front legs slightly bent, and jaws agape, ready to pounce. Before the formidable dog stood a long-haired girl with an absurd fringe, who had been forced back to sit amidst the greenery. Prune branches tore through her clothing, exposing large patches of skin. Alarmingly, her once fair back was marred with spider-web-like bloodstains, resembling a beautifully crafted porcelain vase with cracking red veins. "Ah, go away, go away," the girl shouted in despair and helplessness, tightly gripping an old brown stick, swinging it wildly. This might have been her last lifeline. Her legs flailed in the air, her white shoes already worn down, and her pink socks had developed holes, revealing a delicate toe that flailed chaotically in the air. Ding! Discovering a high-scoring girl with an overall rating of 95. Astonishing, I have stumbled upon yet another treasure of a girl with a score of 95. Oh, how benevolent the system is towards me. It truly seems intent on keeping me busy. Woof woof. Stay away. Do not approach. The ferocious barking of the dog snapped. Xiao ran back to reality. For some unknown reason, despite the mere 10 meters separating them, the girl had not called for help, merely shouting incessantly. Did she look down upon him so? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. With a surge of energy, Xiao Ran dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the dog's head, sending it flying. The beast tumbled 3 times on the asphalt, its mouth still agape, continuing its raucous barking. What are you barking for? I used to outrun dogs as a child, even when they chased me. Now, having faced cancer, I fear a mere dog? The feral creature rose, tail tucked, baring its teeth at Xiao Ran, with crimson drool spilling from its mouth, emitting a low growl. Has it lost its teeth? Xiao Ran arched his brow and charged once more. The dog, taken aback by the audacity of this biped, turned tail and fled in cowardice. Is that all? He dusted off his feet, ensuring the dog did not dare return, before turning his attention to the distressed girl. Do not come any closer. Stay away. She continued to wave her stick, her helpless cries never ceasing. Xiao Ran approached gently, speaking softly, "Classmate, it's all right. That dog has been driven away." He could sense the profound insecurity enveloping her. The girl was ensnared in the thicket, and as she moved, sharp branches grazed her wounds, further agitating her emotions. Do not approach. If you do, I will scream for help. Her bangs obscured half her face, concealing her eyes. Even with just half her visage, Xiao Ran found her beauty remarkable. He heard her words and instinctively thought to respond. Even if you screamed until your throat was raw, no one would come to your aid. Thankfully, he stifled this wicked thought. After all, his own life was at stake. He made an effort to soften his tone, speaking gently, "Please, do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Stay away." A baton swung through the air, prompting Xiao Ran to swiftly lean back in evasion. Such strong defensiveness. Yet, he could understand. Even the most robust among men would feel trepidation when pursued by a creature like that. It was akin to reaching into a creek for a loach, only to pull out a spicy strip. A lingering sense of dread ensues. Those who understand, understand. Do not move. I will not harm you. Here, let me help you up. With deftness, Xiao Ran grasped her stick, displaying a benign smile akin to that of a gentle guardian. The young girl seemed to sense his kindness and finally ceased her struggles. Hesitantly, she extended a slightly pale hand towards him. Xiao Ran gently grasped it. Her hand was cool and rough, far from the softness of other girlfriends he had known. He did not dwell on this and, with a deft motion, pulled her up. She was remarkably light, fragile as a wisp of wind, as if a mere breeze could whisk her away. Standing at around 165 meters, she weighed no more than approximately 90 pounds. Too thin. At that moment, A gentle breeze swept through, and fortunately, Xiao Ran still held her hand, preventing her from being carried off. How fortunate. Suddenly, the wind tousled the girl's bangs, unveiling her visage as if lifting a red veil. A beauty that could dim the brilliance of the entire world. So lovely, Xiao Ran murmured. To my non-existent mother, I have fallen in love. In an instant, he etched her face into his memory. Her eyes resembled a clear spring, capable of cleansing the world's filth. Yet, why did her gaze lack any spirit? It was as if she were a flawless crystal ball, incapable of refracting light. Her pupils dilated, devoid of focus, as if she had grown indifferent to everything around her. Stripped of any color. As the breeze faded, her bangs returned to their place, and her beautiful face vanished once more, time resuming its flow. Let me go. Liang Shiqing's soft voice emerged, tinged with a hint of tears. I'm sorry. Xiao Ran then realized he was still holding her hand, and quickly released it. If someone were to witness this, he would surely be ridiculed online and subjected to countless reprimands, regardless of how handsome he might be. Thank you, Liang Shiqing said. Reclaiming her freedom, her entire arm retreating as she tightly clutched the stick in her possession, her body still trembling. Only then did Xiao Ran take a serious look at her. She appeared frightened, her head bowed so low that he could barely see half her face. Her hair was glossy black, contrasting sharply with her attire. Oh no, it was supposed to be pink, but it seemed faded from frequent washings. Featuring a small bare pattern with one eye obscured, her complexion pale. She seemed to live in dire circumstances. Additionally, she wore deep blue jeans, which had also faded, with large tears at the cuffs. They must have been washed too many times, and the poor quality was evident, explaining why they had easily been torn by branches. Having encountered many wealthy girls, this impoverished young lady was a first for him. A wave of sympathy washed over Xiao Ran. Are you all right? Why, yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Liang Shiqing stuttered, her voice sounding somewhat meek, her gaze averted, seemingly apprehensive about engaging with strangers, even her savior. I'll be going now, the girl said, lifting her foot to depart. Wait a moment. Xiao Ran called out to her, his tone gentle. I noticed a scratch on your back. Allow me to accompany you to the infirmary, lest we encounter that dog again on the way. Liang Shiqing exclaimed suddenly, hurriedly covering her exposed, delicate skin. Xiao Ran, unable to see her, noticed that her face, hidden beneath her bangs, had already turned a deep crimson. No, it's fine. I'm all right. I can just go back and apply some medicine, she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Ran felt a flutter in his heart, as if ants were crawling upon it. There are numerous bacteria in the grass. If not treated properly, it could lead to an infection, and the wound might fester. He half pleaded, half warned. I don't know the way. Aren't you from this school? Xiao Ran asked, surprised. I am, but I've forgotten how to get there. Liang Shiqing stood straight with her feet together, appearing somewhat flustered, her delicate tone suggesting she was on the verge of tears. Xiao Ran was at a loss for words. It was his first time meeting such a beautiful girl who didn't even know the way around her own school. If such girls existed, he would gladly welcome a dozen of them. Just follow me. I'll take you there, he said softly. No, it's fine. I can go back and apply some medicine myself. Thank you, but I'll be on my way, she insisted, clearly reluctant to engage. After saying this, she tapped her cane and tentatively began to move in a particular direction, the very direction of the artificial lake. Xiao Ran scratched his head, furrowing his brow. What was she planning to do? Was she thinking of jumping into the lake? It was until he saw her nearly trip over the uneven ground between the path and the grass that he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Goodness! Could she be blind? He rushed over. Wait, classmate. Xiao Ran's voice seemed to startle her, causing her to quicken her pace towards the lake. Hey, there's a lake ahead. Xiao Ran dashed forward and grasped her hand. Liang Shiqing was startled and quickly pulled away from him. Let go of me. But in the next moment, she was flustered, repeatedly apologizing to the side of Xiao Ran. I'm so sorry. Please, let us communicate face to face. He urged. What you're doing is dangerous. Allow me to escort you. The girl vigorously shook her head, her hair flying wildly. I can manage on my own, thank you. Her tone softened, revealing her gratitude towards this stranger. She was accustomed to darkness. She cherished it. She feared the unfamiliar. Even if it was light. I'll be going now. I'll repay you next time. With that, she shuffled away in her worn shoes and tattered socks, her thumb feeling the breeze as she gazed skyward. Once again, she slipped away, holding the gleaming guiding cane in one hand, with the other outstretched. Fingers splayed to touch the air ahead, she proceeded step by cautious step. Ultimately, She found herself upon the tactile path, leaving behind a haunting silhouette as Xiao Ran stood still, her gaze wavering. What had transpired in her life? Under ordinary circumstances, a blind individual would seldom gain admission to an art school. If it were possible, she must have lost her sight after commencing her education. System, your heart is truly ruthless. Her eyes are already in such a state. And yet you still dare to compel me to inflict harm upon her. Ding. The host may choose to forfeit the achievement. Friendly reminder. The probability of this girl being harmed is exceedingly high. Xiao Ran resolutely contemplated. Surely, inflicting a bit of harm is not such a grave matter. Friendly reminder. The host may later pay a certain price to restore the girl's sight. What price? If her sight could indeed be restored, he would bear no psychological burden. Lifespan. Goodness. So it is a matter of sacrificing life. With merely over 100 days of life remaining, would he wager his very existence? How much lifespan would it require? If it were not too great a cost, rescuing this precious girl could still be acceptable. Unknown. Damn. Could the life sacrifice shop not be activated? How convenient it would be to display the items directly. Xiao Ran grumbled. At this moment, such thoughts were premature. He must first resolve the matter concerning her. He did not even know her name yet. The system only provided scores, offering no information about the girl. A strategy manual would have been splendid. Other systems even included affection levels, making it easy to find a path to follow. Unlike his own, a pitiable system. It seems he must rely on himself. Xiao Ran murmured. Habitually donning a mask, he hastened after the blind girl. Her steps were too small and slow. In mere seconds, he caught up, quietly trailing behind her. To enter her world, one must first devise a means to breach the darkness surrounding her, allowing the light to pour in. Minutes passed. Liang Shiqing's movements grew increasingly frantic, the tapping of her cane growing louder and more frequent. Her entire being resembling an ant on a hot pan. The school's pathways had undergone renovation, leaving many of the tactile routes disjointed. At the end of the path, she found herself at a dead end. Therefore, she was lost. She could not even find her way back to her dormitory. Liang Shiqing's pace quickened, akin to an ant in distress. Her tattered clothing revealed patches of battered skin, and her pitiful silhouette incessantly provoked Xiao Ran's gaze. Even in such a state, she would still face harm. Truly a disgrace. He scorned himself fiercely, yet felt no remorse. What a joke. Is it more important to be born or to merely exist? Even a fool would make the choice. Moreover, isn't the system capable of restoring her sight? Perhaps it might lead to a significant breakthrough. She could soar directly into a new life. Liang Shiqing traversed the unforgiving concrete path devoid of tactile paving, each step fraught with difficulty, as if walking on thin ice. Uncertain of when she might reach the other side, she stifled her tears, refusing to allow them to fall. Although there were those who attempted to assist her along the way, she unwaveringly rejected their offers. She clung to her own sense of dignity, unwilling to accept charity born from pity. Even if she were to lose her sight, she would not be rendered useless. Xiao Ran followed her like a lovesick fool, observing the desolate young woman with a sudden pang of sorrow. What had she endured to become this way? Xiao Ran slowly shook his head, unable to bear the sight any longer. Hey, wait a moment, classmate. The girl paused, a familiar voice igniting a wave of panic within her, prompting her to quicken her pace. This person was the brightest light she had encountered since her blindness. She wished to conceal her vulnerable side from him, unaware that he had witnessed every moment of her struggle. Chapter 29. Are you her boyfriend? Ouch. Her toe kicked a rogue stone that had obstructed her path. Liang Shiqing yelped in pain, her strength suddenly giving way, and she fell to the ground. Xiao Ran's heart trembled at the sight. He rushed forward to help her up. Look, you've fallen. I told you not to walk away, and it's as if I would devour you. Perhaps embarrassed by her unfortunate predicament being witnessed by her benefactor, the girl lowered her gaze, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms. No, I can manage by myself. Please let go of me. She staggered to her feet, freeing herself from his grasp. Xiao Ran shook his head helplessly. Come on, I'll take you to the infirmary. Since she wouldn't accept gentleness, he decided to take a firmer approach. Before she could refuse, Xiao Ran crouched in front of her, swiftly securing her legs. And with a mere flick of his wrist, he hoisted her onto his back. Did she think she could escape once he had set his sights on her? Liang Shiqing was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted off the ground, landing on a broad, warm back. She was being carried against her will. A surge of embarrassment and anger washed over her, compelling her to strike at Xiao Ran's shoulders and flail her legs in the air. from her loose shoes. A delicate toe peeked out, experiencing the view from above the ground for the first time. "Let me down," Yang Shiqing exclaimed, flustered. She wanted to call him a rogue, yet feared causing trouble for her benefactor. But Xiao Ran paid no mind to her protests. He even jostled her a few times, securing her more firmly on his back. "Please, just let me down. I'll go with you." Liang Shiqing was on the verge of tears. How can there be such a person? She cannot even call for help, as that would be an act of ingratitude. Xiao Ran's lips curled slightly, tightening his grip to prevent her from slipping down. He stopped a passing girl and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please tell me where the infirmary is?" As soon as he spoke, the girl behind him abruptly ceased her struggle. The girl regarded the odd duo with a curious gaze, pointing Xiao Ran in a particular direction, instructing him to go straight and then turn right. "Thank you," Xiao Ran nodded in appreciation. University students are generally quite warm-hearted. If not for the girl's strong resistance, she would have been escorted to the infirmary long ago. "Hold on to my neck. Don't fall. Let me down." "No." Suddenly, Xiao Ran bent down, and Liang Shiqing felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. The fear of darkness and the unknown instinctively made her clutch his neck tighter. "See, this works, doesn't it?" Xiao Ran smirked, marking the first successful step in his plan. He picked up a stick, stood up, and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take this." Liang Shiqing foolishly accepted it, burying her head silently in his back, whispering, "Thank you. No need to thank me. You've already expressed your gratitude over 10 times today. It would be better to listen and take care of yourself so you can truly thank me later." Xiao Ran said meaningfully, I'm fine. I will take care of myself." Suddenly, Xiao Ran lifted the girl's thigh slightly, allowing her to lie more comfortably. "So thin. No flesh at all. It even feels a bit bony. What are you doing?" "Nothing. We'll do that when you're better." Let me go. I can walk by myself." "Hee. After climbing onto my back, do you think you can escape? Don't you know that once a girl is carried by a boy, her fondness for him will undoubtedly soar? Just obediently let me take care of you." A few strands of soft hair were lifted by the wind, occasionally obscuring Xiao Ran's vision. "Please, can you let me down?" Liang Shiqing's dim eyes had grown moist, and her voice unexpectedly carried a hint of tears. The longer she lay on his back, the more the sudden kindness unsettled her, filling her with anxiety and panic. Xiao Ran, sensing her temperament, gently reassured her, "Classmate, I understand your pride and your strength. Yet, true pride and strength do not lie in consistently pushing others away. The kindness of others is not necessarily born from pity. They may simply wish to help those in need. Your self-deceptive attitude will only hurt those who genuinely want to assist you. In other words, it is not that you cannot see hope. Rather, it is that you do not wish to see it." Liang Shiqing's body trembled slightly, and she fell silent. Did she not also recognize her own issues? Indeed, it is her own character that is at play. She could have thrived with the assistance of others. Yet her transformed disposition has hurt many who wish to help her. "You are absolutely correct. Her voice is as gentle as a fine drizzle," Xiao Ran remarked. "Why does it sound somewhat off?" There is an air of sarcasm about it. Nevertheless, she seemed to have absorbed his words, indicating that her heart was not entirely closed off. "I can't shake the feeling that you are being sarcastic," Xiao Ran jested. "And no, the girl stammered. Her expression flustered as she sought to explain, yet found herself at a loss for words. "What is your name?" Liang Shiqing." "Be a bit more specific." "The Liang from Bridge, the Shi from Ancient Poetry, and the Qing from Sunny Day," the girl answered softly, her tension alleviating somewhat. "Liang Shiqing, what a beautiful name." Xiao Ran generously praised. Really?" She seemed a bit taken aback. "Indeed, it is undoubtedly the most beautiful name I have ever heard. A bridge symbolizes strength. Ancient poetry represents boundless beauty, and a sunny day signifies a bright tomorrow. See, your name is truly lovely." "Thank you." Unbeknownst to her, the corners of her mouth, hidden beneath her hair, had curved into a barely perceptible smile. Xiao Ran smiled slightly in return, refraining from teasing her further. Her temperament was rather unique. Excessive closeness would only yield contrary results. Liang Shiqing sighed in relief inwardly. Communicating with her benefactor was indeed quite stressful. The young man carried the young woman on his back, strolling in the sunlight. The summer insects chirped in the warmth of summer. The wind stirred, hair danced, and delicate toes peeked out, while someone clandestinely captured the moment. Click! A passing photography enthusiast had surreptitiously snapped the scene. 10 minutes later, in the infirmary, there were few people. A couple of revelers were receiving for drips. After all, It was graduation day, and drinking was quite reasonable. Xiao Ran approached the window with Liang Shiqing on his back, softly calling out, "Doctor? Hello, how may I assist you?" A strikingly beautiful female doctor appeared at the window. "Hello, could you please examine her?" Xiao Ran slightly turned to reveal Liang Shiqing on his back. "She has sustained a scratch from a branch. Could you please take a look?" The doctor leaned forward. Liang Shiqing's lower back bore wounds resembling a tangle of red threads, displaying an array of scars. "Bring her inside." Liang Shiqing obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, resting against his back, allowing him to guide her. This indicated a budding trust. Xiao Ran carried Liang Shiqing into the examination room and gently placed her on the bed. However, she clutched his sleeve tightly, her lowered gaze filled with panic, as if fearing he might slip away. "Everything will be fine," Xiao Ran reassured her, patting her hand gently. "Thank you, doctor. It is of no consequence. I am acquainted with that girl, who possesses a rather stubborn disposition. I did not anticipate that you would bring her to the infirmary." The female doctor smiled knowingly and cast him a significant glance before inquiring, "How did she sustain her injuries?" She retrieved some antiseptic supplies, preparing to cleanse Liang Shiqing's wounds. "She was startled by a stray dog and scratched by a branch. Her emotional state is rather poor, and I notice she appears exceedingly frail. I hope there will be no complications." The doctor nodded, stating, "I shall tend to her wounds. Please step aside for a moment." After offering a few words of comfort to Liang Shiqing, he exited the examination room. The doctor began to remove Liang Shiqing's clothing, revealing that even the inner fabric was stained with blood. As she disinfected the wounds, she asked, "Shiqing, what happened?" "Dr. Li, I just wanted to get some fresh air, but I unexpectedly encountered a stray dog," Liang Shiqing replied, seeming quite familiar with her, their conversation flowing without restraint. "Alas," sighed Dr. Li, recalling how their relationship had flourished before Shiqing's vision was lost. "Perhaps fate is unjust." Liang Shiqing, once a vivacious and cheerful girl, became blind following a grave illness, resulting in a profound alteration of her character. Observing her battered and emaciated form brought Dr. Li to the brink of tears. After attending to her wounds, the doctor proceeded with a thorough examination. Meanwhile, outside, Xiao Ran was engaged in conversation with Su Qianqian. "Brother, when will you come out to play?" "Qianqian, I have a few matters to attend to at the moment, but I will be with you shortly. Rest assured, I will definitely keep you company tonight." Xiao Ran sent this message without a hint of embarrassment. "Just a few matters. I am at the hospital." It occurred to him that Su Qianqian also attended the same school. He wondered if she knew Liang Shiqing. Make sure to find me once you're done." Just then, the door to the examination room swung open unexpectedly. "Classmate, the treatment is complete," Dr. Li announced, peering out. "I have one more question for you. Are you Shiqing's boyfriend?" Chapter 30. "So we are friends now?" Xiao Ran's mind momentarily blanked before he regained his composure. "Not at this time." "Not yet?" Dr. Li's expression was one of astonishment. Since Liang Shiqing lost her sight, she had become increasingly insecure and reluctant to accept help from strangers. She had assumed Xiao Ran was Shiqing's boyfriend. If he were not, many private matters would become rather inconvenient. Some of the wounds were rather deep, such as those on her side, and required the removal of clothing for proper treatment. Observing Dr. Li's expression, Xiao Ran added, "Rest assured, Doctor, I am indeed pursuing her. It shall be so shortly." "Please come in," Dr. Li replied noncommittally. Liang Shiqing sat on the bed with her legs together, her hands clasped in front of her abdomen. Unfortunately, her expression was obscured by bangs that were more mainstream than alternative. "Shiqing's blood pressure is somewhat low. I suspect she might also be experiencing mild hypoglycemia. It would be wise to procure some nutritional supplements for her, lest her health deteriorate further." Xiao Ran took note of this with utmost seriousness. Even without a medical background, he could perceive that Liang Shiqing appeared genuinely frail, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away. Perhaps her blindness rendered her incapable of caring for herself adequately, leading to malnutrition. "Shiqing, your constitution is weak, and recovery may not come swiftly. I shall fetch some medicine for you. Apply it upon your return home to expedite your healing," he suggested gently. Liang Shiqing was taken aback, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, and murmured, "No, there's no need. I am in good health and will recover quickly." Xiao Ran immediately discerned her embarrassment. "Doctor, allow me to cover the expenses," he offered. Liang Shiqing raised her head to refuse, but the doctor interrupted her, saying, "I will prepare a prescription. Please wait a moment." "Thank you. I will repay you," Liang Shiqing said softly, her eyes glistening. There's no rush. We can discuss repayment once you are well. Xiao Ran replied with a smile, his lips pressed together in a gentle expression. Her willingness to accept assistance was a relief, as it provided him with countless opportunities to draw closer to her. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, granting Xiao Ran the chance to observe her closely. Every article of clothing she wore, from her top to her socks, seemed to be in disarray. The exposed skin was pale, an unhealthy shade of white. Her calves appeared thin and somewhat frail, as if her delicate, rosy toes were the only remnants of vitality. What lay before him was merely a fade, devoid of the true essence within. Xiao Ran resolved that when he next visited her, he would assist in enhancing her appearance, transforming her into a princess adored in ancient times. Kind sir, might you share your name with me? The atmosphere had grown stiflingly tense, prompting Liang Shiqing to initiate conversation. Her small hands continued to fidget with the fabric of her clothing, her head nearly buried in the crumpled bear plush, her face obscured by her bangs, flushed with embarrassment. Her heart raced with uncertainty. Was it too forward to inquire about his name? Would he misinterpret her intentions? I am Xiao Ran, the Xiao of the howling winds, and the Ran of nature, he replied with a smile, revealing his name. Liang Shiqing's willingness to engage in conversation was a promising sign. What a lovely name, she stammered, her tongue tied and her mind seemingly dulled, unable to conjure more eloquent compliments. Indeed. So, Shiqing, shall we be friends from this day forth? Xiao Ran stepped closer. Friends? She lifted her gaze, having been isolated for over a year. She had nearly forgotten what friendship entailed. Yes, friends. I have rendered you considerable assistance, and you have not declined my offer. Is this not the essence of friendship? Xiao Ran playfully coaxed, reminiscent of a mischievous uncle enticing an unsuspecting young girl. Is that so? How about it? Xiao Ran feigned displeasure. No, that's not it. Shiqing is more than willing. She grew anxious, mistakenly believing that Xiao Ran was upset, causing her to stammer no longer while speaking. So, are we friends from now on? Her voice carried a hint of awkwardness, and as she raised her eyes, she appeared bewildered. In the next moment, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Come, give me your finger. Only then can we truly be good friends. Xiao Ran, suppressing the embarrassment within, extended her finger. She was uncertain how Murong Lan could initiate such an act. Is this really necessary? She questioned, but under Xiao Ran's urging. She cautiously offered her finger. Xiao Ran flashed a mischievous smile. Gotcha. Their fingers intertwined, causing the young girl to shudder slightly. Hook and promise. For 100 years we shan't change. Whoever breaks the vow shall be a little dog. With that incantation, she sealed it with a thumbprint. Liang Shiqing, in her days, had unwittingly gained a friend. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this friend harbored a hidden agenda to harm her. Deep down, she felt a tinge of sweetness. The notion of having a benefactor and a friend was rather delightful. Chapter 31. Deceiving her into calling him Brother Shiqing. Wait a moment. I will buy something to nourish your body. You must take good care of yourself once you return, understood? Xiao Ran spoke in a commanding tone. I don't want to. It's too expensive. She quickly stood up, waving her hands dismissively. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. He could tell that if he were to force something upon her, she likely wouldn't consume it upon returning. However, the act of gifting was crucial and would undoubtedly influence his subsequent advances. The Kunjiang method works splendidly with girls of her temperament. Shiqing, do you not consider me a friend? It's not that. It's just too extravagant. I don't have the money, she stammered, her face reddening and tears welling in her eyes. How can matters between friends involve money? Yet, even among friends, accepting such costly gifts was beyond her. Xiao Ran mentally applauded her response. Wasn't this preferable to simply accepting a gift? If everyone in the world held such an attitude, surely peace would reign, and humanity would be filled with beauty. Xiao Ran withdrew his thoughts, preparing to offer her a way out. Shiqing. Liang Shiqing was uncertain of his intentions, yet she knew that whatever he offered, she would not use, for she sincerely lacked the means to repay such kindness. I certainly won't be giving you gifts for free. You must help me with something. But I'm just a blind person. What could I possibly do to assist my benefactor? The girl asked, perplexed. Xiao Ran clenched his fist. Had she truly been this self-deprecating since losing her sight? Shiqing, we are already friends. Please refrain from calling me benefactor. Shouldn't friends use more intimate terms? Xiao Ran suggested. Between friends, even if you call them a silly fool, it at least conveys a sense of familiarity, perhaps even warmth. The term benefactor creates an insurmountable distance. So what shall I call you? Liang Shiqing inquired, a hint of shyness evident in her voice. You may address me as Brother Xiao Ran, he replied without hesitation. Regardless of age, enticing her to call him brother seemed harmless. Other matters could be addressed later. Her social skills had not entirely vanished. She sensed that such an address carried an undeniable embarrassment. Sister Shiqing? What, are you reluctant? Xiao Ran suddenly leaned closer, his breath nearly brushing against her delicate face. No, it's not that. The gentle utterance of Sister Shiqing caused her eyes to lower slightly, revealing a mixture of shyness and trepidation, stirring gentle ripples within her heart. This sensation was entirely new to her. It felt somewhat ticklish, sweet, and soothing, rendering half of her body soft and pliable. I have already called you sister. Are you still unwilling to call me brother? Brother feels quite heartbroken. Xiao Ran began to tease. Even he found himself somewhat nauseated by his own words. Liang Shiqing felt an inexplicable fluster, rendered speechless by his antics. Was it now her fault? Alas, I apologize, Shiqing. It was my indiscretion. I shall not disturb you any further. Xiao Ran retreated strategically. Liang Shiqing's expression drastically changed. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, I. Brother Xiao Ran. Upon uttering those words, she hastily raised her hand to cover her cheeks, her face awash with crimson embarrassment, her ears aflame. Her heated skin felt as though it could ignite the very hands that touched it. She wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole, never to emerge again. Xiao Ran observed the bashful maiden and smiled faintly. The bait had been successfully taken. Sister Shiqing, let us resume our previous discussion. She remained unmoved, yet her heart was awash with ripples. What discussion? Is the world coming to an end? Remember to properly apply your medication and take good care of your health upon your return. Once you recover, brother shall teach you the ways of earning money. Then you can repay me. Really? Liang Shiqing lifted her head in astonishment. She had always felt inferior, believing herself a burden. She yearned to prove her worth. Yet, she failed to comprehend that with her sight so compromised, what could she possibly achieve? Brother Xiao Ran, what can I do? Quite simply, you can write novels. Xiao Ran did not keep her in suspense. Write novels? But Brother Xiao Ran, in my condition, I cannot see anything. How can I write? Writing does not necessarily require pen and paper. You can simply speak your thoughts aloud. Just like telling a story, record your expressions and share them online. Liang Shiqing's eyes sparkled with realization. How had she not thought of that? Yet, in the next moment, despair clouded her gaze once more. But, I can't even use my phone. How can I write? I will assist you. I shall provide you with a voice recorder. Once you have completed your story, I will promptly compensate you. Is that truly the case? Can I really earn money? Absolutely. Xiao Ran spoke with unwavering certainty. He who pays asserts that earning is indeed possible. Thank you so much, Brother Xiao Ran. Her eyes, hidden beneath her bangs, were already glistening with tears. It had been a long time since she had received anyone's acknowledgement, and she had not felt such joy in ages. The presence of her brother seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope in her darkened world. Yet, a single spark can set ablaze an entire prairie. Perhaps, it would rekindle the light in her life. That's right, Sister Shiqing. You need not confine your world. Xiao Ran extended his right hand and gently caressed her head. The girl shivered slightly, but did not resist. The smile upon her face bore a hint of shyness and a great deal of contentment. He is so gentle, so warm. Unconsciously, she leaned into his large hand, yearning for a closer connection. The voice of Dr. Li suddenly broke the moment. The prescription had been prepared long ago. She had refrained from interrupting, captivated by Xiao Ran's encouragement of Liang Shiqing. It felt as though she were watching a captivating drama unfold. A downcast girl encounters a warm-hearted young gentleman. Splendid. Truly splendid. Xiao Ran, please head to the pharmacy. I shall remain here with her. Very well, doctor. Xiao Ran withdrew his hand from Liang Shiqing's head, glancing at the prescription. The scrawl resembled gibberish. It was no wonder that it was the handwriting of a doctor. He shook his head and proceeded to the pharmacy. Liang Shiqing, listening to the receding footsteps, looked up in a daze. The absence of his large hand left her feeling a tinge of melancholy. He has gone to fetch your medicine. Dr. Li noticed her despondency. Shiqing. What is it? Sisterly? The girl jumped, her cheeks flushing as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. What do you think of that Xiao fellow? His name is Xiao Ran. Oh, you are blushing. Liang Shiqing promptly buried her head, fiddling with her fingers. I observe that young man treats you quite well. Perhaps you should allow him to care for you in the future, Dr. Li suggested earnestly. Chapter 32. 0 times and countless times if Liang Shiqing continues in this manner. Her health will inevitably deteriorate. A blind individual, uncared for, and an orphan at that, coupled with being a frail girl lacking survival skills and financial means. How can such a life be bearable? It is simply impossible. To merely avoid depression and starvation would be a considerable achievement. Each day, she gropes her way to the cafeteria to purchase a few steamed buns, and so the day passes. Her world is shrouded in darkness, devoid of guiding lights. Thus, she desperately yearns for a ray of light to lead her and reignite her world. At the very least, she wishes to acquire the skills necessary for survival. Instead of languishing in the dormitory day after day, Dr. Li found the individual named Xiao rather intriguing. His gaze radiated sincere purity. Such authenticity could not be feigned. And discerning whether someone is being deceitful is quite effortless for a physician. What mattered most was that Shiqing was willing to accept his assistance. Dr. Li, what are you saying? Liang Shiqing whispered, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Shiqing, why did you allow him to carry you? Dr. Li inquired with curiosity. I didn't want to. But he forcibly carried me. I lacked the strength to resist. The memory of Xiao Ran's earlier actions filled Liang Shiqing with a mix of embarrassment and grievance. Upon hearing such a relatable scenario, Dr. Li's brows twitched, nearly provoking a laugh. Look at this. Isn't this a quintessential romance plot? I do enjoy such dramas. And now, with an added element of a domineering CEO. It's just perfect. What do you think of him? Dr. Li asked with a smile. He's all right, I suppose, Liang Shiqing replied, lowering her head. Her voice soft yet tinged with burgeoning emotions guided by Dr. Li's probing. Could it be that Xiao Ran, her elder brother, was indeed here to save her? But how long had they known each other? If Xiao Ran were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. She was beginning to develop a sense of reliance on him. To illustrate, imagine living in a world shrouded in darkness, where everyone distances themselves from you, mocking and belittling you. Suddenly, someone treats you with kindness, offering care and praise, declaring that you are wonderful, capable, stunning. You would find yourself thinking, wow, this person is so nice to me, and a desire to grow closer to them would inevitably arise. This encapsulates the essence of her feelings. Albeit Liang Shiqing's situation is somewhat more extreme. The archetype of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, coupled with deception and manipulation, makes the cultivation of affection all too effortless. Moreover, Liang Shiqing's inherent innocence renders her more susceptible to such influences. Shiqing, what are your true thoughts? Dr. Li, I don't want to trouble anyone. Xiao Ran's intentions were already crystal clear. He wished to care for her, and even her sister could discern his sincerity. As an outsider, Dr. Li was initially hesitant to intervene in such matters, aware that it could lead to lifelong repercussions. Yet, given Shiqing's current state, she felt compelled to act. With Shiqing's personality and social skills, it was likely she would wait an eternity for someone genuinely willing to care for her. Do as you see fit. I can only offer this reminder. With your circumstances, should you encounter the right person, do not let them slip away. You may never find another like them. Dr. Li could only say this. Liang Shiqing remained silent, tightly clasping her legs. Her head bowed so low that her thoughts were obscured. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran procured medicine and an array of supplements, totaling over 800 yuan, a sum that felt exorbitant to Liang Shiqing. Xiao Ran initially planned to coax and deceive her into acceptance, but he was taken aback when she remained impervious to his charms. All he could offer was a mere thought. The notion that writing novels could yield any significant earnings was laughable. A meager sum of over 800 yuan could take half a year to accumulate through such endeavors. Once the initial barrier was breached, the subsequent steps would be considerably easier. Should she refuse, a simple statement would suffice. You can repay me with your earnings in the future. She would obediently comply. Xiao Ran, burdened with an assortment of items, returned to the diagnostic room. Dr. Li, I have gathered the medication. I didn't expect you to be so considerate, Dr. Li remarked, observing the large and small bags in his hands with a look of satisfaction. Is it permissible for me to take Shiqing away? Yes, you may. Please escort her back to the dormitory, and if possible, it would be best to assist her in applying the medication, as her condition may hinder her from accomplishing many tasks. After speaking, Dr. Li exchanged a meaningful glance with him, as if to convey, this is where my assistance ends. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, impressed by the efficiency of the doctor. Thank you, Dr. Li. However, should I discover that you mistreat her, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, Their conversation was overheard in its entirety by the keenly perceptive Liang Shiqing, whose cheeks had already flushed a deep crimson. Did he just agree? But Xiao Ran remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor as he approached her, saying, "Come on, Shiqing, I'll take you back." She replied, her words barely audible and delicate as a whisper. Xiao Ran's brow furrowed slightly as he removed his shirt and tied it around her waist to shield her exposed skin. Liang Shiqing dared not stir, standing at attention like a soldier, allowing him to adjust her attire. His gestures sent her heart racing, and she felt a pang of sweetness in her nose. No one had ever treated her so kindly before. Xiao Ran squatted before her, stating, "I'm down here. Now climb on. I'll carry you back." No, I can walk by myself." Liang Shiqing hastily waved her hands, feeling embarrassed by the thought of leaning on him again. Just being this close made her heart feel like it was melting. It was as if her cheeks were ablaze. "Hurry up, your shoes are worn out, making it difficult to walk. Besides, I've carried you once. It wouldn't hurt to do it again." Xiao Ran chuckled inwardly. As Lu Sun once said, in any endeavor, there are only 0 times and countless times. Liang Shiqing, startled by the call of her name. She leaned forward in a fluster, inadvertently pressing against him. Chapter 33. So hot. Liang Shiqing leaned closer, her warm skin meeting the girl's hand. She shivered slightly, feeling as though a surge of vitality rushed from her feet to her head, the visible blush on her neck spreading further upward. So warm. Even in the sweltering summer heat, she did not feel the heat at all. The warmth of the touch lingered on her hand, filling her heart with a gentle glow. She inexplicably leaned her ethereal form against him, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. The physical connection enveloped her in a soothing warmth, rendering her utterly relaxed as she began to slide down slightly. Quick-witted, Xiao Ran supported her with a firm grasp, lifting her onto his back. "Shiqing, could you hold on to something while I fetch the stick for you?" Liang Shiqing responded lightly, inhaling the faint scent of masculinity. "Doctor." Li handed her the medication and passed the stick to Xiao Ran, cautioning them to be careful on their way. Dr. Li observed the two as they departed. Sensing that Shiqing had indeed stumbled upon a treasure on the road, this peculiar duo garnered 100% rate of glances. After all, Xiao Ran was still bare-chested, unfazed. He wore a mask, feeling no fear of being recognized. "Shiqing, where is your dormitory?" "On the first floor of the teacher's dormitory," Liang Shiqing replied softly. "The teacher's dormitory?" Xiao Ran realized, understanding that the school treated Liang Shiqing quite well. Not only did they provide her with a private room, but it was also conveniently located on the ground floor, a significant advantage for someone with a visual impairment. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at her dormitory door, gently setting her down and taking the items from her grasp. It was apparent that the bag had left red marks on her palm. "Are you tired from carrying this?" "No, not at all," she replied, still keeping her head down, her long bangs hiding her face. Since their acquaintance, he had only glimpsed her eyes for a fleeting moment. Perhaps when she felt ready to open her heart, the dark veil would finally be lifted. "Please give me the key." As Xiao Ran entered her room, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The space was neither large nor small, furnished with a bed strewn with clothes that seemed long overdue for tidying. A small dining table with 2 chairs occupied the space, adorned with a green cup and an electric kettle. There was a tiny kitchen within the room, and a heap of miscellaneous items cluttered the corner behind the door. While the arrangement was somewhat disheveled, the floor gleamed with cleanliness. Xiao Ran's nose twitched slightly as he inhaled, detecting no unpleasant odors, only a hint of soap's delicate fragrance. It was evident that Liang Shiqing valued cleanliness, though her circumstances did not allow for meticulous upkeep. "Is something wrong? Is my room too messy?" Liang Shiqing's voice trembled with anxiety as she stood at the threshold, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, fearing Xiao Ran might judge her space. She was acutely aware of her inability to maintain order. "No, it's quite clean. Very tidy, and it smells lovely." "Really?" Her toes curled against the floor, a sense of unease washing over her. Though uncertain, a flicker of delight stirred within her heart. "Shiqing, have you stopped stuttering?" Xiao Ran suddenly inquired. It seems so," she replied, retracting her neck slightly. "Keep it up," Xiao Ran encouraged, placing an item on the table. Once back in her own territory, Liang Shiqing became more agile, familiar with every inch of the room. She poured a cup of warm water for Xiao Ran using her only cup. "Benefactor, drink some water." Xiao Ran, seated on the bed, observed the cup she offered. Her hands were delicate, and the cup was impeccably clean. He glanced around, ultimately confirming that this was indeed her soul cup. He refrained from mentioning it and took it from her, drinking it without hesitation. In the next moment, Liang Shiqing shuddered. I think this is the only cup I have. I haven't washed it since I drank from it this morning. If he drank from my cup, doesn't he that mean? A rush of heat flooded her cheeks, filled with embarrassment and anxiety. He won't think less of me, will he? Shiqing. She exclaimed, nearly dropping the kettle in surprise. I've organized the medicine and supplements. The small bag on the left contains the anti-inflammatory medication, while the right holds milk and calcium tablets. Don't mix them up. Understood. Liang Shiqing straightened her posture, her legs together. The kettle inadvertently hitting the small bear's face as she nodded obediently. Xiao Ran smiled gently and began tidying up the room. Half an hour later, he looked at the girl who was tightly hiding her intimate clothing behind her back and said helplessly, Shiqing, I have to attend the graduation party tonight. I'll come back to see you afterward. You should rest for now. Gently, he unbuttoned the shirt at her waist and put it back on himself. Are you leaving? Liang Shiqing's tone was low, tinged with reluctance. It felt as though the light in her heart was about to extinguish. Even a brief interaction had made her feel her existence mattered. She was not without someone who truly cared. Don't worry. I'll be back tonight to supervise you while you apply the medicine. Xiao Ran ruffled her hair affectionately. I'll wait for you. She nodded obediently. The light still shone, unextinguished. All right. Xiao Ran untied the shirt from her waist, donned it again, and exited the room. Liang Shiqing stood at the door. Even though she couldn't see, she gazed in that direction. Xiao Ran turned back to wave. Sensing something, she unprecedentedly brushed aside her bangs, revealing her clear, bright eyes. And finally a sweet smile graced her charming face. Xiao Ran paused for a moment, removing his mask to return her smile. Liang Shiqing actively shed her disguise. He too must show respect. In just over 2 hours, Xiao Ran successfully instilled in Liang Shiqing a sense of security, trust, and dependence. Though somewhat extraordinary, it would not be so easily accomplished with an ordinary girl. Liang Shiqing was exceedingly extreme. Either one will instantly elevate the favorability rating, or one will be perceived as a villain, with malice maximized, rendering any affection unattainable. Fortunately, with the assistance of that fierce dog, he discovered her and successfully penetrated her heart. Xiao Ran glanced at the time. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon. The evening gala was set to commence at 7, and he had laid the groundwork for his new objective. It was now time to seek out the little girl. Chapter 34. My fiancé, is the gown ready? Yes. Will it be delivered or picked up? Delivered to the art university. Very well. The gown has arrived. And he inquired again with the fireworks company. He had invested 10 million in a custom display, and the approval process alone had consumed a considerable sum in soft currency. The feedback indicated that the fireworks were also in place, ready to be ignited at a moment's notice. Lastly, regarding his performance for the evening gala, he had chosen a love song awarded by the system, an exquisite piece not found in this world. Xiao Ran retrieved the phone number of the student council president and dialed. Boss Xiao, what can I do for you? The president sounded somewhat excited. Is my performance arranged? Yes, 2 songs, and I've scheduled them as the closing and main acts. The impact will be absolutely stunning. It is only right to charge for services rendered, and it must be executed flawlessly. Do you want to come for a rehearsal? No need. You carry on. Xiao Ran declined outright. With his exceptional singing prowess, even if he couldn't outshine the top stars, he could certainly hold his own. Rehearsal? Not a chance. After hanging up, he casually responded to a few messages from his girlfriends. Everything was now prepared. It was time to find Su Qianqian. He had promised to spend the day with her. Yet he had run off midway, even attempting to flirt with other girls. Even a scoundrel like him felt a twinge of guilt. If Qianqian were to discover his actions, one could only wonder how she would react. Would her father come after him? No worries. Qianqian doesn't know my name, and I'm wearing a mask. She has graduated, so there is no fear of encountering her on campus. Steady as a rock, Xiao Ran felt a sense of smugness. He then called Su Qianqian. Qianqian, where are you? Brother Xiao Ran, I'm with some friends. Are you coming? Of course. This is indeed the perfect time to celebrate graduation. Such opportunities will be rare thereafter. Xiao Ran himself was not fond of singing. He was ill-suited for such high-oxygen activities. Given his condition, shouting into the microphone could easily result in fainting from lack of oxygen. However, he would not dampen Su Qianqian's spirits. Today was meant to be vibrant and lively for her. Where are you? I'm on my way. At the KTV across from the school. All right. I'll be there shortly. Upon receiving Su Chanchan's precise location, Xiao Ran shifted into sprint mode. This was a rather popular venue, and judging by the crowd today, it was bound to be packed to the brim. Xiao Ran stood aimlessly in the hall, where a considerable number of people were gathered, most of them still queuing. He hoped to discover a new target, but to his dismay, the quality of potential companions was disappointingly scarce. Only those rated above 90 on the comprehensive scoring system would trigger a notification. Those below this threshold, regardless of their wealth and beauty, remained unattainable for him. Xiao Ran made an effort not to covet what belonged to others. Brother Xiao Ran. After a few minutes, Su Chanchan appeared, having shed her graduation gown. She donned a refreshing summer outfit. Her youthful, exquisite visage was complemented by a light blue chiffon blouse, paired with a high-waisted pleated skirt. Her delicate legs were adorned with knee-high white stockings, and her fair skin, tinged with a hint of pink, resembled the blossoms of early spring. With her twin ponytails, she exuded a playful freshness, an enchanting innocence that was captivating. Regrettably, she had not inherited her Aunt Lan's figure, which was perhaps a source of heartache for her. Nonetheless, she shone like a brilliant star, drawing the gaze of those around her. After all, how many men could resist the allure of a legitimate loli? If anyone could, they would surely be an anomaly. Xiao Ran toyed with her ponytails, unable to contain his affection. Who could resist the allure of such delightful twin tails? If anyone could, they too would be considered peculiar. Chanchan, you look truly beautiful today. Wow. Brother Xiao Ran, are you implying that I am not usually beautiful? Su Chanchan pouted playfully, relishing the attention he bestowed upon her. As long as it was Brother Xiao Ran, she would gladly accept any role he assigned her. No. You are even more beautiful usually, especially when you wear that flat-chested Ali outfit. Xiao Ran winked at her. Brother Xiao Ran, you're so naughty, but I really like it. She stood on her tiptoes, her lips curling into a smile, attempting to whisper in his ear. Unfortunately, she could not reach, prompting Xiao Ran to crouch down to her level. Why are you being so considerate, brother? I feel insulted. She huffed, leaning closer to his ear with a soft breath. Brother Xiao Ran, tonight I've prepared a room. Would you like me to model for you? I could even do without the outfit. Xiao Ran sprang upright, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ah Qian, are you serious? You've already booked a room, just waiting for me to take the plunge? He even suspected that she wasn't too keen on letting him take such a step. Does brother not like Chanchan? Su Chanchan pouted, her brows arching in a way that could light up the night. Of course I do. Who wouldn't he thought to himself, wanting to indulge her on this special full moon celebration. His mind momentarily blanked, enveloped in a haze of white. Is brother agreeing to this then? His words struck her heart like a fierce dragon crashing through a door, causing her heart to tremble. She felt as if she were ablaze, her breath quickening. With rosy cheeks and a delicate, blushing face, she appeared exceedingly charming. That brother Xiao Ran. Tonight, Xiao Qian shall belong to you. A subtle smile played at the corners of Xiao Ran's lips, yet he chose to remain silent. How naive. With such meager prowess. Do you think you can have her for free? This is not your turn. Others resort to drugs. Your methods are long outdated. Ha ha ha. We shall discuss it later. Agreeing now does not guarantee consent later in the evening. His intentions were clear. He would simply intoxicate her. If he were to accompany her to a hotel room, even if nothing occurred, it could leave a trace. However, Su Chanchan was oblivious. Upon hearing his words, her entire being felt as if it were melting under a fire, 7 parts joy, 2 parts moisture, and 1 part fear. Ultimately, Xiao Ran had to support her as they walked. When the people in the private room beheld Su Chanchan returning with an extraordinarily handsome young man, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The room was filled with more than 10 individuals, both male and female. One must admit, Su Chanchan's circle of friends consisted of girls who adored lowly outfits, while the boys were equally captivated by an aura of charm. Xiao Ran was nearly overwhelmed. Wow, Chanchan, you found a boyfriend and didn't he even tell us? How unfaithful of you. Chanchan, you're being inconsiderate, sneaking a meal all to yourself. Who said that? There's an issue here. Xiao Ran glanced over, spotting a stunning white-haired loli. The system likely withheld any evaluation, probably having been dismissed. Even if he succeeded, the rewards would be scant, too time-consuming and laborious. What a pity. Otherwise, he could have swept the entire loli den. Chanchan, aren't you going to introduce him? The girls scrutinized Xiao Ran, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The boys seethed with jealousy, wishing they could devour Xiao Ran, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. How could this rascal be so dashing? He had stolen the attention of all the girls. With someone as exceptional as Su Qianqian, which man wouldn't he be enamored? Unexpectedly, among so many friends, none had succeeded. Instead, an outsider had captured her heart. Who could possibly be happy about that? Su Qianqian's eyes curved with delight at the attention from her sisters. Allow me to introduce my fiancé, Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran. Goodness. Doubling down, are we? A fiancé right off the bat. Chapter 35. Let us have a song. Su Qianqian's intent was crystal clear, claiming her territory. You little vixens. Keep your distance from my man. Simultaneously, she was sending a message to the boys pursuing her. I am already taken, so step back. I wouldn't want my man to misunderstand. Xiao Ran, of course, would not disregard Su Qianqian's feelings, smiling warmly as he addressed everyone. Hello everyone. I am Su Qianqian's fiancé, Xiao Ran. With her delicate face raised, the girl's eyes shimmered with a captivating charm, almost as if they were on the verge of spilling tears. Xiao Ran, please, take a seat. Come, sit beside me. Sit between us. Hey, Ting Air. You might as well just say to sit on your lap. Xiao Ran wore a gentle smile, exuding an air of refined elegance. One couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful university life is. Su Qianqian graciously declined the invitations from the playful girls, guiding him to a corner seat. After all, she hadn't even had a bite to eat yet. She certainly wouldn't relinquish him to that group of flirtatious girls. Xiao Ran, go, would you like to sing? I can request a song for you. I want to sing. My singing is quite off-key, Xiao Ran humbly replied. How about I sing a song for you? Xiao Ran, go. Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled with mischief. That sounds delightful. Xiao Ran nodded earnestly. Truth be told, he had never heard Su Qianqian sing, and his curiosity was piqued. Just wait, I shall perform a song right away. Su Qianqian eagerly snatched the microphone from the white-haired loli and selected a song. However, the title of the song caused Xiao Ran to momentarily lose his focus. Love You, lyrics and composition by Xiao Yuxi, performed by Sun Xining. Damn it. The haunting memories from the past surged violently within Xiao Ran. This song was all too familiar to him. Holding the microphone, Su Qianqian stood before the large screen. Expressing her heartfelt emotions, Xiao Ran, go. This is a love song from Qianqian just for you. At that moment, an exquisite album cover appeared on the screen behind her. What a misfortune. The cheerful and lively accompaniment began to play. Su Qianqian's sweet and melodious voice filled the air. If you suddenly sneeze, Xiao Ran silently absorbed her concealed confession hidden within the lyrics, feeling an unsettling sensation in his heart. Say a bit more sweet nothings. For you make my heart willingly surrender. As the song concluded, Su Qianqian sweetly flashed a gesture towards Xiao Ran seated in the audience. Xiao Ran acknowledged her with a playful kiss in return. Satisfied, she set down the microphone, twirling her twin ponytails, and joyfully leaped into his embrace. Clap, clap, clap. Qianqian sang so beautifully. I love listening to her sing. She is almost on par with the original artist. I think it sounds even better than the original. Su Qianqian's singing talent was indeed commendable, and everyone thoroughly enjoyed her performance. Xiao Ran concurred that she possessed the potential to debut as a singer. Her voice, when unleashed, bore a striking resemblance to that of Sun Xining, allowing her to effortlessly master the song. Embracing her warm form, Xiao Ran gently praised her by her ear. Qianqian, you sang wonderfully. I truly enjoyed it. Su Qianqian lifted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips as she leaned in close to his ear. I'll sing a song just for my brother Xiao Ran tonight. It's definitely my original piece, and each girl has her own unique rendition. Is it the kind of song with only 2 or 3 words in the lyrics? Xiao Ran casually inquired. Su Qianqian shot him a flirtatious glance. Ah, it's happening. My fists are clenched. He exclaimed. You could just say it's a colorful call. How dare you claim each girl has her own rendition? Cough, cough. Qianqian, mind your image. Look, your friends are all staring at you. Xiao Ran interrupted her spellbinding moment, gesturing behind her. Curious, Su Qianqian turned around, only to find her friends with eyes gleaming green, as if they were ready to pounce. What's wrong, everyone? Su Qianqian asked weakly. I say, if you two want to show off your affection, could you at least go find a room? This is a public area. Exactly. We're indifferent to your rejections. But we can't stand this display, unless you let me join in. In that instant, a chorus of protests erupted. Su Qianqian reluctantly climbed down from Xiao Ran. All right. We want to flaunt our affection. Not so fast. Your boyfriend must sing a song too. Yes, that's a splendid idea. Couples make it fun. Agreed. Sing one. Sing one. They all chimed in, urging him on. However, Su Qianqian glanced at Xiao Ran, recalling he had once mentioned he was tone-deaf. Forcing him to sing would surely humiliate him before so many people, which was not the outcome she desired. Though this was merely a playful interaction among friends. The more delightful it was, the more they should all partake in the fun. Rejecting it would spoil the enjoyment. She herself was one to seek amusement in such antics. But this time, the spotlight was on her, and she was not one to shy away. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qianqian decided to sing a few more songs to compensate. I'll sing a few more. My boyfriend's throat isn't feeling well. Seeing her stand up for him, a warm current flowed through Xiao Ran's heart. If he were to sit idly now, would he still be considered a man? He stood up, taking Su Qianqian's hand. Haha, I'll do it. No problem. We're all friends. Let us enjoy together. Brother Xiao Ran. You. Su Qianqian became anxious. She certainly didn't want her beloved to embarrass himself. Xiao Ran patted her hand reassuringly, giving her a comforting look. All right. A true man. Everyone, applaud. Haha. Qianqian didn't misjudge him. Claps echoed around the room as Xiao Ran's carefree demeanor won the favor of those present. The more one hides behind a woman, the less respect one garners from the crowd. He took the microphone and selected a familiar Cantonese song about friendship. Chapter 36. Healing Song Friends Lyrics. Xiao Xiao Yushi composition. Xiao Xiao Yushi performed by Xiao Xiao Yushi as today marks the graduation of all present. I dedicate this song to each and every one of my friends here. May your futures be as bright as 1,000 blossoms, for graduation is not the end, but merely the beginning of a long journey ahead. May we have cherished memories to look back upon, and let us reminisce together in this moment. To dear friends, for a lifetime. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was visibly moved, their vision blurred by an indescribable emotion. No matter how beautiful those youthful days were, the day of parting would inevitably arrive. A rather handsome young man stood up, raising a bottle of wine. To you, Brother Xiao, for those heartfelt words. I toast to you. With that, others followed suit, lifting their glasses and standing in solidarity. Cheers. Cheers. Xiao Ran returned the gesture with a fist bump. Taking a deep breath, he did not wish to faint from lack of oxygen while singing here. The melancholic accompaniment began to play, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The memories of playful banter, quarrels, and reconciliations among friends flooded back. The times of skipping classes to cover for one another, mocking each other in heartache. And that unforgettable night of revelry felt as if they had transpired just yesterday. Some, lacking self-control, were already in tears. Those who intended to bring joy now found themselves the source of amusement. The scene below had descended into delightful chaos. Wu Tinger, I don't want to part ways with you. Get lost. If you want to wipe your nose on my shirt, just say it. What on earth? Where did this wind and sand come from? I've got sand in my eyes. Is that all? I've got stones in my sand. Damn it. Careless. This identical voice. Are you certain this guy isn't the original singer? The song concluded. Thank you. Xiao Ran bowed. When he lifted his head, the once boisterous room had fallen silent. As if one could hear a pin drop. One by one, they embraced, using each other's clothes to wipe their tears. Some even boldly declared their feelings in public. I've been in love with you for 4 years. A resounding slap echoed. Aron. I consider you a brother. You actually want to sleep with me? Why not? We're both unmarried. Damn, I'm a man. Perfect. So am I. Sisterly. I want to grind tofu with you. Get lost. In summary, the atmosphere was chaotic yet vibrant, filled with passionate expressions. The fragrance of lilies wafted through the air, as Su Qianqian's eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Ran's voice was imbued with such emotion. It tugged at the heartstrings. The timbre and tone were so remarkably similar to the original, it would indeed be a pity not to pursue a career in music. Brother Xiao Ran. Qianqian feels unwell. I need a hug. Su Qianqian pouted her lips and stretched her arms towards Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran gazed at the emotionally expressive little girl, a tender smile gracing his lips, his soft gaze transcending the colorful lights, exuding a hint of mischief and defiance. He set down the microphone and gently embraced her. Woo-woo. Fortunately, I still have you. Su Qianqian's delicate form trembled slightly, her emotions of parting surging forth uncontrollably. Brother Xiao Ran, I want to be your woman. I want to marry you. I want to bear your children. I want to be with you for a lifetime. Never to part. The girl nestled in his warm embrace, whispering softly, her small head nuzzling against him, confessing her feelings and yearning for a tender response from him. Xiao Ran fell silent. I'm sorry, Qianqian. I too wish to be with you, to experience pure love, but I have no choice. I want to live. So, starting tomorrow. Forget about me. Su Qianqian awaited his response, but felt a pang of disappointment. Just moments ago, he had been so flirtatious. Now, despite her obvious hints, this foolish boy remained unresponsive. How embarrassing for her. She wiped away her tears against his chest, drawing circles with her finger, her cherry lips pouting in discontent. Brother, why are you silent? Hurry and confess to me. A proposal would suffice. Even a passionate advance would be acceptable. I would gladly agree. How could Xiao Ran not sense her feelings? Yet, all he could do was evade. He gently toyed with the steering wheel, resting his nose against her head, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Qianqian, I am merely feeling reflective. I never imagined I would find a girlfriend who loves me so deeply. However, things will change tomorrow. Xiao Ran silently added in his heart. Brother, at least take some tangible action. Su Qianqian lifted her head, gazing at him with deep affection, persistently signaling him. Kiss me. A gentle touch would suffice. At the very least, show some response. Xiao Ran twitched his nose, the beauty in his arms making this a dazzling day for her. And he did not wish to dampen her spirits. The rest could wait until tomorrow. He leaned in softly, whispering warm breath against her delicate neck, offering her a simple yet intimate response. The girl shivered suddenly, emitting an alluring whine, her legs instinctively closing tightly, her slender calves seemingly trembling. So ticklish. Xiao Ran observed her reaction, the corners of his mouth twitching. Was this little girl a bundle of switches? Qianqian, this isn't a suitable place. Let's talk tonight. His words, laced with magnetism and temptation, sent her head spinning, and a blush rapidly crept up her youthful cheeks. She subtly nodded, her heart already rippling with endless emotions. The song continued, yet having experienced the melancholic depths of Xiao Ran's despair, their spirits were not as elevated as before, having transformed primarily into a reminiscence of the past. In the ensuing moments, Xiao Ran and Su Qianqian indulged in a buffet. Everyone had prepared some performances for the evening, and by 6:30, the gathering began to disperse. Chapter 37. Su Qianqian's performance. The graduation ceremony was quite grand, and even before 7 o'clock, the auditorium was nearly filled to capacity. The farewell to university was imbued with the wild exuberance of youth. With just over 10 minutes until the commencement, Su Qianqian pulled Xiao Ran to the front row, a section reserved exclusively for sponsors. As the largest sponsor, the Su family had the liberty to choose their seats freely. Su's parents had initially intended to attend, but upon learning that Su Qianqian had revealed she had a boyfriend, they wisely decided to leave the space for the younger generation, as this occasion was indeed meant for them. Brother, I've prepared a performance for you two, Su Qianqian said, leaning against his shoulder with an air of mystery. Xiao Ran draped an arm around her shoulders while playfully toying with her twin ponytails, occasionally bringing the tips of her hair to his nose, inhaling the sweet scent of girlhood. What performance? He inquired. Hee, you'll find out soon enough. Su Qianqian hugged his arm, her gaze fervently fixed upon his face, instinctively swallowing hard. I really want to bite you, devour you whole. A devil seemed to dwell within her, tempting her to indulge in mischief. Suddenly, a stealthy attack. A faint pink lip print appeared on Xiao Ran's right cheek. The assailant swiftly retreated to her seat, her cheeks flushed, eyes flustered, unable to meet his gaze. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes, raised a hand to wipe it away, gently rubbing his fingers together, feeling the smoothness. He brought his fingers to his nose, catching a fragrant, subtle hint of mint. Was this scent a prelude to a kiss? Silly girl, is it worth it? Qianqian? Su Qianqian's gaze wandered, seemingly oblivious to the incident until she heard him call her name. Brother, what's wrong? Do you have bad breath? Go away. Su Qianqian shot him a disdainful look, her twin ponytails slipping from his grasp. In a feigned huff, she stood and walked towards the exit. Qianqian, where are you going? Humph. Off to prepare for my performance, she retorted with a touch of pride, heading backstage. Her performance was strategically placed in the middle of the program, perfectly timed, but required some last-minute preparations. Xiao Ran watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Damn! He knew the tumor in his brain was growing. In such grand gatherings, the echoes in the venue made him uncomfortable. System, you've been slacking off again. The system has not been slacking. A lowly voice echoed in his mind, surprisingly mimicking Qianqian's tone. He shook his head in disbelief. Today, I rehearsed Liang Shiqing's songs twice, darting about energetically, and invested considerable effort into singing. My body, however, is beginning to feel the strain. Life expectancy aside, physical constitution is paramount. The presence of a tumor renders one frail, even if blessed with a century of life. I still have 2 more songs to perform. I simply hope to avoid fainting. With this thought, he rose from his seat, returning moments later with a butterfly mask in hand. Although it does not guarantee absolute safety, one must indeed take the necessary precautions when stepping into the limelight. He is confident that the songs performed tonight will captivate the entire internet. Thus, the mask serves a significant purpose. He wishes to evade the attention of his numerous ex-girlfriends who might seek him out for confrontation. As time passed, Xiao Ran found himself nearly dozing off while watching the tedious program. Particularly, the performance of Zwidizitin by a performer in a camel suit, along with the unconventional Schusshoffing and Bafogio, were almost unbearable to endure, causing him discomfort. However, the song Just Because You're So Beautiful captivated him, causing his shoulders to involuntarily sway as he yearned to dash to the basketball court and indulge in a spirited dribble. The sight of the coolly dressed girls was also an appealing distraction. Their energetic dance styles were indeed worth watching. The next act featured a dance performance titled Paradise, led by Gu, eliciting a round of applause from the audience. Xiao Ran's interest was piqued. This looked promising. A young man adorned in a shirt emblazoned with 2 bold letters took the stage. The music commenced. The young man displayed impeccable rhythm, his movements fluid and graceful, each step executed with elegance and charm. Indeed, when a young man exudes such charisma, the presence of women seems to fade into the background. Before long, the performance concluded. Bravo! Next, we were treated to a song titled Everywhere I Look, It's You, performed by Su Qianqian from the fashion design department. The applause resonated once more. Suddenly, the stage lights dimmed. Xiao Ran straightened in his seat. At last, the moment had arrived. In the center of the stage, a beam of light illuminated a delightful young girl standing within its glow. Xiao Ran's gaze was fixed on the girl, Ali, but that was not all. She embodied a fusion of Lolita aesthetics, perfectly capturing the essence of her character. With pink fox ears, a pink headpiece, flowing pink hair, and 9 pink tails swaying in the breeze, she wore white stockings adorned with red ribbons, complemented by lace and a voluminous skirt of the Lolita style. This enchanting ensemble hugged her figure flawlessly, radiating both cuteness and sensuality, exuding an elegance intertwined with allure. Such a combination struck directly at Xiao Ran's heart. The only flaw was the inadequacy of her bodice to support her upper body. Hiss. My wife. Step away. This is my wife. Hiss. Enough of the hissing. Global warming bears a share of your responsibility. My goodness. Is this girl here to create a sensation? What an explosive entrance. How can the subsequent performances possibly follow this? The venue resounds with screams and gasps, each one reverberating through Su Qianqian's enchanting figure. With her attire alone, she could easily eclipse the previous 10 performances. Xiao Ran slowly rises, his gaze soft as he observes the stage. Ari, with glimmering eyes, casts a bewitching glance toward the audience. Su Qianqian playfully winks, her lashes tinted in pink, and makes a playful gesture, instantly captivating the majority of the male attendees. Ari, 10,086. 666. My wife is watching me. She is sending me sparks. Move aside, don't block my view. Xiao Ran bites his inner lip. Su Qianqian has truly put her heart into this. He relishes the surprise. Qianqian. Xiao Ran sends a heart gesture towards the 9-tailed fox girl on stage. Ari shyly smiles, raising her fluffy paw to her chin, tilting her little head and blowing him a kiss. Xiao Ran's heart quivers, and he suddenly stirs. How could he be so fortunate to receive a fox's enchanting kiss? In the next moment, Ari's delicate lips seem to whisper 3 words. I love you. Chapter 38. A clash of emotions. Xiao Ran's gaze remains gentle, yet his heart churns with bittersweet feelings. This little girl is so charming, youthful, sweet, and clingy. But, I beseech you, do not love me. I fear I may feel guilty. After exchanging playful gestures typical of young lovers, Su Qianqian sweeps her bangs aside, flashing a playful smile, her dimples adorning her rosy cheeks. Classmates, the next song is specially dedicated to my beloved boyfriend. I hope he enjoys it. Standing on stage with her legs together, Su Qianqian gently closes her eyes. The accompaniment begins. All I See Is You lyrics. Xiao Xiao Yushi composer. Xiao Xiao Yushi original singer. Sun sheening the fog on the glass mimics your image, piercing through the scenery. It falls into your eyes. The sweet melody, intoxicating and relentless, erupts, igniting the entire auditorium. The graduates below illuminate their phones, swaying in unison to the rhythm, launching into a collective chorus filled with youth, romance, sweetness, and the bittersweet aroma of love. I cannot quit you, akin to how one cannot cease breathing. In this lengthy distance, I substitute longing for you. My heart tenderly offers itself to you. As the song concludes, its simplicity belies the sweetness of its emotions. The girl Ari stands on stage, bathed in light, her pink silhouette a vision of beauty. In this moment, she is the most exquisite presence of the evening. Su Qianqian turned her gaze towards him, gently closing her eyes, a loving smile gracing her lips. Today marks the 30th day since her brother Ran confirmed their relationship. Surely, he will cherish the gift she prepared. After tonight, they might soon step into the sacred realm of matrimony. Tonight, they shall welcome a child. Another one. How delightful. Another one. The light danced across Xiao Ran's profile, casting an ethereal glow. Observing the radiant girl on stage, the distance between them felt paradoxically close, yet infinitely far. He cherished the gift from the girl, but dear Qianqian, today we celebrate our first month together. Under the dazzling lights, she resembled a fallen beauty, radiating pure happiness. In the warm, dim light, the young man stood like a loyal attendant, his face adorned with a guilty smile. After tonight, he would take his leave from her stage. Now, it is his turn to shine. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and transferred 10,000 RMB to the president. Transfer of 10,000 has been received. Xiao Ran. Qianqian's performance continues. Let us alter the order. I'll take the stage now. Both of us together. Follow my lead. President. Understood. Xiao Ran sighed inwardly, donning the elegant attire and white gloves, while affixing a black butterfly mask. Stunningly handsome, audacious, in a word, graceful. She is undoubtedly the most beautiful girl tonight. He is undeniably the most charming lad of the evening. As Xiao Ran stepped forward, those around him instinctively retreated. The applause was thunderous, resonating within his mind, intensifying his dizziness. Do not falter. System, protect me. The system is diligent. Never slacks off. Rest assured. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran ascended the stage. Su Qianqian delicately covered her mouth, watching him ascend with misty eyes. Is this the full moon gift my brother is bestowing upon me tonight? But why the mask? Is this a new twist? It seems my brother has a penchant for this. Should I buy a mask to match him later? Su Qianqian's thoughts drifted. Her cheeks flushed more vividly under the lights. Suddenly, the spotlight illuminated Xiao Ran, following his footsteps as he approached Ali. The dark and pink figures exchanged a tender glance, slowly leaning into one another. What is happening? Release my Ali. Oh my, could this be Ali's boyfriend? Wow, this handsome fellow's attire is splendid. I'm smitten. Don't fall for everything. It will only lead to your downfall. Hiding behind a mask. Afraid to show his face, perhaps he is hideous. The stage remained unfazed by the reactions from below. In their eyes, there existed only each other. Qianqian nodded gently, as if pecking like a chick. I'm here, always here, she exclaimed. I truly appreciate the gift you gave me, and now, I shall bestow upon you a song. Xiao Ran caressed the pink fuzz on his charming visage. Yes, Qianqian is right here beside her brother, listening intently. The young girl gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection, reflecting his image. She timely extended the microphone to Xiao Ran, then retreated half a step, her legs elegantly together, the white stockings clinging flawlessly to her form. The 9 pink tails behind her swayed gracefully, a picture of obedience as she surrendered the stage to him. With a soft smile, Xiao Ran fondly pinched the tip of her delicate nose. Then, with a flourish of his cloak, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Hello, dear audience. I understand your eagerness, but please, hold your horses. Allow me to perform a piece before you become restless. He stirred the atmosphere, as the audience below fidgeted with anticipation. I am, after all, the boyfriend of this lovely Ali girl, with my striking looks and such an extraordinary girlfriend. How could I not make you envious? A charming smirk played on Xiao Ran's lips beneath his mask. Hold on. What brand of trash bag are you? How can you hold so much? An audience member yelled in frustration. I can't take it anymore. Don't hold me back. I'm going to confront him. No one is holding you back. Go ahead. No one will stop you. And while you're at it, deal with my share too. Nearby leaders and sponsors raised their eyebrows in disbelief. One leader thought, where did this student come from? Lacking respect for authority? Doesn't he know to thank the leaders before speaking? Deduct big points. Meanwhile, the sponsor's worried. Oh no, this advertisement is doomed. Will the students boycott my products in the future? Xiao Ran, pleased with the audience's reaction, continued, see, I told you not to rush. Even King Gggisnt as impatient as you. Just watch my performance first. With that, he snapped his fingers once more. Chapter 39. The rainy night approaches whoosh. The lights dimmed, and the audience instinctively quieted down. A fundamental respect remained. On stage, two beams of light shone, one for the young man and one for the young woman. Confession balloon lyrics, confidential composition, confidential performed by, confidential. What on earth is this confidentiality? Who are you to keep secrets? The audience nearly hurled their seats in frustration. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran signaled for the accompaniment to begin. By the banks of the Seine on the left bank, there seems to be something there. Shoo, quiet and listen. Xiao Ran's deep, magnetic voice, slightly slurred yet enchanting, perfectly encapsulated the confusion and sweetness of love. A fragrant air of innocence and romance enveloped the atmosphere, drawing one irresistibly into its embrace. Xiao Ran slowly turned, his gaze meeting that of the girl illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. You claim I am somewhat difficult to pursue, wanting me to retreat in the face of adversity, but how could Qian possibly be hard to win over? Such slander. In light of the song you composed for Qian, I shall forgive you this once. To possess you is to possess the entire world, dear brother. With Qian by your side, you too have the world at your fingertips. No, I must hold back, so many eyes are upon me. I cannot allow tears to fall. Woe is me. Brother, it is so difficult for me to endure. Su Qian trembled, longing to leap into his arms. This mischievous brother wishes to see her embarrassed before thousands. My dear, I have fallen for you. Oh beloved, Qian loves you too. Hurry and finish your song. I can hardly wait. Qian wishes to devour brother Xiao Ran. At last, the song concluded. Alas, why must you torment me with this melody? The air hung heavy for a few seconds. Applause erupted. How astonishing. I thought Ali was the ultimate surprise. Yet here we have the Earth and Sky Bomb as well. What a prestigious institution to produce such extraordinary talents. But why does this melody sound so familiar? I cannot quite place it. Xiao Ran, undeterred by the audience, focused solely on Su Qian. Do you like it, Qian? What do you think? Tears streamed down Su Qian's face as she offered her embrace. She fell into his arms, her youthful fragrance intoxicating, stirring the heart. Oh, brother Xiao Ran, I love you. Su Qian wept uncontrollably. Instantly, Xiao Ran's chest was soaked with her tears, the warmth a testament to her boundless affection. The two beams of light converged, as if the entire world illuminated this celestial pair. Qian, there's another song. Huh? Su Qian pulled away from his embrace, her tear-filled eyes wide with surprise. Is there more? I can hardly wait to be with you, brother. How can there be another? It was already past 8. It was getting late. Xiao Ran observed her forlorn expression, puzzled. Was she not pleased? He thought his performance had been quite commendable. Surely, the audience would agree. Qian, do you not like this song? I do. I love it. As long as it's by brother Xiao Ran, I adore it. Su Qian nodded vigorously. Goodness. To love it, yet wear such a countenance. Truly demanding. As long as you like it. I shall now begin the second song, an original composed just for you. Qian listened intently. Of course, she adored it, but her inner turmoil overshadowed her delight. Xiao Ran smirked and snapped his fingers once more. The sky yearns to rain, and I long to reside next door to you. Thunder rumbles. As if to harmonize with Xiao Ran's song, the summer sky shifts dramatically. Just half an hour ago, it was clear with a myriad of stars, but suddenly dark clouds gather, lightning flickers, as if something momentous is about to occur. Is the tranquility merely a prelude to the impending storm? Xiao Ran is startled by the thunder, nearly losing his tune. How remarkably in sync with the elements. The lyrics often seem to foreshadow something, akin to a final entreaty. Please refrain from indulging too much in ice cream. When it cools down, avoid short skirts. Do not be so mischievous. This song, devoid of any particular style, simply embodies my wish for your happiness. Xiao Ran go. I am aware. This is the essence of love. Qian is quite joyful now. She adores this song. His daily affection, constant concern, and gentle reminders create a warm, tender tapestry of moments. The late summer, with a hint of warmth, showcases the colors of changing seasons. As the song concludes, applause erupts. The rain-soaked night does not dampen the audience's enthusiasm. Rather, It envelopes the atmosphere in a peculiar romance. Encore. Darling. Another one. You're amazing. Xiao Ran bows to the audience. His performance has come to a close. This song indeed brims with deep affection, yet from another perspective, it seems like a farewell. It all depends on the lens through which one chooses to interpret it. Xiao Ran understands, but Su Qianqian does not, yet she will come to understand tomorrow. Boom. The rain intensifies, and Su Qianqian, unable to contain her excitement, hastily pulls the still-standing Xiao Ran off the stage. Chapter 40. The final fireworks. Su Qianqian has long since grown impatient. She no longer wishes to watch the remaining performances. All she desires now is to share a tender, intimate world with her Xiao Ran girl. With light and lively steps, her nine tails sway incessantly. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, they are halted by the torrential downpour. Su Qianqian, on the verge of tears, exclaims, Xiao Ran girl, what a deluge. What shall we do? Let us wait a while. June rain arrives swiftly. It should depart just as quickly. This sudden downpour is unexpected. The June weather forecast is unreliable. The rain patters down, seemingly with no end in sight. They sit together on the steps, heads leaned close, whispering sweet nothings. Su Qianqian finds herself in no particular rush. Perhaps this is rather pleasant. Half an hour later, the torrential rain has transformed into a gentle drizzle. Su Qianqian rises, her face alight with surprise and eagerness. Xiao Ran go, let us go. Xiao Ran found himself somewhat speechless. What time was it? It was still early, yet she was eagerly attempting to drag him to the hotel, showing no restraint at all. Did she not comprehend the essence of romance? Qianqian, there is no rush. I have a surprise for you. Xiao Ran gently held her back. Oh, there is more? Yes, just wait a moment. Originally, Xiao Ran had planned to set off fireworks at the end of the evening, but now it seemed unnecessary. Furthermore, there was a blind girl deep within the campus awaiting his visit, a promise he had made to her. If he could conclude things sooner, then why not? Xiao Ran stepped aside to make a phone call. Can the fireworks be launched now? Anytime you wish. Will the rain affect it? Not really. It might even reduce pollution. Though the audience will be smaller. Are we starting now? As long as it won't be an issue. He glanced at the time, 20:55. Let us begin at 2100 hours, 5 minutes from now. Understood. After hanging up, Xiao Ran returned to Su Qianqian's side. At that moment, she was filled with a sense of anticipation, unaware of the surprise her brother had in store. A daring thought crossed her mind. Could it be that brother Xiao Ran intends to propose to me? Should I accept right away? Could tonight encompass everything? Would my parents be able to hold their grandchild by tomorrow? Beneath the dim lights, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, and a blush graced her cheeks. Xiao Ran guided her to sit on the steps, where the light illuminated them with a soft pink glow. Qianqian, the surprise is about to arrive. At 2100 hours, Xiao Ran helped the girl to her feet. They gazed into the night sky, where a star trailing flames quietly ascended. In the next moment, a dazzling array of colors ignited the entire sky, sparkling like a multitude of stars. The gentle drizzle harmonized beautifully with the brilliance of the fireworks, creating a unique atmosphere of romance. Brother Xiao Ran. Su Qianqian nestled against him, trembling slightly, her eyes misty with tears. Is this the surprise from you, brother? It's wonderful. The shimmering lights tinted her crystalline tears with vibrant hues. Woo woo woo, brother Xiao Ran. I love you. Su Qianqian cried uncontrollably. Xiao Ran wrapped his arms around the young girl's delicate shoulders, his lips moving softly. Qianqian, I love you too. The fireworks drew many spectators. Woo woo woo. How romantic. So this is why they came out early, to indulge in romance. I long for such a love. Gone were their previous frenzy and jealousy. May this pair of lovers unite in heart and soul, forever and always. The extravagant display of fireworks lasted for half an hour. The gentle rain had long ceased, leaving only the lingering scent of smoke. Brother Xiao Ran, has it come to an end? Yes, it has. Then shall we take our leave? Indeed. Hand in hand, the two strolled slowly into the enveloping night, their silhouettes gradually fading into the hazy darkness. The moonlit ceremony had concluded. Chapter 41. Off to the hotel. Su Qianqian, with a determined grip on Xiao Ran, led him to the 4-star hotel they had booked in advance. Come on, Xiao Ran. Hurry up. Why are you so impatient? Xiao Ran thought to himself, feeling helpless. He was pondering how to extricate himself from the situation tonight. Su Qianqian had already dragged him to the reception desk. Hello, I have a reservation, she said, handing over her identification card. The receptionist looked at the pair with a mix of surprise and suspicion, one adorned like a vixen, the other wearing a mask. What a playful disguise. Surely, they weren't actors filming an adult movie, were they? Ahem. Could you please be a bit quicker? Su Qianqian prompted, noticing the receptionist lost in thought. May I ask for the gentleman's identification? The receptionist inquired politely. Xiao Ran shrugged. I didn't bring it. How could he ever reveal such personal information? I'm sorry, but one ID can only register one person. Perhaps, miss, I should assist you with your check-in first? The receptionist suggested courteously. Su Qianqian pouted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did this silly girl not grasp the receptionist's underlying message? How splendid. This was the perfect opportunity to escape. Now that they had arrived at the hotel, it would be a shame to squander their efforts. That was out of the question. This girl had her own tricks up her sleeve. Su Qianqian's demeanor shifted dramatically. An oppressive aura surrounded her as she cast a dangerous glance at the receptionist. I am Su Qianqian, daughter of Su Mingqiang. Surely, you wouldn't want to jeopardize your job, would you? Her two-dimensional attire and aloof expression only added to her striking contrast. The daughter of President Su? Please hold on. The receptionist, startled, quickly made a phone call for clarification. After a brief moment, the receptionist's demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. My sincerest apologies, young lady. I will arrange everything for you immediately. Very well. Ignorance is no excuse, but I do prefer your defiant demeanor. Do maintain that, Su Qianqian replied nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to her, the pink mustache on her face made her look rather comical. Soon, the receptionist, with utmost respect, presented a golden room key emblazoned with the number 668 to Su Qianqian. The young girl accepted the key and turned to Xiao Ran, raising her chin as if to say, Brother Xiao Ran, am I impressive? Praise me. Xiao Ran observed her triumphant stance, bemused. This clever girl had chosen to stay at her family's hotel. It appears that the online community was not mistaken. Among every 10 youthful maidens, 9 possess wealth, and 1 is exceptionally affluent. Su Qianqian is indeed that fortunate one. Qianqian is simply splendid. Xiao Ran playfully flicked her fox ears and said, Let us be off. I have arranged a candlelit dinner. Su Qianqian waved her room card, leaning charmingly against him. Her intentions unmistakable. Let us proceed. Room 668. The ambience was predominantly classical, with soft and elegant lighting. Most notably, the bed was exceedingly large, allowing for carefree rolling about, sufficient to accommodate 10 individuals. Su Qianqian had truly put thought into this. However, the audacious and unrestrained Su Qianqian transformed into a rather shy figure upon entering the room, her face flushed with warmth. Brother Xiao Ran, I shall take a quick shower. The candlelit dinner will arrive shortly, she declared before hastily retreating into the bathroom, desperately needing warm water to cool her heated body, lest she faint from the overwhelming sensation. Xiao Ran removed his mask, watching the nine-tailed fox vanish around the corner. He sank heavily into the sofa, enveloped by its softness and weariness, gazing up at the chandelier. The dim and gentle illumination combined with the sofa's comfort began to lull him into drowsiness. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, dispelling his fatigue in an instant. That was close. Had he succumbed to slumber, the evening might have ended dramatically. If he had inadvertently crossed that line with Su Qianqian and then parted ways, not only would he feel remorseful, but he would also suffer grievously. After all, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Such a conquest was not easily achieved. Xiao Ran opened the door, and the attendant announced, Sir, your candlelit dinner is ready. Xiao Ran nodded, stepping aside. 2 female servers wheeled in 2 carts, meticulously arranging the food, wine, candles, and other essentials. Sir, dinner is prepared for your enjoyment, at your convenience. Should you require anything, please ring the bell. We are at your service. Thank you. Xiao Ran extracted a stack of soft bills from his pocket and casually handed them to them. That doorbell was worth this amount. Sir, you are too generous. The 2 women were taken aback by the substantial sum. Take it. The service has been excellent. Please refrain from disturbing me tonight. Thank you. Sir, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. You may leave. I wish to rest. Yes. The servers exited with uncontained joy. Xiao Ran glanced toward the bathroom, where the sound of water cascading could be heard. She would not emerge anytime soon. He approached the dining table, deftly uncorking the wine and pouring a glass. A sense of melancholy washed over him as the red wine swirled. It seemed he would need to rely on this tonight. He retrieved a packet of powder from the system's inventory and dissolved it into a glass of red wine. As he swirled the glass, the powder gradually settled and ultimately vanished into the depths of the liquid. This was the sleep powder rewarded by the system. He had used it in the past when sleepless after a breakup, a product of the system, undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Qianqian, I am truly sorry. Your brother Xiao Ran can only escape in this manner. Xiao Ran murmured softly as he approached the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, a mist enveloped the air, and Su Qianqian languidly reclined in the bathtub, her heart already tumultuous. White bubbles floated around her, as gentle streams of water cascaded down her hair. The droplets glided over her porcelain neck, tracing the tender skin before halting at her delicate features, a visage so exquisite it could incite desire. Qianqian, don't soak for too long. Prolonged exposure to water isn't good for your health. Xiao Ran's voice suddenly called from outside the door. Qianqian's cheeks flushed in an instant, fearing that her brother might burst in unexpectedly. Thankfully, the scene she had imagined did not materialize. I know. I'll be out shortly, she replied, carefully rising. Her petite figure of 1.55 meters appearing dainty and charming. Would Xiao Ran appreciate her physique? She picked up the bathrobe from the rack and gently wrapped herself in its embrace. Qianqian, I'm coming, she playfully retorted, slightly miffed at the urgency. Chapter 42. A delightful evening. The dim chandelier cast a warm glow, filling the spacious room with a subtle fragrance of shower gel. Su Qianqian, clad in a white bathrobe with her hair still damp and droplets cascading down, felt warmth emanating from her flushed skin, which became increasingly alluring under the candlelight. She looked utterly enchanting. Brother Xiao Ran, would you prefer a candlelit dinner first, or would you rather indulge in me? Standing by the dining table, she concealed her shyness with playful reserve, her delicate hands clutching the towel at her chest, fearful it might slip away. Xiao Ran was taken aback, his previously clear gaze now tinged with a touch of helplessness. What brazen words! Compared to devouring human flesh, I'd much rather savor a steak. Qianqian, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let us start with some steak, he said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. Qianqian pouted in discontent as she took a seat. Then you should feed me. Are you suffering from polio or Parkinson's? Why do you need someone to feed you? Xiao Ran thought to himself, yet a smile graced his face as he gently replied, Come over here, and I'll feed you. He considered this meal a final act of tenderness for her. With a cheerful smile, Su Qianqian nestled beside him. The sensation of fabric against her skin distinctly different from that of the bathrobe. The intense warmth radiating from him penetrated the thin bath towel, rendering her body somewhat soft and weak as she languidly collapsed onto him. Suddenly, a piece of beef approached her delicate lips, enticingly urging her to open her mouth. Xiao Ran's gaze was focused and gentle as he meticulously cut the steak into small morsels, feeding her with an abundance of affection. Before long, the two had devoured the 4 pieces of steak, and Su Qianqian smacked her lips, still yearning for more. Brother Xiao Ran, shall we indulge in some red wine? We haven't even touched our glasses, she exclaimed. It is often said that men become easily intoxicated by alcohol. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. Sister Qianqian, it's time for your medicine. He raised his wine glass. I wish to partake in a toast. As you wish. The glasses clinked lightly, their eyes meeting. Su Qianqian felt her heart flutter under his tender gaze, igniting a warmth within her. Swallowing hard, her fair neck, as white as snow, revealed the act of gulping. Watching her drink the wine, Xiao Ran's eyes flickered with interest. Brother Xiao Ran. Under the influence of alcohol, Su Qianqian's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, her youthful face unexpectedly acquiring a touch of seductive allure. Her eyes had begun to convey unspoken desires, and how could Xiao Ran fail to comprehend them? Foolish Qianqian. You should lie down on the bed while I take a shower. He gently lifted her chin, blowing warm breath across her rosy cheeks. The faint scent of wine mingled with his unique aroma, creating an overwhelming sensation that made her head spin as if she might faint. The girl responded softly, clutching her bathrobe tightly, fearful that it might betray her. Gradually rising, she delicately lifted her foot, stepping onto the soft carpet as she moved towards the large bed. Ignoring her damp hair, she nestled her heated body into the blankets, revealing only her rosy face. Xiao Ran smiled indulgently and turned to enter the bathroom. Bang! As soon as Xiao Ran departed, Su Qianqian hurriedly threw back the covers, fanning her cheeks with her small hands while adjusting her bathrobe for ventilation. I'm burning up. How embarrassing. What should I do? What is the first step? My head feels so dizzy. If only I hadn't tea drunk. Should I be more proactive? What if Brother Xiao Ran? Her murmurs abruptly ceased as her breathing became gentle and steady. Under the influence of the alcohol, her face bloomed even more, resembling a fully blossomed rose, vibrant and dripping with allure. She had already drifted into slumber. At that moment, Xiao Ran emerged from the bathroom and approached the bed, shedding his formal attire and placing it at the bedside, gazing at the slumbering maiden. His eyes brimmed with tenderness as he gently extracted her damp hair from beneath her head. Such a posture while sleeping could surely invite illness. He retrieved a hairdryer from the bedside table to assist in drying her locks. The hairdryer whirred, dispersing the moisture and, with it, the gentle affection that enveloped the room. Moments later, her hair was completely dry, and her youthful visage still radiated a blissful smile, as though she were lost in a delightful dream. The brother's heart ached at the sound of her murmured dreams. It rendered Xiao Ran momentarily speechless, as his fingers wove through her hair, playfully stirring the strands. They finally rested upon her delicate face. Su Qianqian, it is time for me to bid farewell to your stage. Tomorrow, I shall seek to part ways with you. Rising from his seat, Xiao Ran returned to the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and sighed in relief. He glanced at the clothes she had changed out of, including the whimsical fox costume. Picking up the white stockings, he gently caressed them. They seemed to still carry traces of the enchanting girl's essence. After a brief moment, he chose to set them down, instead pocketing the pair of pink fox ears. Ultimately, he departed the room without a backward glance, leaving behind the girl, whose breathing remained steady, immersed in her beautiful dreams, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. Brother, don't go. Tonight was destined to be a splendid evening. Chapter 43. The cold bun under the starry sky post-rain. The stars twinkled, mingling with the scent of dust and earth. At the first-floor entrance of a teacher's dormitory at the art university, Liang Shiqing sat dazedly on a small stool, clad in a pink dress, like a statue awaiting the return of a beloved. This dress was the most recent and exquisite addition to her wardrobe. Since finishing her bun and taking a shower, she had remained there, occasionally rising to stretch her back and alleviate the fatigue of prolonged sitting. As time passed, it seemed that the teachers who had attended evening classes had all returned to their dorms. It must be past 9 o'clock by now. Why hasn't Xiao Ran come yet? He promised to come and help me with my medication. He wouldn't deceive Shiqing. She murmured softly. Her gaze lacked luster, devoid of bright vision, engulfed instead in darkness. Though she could not perceive the world around her, her other senses remained acutely aware. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, straining to listen. Familiar footsteps were gradually approaching, the sound growing increasingly distinct. Xiao Ran stood not far off, a smile adorning his face as he looked at her. Thankfully, he had not arrived late. It was already past 11. Liang Shiqing longed to call out, yet feared disturbing others. Shiqing. Xiao Ran approached slowly, his footsteps treading upon the water's edge, sending up a spray of droplets. Xiao Ran, brother. Liang Shiqing rose onto her toes, and despite her anxiousness, she could scarcely see through the darkness. The girl in front of Xiao Ran cast a glance at the small stool, her heart tightening suddenly. Could it be that she had been waiting on this little stool for him all night, just for a person she had known for mere hours? Simply for his assurance that he would come tonight to supervise her application of medicine? Xiao Ran sighed inwardly. She was not foolish. Rather, her heart was shrouded in darkness. It seemed as though she could only perceive him in this moment. After only a few hours together, the summer night after rain felt somewhat cool, and the water droplets falling from the eaves had long since dampened her skirt. Oh, what a beautiful dress. Liang Shiqing blushed slightly at the compliment. Come inside, dear. Your dress is all wet. In the room, the one who awaited had already arrived, yet Liang Shiqing was uncertain about what to do next. Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to illuminate beside the blind girl's head. I've got it. Xiao Ran, brother, have you had dinner yet? She appeared to have no sense of time, posing such a question. Xiao Ran was taken aback. What an odd thing to ask someone at 11:30 at night. A normal person would have to suffer from a decade's worth of cerebral thrombosis to inquire such a thing. He was at a loss whether to feel pity or to laugh, merely reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. If you haven't eaten, Shiqing still has some steamed buns here. If you don't mind, I can warm them up for you. Her voice rang out again. She cautiously made her way into the kitchen, the air infused with a scent of soap. In the sink sat a small basin filled with cold water, containing a small bowl with 2 chilled steamed buns. This was how she preserved her buns. Xiao Ran followed behind her, observing the scene, gritting his teeth. A pang of pain pierced through his heart, akin to a needle-less prick. The cold steamed buns were all she had to offer her guest. Suppressing the ache within, Xiao Ran accepted the buns she handed over. Instinctively, he squeezed them. They were cool and somewhat hard, likely leftovers from the morning. It was just the first floor that was a bit chilly, otherwise, they would probably have spoiled by now. In an instant, images of Liang Shiqing's day flooded his mind. In the morning, she had used a cane, carefully making her way to the cafeteria to buy a few steamed buns. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly have declined the assistance of kind-hearted strangers along the way. One purchase of steamed buns would last her a day. While others enjoyed steaming hot meals in the cafeteria, she would hide away in the dim dormitory, nibbling on the remnants of her morning buns. Xiao Ran suddenly felt a pang of acidity in his eyes, as if something were about to overflow. Thank you, Shiqing, but I haven't eaten yet. Allow me to heat it up. You should sit on the bed. He chose to accept Liang Shiqing's kind gesture. To refuse would only deepen her disappointment, leading her to believe he held disdain for her or did not cherish her company. Her heart was exceptionally fragile in her state of blindness. Her sensitivity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. A simple courtesy or a minor refusal could be magnified in her mind, revealing a truly delicate heart, easily shattered. Especially when it came to him, a person of utmost significance in her life at present. Brother Xiao Ran, let me handle it. Liang Shiqing suddenly snatched the slightly hardened bun, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, as if afraid he might take it from her. Yet, her face beamed with a smile, as though the mere act of doing something for him brought her immense joy. At this moment, she had gathered her bangs, revealing her delicate and slender visage exclusively for him. All right. Xiao Ran did not decline. This was her domain. He believed in and respected her choices. He gently tousled her hair and settled onto her bed. Liang Shiqing smiled sweetly, and everything felt so natural. It seemed that during the hours he had been away, she had indulged in her own fantasies. How easily she was deceived. His gaze drifted to the table, where a collection of untouched medications and supplements lay. And he shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. It appeared he had not been attentive enough. Liang Shiqing was entirely different from other girls. This girl had likely dined on cold buns for dinner. He should have brought along a nutritious late-night snack. In fact, he would need to bring delicious food every day to coax her into eating. It would take at least 10 days to nurture her back to a healthy and radiant state. Xiao Ran stood up and quietly approached the kitchen door. Liang Shiqing adeptly pressed the protruding switch, activating the old rice cooker. She cautiously poured water into the inner pot, placed a bowl inside, and finally set the bun in the bowl before covering it and pressing the heating button. The familiarity of her actions only deepened Xiao Ran's heartache. How many times had she repeated this task to ensure not a drop of water spilled onto the power strip? To guarantee that not a single drop of water seeped into the bowl? Once she completed her task, she stood quietly beside the rice cooker, occasionally reaching out to test the temperature at the vent. 10 minutes later, she retrieved an impeccably clean handkerchief, lifted the lid of the rice cooker, and a plume of steam rose. She wrapped her palm in the handkerchief to avoid burns while carefully removing the bowl from within. With a slight gasp, she realized that perhaps it was the presence of Xiao Ran that had caused her to lose her composure. Unintentionally, her handkerchief brushed against the hot water, which instantly surged upwards, reaching her fingers. Yet, despite the scalding sensation, the hand that held the bowl merely trembled slightly, as she was apprehensive about dropping the steamed bun into the contents. Once she extracted the bowl, she immediately pinched her fingers against her earlobe, attempting to alleviate the searing pain. Shiqing, are you all right? Xiao Ran inquired as he approached her, cautiously taking her hand and gently blowing on her fingers to soothe her discomfort. Liang Shiqing seemed startled by his gesture, instinctively retracting her neck slightly. Yet she did not resist his actions. Instead, she appeared somewhat bashful, murmuring, I'm fine, really. Just a bit red from the heat. Let me handle it. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt herself being guided by a pair of warm hands, ushering her out of the kitchen and firmly seating her upon the bed. Sit here obediently, Xiao Ran asserted with an undeniable tone. Oh, but this is my home. Liang Shiqing protested, her expression a mix of reluctance. After all, he was the guest. Listen to your brother, or he might leave, Xiao Ran warned. Liang Shiqing fell silent, her head drooping like a chastised kitten. She dared not disobey, fearing that the brother she had only just come to know would abandon her. Seeing her compliance, Xiao Ran then entered the cramped kitchen, retrieving a slightly hot steamed bun and bringing it to his nose to inhale its aroma. Thankfully, it had not spoiled. Otherwise, discarding it would surely cause her distress. Chapter 44. A Wish Beyond Reach. Shiqing. Here, a bun for each of us, Xiao Ran declared, taking a bite of the warm bun and offering the other to her. Xiao Ran gidge, I've already eaten, Liang Shiqing quickly waved her hands in refusal. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Even if she had eaten, it must have been 3 or 4 hours ago, and given that she had only consumed a bun, she must surely be hungry by now. No wonder she looked so thin. She seemed on the verge of malnutrition. Be good, if you don't eat. Then neither will I, he proclaimed, promptly taking a sizable bite of half the bun. After all, she couldn't see him. It was quite amusing to tease her. I'll eat. Liang Shiqing, fearing he might genuinely forego his share, hurriedly accepted the bun and took a bite, chewing delicately. Observing her obedient demeanor, Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction before stuffing the remainder of his bun into his mouth. Shiqing, finish your bun quickly. I want to eat until you do. If you don't finish, then neither will I, he teased, finding her amusing. Upon hearing this, she promptly took larger bites, her small bun firmly gripped in her hand, leaving a trail of new bite marks. Xiao Ran, concerned she might choke, poured her a glass of water. Thank you, Xiao, she said gratefully as she gulped down a large mouthful, seemingly on the verge of choking, though she had been too timid to admit it before, valiantly suppressing her discomfort. Xiao Ran gently patted her back until she regained her composure. Why the rush? I'm not competing with you. She lowered her head once more, much like a child who has committed a misdeed. Please give me the water. I am parched as well. Oh, she nodded repeatedly, obediently handing the cup to Xiao Ran, entirely forgetting that it was she who had just sipped from it. Xiao Ran, having executed his cunning plan, swiftly drained the remaining half-cup of water. Gulp! Liang Shiqing clutched a half-piece of steamed bun, listening to the sound of it being swallowed, her mind finally catching up. The cup I just drank from has now been touched by Xiao Ran. How could I not feel embarrassed enough to remind him? Yet, it seemed that Xiao Ran was oblivious to the situation. I mustn't say anything. What if he gets angry? Liang Shiqing felt a surge of mischief stirring within her, her legs crossing as her face flushed once again, the bun in her hand being squished under her grip. In the hushed room, it felt as though one could hear the pounding of her heart and her slightly labored breaths. Shiqing, hurry and eat. You haven't applied your medicine yet. Xiao Ran chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to fiddle with the medical supplies on the table. Minutes later, Liang Shiqing struggled to finish the bun. She groped her way to Xiao Ran's back and gently poked him, timidly saying, Xiao Ran, I'm done. You should eat too. Xiao Ran, cotton swab in hand, turned with a hint of amusement, replying, Silly girl, I finished mine ages ago. I was only teasing you. Is that so? Her mind seemed to falter. Let me help you with your medicine. Instantly, Liang Shiqing's face flushed anew. To apply the medicine, she would have to lift her dress, exposing her back to Xiao Ran. However, she was wearing a dress, a one-piece without a zipper on the back. This meant she would nearly have to reveal her entire body. What to do? If only she hadn't worn a dress. But it had poured today, and all her other clothes were soaked. Perhaps we could postpone it until another day? Liang Shiqing fretted, like an ant on a hot stove, her face burning red and her anxiety mounting. Xiao Ran was aware of her predicament. Yet this opportunity had presented itself to him. He was now curious about what choice she would make. Shiqing, what's wrong? Xiao Ran feigned ignorance, feeling increasingly like a mischievous uncle, extending his hand toward such a lovely girl. However, he had no intentions of causing her any harm. He merely wished to expedite the process. If she were truly unwilling, he would not force her, but applying the medicine was necessary. Xiao Ran, shall we wait until tomorrow? Liang Shiqing said, feeling somewhat bashful. What's the matter? Applying disinfectant tonight is crucial for scabbing, especially with the air so humid. It could lead to infection. Xiao Ran spoke with a serious tone. Yet, Liang Shiqing clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her mind in a fierce internal battle. If she were to apply the medicine, she would almost be standing before him in a bikini. She did not wish for him to perceive her as a frivolous girl. Xiao Ran, she hesitated. What is it, Shiqing? The events of that afternoon repeatedly flashed through her mind. He had saved her life, protected her all the way, carried her for treatment, paid for her medication, and even bought her numerous nutritional supplements. He had come to help her apply the medicine. Even before having his dinner late at night, Xiao Ran treated her with such kindness, seemingly unbothered by her blindness. Yet, she felt as though she had contributed nothing to him. What do you think of that, boy? Xiao Ran's intentions were already quite clear. He wanted to take care of her. And even her sister could see that he was sincere. You should decide for yourself. I can only remind you, given your situation, if you meet the right person, do not let them slip away. Otherwise, you may regret it later. Liang Shiqing suddenly recalled her conversation with Dr. Li Lin and a struggle occasionally crossed her face. But we've only known each other for less than half a day. Yet, she found herself wanting to stay by his side. With him around, she was hardly stuttering anymore. Could this be the feeling of liking someone? Liang Shiqing was taken aback by her own thoughts, yet her heart did not resist. It felt a bit superficial to have such feelings after only half a day's acquaintance. But what if Xiao Ran only felt pity for her? No, that's impossible. After all, he has helped me so much. As she lifted her shirt for him, such an intimate act of applying medicine was typically reserved for couples. She and Xiao Ran were, after all, of different genders, and she dared not wish for more. Yet, if he came over so late to help her, surely he would be unhappy if she did not apply the medicine. Time seemed to stretch for centuries, until, at last, the girl secretly made a decision in her heart. Chapter 45. Is she just my sister? Liang Shiqing's face flushed slightly. Her lips parted as she felt somewhat at a loss. Xiao Ran, do you like Shiqing? She summoned her courage to pose such a monumental question. Xiao Ran, holding a cotton swab, suddenly froze. He was caught off guard. This happiness had arrived too abruptly. Truly, she was a girl who indulged in daydreams, her self-advancement progressing remarkably smoothly. They had spent less than 3 hours together and had already reached this point. Such miraculous boldness, so decisive. It was almost surreal. However, for Xiao Ran, this was not the optimal moment to confirm their relationship. Liang Shiqing's feelings were more about a fear of loss, dependence, and a sense of gratitude. Xiao Ran understood that if he were to reject her now, she would undoubtedly feel hurt and disappointed. However, it also bestowed upon her a sense of relief, alleviating her psychological burdens and strengthening their fraternal bond. An excessive mix of impurities rendered their emotions less than pure, and the quality of this affection was insufficient. He needed to engage in a few more quests. Moreover, there lingered within her a persistent sense of inferiority, a belief that she was unworthy. When this thought began to fade, it would signal the moment of defining their relationship. A man and a woman, each with their own hidden intentions. Liang Shiqing fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, anxiously awaiting his response. Xiao Ran, lost in thought, smiled and said, Shiqing, of course I like you. I have been an orphan all my life, and I have never had a sister. Upon his words, Liang Shiqing felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck. Her complexion paled slightly, as if something within her had shattered. So he is also an orphan, just like my brother? Our backgrounds seem to align. Perhaps being siblings is not such a bad idea. The girl pondered. Yet, a bittersweet sensation clouded her eyes. Shiqing, what's wrong? You look unwell. Xiao Ran inquired with concern, wondering if his previous statement had been too impactful. Had it caused her distress? Brother, I'm fine. It's just that my wound aches a bit. Liang Shiqing forced a smile. The pain extended beyond just her injury. Then let us apply some medicine quickly. Time is of the essence. Xiao Ran seemed oblivious to her inner turmoil. All right. Liang Shiqing lowered her head, realizing that her brother truly harbored no ulterior motives. She gently laid down. Xiao Ran, observing her actions, recognized that their relationship had grown more intimate. He aimed to dispel her sense of indebtedness between siblings. There was no need to discuss gratitude or repaying favors. This strategy of retreating to advance, akin to a clever maneuver in warfare, proved effective. After a few breaths, Liang Shiqing's back came into view. Her unhealthy complexion, slightly better than that of a mere wisp of skin and bones, was marred by red, spiderweb-like scars, revealing the struggles of a girl navigating a precarious existence. Xiao Ran took a deep breath, first using a damp cloth to cleanse her skin, then carefully applying hydrogen peroxide with a cotton swab to her wounds. As a small burst of foam erupted, a sharp sting made her furrow her brow and twitch slightly. Though subtle, Xiao Ran noticed it. Shiqing, does it hurt a lot? Not really, the girl replied, her voice barely audible. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. Xiao Ran's gaze shifted. Having endured many injuries himself, he understood the sting of disinfectant all too well, yet there was no alternative. A few minutes later, the disinfection and application of ointment were completed. Shiqing, it's done, Xiao Ran announced, gently tapping her calf. So soon? She replied, surprised. Xiao Ran, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself how absurd her words were. In the next moment, Liang Shiqing seemed to comprehend the underlying implications. As someone who had the capability to enter university, she was far from naive. Thus, she buried her head deep into the pillow, utterly mortified. How embarrassing. Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile at her bashful demeanor. This girl, who had almost retreated into herself, seemed to be undergoing a significant transformation. Perhaps she was gradually reclaiming her former self. Xiao Ran could only speculate. Surely, she could not have been so thoroughly affected in just a few hours. Chapter 46. Stay with me. Liang Shiqing, whether from shame or fatigue, resembled a porcelain doll as she lay on the bed, her head buried beneath the pillow, exposing only her battered back. Shiqing, be sure to take your calcium and vitamin tablets later, Xiao Ran said as he stood up to organize her medication, retrieving the nutritional supplements he had bought that afternoon. Though Liang Shiqing was not emaciated, she certainly was not in good health either. Her delicate skin seemed devoid of any fat. One cannot expect to gain weight in a single breath. Thus, she must not neglect her supplements. Liang Shiqing responded softly, making no other movements. Xiao Ran glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight. He had 2 breakup meetings to arrange for the next day. His schedule was demanding. It's getting late, Shiqing. I should head back now. Liang Shiqing immediately turned over, her long skirt lightly draping over her skin, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. I'll come to see you again tomorrow. Xiao Ran approached and affectionately ruffled her hair. In the stillness of the night, devoid of any point of reference, her sense of time as a blind person must surely be impaired. Yet, the thought of him returning this late felt dangerous. A sense of loss crept into her heart, inducing a flicker of fear. Was today's brightness merely a fleeting dream? She dared not wish for more. If only she could dream until dawn. Sensing her emotions, Xiao Ran's heart fluttered. The darkness itself was not frightening. It was the ephemeral nature of light that truly chilled the soul. Be good, Shiqing. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Brother, Liang Shiqing reached out instinctively, clutching Xiao Ran's arm with unwavering accuracy. In the darkness, she struggled. His sudden entrance into her life had inadvertently disrupted her rhythm. Normally, she would have been asleep by now. Tonight, she had saved 2 steamed buns to offer him. In the rainy night, her skirt dampened. She had not yet found rest, holding onto his arm in hopes that he might stay. Yet, Xiao Ran was reluctant. Whether branded as a scoundrel or judged by his origins, he felt the weight of her gaze. The mastery of distance can infinitely amplify one person's feelings for another. Without separation, how can there be longing? The saying absence makes the heart grow fonder encapsulates this sentiment. For Liang Shiqing, it proves to be even more pragmatic. Yet, the act of utilizing this principle is not to be taken lightly. Did not the system state that he could sacrifice his own vitality to restore her sight? In due time, he would heal her eyes and present her with a luminous world, vanishing from her life while quietly harboring his deeds and accolades. Shiqing, be good. Tomorrow, I shall bring you delicious treats. The frail figure visibly trembled, suddenly feeling reluctant to comply. Xiao Ran pressed his lips together, raising his hand to caress her cheek. However, as his fingertips grazed her skin, she recoiled instinctively, evading his touch. Just as he found himself lost in thought, regretting his impatience, her warm cheek leaned into his hand, even affectionately brushing against his fingertips. It felt slightly warm. This was Xiao Ran's first encounter with her cheek. I am truly despicable. His previous actions were the hallmarks of a rogue attempting to charm a maiden, almost instinctual. Her cheeks and eyes were sacred domains sealed by her hair. Seeing was entirely different from touching, and Xiao Ran had trespassed upon her boundaries multiple times without her consent. Brother, do come early tomorrow. Liang Shiqing suddenly raised her small yet warm hand, gently placing it upon the back of his hand, her eyes crescent-shaped with a sweet smile illuminating her delicate face. She was memorizing this warmth. Xiao Ran chastised himself internally, realizing he couldn't comply. He had obligations in the morning and could only visit in the afternoon or evening. All right, Liang Shiqing nodded obediently, saying nothing further. Xiao Ran understood she was undoubtedly feeling distressed, yet she dared not reveal it. It must be said, despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, Liang Shiqing wielded a greater impact than many other girls. Get some rest, and remember to take your medication later. As Xiao Ran withdrew his hand, her vacant gaze almost pierced through him. It turned out the blind possess a colorless laser gaze. Little sister, why do you look at me with such a parting gaze? Are you trying to send me away? Xiao Ran said irritably, playfully ruffling her hair. Don't send me away. In the pitch-black darkness, Liang Shiqing sat alone at the edge of her bed, a hazy visage surfacing in her mind. He was gentle and kind to her, yet she could not discern his features, not even in her imagination. Is her blindness a punishment from the heavens or a gift bestowed upon her? Would she have met Xiao Ran had she not been blind? I long to know what you look like, she thought in the stillness. The fan above sliced through the night, dividing it into fragments. Liang Shiqing smiled foolishly, neglecting her tousled hair. Instead, she rested her palm against her cheek and gently lay down on her side. Sweet dreams, brother. The girl soon drifted into slumber, a faint smile of happiness gracing her lips. That night, she dreamt of a boy whose face she could not discern. He stood before her, towering over her by half a head, placing his hand upon her head, affectionately declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be my sister." Chapter 47. The eve of separation on the morning of July 1st, a Saturday. The weather was clear, with temperatures ranging from 28 to 37 degrees, currently at 31. Avoid playing cards, kissing, recommended, breaking up. In the boys' dormitory, Old 2, the class monitor sought you out all day yesterday, relentlessly inquiring about your whereabouts. Zhang Ida lay on his bed, picking at the remnants of a long night's sleep. She even threatened us, saying if we didn't tell her, she'd mark us as absent. You must speak well of us. Li Yi was engrossed in his book, presumably reading the spring and autumn annals. Rest assured, Along won't be so uncouth, Xiao Ran replied, somewhat speechless. Yesterday, I was busy running errands from Lu Yi to Su Lan, then from Su Lan to Su Qianqian, and finally from Su Qianqian to Liang Shiqing. I'm utterly exhausted. Old 2, you returned in the dead of night. You weren't out chasing home runs, were you? They all knew Xiao Ran's reputation with the ladies, his charm unparalleled. It was evident that his allure stemmed primarily from his good looks. Otherwise, how could he attract so many naive and wealthy girlfriends? Good grief. I ran around to 3 girlfriends' places yesterday. I'm completely worn out. If it weren't for my speed, I might have ended up in a grave. Goodness, are you capable of handling all 3? Lao He was astounded by Xiao Ran's escapades. Come on, you all know me, Xiao Ran retorted, his tone exasperated. His friends were well aware of his exploits, often needing to cover for him. For instance, when dealing with Murong Lan and his admirer, Gu Yuru. What are you after? With such a beautiful and wealthy girl practically in your lap, you don't take the bait. You don't understand. This is the essence of a refined life. It's about heartfelt connections, not mere physicality. It's the enjoyment of high-quality romance and unforgettable breakups. This is the pinnacle of sophistication. Xiao Ran expounded, waxing philosophical. Enough nonsense. Are you incapable? If you can't, just say so. I have a favor to ask, Li Yi remarked, a teasing smile on his face. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up as he climbed onto Li Yi's bed. You seem quite bold. Would you like to give it a try? As July approached, the looming exams prompted the boys in the dormitory to begin cramming. I always resort to last-minute cramming. I'm heading out first. You all can cram by yourselves. With that, Xiao Ran exited the dormitory, leaving space for his friends to study. He is not in need of study, for it would be a waste of time. He has donated a building to the school, and there are no issues with the evidence. Along, Xiao Ran, have you risen from your slumber? Why have you been ignoring me from last night until now? Xiao Ran, while contemplating his plans, replies to Murong Lan's message. I was out working yesterday and couldn't find the time. I was utterly exhausted last night and failed to respond, my dear. I apologize. Oh, I see. You really don't need to work. If you're short on cash, just let me know. She replies instantly. It is Saturday, and it is likely that Murong Lan is once again idly waiting in her dormitory for him to make plans. I will definitely make time next time. He offers a perfunctory reply and does not continue the conversation. It is impossible for him to pursue her. With daily invitations, one would wonder where the energy would come from. Next, Su Qianqian, Wowu, Xiao Ran. You actually went off alone last night. Do you dislike Qianqian? I've done so much. Yet you still refuse. Is it because Qianqian fell asleep? Ah, I will come to find you in the afternoon. We can discuss it then. Su Qianqian has nothing more to say. Xiao Ran still has a fondness for the legally recognized loli. Thus, he resolves to give her the grandest surprise. The cancer must be severe enough, right? Next, Su Lan. Xiao Ran, I have organized all the materials. I am preparing for a press conference in 3 days. You must come. I am so looking forward to seeing my company revived and shining brightly. Xiao Ran gazes at her message, a twitch of his lips betraying his thoughts. Even while dating, she incessantly mentions the company. Unlike other girls, who always keep him in mind and speak of him in all matters. He may lack affection but is not devoid of emotion. Su Lan, oh Su Lan, in 6 days, you are destined for a breakup. I have spent so much on you. I only hope your success rate can be a bit higher. Do not let me down. Xiao Ran grumbles a few words and replies, Sister Su Lan, I will make time to attend. Please ensure you rest well and do not overexert yourself. There is no rush. Next, Bai Lu, Lin Yin'er, Lu Yi, Sun Xining, Shen Wang. Messages from an ex-girlfriend, which Xiao Ran promptly disregards. Next, the next contestant's drama of breakup. Xiao Yuru, Xiao Ran. You are ignoring me again. Xiao Yuru is feeling upset. I am the kind that is difficult to appease. Upon seeing her message, Xiao Ran exhibits the expression of a weary elder on the subway. Upset indeed, always sulking, and it is impossible to placate her. Does she truly think of him as a punching bag? Let her be infuriated. Other girls are so obedient. Yet she is the only one who knows how to act spoiled and fawn. Today, I shall not indulge her. Not only will I not coax you, but I will also make you weep. Weep most pitifully. Xiao Ran, Xiao Yuro, be good now. I was occupied yesterday, my apologies. Xiao Yuro, are you free now? Brother, I have something to discuss. Yes, I'm free. Shall I come out now? Her enthusiasm was palpable. A sly smile crept across Xiao Ran's lips. Was it not enough to have pacified her? Xiao Yuro, this is the last time I will indulge you. Xiao Ran remarked, wait a moment. I must adorn myself exquisitely. Are you not afraid that the more exquisite your appearance, the more unsightly you will appear when you weep? Xiao Ran tucked away his phone, adjusted the cap atop his head, and, ensuring he was not under scrutiny, made his way toward the girls' dormitory. He intended to break up with Gu Yuro in the morning and with Su Qian in the afternoon. As for the reasons and phrasing for the breakups, he had long since prepared them. He merely awaited the arrival of the protagonists. The summer breeze, a memory forever etched in time. As Xiao Ran walked along the path, familiar melodies wafted through the air. Suddenly, a loud voice startled him, nearly causing him to stumble into a drainage ditch. The content of the announcement was rather shocking. Wow! Sun Xining is coming here to hold a concert. The venue is the Grand Hall in the university town. Is that for real? How could she possibly come to this remote university town? Shouldn't she perform in the city center? I don't know. It was just officially announced. Look for yourself. Show me. Xiao Ran swallowed hard. The weather was rather stifling, and he felt beads of sweat forming on his back. His thin shirt was already marked with dampness. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. Am I exposed? This is serious. Despite his skepticism, he opened Weibo to check. Trending at number 1. Sun Xining will hold a special concert in Donghai City in half a month. Trending at number 2. Xiao Yu Group has not responded, nor have they declared it to be a rumor. Xiao Ran's pupils dilated. Damn, it's true. Upon confirming the authenticity of the news, Xiao Ran lost his composure. A star of Sun Xining's caliber, choosing to hold a concert not just anywhere, but specifically in Donghai City, the very location of his university town. Moreover, the announcement came with such urgency, allowing for a mere 2-week promotional period. It was evidently aimed at him. Xiao Ran rubbed his forehead, his palms slick with perspiration. Even the screen of his phone was drenched in sweat. Sweat. Copious sweat. Torrential sweat. He was soaked through. This should not be. How had she discovered this? Sun Xining was unaware of his real name or true appearance. Logically, there was no way she could find him. Was there a traitor among them? Nonsense. No one around him knew that Sun Xining was his ex-girlfriend. Xiao Ran pondered deeply. Ultimately arriving at a bold hypothesis, it must be the song he performed at last night's gathering. Could it be that his previous conjectures had been validated? How careless of him. Had he known, he could have simply sung a couple of popular tunes. He had become quite enamored with showing off. Regret gnawed at him. Yet he was not devoid of options. The entertainment company signed by Sun Xining was his own. A mere phone call would suffice. However, such an action might unveil certain matters and trigger a chain reaction. Perhaps it was best to let it be for now. Sun Xining had never seen him. Even in a face-to-face encounter, she would hardly recognize him. He resolved to remain discreet and avoid detection. For the moment, it would be prudent to part ways with the two young ladies first. As for the rest, plans could be laid another day. Chapter 48. Too rash. The summer breeze wafted gently under a clear blue sky, the sun blazing fiercely as usual. Xiao Ran donned a white sun hat and made his way to a small grove beside the dormitory, casually selecting a bench to sit on while he fiddled with his phone. A flash of light, Mobile Legends. He initiated the app and entered the game interface, where only one of his gaming friends was online. Just one. He never played games with girls. This singular friend was added solely due to her impressive skills in gameplay. Cold like ice. Hey bro, wanna play? Xiao Ran smirked. The player on the other end, a fool named Lu Ban, chimed in. You play Li Bai? And I'll cold like ice. Sure. They dove into the game, engaging in a fierce battle. This girl played Li Bai and Luna exceptionally well, rivaling his own skills. He could hardly believe that a girl could be so adept. After one match, cold like ice. Bro, still playing? The foolish Liu Ban replied, not anymore. My friend is calling me. Cold like ice. All right, take care. The foolish Liu Ban added, shall we exchange WeChat? I'd like to see what you look like. Cold like ice. Let us just stay gaming friends. Xiao Ran decisively exited the game. This was a rare moment of leisure amidst his busy life. Gu Yuro took about 20 minutes to apply her makeup, a remarkably quick feat with her natural beauty. A simple bare-faced look could easily outshine the majority of girls. Little Yuro, handsome guy, I'm coming out now? Xiao Ran, I'm in the small grove beneath your building. Xiao Ran dared not approach the dormitory. Should Mu Ronglan discover him, it would spell trouble. Once he had severed ties with Gu Yuro, he would no longer have to worry. In roughly 3 minutes, he spotted a youthful, vibrant girl clad in a pristine white shirt adorned with a heart-piercing arrow design and short denim shorts. Her long, fair legs, as smooth as jade pillars, glided gracefully toward him. Xiao Ran, big brother. Gu Yuro, as usual, opened her arms and bounded over with a skip. Xiao Ran Gitch, she exclaimed, her face adorned with a pout and a crinkled nose, expressing her dissatisfaction. However, this time, he did not embrace her but instead turned slightly aside, inserting a hand into his pocket while extending his other hand to grasp hers. Hug me, she insisted, but Xiao Ran deftly evaded her advances once more. It's too hot today. Let us forego the hugs, he gently replied, holding her hand without any playful antics. Wah, little Yuro protested, her lips jutting out as she blinked her large eyes, adopting an expression that indicated her displeasure at his refusal. A slight smile graced Xiao Ran's lips as he remained resolute. Why should I give you what you want? He mused. Come with me to another grove, he said, taking her hand and leading her forward. The secluded grove was undoubtedly the perfect setting for a parting, providing not only privacy but also a serene ambience. Yuro's complexion flushed slightly, her expression tinged with melancholy. She sensed something peculiar about Xiao Ran today. He not only refrained from hugging her, but also abstained from his usual playful gestures. At the very least, he could have teased her with a gentle scratch on her palm or a playful pinch on her cheeks. His demeanor struck her as oddly somber, as if he were harboring some unspoken troubles, which left her feeling uneasy, as if something ominous were on the horizon. Xiao Ran Gitch, do you have something on your mind? She inquired softly, enveloping him in her embrace. Hearing her concern warmed his heart, yet he thought, little Yuro, the one who needs to care is you. Let us find a secluded spot first, and then I will tell you, he replied, gently patting her hand. Tilting her head, she glanced at his profile, noticing 2 beads of sweat trickling down his handsome face, landing squarely on a passing ant. Frowning slightly, she retrieved 2 tissues from her petite white purse. You're sweating a lot. Don't move, she commanded, her delicate hand rising to gently wipe the perspiration from his forehead and cheeks, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness. After a thorough wipe, she folded the tissue and repeated the process until his skin felt cool and dry. All done, she declared, tossing her ponytail as a fragrant aura wafted around her. She crumpled the used tissue into a ball, and seeing there was no trash bin nearby, she unhesitatingly tucked the tissue back into her bag. Xiao Ran felt a pang of guilt. The girl's meticulous care and concern easily outweighed her occasionally bothersome nature. Though he occasionally found himself silently critiquing her, he could not muster a shred of dislike towards her. This sensation is akin to a pure, innocent first love, reminiscent of sweet honey tea. Indulging too much may evoke a sour aftertaste, yet upon reflection, what lingers is ultimately sweetness. Alas, Guyuru, you are intent on filling me with guilt. However, no matter how kind you are to me, I remain a man unattainable for you. Even if you were to possess me, what you would grasp would merely be a handful of ethereal ashes. Xiao Ran gently withdrew another hand and caressed her cheek, feeling its icy coolness, slightly sticky. Likely from makeup. Yuru, thank you. Why are you thanking me, brother Xiao Ran? You seem strange today. Guyuru was somewhat perplexed, as it was not characteristic of her brother Xiao Ran to be so courteous without reason. It's nothing. Come, let me take you to a place, Xiao Ran resolved. Firmly grasping her hand and leading her towards a dimly lit grove, Guyuru was confused by his intentions. Why would he bring her to a grove in the early morning? Such escapades were typically reserved for dusk or nighttime, weren't they? Though she could not comprehend why. A warmth gradually spread across her face, a blush blossoming from her neck to her cheeks, ultimately resting upon her ears. Brother Xiao Ran has brought me here, and it seems almost deserted. Does he intend to engage in something intimate with me? Surely he wishes to partake in activities exclusive to men and women, right? Oh dear. Should I accept directly or maintain a semblance of modesty before acquiescing? No. Brother Xiao Ran must think I am a bad girl. Yet, why did he not inform Yuru beforehand? She could have reserved a room. This place is rather unclean, strewn with leaves and dirt. Could it be that Brother Xiao Ran enjoys such settings? But is it not too hasty to have my first experience here? At the very least, one should procure a mat for those activities. This is how dramas portray it. Gu Yuru's mind wandered. Her spirit seemingly detached as she allowed Xiao Ran to lead her, as if all will to resist had evaporated. Or perhaps she simply had no desire to resist, potentially yearning to escalate the situation. Perhaps I could use my clothes as a cushion. They are white and adorned with hearts, perfectly symbolic. Lost in her thoughts, the girl became unmindful and bumped into Xiao Ran. Rubbing her buzzing head, she pouted, Brother Xiao Ran, why have you stopped? Yuru, we have arrived, Xiao Ran replied softly. Huh. Gu Yuru lowered her hands and surveyed her surroundings. The light was dim, the path shrouded in leaves, suggesting it had been neglected for some time. What should have been a sunlit morning felt shadowy and oppressive, as if an overwhelming dread were imminent. Gu Yuru pouted. She did not favor this place. Even in the wilderness, she yearned to find a cleaner spot. Xiao Ran, I dislike this place. Shouldn't we find somewhere else? The current location seemed rather hasty. What if a snake slithered out during such an intimate moment? Humph. Xiao Ran, you truly lack a sense of romance. How could one engage in such sacred and romantic endeavors here? Xiao Ran, little Yuro is upset. This is the kind of anger that cannot be easily soothed. Yuro shook off Xiao Ran's hand, planted her feet firmly, hands on her hips, and indignantly declared, Why did you choose this spot for such a momentous occasion? I do not like it. I demand a cleaner place. Xiao Ran responded with confusion. Miss, have you misunderstood something? Do we really need to consider the feng shui of the location when breaking up? Isn't it sufficient to just choose the right day? Look at how lovely it is here. There's a breeze, trees, a little pond, and even some small creatures, like ants. This is undoubtedly the perfect place for burying our love. Chapter 49. Let us break up. Gu Yuro's cheeks flushed, hands still on her hips, her cheeks puffed out, her ponytail swaying, exuding an air of indignant defiance. Xiao Ran found himself enlightened. He had seen people devastated by breakups, but never someone so prideful in such a situation. He suspected that Gu Yuro might have misinterpreted his intentions, thinking he brought her here for something scandalous. With a resigned shake of his head, he gently spoke. Gu Yuro, in this very moment. The girl, somewhat perplexed, maintained her stance, as Xiao Ran often comforted her when she assumed this posture. Why was he addressing her so formally? In the next breath, he uttered, Let us break up. The moment the words left his lips, Xiao Ran felt an immense weight lifted. Gu Yuro stood frozen, her anger dissipating, her cheeks deflating. Xiao Ran, what did you just say? Her delicate lips trembled. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror. Are you unwell? Little Yuro will take you to see a doctor. She gently lifted her hand to touch his forehead. Xiao Ran must be feverish, speaking nonsense. How could we possibly part ways when our love is so profound? Xiao Ran's lips moved slightly. For a fleeting moment, the warmth of her soft hand felt chilling. She deserved to be loved, yet this love came with an expiration date. Even the most perfect things must eventually wither. Mustn't they? A month of romance was long enough. Xiao Ran silently stepped back, the warmth between them slowly dissipating. Gu Yuro, let us break up. His expression remained calm, his tone indifferent, as if he were merely stating a fact. A sudden crash echoed, as if something in the air had shattered, like ice. Like a heart. Xiao Ran, you jest again. Gu Yuru's heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by some unseen force. Her delicate face turning pale in an instant. Little Yuru was merely jesting. How could she truly be angry with Xiao Ran? She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his, shaking him gently. Xiao Ran, please don't be like this. Little Yuru is sorry, sobbing softly. She sensed that Xiao Ran must be upset. Indeed, he was angry. Perhaps she had taken advantage of his affection and had been a tad unreasonable. The last time she accidentally broke his phone, she had resorted to such playful antics to soothe his temper. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Ran's heart had softened instantly. Not only did he refrain from scolding her, but he also took her to explore a haunted house, which was thrilling. Such was the nature of his affection. At any moment, if she acted a little coy, Xiao Ran would relent. Surely, it would be the same this time. As Gu Yuru pouted adorably, their fingers intertwined, her beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Please don't be angry, okay? She implored. Xiao Ran sighed inwardly. Damn this tenderness. It was inescapable. Brother, it's so stifling here. Let us find a brighter place. Gu Yuru interrupted him. Although tears brimmed in her eyes, they did not fall. Yuru, brother, you must have been thinking of doing something bad to little Yuru, right? Gu Yuru's eyes glistened with moisture as she combined her charm with innocence. I must have disturbed your mood. I'm sorry, little Yuru was wrong. You can do anything you wish, brother. I'm not picky. This place is just fine. The girl's tear-filled gaze was like blooming peach blossoms. With an unexpected gesture, her fair skin, cherished for 20 years, was about to be exposed to Xiao Ran's sight. Xiao Ran, it's just a separation. Why would you think of undressing? My dear sister, that's unnecessary. Really? It is. Xiao Ran, why not give it a try? Little Yuru exclaimed, her nightly workouts endowing her with a pleasant physique. Moreover, she longed to share an intimate moment with her brother. Gu Yuru seemed to have lost herself, casting aside her dignity merely to quell his anger. Xiao Ran felt a stir within his heart, though it was not his first encounter with such a scenario. Witnessing the once vivacious and charming girl exhibit such stark contrast was terrifying. The fear surpassed that of most girls he had previously parted from. It was a level of horror altogether unique. Gu Yuru's pleas went unanswered, the light in her eyes slowly fading, gradually supplanted by fear and helplessness. 2 lines of tears eventually fell. Despite her current state, he remained indifferent. A certain answer, once unapproachable, was now confirmed. It turned out that the brother was not angry. Yuro, do not degrade yourself in this manner. Xiao Ran silently assisted her in fastening her buttons. Although your figure is exquisite and your skin remarkably smooth, I adhere to my principles. Brother Xiao Ran, do you not find Yuro's body appealing? Gu Yuro was moved to tears by his gentle gesture. Her tears cascaded down, creating ripples in the small puddles on the ground. Xiao Ran felt a pang in his heart. Whenever a girl attempts to reclaim love through her physical form, it underscores the depth of her vulnerability. Yuro, to love someone is not to measure oneself by the body. I do not believe it. My figure is exceptional. Let us go to a hotel and see. Yuro exclaimed, attempting to pull him outside. Yet, her strength was incapable of moving him even slightly. Ultimately, the girl could only bury herself against his chest, weeping uncontrollably, leaving traces of her tears on his clothing. Enough already, Xiao Ran said. If you keep this up, I will have to buy new clothes. With a resolute heart, he grasped her shoulders, employing an unyielding grip. Gu Yuro stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Brother Xiao Ran. Such a callous action extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited within her. Brother, I was wrong. Please do not leave me. She stepped forward, crying as she took a step towards him. He moved back, and the brief 3 steps created indelible fissures in the girl's heart. Yuro, will you listen to me? Xiao Ran gazed at her softly. Brother, what have I done wrong? Gu Yuro clenched her small fists, her delicate form trembling incessantly. No. Yuro, it is not your fault. You are a good person. It is I am the one at fault. I am the villain here. Xiao Ran looked at her with deep remorse. Brother Xiao Ran, what has happened? Tell me. We can solve it together. We do not have to break up. A glimmer of hope returned to Gu Yuro's eyes, believing that he must be facing some dilemma that prompted thoughts of separation. Indeed, little Yuro, you truly understand me. I am facing a crisis in life. Only by parting can this be resolved. Xiao Ran shook his head and slowly spoke. I have another girlfriend now. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air once more. Gu Yuro felt as if her heart had been encased in ice. Suddenly, another heavy blow struck, shattering her frozen heart. Cracks appeared, 1, 2, countless. At last, it could bear the pressure no longer, transformed into countless fragments. She found herself amidst an icy embrace, despite the sweltering summer around her. The bone-chilling cold sought to engulf her entirely. Was she destined to perish? Why was this happening? Her brother loved her so dearly. He could not possibly betray her. If his affections had waned, what could account for his profound sacrifices? Was it merely to humiliate her? Gu Yuru staggered backward, but fortunately, Xiao Ran, with quick reflexes, steadied her. Brother, you still love me, don't you? A simple gesture ignited a glimmer of hope within her. No, her first love could not conclude in such a manner. Affection could not evaporate without cause. There must be some underlying reason. Xiao Ran, please tell Yuru why. Will you? Sighing softly, Xiao Ran, under her expectant gaze, bent down and lifted her in a princess carry, the warmth of her delicate form nestled against him, the alluring fragrance of her youth enveloping his senses. It was a comforting embrace, Her physique was perfectly balanced, a testament to her dedication to maintaining her exquisite figure. Brother, you, Gu Yuru, suspended in midair, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Her gaze dreamy and her body soft and weak. Gazing into her brother's eyes, an impulsive desire to capture his lips overtook her. He was holding her. He still loved her. Yet, before she could act, she found herself unceremoniously deposited onto a stone bench. Chapter 50. Love does not disappear. It merely transforms. Gu Yuru reclined upon the stone bench, resting her head on Xiao Ran's lap, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers. The breakup with Gu Yuru seemed far more complicated than those previous encounters with other girls. He had not anticipated her fragility, how she would forsake her dignity so willingly. This predicament was of his making. He could not simply abandon her. Xiao Ran, you still love me, don't you? Gu Yuru asked through sobs. Yuru, love is like a smile. It does not vanish, it merely shifts. My love for you has now been bestowed upon another girl. Gu Yuru's pupils dilated. Her hopes freezing on her face, unable to retract. Pain, heart-wrenching agony. Why? Xiao Ran, why? What does she possess that I lack? Summoning all her strength. Gu Yuru struggled to sit up, her hair disheveled, tears glistening in her eyes as she demanded, is she more beautiful than I? Is she younger? Does she have a better figure? You must tell me. You must. At this point, her expression bordered on madness, clutching his collar. The shattered remnants of her former self had utterly stripped her of her youthful charm. No, none of that. You are just as beautiful as she, your figure equally splendid. He used Moron Lan as a point of comparison. The two women, aside from their personalities, were nearly indistinguishable in appearance and figure, both exuding an aura of perfection. Why is that? Why did you choose her over me? She is wealthy. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ran spoke in a calm tone. He was about to reveal his trump card. Wealth? Xiao Yu possesses ample funds as well. Brother Xiao Ran, how much do you need? Xiao Yu will provide it. As long as you leave her, Xiao Yu is willing to give you any amount. Gu Yuru's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. She had plenty of money. Her family was a prominent enterprise, ranking among the elite in the city. There was no way Xiao Ran's girlfriend could be wealthier than she. Yuru, you cannot compete with her. Xiao Ran doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. In truth, the Gu family conglomerate could not rival the Moron group. No, I refuse to believe it. Bring her here. I want to compete with her in person. The girl was defiant. You have no chance against her. Look at this first. Xiao Ran chuckled inwardly, finally hitting the nail on the head. With a serious expression, he pulled out his phone and displayed his bank balance and yesterday's transaction details. 500 million. The numbers rolled off the tongue. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. He had 5 billion untouched while assisting Su Lan. Now, it was coming in handy. No, this cannot be. This is not real. Gu Yuru was struck dumb by the figure on the screen, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could not fathom that her brother Xiao Ran could be swayed by such monetary temptation. And 5 billion at that. Though she was wealthy, she could not even produce 50 million at this moment, let alone surpass 5 billion, unless she sold her assets. However, by then, her parents would surely skin her alive. Moreover, what kind of fool would spend 5 billion to snatch someone else's boyfriend? Brother Xiao Ran, please tell Xiao Yu this is a prank, right? I'm sorry, but it is indeed true. But, Brother Xiao Ran, you are not someone who is swayed by wealth. Gu Yuru attempted to awaken Xiao Ran's conscience. After all, he was typically frugal and held himself with dignity. He would never accept her money willingly. She had to insist and practically force it upon him. Furthermore, he would ultimately spend the pocket money she gave him on her. Therefore, Gu Yuru firmly believed her brother Xiao Ran was certainly not so superficial. He must have other burdens. It is simply because the money is insufficient. Xiao Ran gazed at her quietly, delivering a ruthless answer. Woo-woo. That makes perfect sense. A faint smile played on Xiao Ran's lips. Who could resist 5 billion along with a young, exquisite university student? Yuru, 5 billion, an amount that could last a lifetime. I hope you can understand my position. Therefore, let us part ways. Xiao Ran felt it was time to bring this to an end. His legs had gone numb from her sitting on them. Was there truly a way to part like this? Even a sharp slap followed by a swift departure would suffice. Gu Yuru seemed to have regained her composure, her swollen eyes flickering as she softly spoke. Xiao Ran, if little Yuru doesn't mind serving you alongside your girlfriend, would that be acceptable? Wait, something seemed amiss. Wasn't she supposed to be lamenting, exclaiming, Xiao Ran, I despise you? Yet, She claimed her girlfriend would mind. Xiao Ran, at a loss for words, felt utterly defeated by her. Gu Yuro, as if struck by inspiration, continued to entice him. Xiao Ran, why not invite your other girlfriend here? I can handle her for you. With my intelligence. Winning over a young girl will be a piece of cake. Just imagine, two delicate girls. Xiao Ran nearly faltered at her words. How could one be so shameless? Yuro, enough of this. Let us leave things as they are. He urged, attempting to push her away. Xiao Ran. Surely you wouldn't want the whole country to know you're playing both sides, would you? The girl flashed her glimmering little tiger teeth. Two purple horns seemingly sprouting from her temples, glaring at him fiercely. Goodness. He was being threatened again. He should have known better. With Gu Yuro's capricious nature. She would never let this go. Yuro, why go to such lengths? Wouldn't it be better for us to part amicably? If you expose me, our chances of being together will vanish entirely. Xiao Ran tried to reason with her. Well, can I at least be your secret lover? Gu Yuro pouted, taking a step back in feigned distress. Xiao Ran was left speechless. She truly looked ridiculous bargaining over matters of the heart. Was this really the Gu Yuro he knew? Yuro, that's impossible. Do you truly believe a family capable of producing 500 million in cash is a simple one? I fear for your safety. I don't care. I just want to be with you. I would willingly die for it. Gu Yuro resumed her childlike antics. They say a crying child gets candy, but until yesterday, things were manageable. Yet, she had forgotten that they had reached the end of their road. Consider your parents, who have raised you with such care. Is this how you repay them? Xiao Ran spoke softly. It's fine. I have a younger brother. They don't really care about me as long as I'm alive. Xiao Ran, your family is truly remarkable. He found himself in a predicament. The worst kind of girl was one who clung stubbornly. With her tenacious demeanor, even if he chose to ignore her, distancing himself, the system would undoubtedly declare their breakup a failure, and he would receive no reward. Given her current attitude, even if he were to declare a terminal illness, she would likely cling to him even tighter. He had no choice but to devise a compromise. Furrowing his brow in silence, he desperately sought a solution. So, Xiao Ran, have you made up your mind? Do you wish for both, or one above ground and another below? The girl asked with a sly smile. What the hell? One above and one below. I don't want either. Yuro, a breakup would be beneficial for both of us. No, I absolutely want tea. Please, let me finish. Xiao Ran spoke earnestly. An agreement? What sort of agreement? Yuro inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, Xiao Ran forcefully pressed her against the stone bench. It hurts. Let go of me. Xiao Ran, you wouldn't be trying to? Yuro's shattered gaze instantly turned frantic as she swiftly pulled away. What are you doing? Your actions seem quite misplaced. You should be covering your collar. Chapter 51. Farewell. Xiao Ran silently assisted her in fastening her clothing. This girl. Why does she so easily expose herself? Yuro, first hear my terms. As long as you can earn 10 billion on your own, I shall be your boyfriend. 10 billion. That is Xiao Ran's resolution. He firmly believed that Gu Yuro would accept this challenge. He doubted her capability to amass such wealth. And even if she could, it would likely be ages before she managed it, and whether she could find him then was another matter entirely. Even if she did, he never stipulated he would only be her boyfriend. A dowry of 10 billion. Xiao Ran, even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much. Gu Yuro, pinned to the bench, uttered in disbelief. If you disagree, then there's nothing to discuss. To distance myself from you, I could transfer to another school. Hearing this, Gu Yuro fell silent, ceasing her struggles. Thus, Xiao Ran released her and helped her sit upright. She adjusted her attire, and a sudden surge of confidence illuminated her gaze as she spoke. If we are to solidify this agreement, I have demands as well. Go on. Xiao Ran felt a shift in her demeanor at that moment. She was no longer the carefree and mischievous girl he once knew. Xiao Ran, you must not marry anyone until you turn 25, regardless of who your partner is. Wait for a few years for Yuro, all right? Gu Yuro's tone was gentle, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable sentiment. When you turn 25, I, little Yuro, will present you with a dowry of 10 billion and marry you in grand style. The girl's eyes brimmed with affection, reflecting Xiao Ran's face. He occupied her thoughts entirely. Xiao Ran felt an oddity in her words. It was neither a matter of being dependent nor of being kept. Yet, he was undeniably moved by Gu Yuro's unwavering affection. As a person afflicted with cancer, what merit did he possess to deserve such profound feelings from her? It could only be said, with a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Gazing into her resolute eyes, Xiao Ran's heart wavered. suddenly under the illusion that she might truly be capable of fulfilling her promise. By that time, if he still had not lost interest, perhaps he would genuinely be willing to walk through the rest of his life with her. Xiao Ran's heartstrings were indeed stirred by her words, and he smiled as he said, "You Ro, I promise you." Tears glistened in Gu Ro's eyes as her delicate hand gently caressed his face. He truly was willing to wait for her. "Brother Xiao Ran, I will not let you down. One day, I will drive a sports car filled with money right to your doorstep, allowing you to savor every moment." It was merely a matter of earning money. Had she known earlier, she would have never stopped, perhaps amassing billions, enough to win over brother Xiao Ran. However, she had no means to keep him at that moment. This was indeed a trap she had set for herself. "Soon. Brother, wait for me." After establishing their agreement, Xiao Ran tentatively asked, "So, Ro, are we officially breaking up?" Gu Ro did not hesitate any longer, smiling as she nodded, "Yes, dear brother. We are officially parting ways." Although they had separated, she had secured a promise from him. She knew that brother Xiao Ran was a man of his word. If she succeeded, he would too. Gu Ro, referencing the system's notification, finally eased Xiao Ran's anxious heart. However, he was still startled by the substantial reward. 3 months and 5 billion. That could buy half of Xiao Ran. It seemed this girl was indeed extraordinary. Her hidden potential was quite impressive. But could she really earn 10 billion in a few years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ugh, what was this damned anticipation? Get out of my head. Brother Xiao Ran. Little Ro is off to earn enough money to marry you. You go accompany your girlfriend. Humph. The girl stood up proudly, as if nothing had occurred previously, reverting back to her mischievous and adorable self. Xiao Ran scratched his head awkwardly, with the reward in hand. He felt he could afford to be less demanding of her. "Ro, shall we grab some milk tea together?" Xiao Ran cheerfully invited. Having received such a generous reward, it seemed reasonable to treat her to a $6 drink, didn't he? "No, you go accompany your girlfriend." Little Ro was upset. The kind of upset that couldn't be easily soothed. Gu Ro's eyes were slightly swollen. Her rosy cheeks bore traces of tears, her cheeks puffed like an inflated pufferfish. Standing with her hands on her slender waist, she had indeed returned. Xiao Ran gazed at the girl before him. His heart stirred, and he stepped forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Her delicate form nestled against him, exuding a fragrant scent. He gently breathed near her ear, whispering, "Little Ro, thank you." Brother Xiao Ran. She remained so easy to appease, instantly melting away any tension. She stood on her tiptoes, her legs tightly pressed together, enveloping her beloved in a fervent embrace, as if she wished to merge her very essence with his being. Tears cascaded down once more, soaking his shoulder. She inhaled his scent greedily, acutely aware that in the years to come, they may never share such an embrace again. This boy, destined to embrace other girls, left her feeling unworthy of his affection. After all, she was merely a defeated ex-girlfriend, unable to muster a dowry of 100 billion. "Xiao Ran, my heart belongs to you, and it shall remain so, forever. Please wait for me. Otherwise, I shall be terribly upset, in a way that cannot be easily soothed." The girl whispered, her tears flowing incessantly. Her cherry lips had uttered the words of her frustration countless times, for she longed only to be comforted by him. "Xiao Yu, take care. Remember to look after yourself. If anything arises, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xiao Ran gently adjusted her ponytail. "Yes, I knew you would never forget me, Xiao Ran." The girl stood on her tiptoes, wiping her nose on his shoulder, continuing, "Rest assured, I won't disturb you while you pursue other girls. I am quite understanding, perhaps too much so." For a long while, they walked side by side like dear friends. Emerging from the dimly lit grove, puddles on the path reflected the image of this peculiar pair, and it was uncertain who first uttered the farewell. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Chapter 52. Look, he has returned. In a quaint villa nestled within the bustling metropolis, a stunning woman in her 30s was imploring a girl in her 20s, blessed with ethereal beauty, shouting, "Why do you refuse to heed my advice?" Refuse, just like a stubborn child. The younger girl buried her head in her pillow, unwilling to listen to the woman's persistent nagging. Su Xiaohong felt a sense of helplessness wash over her, yet she was powerless to intervene. After all, she could not forcibly prevent her from acting as she wished. To do so would likely result in dire consequences for herself at the company. Unlike other popular artists who dutifully complied with the company's directives, this girl often engaged in outrageous behavior, and the company appeared to turn a blind eye, allowing her to act with impunity. Su Xiaohong couldn't help but wonder if the girl was perhaps the illegitimate daughter of the company as president. Xiao, your reckless behavior could jeopardize your future. There are numerous contracts awaiting your attention. Why take such risks? It's not too late. Delete the post and claim your account was hacked. I can arrange for a trending topic to clarify the situation. The girl remained nestled beneath her pillow, clad only in a delicate pair of sleepwear. Her long, fair thighs and calves were exposed to the air, reminiscent of exquisitely crafted porcelain freshly emerged from Jingdezhen, tender and smooth, remarkably fine, evoking an irresistible allure. She lay sprawled upon the sofa, her slender legs playfully flailing in the air, gently patting the soft upholstery beneath her, akin to a playful kitten. After a while, Sun Xining seemed to tire, ceasing her legs' movements, her head emerging from beneath the pillow, with slightly hurried breaths and tousled hair. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of color, as if she had just experienced a wave of warmth. She pressed her lips together, her eyes reflecting a certain yearning. Sister Hong, I can feel it. It must be him. It has to be. I cannot be mistaken. From the enticing curve of her figure, she retrieved her warm, fragrant phone, opening a short video. The video was somewhat dim, yet at its center stood a man clad in a black tuxedo, adorned with a butterfly mask, illuminated by the stage lights, exuding an undeniable brilliance. As for the small fox beside him, it was likely a staff member who had forgotten to leave the stage. Sun Xining gazed at the figure on the screen, whispering softly, Xiao Xiao Yushi. Brother Xiao, is that you? Your stature and voice are identical. I miss you so much. Standing nearby, her manager, Su Xiaohong, observed the girl lost in infatuation, feeling reluctant to shatter her fantasies. For 2.5 years since Sun Xining debuted, Su Xiaohong had guided and protected her every step of the way. She cherished this innocent and kind-hearted girl, fearing that she might fall victim to the sordidness of the entertainment industry, despite being a mere small-time manager. Fortunately, the company nurturing the girl resembled a family, allowing her autonomy without coercing her into unwelcome situations. The company also shielded her meticulously, thwarting any forces that sought to exploit her. Yet, Su Xiaohong understood that the reason Sun Xining still stood on stage was all for that person. Although the figure in the video bore a striking resemblance to him, a year had passed, and that person had long since. She felt a pang of compassion, hesitant to disrupt the girl's dreams, yet unwilling to watch her descend into despair for someone who no longer existed, jeopardizing her future. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaohong finally mustered her resolve and gently said, Xining, please be rational. He is no longer here. This is merely someone who resembles him. Sun Xining's delicate form trembled slightly, a ripple coursing through her full hips. She sat up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, defiantly grasping her phone, her finger pointing at the impassioned figure on the screen. Sister Hong, he is here. He has always been here. Isn't he back? Look closely. Su Xiaohong gazed at the image on the screen, her brow slightly furrowed. Xiaoying, it is indeed remarkable how many individuals in this world possess similar physiques and voices. There is nothing peculiar about it. It is merely a coincidence. Initially, when Su Xiaohong first encountered the video, she too believed that the individual had returned, as her thoughts lingered on the boy. However, the recollection of the several diagnosis reports from various hospitals, coupled with the grim, blood-red seals, swiftly dispelled her notion. Ironically, to this day, neither of them knows the true identity of that person, only that he is named Ran Xiao. That individual adamantly refuses to remove the mask from his face. Each time they inquire whether he could unveil his visage, he replies, I wish to spend more time with you. The air is rife with bacteria, and I fear it may exacerbate my condition, leading me to depart from you prematurely. Consequently, the two of them no longer dared to make such requests. Red Sister, take a closer look. Listen to this voice. Listen to his melodic tones. Moreover, these are his original compositions. Do these elements not suffice to prove that it is indeed him? Sun Xining's eyes tightened, crystalline tears cascading from her lashes. Xiaoying, over the years, countless individuals have attempted to imitate Ran Xiao. Some have even undergone surgery to alter their vocal cords, merely to ride on his coattails. Perhaps this person is one of them? Su Xiaohong maintained a rational stance. She could not fathom the possibility of someone returning from the dead, and she questioned whether it was not exhausting to continually chase after such illusions. Each time someone resembling him appeared, she would rush forth, only to return disheartened. But Red Sister, this time is different. Listen, the styles of these two songs are so reminiscent of his. It must be him. Sun Xining remained undeterred. resolutely arguing her case. They needed to present a united front, especially since many arrangements for the concert in Donghai City required Su Xiaohong's assistance. Yet, if Su Xiaohong remained unconvinced, she resolved to take the perilous step of going alone to seek the truth, regardless of the risks involved. Sun Xining, have you forgotten Ran Zhao's last words? Su Xiaohong, witnessing the girl's stubbornness, felt compelled to employ her trump card. Upon hearing this, the girl's gaze suddenly became distant. As if the tender voice of Ran Zhao echoed in her ears. Dear Xining, after I depart, you must obediently heed Red Sister's guidance. You have fulfilled your dreams. Now continue to forge ahead, and do not let my efforts go to waste. I hope to see you joyfully standing on stage each day, singing the most enchanting songs. I will be listening to your celestial voice from above. Chapter 53. The beginning of devotion. As Sun Xining recalled this poignant moment, tears streamed down her face, leaving her momentarily stunned, as if she had been isolated from the entire world. Xiao Hong, observing the effectiveness of her words, felt a surge of joy upon seeing the change in expression on her face. Yet, she did not wish to witness the girl's lingering sorrow, and thus continued. Xiaoying, you must find joy within yourself. Ran Xiao would certainly not wish to see you in such a state. Look at you. Reduced to tears like a little kitten, he would surely find that unappealing. Sun Xining seemed oblivious to Hong Jie's words, remaining ensnared in her own thoughts. Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, betraying a struggle as if she were grappling with a momentous decision. I can feel it. This must be about Brother Xiao. Yet, Hong Jie would undoubtedly object to my involvement. What should I do? Am I truly to surrender so easily? No, I refuse to accept that. I must ascertain the truth. After all that I have endured, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. I shall be willful just this once. Forgive me, Brother Xiao. Let me indulge in this whim once more. I promise it will be the last time. When Sun Xining returned to the present, a faint smile graced her features. She retrieved a tissue and gently dabbed at her tear-streaked cheeks. Hong Jie, I apologize for worrying you. I will send out a notice right away. Seeing her newfound resolve, Xiao Hong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ran Xiao had entrusted Sun Xining to her. If anything were to happen to the girl, he would never find peace in the afterlife. After Sun Xining dispatched her announcement, her eyes sparkled mischievously. Hong Jie, let us take a stroll outside. My spirits are rather low. Hong Jie checked her phone, and, satisfied that Sun Xining spoke the truth, smiled and replied, All right. It has indeed been a while since we last went shopping. Shortly after 10 in the morning, Xiao Ran wandered alone through the food street, eventually stopping at a rice noodle shop, where he ordered a meat and egg roll. The breakup with Gu Yuro had its complications, yet they remained manageable. Moreover, she had explicitly stated that she would not disrupt his relationship with his girlfriend again, a fact that pleased him, for it indicated her maturity. He felt no hesitation in reaching out to Mu Ronglan now. He wished for all girls to possess such understanding, requiring merely a ludicrous agreement to maintain harmony. Handsome, your rice noodle roll is ready. Thank you. The meat and egg roll is forever divine. With plenty of time still ahead, Xiao Ran intended to visit the mall to purchase some items for Liang Shiqing. Her rice cooker had already faded in color, and he feared it might malfunction at any moment. Additionally, he needed to ensure she received proper nourishment. He resolved to fatten that poor girl up. Otherwise, with her frail constitution, he dreaded the thought of a breakup leading to her collapsing from distress and ending up in the hospital. With these thoughts in mind, he pre-booked a delivery truck to ensure he could transport all the items in one go. Xiao Ran swiftly finished his rice noodle roll and paid the modest sum of 8 yuan. Ah, how I reminisce about my high school days, when such delectable treats could be had for just 5 yuan. Now, prices have surged by 60%. Yet, we do not see a corresponding 60% increase in the wages of the working class. In fact, even a 10% rise seems arduous. After hastily concluding my early lunch, I made my way to the shopping mall. The city on a Saturday is not as bustling as usual. The taxi driver, a loquacious fellow with a penchant for trends, engaged me in conversation. At last, I beheld the blossoming of all my dreams. The resonant voices of youth chasing after their aspirations. From the speaker emerged the bright and hopeful tones of Sun Xining. Truly, she is the youngest diva. Her versatile voice adept at navigating various musical styles. The catchy melody prompted even the driver to hum along. Master, it seems you are quite fond of Sun Xining's songs. I remarked. Haha, which man today does not enjoy her music? He replied. I, too, am a fan. I smiled softly, her innocent smile surfacing in my mind. Strangely enough, earlier this morning, a post from Iying's Weibo announced that she would be performing a concert in our area. Yet, less than 2 hours later, that message was deleted. Her studio later claimed that her account had been hacked and that the announcement was false. The driver, seemingly displeased, grumbled, "What a disappointment." "Oh, it was cancelled?" I asked, somewhat surprised. "Indeed. Check the news. It's trending online." My curiosity piqued. I opened my phone. Trending topic 1. Sun Xining's account reportedly hacked. Her studio has confirmed it and urged the public not to believe the concert rumors. Reading the top news article on my browser, I sighed in relief. I truly feared this headstrong girl might come here searching for me, even if she wouldn't recognize me. If Sun Xining were to hold a concert, my girlfriend would undoubtedly drag me along, securing front row seats. In such a scenario, it's likely she might notice some small detail and realize I was still alive. Therefore, it is best to avoid any contact. "Young man, we have arrived," the driver announced as he deftly brought the taxi to a halt in front of a large shopping mall. "All right." Ding. A WeChat payment notification, 46 yuan. Taxis are truly a ripoff. After settling the fare, I stepped into the Grand Mall and commenced my shopping spree. I replaced all the small appliances, kitchenware, and tableware for Liang Shiqing. Even if she might not need them, they would surely come in handy when I visited her. Naturally, I would not overlook her new clothing. Under the astonished gaze of the sales staff, I gathered an array of women-esque garments, underwear, outerwear, everything. One might think I had an unusual proclivity. He then arrived at the bustling vegetable market, filled with an array of produce, chickens, ducks, fish, and an assortment of freshwater and lake delicacies. He intended to showcase his culinary prowess, utilizing a high-difficulty electric pot to prepare a sumptuous feast for Liang Shiqing. Although one could not become plump in a single meal, surely with 2 meals a day over the span of 10 days to half a month, achieving that goal would not be an insurmountable task. Having selected all the ingredients, he paid a total of 250,000 yuan, instructing the attendant to transport the substantial haul to the awaiting delivery truck outside. The delivery driver from Wuling, who had been pre-booked, gazed in astonishment at the pile of goods. "I'll add an extra 200 yuan for you to assist me with the loading. Let's get going," Xiao Ran said with a smile. "All right, buckle up." As Chapter 54 unfolds, titled "She Couldn't Repay Him Even If She Sold Herself," Xiao Ran arrived at Liang Shiqing's dormitory building, directing the delivery driver to unload the items. He then approached her door and knocked. Knock, knock. "Shiqing, open the door. The sun is shining." With a creak, the door opened moments later, revealing a girl with disheveled hair, her eyes still hazy with sleep, clearly not yet fully awake. He had left quite late the previous night, and it was uncertain how long she had stayed up. Xiao Ran Gu, Yang Shiqing, relying on her instincts, accurately sensed his presence and leaped into his embrace. Despite having been apart for only a night, she acted as though it had been an eternity. Xiao Ran patted her shoulder. "Get dressed. I've brought some things that have been delivered. Don't worry, brother, I didn't change last night. I still smell like you." Liang Shiqing looked up, her hair partially obscuring her eyes, a smile adorning her face. Xiao Ran felt an inexplicable sense of being flirted with by this silly girl. He wondered where she had picked up such cheeky remarks overnight. "You go inside and wait. I'll have the items brought in." "Okay." Reluctantly, she withdrew from his embrace, cheerfully retrieving a comb to tidy her appearance. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes, even if, for now, she merely held the title of his sister. Xiao Ran waved to the delivery driver at the entrance. The quantity of items was considerable, although most were for his own use. Given Liang Shiqing's circumstances, it was sufficient for her to have a refrigerator and an electric rice cooker. With a little extra incentive, the driver worked diligently and swiftly completed the task. Glancing at the time, it was nearly noon. "Shiqing, come help me cook." Preparing meals together is a wonderful way to foster closeness, and it would also help boost Liang Shiqing's confidence, encouraging her to engage in more aspects of daily life. She should not spend her days in a daze, merely consuming steamed buns and the occasional small dish every few days. It is imperative to encourage her to regain her diligence, even if she struggles to do so. She must at least attempt. Though the motivational platitudes may be toxic, their utility is undeniable. "Ah, brother, I cannot do it," Liang Shiqing confessed, her demeanor betraying a hint of timidity, as if daunted by the mundane challenges of life. In her clumsiness, she had shattered numerous dishes, which left her reluctant to try again. Sitting there with her bangs pinned back, her eyes slightly reddened, she nervously fidgeted with her skirt. Yet, she feared that Xiao Ran might perceive her as someone lacking ambition, compelling her to explain with a sense of grievance. Brother, I truly do not wish to be like this, but I feel utterly inept. I cannot accomplish anything. In reality, Xiao Ran had misunderstood her. Initially, he thought she was merely lacking in practical skills. It was not that she was unwilling to engage. Rather, the fear stemming from her past mishaps had rendered her hesitant. It was no surprise that her room now contained only a single set of dishes and a rice cooker. Upon realizing this, Xiao Ran knelt before her, gently stroking her silky hair. Shiqing, it's all right. I'm here with you. You won't break anything while I'm by your side. Feeling her brother's comforting touch, Liang Shiqing's emotions gradually settled, and she nestled against his shoulder like a fragile bird, cherishing the warmth he provided. She wished for time to freeze at that moment. Eternally. Moments later, a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes, and a newfound confidence graced her youthful visage. Brother, I will give it a try. Great. You can handle washing the vegetables. I even bought shrimp and crab for you. It's been ages since you've had them, hasn't it? A shiver coursed through the girl's body, and her eyes glistened once more. It had indeed been a long time since she had savored such delectable treats. But, brother, these ingredients must be quite expensive. She hesitated, acutely aware that she could not indulge without limit, lest her debts to him accumulate beyond repayment. She feared that she might end up selling herself to settle them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Liang Shiqing slowly bowed her head, her cheeks flushing like the warm hues of a sunset reflecting upon a serene lake, evoking feelings of warmth and bashfulness. It's all right, Shiqing. You can repay me slowly once you start earning, Xiao Ran chuckled. Besides, isn't it only natural for a brother to spoil his sister? Yet, these words stirred peculiar sentiments within the girl's heart. Just a sister? That is quite wonderful. She could not fathom why such emotions arose. Nor did she dare to reveal them. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Liang Shiqing lifted her chin, revealing her delicate features. Brother, let me help you wash the vegetables. With that, she took small, cautious steps towards the kitchen, mindful not to bump into the newly acquired items. Upon successfully reaching the kitchen, she crouched down, meticulously searching through the pile of ingredients on the floor, inch by inch. Xiao Ran gazed at her with a knowing smile and approached, placing a bag of vegetables into her hands. These are fresh greens. Can you manage to wash and prepare them? She nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, reassured by the fact that she was neither incapacitated nor helpless, and could lend her brother a hand. All right, I shall prepare the meal then. Xiao Ran's culinary endeavors were rather straightforward. Stir-fried greens, ginseng chicken soup, beer duck, braised fish, bitter melon beef, pepper salt shrimp, and steamed crab. Once the rice was ready, he wielded the kitchen knife with finesse, creating a flurry of motion that showcased his exceptional skills. Nearby, Liang Shiqing busied herself with washing the ingredients, resembling a dutiful little housewife. Bitter melon, he called. Shrimp. All cleaned. Xiao Ran smiled as he accepted the slightly misaligned ingredients she handed him, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Her brother was personally cooking, diligently preparing a heartfelt lunch for her. The clashing sounds of knives against the cutting board, the sizzling of oil, and the alluring aromas wafting through the air transported Liang Shiqing to cloud nine. Though the heavens had taken her sight, they had bestowed upon her a brother. Thank you, brother. In that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. She longed to clutch this fleeting happiness tightly, never allowing it to escape. She wished to embrace her brother, merging their souls in an unbreakable bond. Having gained a brother in exchange for her sight felt like a tremendous bargain. If it meant keeping her brother close, she would gladly forsake her vision. Shiqing, give the crab a good scrub. Oh. The girl jumped in surprise, as if her secret thoughts had been laid bare, her cheeks burning. Brother Xiao Ran, it's so big. Will it bite? Liang Shiqing exclaimed, nervously caressing the colossal creature he had handed her. Not to worry, it's secured in one bite. Just scrub it clean, or you won't get to eat. He replied, playfully tapping her on the head with his garlic-scented, damp hand. Ouch, brother, what was that for? Liang Shiqing pouted, holding her head in mock grievance, her hair now damp and imbued with the scent of garlic. No worries. Your brother wouldn't mind. Hurry up, or you'll miss out on a tasty feast. You'll be dying of hunger, she teased, sticking her tongue out at him for the first time. Just as Xiao Ran was about to playfully tap her again, she sensed his movement and swiftly turned, grabbing the brush and humming a little tune as she scrubbed the formidable crab, which suddenly seemed far less intimidating. Chapter 55. A full stomach is a feeling of happiness. Although the dishes were quite simple, Xiao Ran took over an hour to complete them all. It is truly unavoidable. The efficiency of the electric pot is rather low. However, under his exceptional culinary skills, the dishes, rich in aroma, color, and flavor, have turned out splendidly. Shirqing, it's time to eat. She approached the table, her hands freshly washed, her hair cascading down her shoulders like clouds, and her cherry-red lips looking irresistibly inviting. It smells so good. The delightful scent drew her closer, her expression one of pure ecstasy, her little nose wrinkling with delight. She could scarcely remember the last time she had indulged in such a lavish meal. No, it should be said that since the onset of her blindness, she had not enjoyed a proper meal. The girl's look of enchantment suddenly tugged at Xiao Ran's heartstrings, as the loss of her sight had also stripped away her sense of taste and smell. She found herself unworthy to savor, deprived of the conditions to partake. It was unimaginable how she had endured during this time. Shirqing, start with a bowl of soup. Xiao Ran gently placed a bowl of chicken soup in front of her. Speaking softly, the rich aroma nearly overwhelmed Liang Shirqing. She vaguely remembered this unique fragrance belonging to the old fire chicken soup. Brother, it smells so good. She instinctively leaned closer, almost dipping her nose into the soup. Fortunately, Xiao Ran quickly pressed her forehead, preventing a new dish. Humorously dubbed scalded pig nose. With a playful pinch of her nose, Xiao Ran cautioned, "Be careful, it's very hot." "Thank you, brother." Liang Shirqing felt a warmth in her heart. Realizing how close she had come to a burn, she cautiously picked up her chopsticks, navigating by her senses, only to inadvertently clasp Xiao Ran's arm. "Congratulations, Shirqing. You've just acquired a pig trotter." Xiao Ran teased. "Silly girl, do you wish to eat your brother's trotter?" Liang Shirqing's face fell, her eyes suddenly welling with tears as she plaintively asked, "Am I too foolish, brother?" "Not at all. If you were foolish, how could you help me prepare such a grand banquet?" The girl's cheeks flushed with a sweet embarrassment, her tears momentarily held back. In the midst of their banter, Xiao Ran took her hand and lifted a steaming piece of chicken from the bowl. "I can do it myself." Liang Shirqing's face turned a deep shade of red. She was unaccustomed to such close attention, leading her to hastily bring the chicken to her mouth. Ouch! Instead of scalding her nose, she had burned her lips. Tears sprang to her eyes as she waved her hands, trying to banish the discomfort. "Silly girl, I'm not competing with you. Why the rush?" Xiao Ran chuckled, finding her utterly adorable. Shirqing merely wished to savor her brother's culinary prowess quickly. She pouted, licking her lips in a slight display of grievance. "Haha, you'll have plenty to enjoy over the course of the next month," Xiao Ran remarked with a knowing smile. "Why a month?" Liang Shirqing, blowing on the chicken, took a cautious bite, only to be moved to tears by the exquisite taste. With a delightful and tender texture interwoven with the long-lost aroma of meat, a burst of flavor explodes on the tip of the tongue, offering a full-body massage to the taste buds at every moment. It is utterly delicious. Xiao Ran gazes at the scene with satisfaction and takes a sip of the soup, adding, "In a month, I will no longer be making this for you. If you wish to indulge, you must learn to prepare it yourself." As soon as Xiao Ran's words fell, Liang Shirqing paused her eating, lifting her gaze towards her benefactor. A hint of confusion flickered in her vacant eyes, as if silently questioning, "Why?" "Shirqing, I cannot care for you every day. You must learn to take care of yourself." Xiao Ran's words plunged her into a brief silence, her chopsticks frozen midair, awkwardly holding a piece of chicken that had been half-eaten. "Indeed, I cannot expect Xiao Ran to come and tend to me every day. He has his own life to lead." "You can do it, Liang Shirqing. You can learn to care for yourself. Moreover, she should master the art of looking after her brother." With this thought, Liang Shirqing's expression turned resolute. "Rest assured, brother. 1 month is ample time for me to learn how to take care of myself. And you too," she added slyly in her heart. The young girl's thoughts were innocent and uncomplicated. "Yes, I believe in you. Now eat." Xiao Ran nodded, having already prepared her for the reality that awaited her. When he departed from her world, she would regain her light and not be lost in confusion after being long disconnected from it. Subsequently, the two engaged in cheerful banter while consuming the meal before them. The Liang Shirqing's method of picking up food was unique. Aptly named the fortuitous grabbing technique, she took what she could. In exasperation, Xiao Ran had to lend a hand, ensuring her bowl was filled to the brim. Given her glossy, delicate lips, it seemed she might never have the chance to savor the taste of plain white rice. Suddenly, Xiao Ran stealthily dabbed a grain of rice at the corner of her mouth. "What's wrong, brother?" she asked. "Don't move. Smile." "Ah," she replied, her small mouth forming a puzzled expression. Click. The sound of a shutter echoed, capturing the amusing moment of the girl. Xiao Ran looked at the photo on his phone with satisfaction, thinking that when she regained her sight, he would share these images with her, thus fulfilling his duty. Brother, are you taking pictures? Liang Shiqing's face flushed with embarrassment, the innocence of youth radiating from her. Xiao Ran smiled. Come, let's eat crabs. He directly fed her, akin to raising a pig, bringing food to her mouth. Liang Shiqing inhaled the tempting aroma before her, instinctively swallowing. Brother, I can do it myself. Open wide, or I will leave you to eat alone. Xiao Ran threatened decisively. No. Liang Shiqing's delicate face turned pale as she hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of crab meat. Xiao Ran exclaimed, Could you please spit out my finger? Little did Liang Shiqing know. She mistook it for a crab leg and bit down with vigor, using her pristine white teeth. Brother, this crab is too tough to bite. Xiao Ran attempted to withdraw his hand, inadvertently pulling her small head along, his words slightly garbled. If you can't bite it, just spit it out. What are you doing? Biting while slurping? With a gentle push of his other hand against her forehead, he forcefully extracted his finger and said in a soft tone, Dear sister, what you just bit was my finger. Liang Shiqing paused, her chopsticks frozen in midair, as a rapid flush of alluring crimson spread across her fair cheeks, reaching her ears. Her delicate earlobes vibrant as if they might bleed. The overwhelming sense of embarrassment made her wish to burrow into the ground and never emerge. No wonder the taste was off. It was unexpectedly delightful. She had been eating her brother. How mortifying. Shiqing, hurry and eat. If you don't, it will get cold. Xiao Ran's voice pierced through the darkness, startling her petite frame. Brother, She opened her mouth to respond. Half an hour later, Liang Shiqing's belly was round and full as she sat obediently in her chair. Shiqing, brother is about to leave. I have things to attend to. Are you leaving already, brother? Liang Shiqing stood reluctantly, wishing to embrace her brother, but hesitated, realizing her hands were still greasy. She couldn't dirty him. Don't worry. I will come back tonight, Xiao Ran said, ruffling her hair. She squinted her eyes, tilted her chin up, relishing the affection, while patting her belly. Brother. My stomach is so full. It feels so good. Xiao Ran glanced at her little abdomen, indeed rounded as if she were a few months along. Rest assured, Shiqing, from now on, you'll always eat your fill. Thank you, brother. Liang Shiqing blinked her eyes. Her desires were modest, as long as her brother was willing to visit her. That was enough. No need for thanks. Don't be so formal with me. Go wash your hands and apply the medicine. Okay, just like last night. Applying the medicine was quite smooth. After a night of scabbing, the wound only needed a bit of ointment. Once everything was done, Xiao Ran helped tidy her room and, in a serious tone, instructed, I've put the leftovers in the fridge and set an alarm. The chicken soup is kept warm. Drink a bowl every hour until it's finished, understood? Liang Shiqing did not feel any negativity from his tone. Instead, she welcomed it with delight, nodding obediently. Got it. I'm off now. Bang. The room was dimly lit, yet the young girl's world was no longer shrouded in darkness. She envisioned the radiant light within her heart, and her lips instinctively began to hum a cheerful tune. La 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 la. Chapter 56. What? She has vanished. In an upscale restaurant in the magical city, a woman furiously shouted into her phone, instantly capturing the attention of the entire establishment. This woman was Su Xiaohong, the manager of Sun Xining. Earlier that morning, she had promised Sun Xining that they would go shopping and dine together. After the two had adorned themselves, they ventured out to purchase a few items before arriving at the renowned local restaurant for a meal. Halfway through their dining experience, Sun Xining expressed discomfort and requested to visit the restroom. Su Xiaohong promptly arranged for 2 bodyguards to discreetly protect her. However, 20 minutes later, the bodyguards called to report that Sun Xining had disappeared. What are you doing? How could you possibly lose a living person? Even a dog would perform better than you. Su Xiaohong scolded furiously. The 2 bodyguards on the other end of the line felt helpless. It was indeed their oversight, and they could only explain with trepidation, Sister Su. We never anticipated that the restroom had a back exit, but since it is a ladies' room, it was inconvenient for us to check. Initially, while covertly safeguarding Sun Xining, they had not anticipated any trouble. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, they sensed something was amiss. When the 2 bodyguards, under immense pressure and having endured a couple of slaps along with a barrage of insults, stormed into the ladies' restroom, they found no trace of Sun Xining. The only indication of activity was the occasional entrance of women who, upon spotting the 2 men, screamed perverts, and fled in fright. They hastily informed Su Xiaohong, who then unleashed a torrent of expletives upon them. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Su Xiaohong suppressed her fury and commanded, "Hurry and search. Investigate all flights and high-speed trains heading to Donghai City. See if you can intercept her. If you truly cannot find her, proceed to Donghai to keep watch. Ensure her safety." Understood. After relaying her instructions, Su Xiaohong ended the call. She had never imagined that Xining would engage in such reckless behavior. Xining was well aware of her own fame. If someone recognized her, and those obsessive fans abducted her, it could happen in an instant. That would undoubtedly lead to serious trouble. Su Xiaohong swiftly activated the locator on her phone. Both of them carried locators to ensure their safety. When she checked the locator's position, she nearly hurled her phone in shock, for the two red dots on the screen were overlapping. This indicated that Sun Xining had, at some point, unknowingly attached the locator to herself. Su Xiaohong had no choice but to dial Sun Xining's mobile phone. As expected, the voice on the other end spoke. "Sorry, the user you were trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." With a sense of helplessness, she set her phone down and sent Sun Xining a WeChat message. "Xining, it's dangerous for you to go alone. I won't stop you, but please return first so we can accompany you." After sending the message, Su Xiaohong anxiously called the office, bracing herself for the reprimand that was likely to come. "What kind of agent are you? You can't even keep track of a living person. A dog would probably do a better job." Quickly distancing herself from the phone, she waited for the tirade to end before tentatively asking, "Mr. Liu, what should we do now? She must have gone to Donghai City. Should we pursue her directly?" After a few moments of contemplation, the voice on the other end replied, "Su Xiaohong, do your best to contact Xining. If you can't reach her, quickly gather more people to find her." "Yes, I understand." Su Xiaohong responded hastily. "Remember, if anything happens to Xining, we want to be in a good position either." The call ended with a grim tone. Su Xiaohong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her face slightly twitching beneath the mask, and her graceful figure trembled slightly, visibly shaken. "Xining, please don't let anything happen to you. You've put your sister in quite a predicament," she murmured to herself, grabbing her small bag and hastily leaving the ill-fated restaurant. "Miss, we've arrived," the taxi driver announced to the oddly dressed girl in the back seat. "Thank you. No change needed," she replied gratefully, pulling out 2 large bills from her bag. Clutching her small bag, she opened the door and dashed towards the station. At the train station, she intended to board the high-speed train directly to Donghai City. Sun Xining had meticulously arranged every detail, determined to sneak away to Donghai City and uncover the truth about the masked boy. She had prepared a stash of cash and cleverly evaded Hongjie and her bodyguard to finally arrive at the station. However, upon reaching the ticket hall, Sun Xining was taken aback. Having always relied on Hongjie for her daily needs, she had only ever purchased tickets online via her phone. Now confronted with the chaos of the long queue and the process of buying tickets in person, she felt overwhelmed. Yet, to reach Donghai City, she had to act quickly. Fearing that lingering any longer would allow her bodyguard to catch up, she awkwardly joined the line for tickets to Donghai City, slowly making her way forward. After 20 minutes, it was finally her turn. "Hello, your ID, please," the attendant requested. Sun Xining handed over her identification. Beep. In the next moment, the ticket attendant cast a surprised glance at the information displayed on the screen, then looked out through the glass at the girl adorned in a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. She winked at her, seemingly conveying a secret signal. Sun Xining understood her intent and removed her sunglasses, returning the gesture with a wink that spoke volumes. The attendant's breath quickened. Could it truly be her idol? Alive and in the flesh. Thankfully, she was professionally trained. Perhaps her speech would only falter slightly. "May I ask which station you are headed to? When does the train depart?" "Donghai City. The next one. Your ticket is ready. Will it be cash or online payment?" "Cash." Sun Xining retrieved her money and identification, handing them to the attendant. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. And with only 17 minutes until her 13:56 train, she felt confident that her bodyguard would not catch up. Yet, she remained cautious. It was only when she successfully boarded the train that the weight in her heart finally lifted. "Xiao Gu, whether it's you or not, I have arrived. Perhaps we shall meet in just over 2 hours?" How exhilarating. As she thought of this, her nose tinged with a hint of acidity, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fortunately, the sunglasses concealed her emotions. She wondered what awaited her at the end of this journey. Would it be a surprise or disappointment? Chapter 57. The important matter: after leaving Liang Shiqing, Xiao Ran made his way alone to the artificial lake. A gentle breeze wafted through, blending warmth with a faint scent of the lake. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, the peak of the day's heat. Even on a Saturday, most students remained nestled in their dormitories, leaving the lakeside nearly deserted. He casually settled into an empty pavilion, barely getting comfortable when, ding ding ding, his phone rang. Damn it, just as I sat down. He grumbled, yet he answered the call. Hello? Boss, there's been a situation. The voice on the other end belonged to Lao Lu, and the first words were alarming. What is it? Spit it out. Xiao Ran replied tersely. Sun Xining has secretly come to Donghai City to find you. This revelation startled Xiao Ran, prompting him to stand instinctively. It was not fear of being found by her that troubled him, but rather concern for her safety. Given her level of fame, if she were to be recognized without protection, it could spell disaster. Anger surged within him. What the hell? Are all of you incompetent? You can't manage to keep an eye on one girl? Hurry up and find her. He bellowed. Boss, after extensive data analysis, we have located her. She has already boarded a train heading to Donghai City. Upon hearing the words emanating from the telephone, Xiao Ran finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Sun Xining was someone he had meticulously nurtured, and he certainly did not wish to witness any misfortune befall her. It must be said, the efficiency of the sixth brother was commendable, as he quickly located Sun Xining's whereabouts. One must also express gratitude towards big data, which can synchronize an individual's travel information across the internet within mere minutes. Dispatch a few individuals to the station to discreetly protect her. It would be best to assign several female bodyguards to closely monitor her, but ensure she remains unaware. Xiao Ran instructed. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ran shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Sun Xining was undoubtedly one of the most worrisome girls in his life, constantly proclaiming that Ran Xiao was alive, tirelessly searching for him across the globe. Despite enduring countless disappointments, she continued her relentless pursuit. It seemed her mindset was one of those who would insist on seeing someone alive or, at the very least, their remains upon death. A quintessential example of stubbornness. Who in their right mind would scour the world for a terminal cancer patient, especially one who had long surpassed their expected lifespan? Gazing at the surface of the artificial lake, with the gentle breeze creating ripples in the water, he found it somewhat blinding. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a sense of heaviness. As long as Sun Xining remained safe, everything else could be left to her discretion. Subsequently, he opened WeChat and clicked on a pink avatar. Xiao Ran, Qian, where are you? He sent a message and waited for a reply. In less than 3 seconds, a response arrived. Qian, Xiao Ran Gij, I'm still at the hotel. Are you coming over? Qian, this time I want to fall asleep. You can do anything you want. In the hotel room from the previous night, Su Qian sat upon the soft bed, cradling the unwashed black gown that Xiao Ran had changed out of. As she typed messages on her phone, she buried her delicate face into the fabric of the dress. Dear Ran, I want to be coming over. Let us save it for another day. Su Qian, ah? All right then. Xiao Ran, Qian, please come over to the artificial lake. I'm waiting here. I have something very important to tell you. Su Qian, ah? Okay, Xiao Ran Gij. I'm on my way. Wait just a moment. Qian, you'd better prepare yourself mentally. Prepare myself mentally? Su Qian tilted her head, scratching it thoughtfully. Xiao Ran Gij first invited her out, and now he mentioned a need for mental preparation regarding this important matter. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she jumped up from her cozy bed. Could it be that Xiao Ran Gij was planning to propose to her? Oh dear. Su Qian covered her cheeks, reminiscent of a playful monkey. Indeed, what other significant matters could there be besides a proposal? No wonder he hadn't stayed over last night. Could it be he was planning a surprise for her today? The little pavilion by the artificial lake was precisely where they had confessed their feelings to one another. It turns out that the groundwork laid by Brother Xiao Ran yesterday was all for today. Brother Xiao Ran, your intentions are well understood by Qian. Rest assured, Brother Xiao Ran, Qian will certainly adorn herself beautifully to accept you in 5 minutes. With her hair dripping wet, Su Qian hurriedly tossed one garment after another from her suitcase, a whirlwind of fabric swirling in the air. The alley? No, that won't do. I wore it yesterday. Oh, where did my earrings go? Never mind, I won't wear those. The Lolita? No, that doesn't quite fit the theme. The maid outfit won't work either. That is reserved solely for Brother Xiao Ran. Formal attire. Oh wait, this is it. Chapter 58, Day 31. This pink dress was worn exactly 1 month ago. On the day they confess their feelings to each other. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. Their romance commenced with this very dress. Thus, it should also signify the conclusion of their relationship as partners, paving the way for the next step into matrimony. Once she donned all the garments, Su Qianqian tied her hair into two familiar ponytails and stood before the full-length mirror, twirling gracefully. The hem of her dress fluttered, her braids danced, and a delightful fragrance filled the air. Surely, her perfect brother would adore it. No, she should refer to him as her husband now, right? How embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed, she swiftly dialed a number. Prepare a car. I'm headed to the art university. Just as she was about to hang up, she suddenly recalled something. Oh, and please prepare a bouquet of the finest, most fragrant, and lush pink roses. Su Qianqian put down her phone and gazed dreamily at her reflection in the mirror, rosy cheeks, a delicate complexion, and two charming dimples that made her look utterly adorable. Husband, your wife is coming. Are you ready? In the gazebo, Xiao Ran leaned against the railing, his hands stacked atop each other, resting his chin on his arms. He gazed at the shimmering waves on the lake and the few white geese that had ventured out to forage. Quack, quack, quack. 3 white geese swam to the front of the gazebo, proudly raising their heads, honking at Xiao Ran as if demanding food. He looked at the adorable geese, rummaged through his pockets, but only retrieved a wallet, a few crumpled bills, and his phone. Thus, Xiao Ran shrugged at the geese and said, I didn't bring any food. I promise next time. Quack, quack, quack. The 3 geese shook their heads in disappointment and waddled away, likely in search of their next target. Xiao Ran watched the geese as they gradually drifted away, his gaze somewhat unfocused. A month ago, the same white geese were in the same spot, striking the same pose, heads held high, lingering near the gazebo. On that day, he and Su Qianqian had brought a large bag of bread, seemingly to feed the geese, though perhaps their intentions were not solely about the bread. After a few exchanged words, they tossed the buffet into the lake and embraced one another. The white geese, honking loudly, watched as 2 pieces of bread sank deeper into the water, their remarks laced with unrefined language. These 3 white geese have become witnesses to my love with Qianqian. They deserve some recompense. With this thought, he felt a surge of inspiration and quickly dashed to the convenience store to purchase several loaves of bread. Clapping his hands, the white geese immediately turned their attention to him, spreading their wings and waddling over with a grace akin to water walking. Honk, honk, honk. Robbery. Be aware. Hurry and surrender the food in your hands. Xiao Ran, gazing at the fierce geese, smiled slightly, gradually breaking off pieces of bread and tossing them before the geese. Only then did they cease their clamoring, relishing their delightful feast. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind stood a graceful girl, holding a loaf of bread in one hand and a bouquet of roses in the other, dressed in a flowing pink gown. The girl breathed slightly faster, her cheeks flushed, glistening with fragrant sweat, her gaze fixed intently on the white silhouette in the pavilion ahead. Haha, I knew it. Xiao Pei, my dear is wearing the same outfit as that day. Su Qianqian smiled gently, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Oh dear geese, your devoted feeder has arrived. You are about to witness a historic moment. Su Qianqian murmured to herself, stealthily making her way behind Xiao Ran, preparing to surprise him. Xiao Ran was engrossed in feeding the white geese, seemingly oblivious to the girl's approach. With light steps, she drew closer, finally stopping 2 meters behind him. Yet he remained unaware. With a mischievous smile, Su Qianqian took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, the white geese squawked, as if to alert him. The corners of Xiao Ran's mouth curled upward, as he had already sensed everything. Just as Su Qianqian positioned herself behind him, inhaling deeply to frighten him, Xiao Ran turned around unexpectedly, pulling a silly face. Boo. Ah. The breath she had drawn transformed into a piercing shriek, startling the white geese into a flurry of honks. Su Qianqian instinctively tossed the bread into the water, clutching tightly to the pink roses in her hands. The geese seemed to mock her, or perhaps curse her, as a bag of inedible food floated before them. Still shaken, Su Qianqian's pretty face bore a hint of indignation, her furrowed brow and a few beads of sweat adding to her playful charm. Brother Xiao Ran. Ha ha. Humph. Su Qianqian stamped her foot in frustration, sulkily sitting on a nearby bench, leaving him with a delicate silhouette. How infuriating. Originally intending to scare the old fool, he found himself demoted. What a dullard. Lacking in romance. If you propose to me later, should I agree, I would be akin to a dog. Xiao Ran gazed at the girl's retreating figure and smiled faintly. His intention to frighten her was merely to alleviate the emotional contrast that awaited them. Now that the scare was over, he knew he must provide comfort. So he settled behind her, playfully toying with her twin ponytails, and softly inquired, Qian, what's the matter? Are you angry? Humph, not at all. Su Qian proudly lifted her chin. Yes, I am furious. It infuriates you. Gaga, why are you mimicking me? Xiao Ran was well aware that Su Qian was not truly angry. She merely sought a means to descend gracefully from her prideful stance. Such clever thoughts she harbored. He chose not to expose her ruse. Thus, Xiao Ran gently began, Qian, today marks the 31st day of our romance, does it not? Chapter 59. The system's response. Su Qian's eyes flickered, her expression gradually transforming into a sweet smile. Indeed, their love had traversed the entirety of June. And now July had arrived. The girl suddenly turned, her sparkling eyes meeting his bright gaze. As they silently locked eyes, Wong. The girl suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Ran. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Don't bark like a dog out of nowhere. It makes me seem inhuman. Qian, what's wrong? Xiao Ran asked, puzzled. Su Qian diverted her gaze from her beloved to the large goose on the water's surface and haughtily remarked, my throat is uncomfortable, and no one is here to soothe it. What, do you have an issue with that? Xiao Ran regarded the proud girl, momentarily at a loss for words. Her attire, her appearance, and the rose she held all signified her yearning and anticipation for a blissful life. Qian, what do you think is the purpose of living in this world? She turned back, her eyes filled with confusion, wondering why her brother would pose such a trivial question. Although she was not fond of such topics, she felt obliged to respond to his sincere inquiry. That varies from person to person. For me, my pursuits in life revolve around love and familial bonds. Naturally, money is also essential, as it sustains these things. Upon finishing, she fixed her intense gaze upon Xiao Ran, seemingly awaiting his response. Yet, Xiao Ran appeared oblivious to her stare, his attention fixated on the large goose pecking at a bag of bread on the water. Qian, look how free they are. Su Qian tilted her head, somewhat perplexed by her brother's meaning. She felt that these discussions were ultimately meaningless, as they would invariably return to reality. She could not fathom why he posed such questions, leaving her with a sense of unease in her heart. Brother, why do you pose such peculiar questions? Xiao Ran remained silent. Instead, he picked off a few crumbs of bread to feed the large goose. His calm and indifferent action caused a flicker of anxiety within the young girl, her palms slightly perspiring as they clutched the rose. Qian, I recently came across a piece of news. A university boy has been diagnosed with terminal cancer, with only a few months left to live. However, he did not wish to burden his girlfriend, thus he ended their relationship. Yet, his girlfriend adamantly refused to part ways, insisting on accompanying him for treatment and spending his remaining time together. Xiao Ran's expression was serene, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, as if he were recounting someone else's tale. He eventually turned to her, smiling as he inquired, Qian, what are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing his story, Su Qian felt as though she were perched on pins and needles, as if this situation could unfold in their own lives. When her gaze met Xiao Ran's, she saw the steadiness in his eyes, which calmed her racing heart. Perhaps her brother was discussing such strange topics to prepare for the potential misfortunes they might encounter in the future, or perhaps he was testing her views on love. Surely, it couldn't be that someone truly had cancer. That would be far too melodramatic. This is not a Korean drama. With this thought, Su Qian felt a bit more at ease and, taking an outsider's perspective, simply commented on the situation. Brother Xiao Ran, if viewed rationally, the man's actions could be deemed correct, albeit somewhat selfish. His choice may allow his partner a better life. Conversely, from an emotional standpoint, his treatment of his girlfriend is exceedingly cruel, refusing to share even the last moments with her. Xiao Ran nodded thoughtfully and continued, Qian, do you prefer a rational or an emotional approach? Su Qian glanced at her beloved, her heart's answer bubbling to the surface. If it were me, I would choose the emotional approach, she declared, gently slipping off her shoes and playfully rubbing her dainty, white-stockinged foot against the boy's calf, as if teasing him. She was eager to steer the conversation away from such strange topics and prompt Brother Xiao Ran to delve into the main subject. Her small, delicate foot was smooth and comfortable, akin to the gentle tickle of a feather. Xiao Ran felt a mix of emotions as he experienced the tender sensation. He had anticipated Su Qian would choose this path. He could envision this innocent girl, overwhelmed by the dual blows of a breakup and his illness, potentially resorting to extreme actions. He truly did not wish for their situation to continue down this path. System, are you there? Yes. Are there any other methods to extend life? Indeed. He casually inquired, and to his surprise, the system indeed had a solution. What method? Xiao Ran asked eagerly. When the number of achievements illuminated reaches 100, the system will undergo an upgrade. Achieving 100 accomplishments will lead to an upgrade. Why didn't you mention this earlier, system? Xiao Ran grumbled inwardly. Because you never asked. Quite a valid point. Truly deserving of the title of a subpar system. Not at all intelligent. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. Xiao Ran opened the manual for a glance. Currently illuminated achievements, 97. Only 97? That means he needed to complete 3 more. Instinctively, he glanced at Su Qianqian, who, feeling the intensity of his gaze that seemed to devour her, became a bit bashful. She quickly lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes, as if one more glance would cause an explosion. Observing the girl's reaction, Xiao Ran momentarily retracted his wicked thoughts and pondered, System, what additional functionalities will the upgrade provide? It was previously unknown to him that this system could indeed be upgraded. And now he had reached a critical juncture. Had he not inquired, he would still be blissfully unaware. After the system upgrade, the second phase of illuminated achievements will commence. At that time, the host can obtain lifespan through various means. Specific methods, targets emotions, physical responses, etc. The system upgrade will also activate the life expenditure feature, allowing the host to exchange lifespan for power or healing. Astonished, Xiao Ran involuntarily exclaimed, Chapter 60, Do not startle me. Brother, what is wrong with you today? Su Qianqian puffed her cheeks. Regaining his composure, Xiao Ran thought, just 3 more to go. For now, I must subject you to a little discomfort. It will be brief, and you will soon be well. Though his forthcoming actions might be somewhat inappropriate, he yearned to survive. Qianqian, I'm sorry, Xiao Ran spoke softly, uncertain of the reason behind his apology. I forgive you, Su Qianqian replied instantly, setting aside her puffed cheeks. Procrastination was never her style. Brother Xiao Ran, here are some flowers for you, Su Qianqian said, pushing them forward with both hands. The gentle summer breeze swayed, enchanting the heart, while the roses bloomed vibrantly. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with fragments of light, transforming into countless pieces of him. When awakened, all was silent, except for you. A touch of allure in this world. Others are trapped in the morning mist of the mountains, while I am ensnared by you. Xiao Ran was taken aback, falling into the depths of her youthful, yet tender gaze. Deeper still, there lay a hint of pink invasion. For him, summer had never been romantic. The incessant chirping of beetles in the branches was nothing but a complaint about the season, aside from being a mere waste. It serves as a backdrop for the coolness of the season. I can hardly fathom any other purpose it may hold. Yet, Su Qianqian's confession nearly led him to believe that summer had arrived. One must wonder, how many men are fortunate enough to receive such a delicate pink rose from a youthful girl, and under the blazing sun, to be drenched in sweat while she professes her feelings? He is indeed special, both fortunate and unfortunate. Qianqian's gaze held a deeper hue, and it seemed that the frost within his heart had begun to thaw. Was it due to the impending system upgrade that his heart also commenced its unsealing? Thank you, Qianqian. Xiao Ran's lips moved ever so slightly. You are wonderful, but I am unworthy. A gentle breeze from the lake caressed his face, causing a few strands of hair to escape and cling to the girl's rosy cheeks. Brother Xiao Ran, what are you looking at? Her face flushed under his fervent gaze. At the enchanting you, Xiao Ran replied with a grin. Their eyes met, and a sweet moment enveloped her heart. Brother Xiao Ran, you can gaze as long as you wish, even until the sun grows old. Alas, even the most beautiful of tales must eventually draw to a close. Qianqian, today marks the 31st day of our romance. Yes, indeed, 31 days. Su Qianqian remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tender affection for him. Xiao Ran nodded, releasing the ponytail he had been toying with, and turned his gaze toward the swan. Qianqian. In this very moment, the girl's eyes sparkled, her heart racing. Her hands fidgeted aimlessly. Is Brother Xiao Ran proposing to me? Let us get married. Say it out loud. I have already prepared the wedding room. Let us break up. Xiao Ran articulated clearly, ultimately uttering those 3 cruel words. Yes, Brother Xiao Ran, I accept you. Su Qianqian joyously nodded, clearly misunderstanding his words. Xiao Ran thought, To repeat it once more would be too cruel for both of us. Su Qianqian stood up, her movement suggesting she was about to leap into his arms. Xiao Ran quickly restrained her. Brother Xiao Ran, what's wrong? Su Qianqian's heart raced, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Xiao Ran's heart trembled in response. How infuriating. This foolish girl truly hadn't hurt him. Indeed, is human nature merely a record player? He lowered his gaze, gritting his teeth as he repeated, Qianqian, we should break up? This time, Su Qianqian seemed to grasp it. Her affectionate gaze instantly shifted to one of confusion and alarm. How sudden. It must be a mishearing. Yes, just a mishearing. Brother Xiao Ran, what did you just say? She asked, her voice trembling. Let us part ways. Su Qianqian's delicate form trembled, her mind momentarily paralyzed. The brilliance in her eyes gradually faded, as if the entire world had descended into darkness. Those 5 succinct words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Let us part ways. Brother Xiao Ran has chosen to forsake me. He no longer desires my presence. Su Qianqian clutched her chest, feeling as though something had constricted her throat. The pain was unbearable. Every girl harbors a glimmering forest of fireflies within her heart, a realm inhabited by a youthful spirit. Yet, when that spirit prepares to depart, the luminous forest withers away. The light in Su Qianqian's eyes vanished entirely. Her once rosy and fair complexion turned as pale as parchment. Brother Xiao Ran, why? A sense of obscurity enveloped Xiao Ran's heart. Did he truly believe that his own heart felt at ease? Those who understand, understand. The most difficult burden to bear is the affection of a beauty, especially when that charming little girl is doubly enchanting. Brother Xiao Ran, please do not frighten Qianqian. She is quite timid. Tears streamed down Su Qianqian's face as she clung tightly to him. Even in death, she would refuse to part ways. Absolutely not. Chapter 61. In truth, I am still redeemable. The surface of the lake rippled gently, while the persistent goose continued to peck at a bag of bread. Su Qianqian buried her head deep into Xiao Ran's chest, her petite frame shuddering with quiet sobs. He could distinctly feel the dampness of his shirt, whether from her tears or her runny nose. Oh, Brother Xiao Ran, the girl whimpered softly, her words somewhat slurred. Suddenly, she broke free from his embrace. Her right fingers pressed insistently against his flat chest. Through her sobs and pouting lips, she cried, Brother Xiao Ran, it hurts here. Qianqian can't breathe. Please do not leave me. Without you, Qianqian will perish. Woo-woo. Su Qianqian clung desperately to his garments, her delicate feet dancing restlessly as if in a playful tantrum. She could no longer detach from him, just as one cannot forsake the act of breathing. If she were to part from him, she would suffocate and die. Brother Xiao Ran, Qianqian truly loves you. I beg you, please do not leave me. I implore you, retract those words. Please. Woo-woo. Xiao Ran tilted his head back and slowly closed his eyes, for sand had invaded them. He seemed to waver, no longer the unyielding figure he once was. He gazed up at the pavilion's ceiling, blinked to expel the sand, and then turned his attention to the girl, speaking softly, Qianqian, in truth. Brother Xiao Ran does not wish to leave you. The girl raised her arm, wiping away her tears. The small hands of the girl clutched tightly onto his larger ones. Her voice urgent and choked with sobs as she implored, Brother Xiao Ran, have you encountered some difficulties? Please tell Qianqian, and she will help you. Qianqian, have you forgotten the question I just asked you? Xiao Ran lowered his head, gently wiping away her tears. What? The girl had already forgotten everything. She simply wished for her beloved not to leave her. Xiao Ran sighed inwardly, understanding Su Qianqian's selective amnesia. Slowly, he set the flowers he held aside on a nearby chair and retrieved several folded papers from his pocket, handing them to the girl before him. He feigned a calm demeanor as he said, Qianqian, I have cancer, late-stage brain cancer. This is the diagnosis. What? The girl abruptly ceased her crying, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. She stared blankly at the papers suspended in midair, not reaching out to take them. Instead, she took a few steps back, distancing herself from the documents. Hee, Brother Xiao Ran, you were just trying to scare me again. If you wanted to break up with me, you could have said it directly. There's no need to deceive me. I understand, Brother Xiao Ran. Just take the papers back. I promise to break up with you. A smile adorned her face, her delicate form trembling slightly. She seemed unable to accept this jest. If only her brother Xiao Ran would retract the papers, she would agree to the separation. She refused to believe her brother Xiao Ran could have cancer. Surely, it must all be a lie. Qianqian, please don't act this way. The more Su Qianqian maintained her unnaturally calm demeanor, the more fear gripped Xiao Ran's heart. He would rather she express her anger towards him. He dreaded the thought that this girl might make an irrational decision because of him, even contemplate ending her own life. With each step he took toward her, she retreated further. Don't come any closer. The girl's fragile body swayed unsteadily, as if she might collapse at any moment. Brother Xiao Ran, just go. Tears streamed down Su Qianqian's face, her nose running, her appearance disheveled. A girl who always presented her finest self before her beloved was now shattering that image. Qianqian. Xiao Ran's heart twisted painfully. How could he possibly leave now? He yearned to draw closer to her, to offer her comfort. Yet, she seemed intent on denying him that opportunity, stepping back once more. She had exited the pavilion, standing exposed in the sunlight. The crystalline tears, illuminated by the sun, refracted a spectrum of colors like prisms. He is Cancer. Yet, he continued to cherish her daily. He cried with her, laughed with her, endured the scorching sun while shopping with her, and toiled for her. He bore the throbbing pain in his head, singing and frolicking alongside her, even taking the stage to serenade her, enduring pain to prepare various gifts for her. And what of her? It seems she has never even wiped the sweat from his brow. Each day, she prattles on like a fool, oblivious to the condition of Xiao Ran's health. She only knows to call out for Xiao Ran to accompany her, conjuring one sweet memory after another from their romantic days. Like barbs, these memories pierced deeply into her heart, only to be cruelly extracted, leaving behind raw wounds. It seems that every beautiful moment signifies Xiao Ran's suffering, and perhaps each of her smiles comes at the cost of his anguish. She was wrong. She regrets it. She despises herself. Suddenly, the girl trembles and speaks. Xiao Ran, I feel so unwell. Upon hearing her call, Xiao Ran rushes over, enveloping her once more in his embrace, gently patting her back. You're not unwell. Xiao Ran is here. The girl no longer resists but sobs even more violently, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Xiao Ran can feel the girl's anguish. He senses the shattering of her heart. Xiao Ran, why? Su Qianqian suddenly lifts her head to ask, her face flushed, eyes slightly swollen, and hair disheveled. For a moment, Xiao Ran is at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, the girl soon clarifies her question. Xiao Ran, why didn't you tell me sooner? Is it Cancer? Yes. This girl has always believed in him. Whatever he says, she believes without doubt. Xiao Ran gently unties her two ponytails and tenderly tends to her hair. Qianqian, if you had known sooner, would you still be happy? The girl stops crying, her expression somewhat dazed. In the next moment, she roars like a fierce dragon. Xiao Ran, do you think I am happy now? My beloved is about to die. How can I be happy? Xiao Ran, why do you treat me this way? Why did you only reveal this when I was at my happiest? Why didn't you consider my feelings? You could deceive me about anything, and I wouldn't mind. But why? Why keep something so significant from me? Why? Faced with her accusatory questions, Xiao Ran opens his mouth but finds himself speechless. Yet the girl does not stop, her voice hoarse as she continues to shout. Clearly, you could rest well. Why do you still do this and that for me? Don't you want to live? If you don't want to live, I want you to live. Why don't you let me take care of your health? Am I Su Qianqian not worthy to fight alongside you against this illness? The girl seemed utterly exhausted from her cries, once again weeping helplessly. Brother Xiao Ran, I'm sorry. Qianqian is so useless. I've lost my temper with you again. I can't help you at all. I only know how to burden you. Her body felt weak, and she sank to the ground. Xiao Ran remained silent. Su Qianqian blamed him for not revealing his condition sooner. They could have fought against the illness together. Yet, he had chosen to bear the burden alone, even expending so much energy for her graduation ceremony. This was something she could not endure. Cough, cough, Qianqian. You need not be so sorrowful. In truth, I am still salvageable. Xiao Ran gazed at the girl crouched on the ground, opting for honesty instead of deceit. In an instant, her tears ceased, as if she had been imbued with newfound strength, and she sprang to her feet. Thunderous roars echoed from the sky, and ominous clouds had gathered without her notice, casting a shadow over the city. Rain began to fall, one drop, then two. Qianqian, come inside. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran pulled the dazed girl into the pavilion. The large white goose hastily waddled ashore, seeking refuge in the shelter, eyeing the pair with keen interest. Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled, fixating intently on Xiao Ran. With an unprecedented seriousness, she asked, Brother Xiao Ran, what did you just say? Xiao Ran smiled gently at her before moving behind her, deftly tying her hair as he spoke. I said, Su Qianqian, do not be too sorrowful. My illness can be treated. The girl lifted her small hand to grasp his larger one, then turned to face him, her tone still grave. Brother Xiao Ran, I will find the best doctor for you. I will ensure you recover. After saying this, Su Qianqian pulled out her phone from her dress pocket, likely intending to search for a doctor immediately. The urgency on her face was striking, a look that should not have belonged there. Xiao Ran gently grasped her hand, halting her. Brother Xiao Ran, what are you doing? Don't stop me. The sooner the doctor arrives, the quicker you will recover, she said anxiously. She had completely cast aside thoughts of their breakup. All that mattered was Xiao Ran's safety. If Brother Xiao Ran claimed there was hope, then there must be. No matter the cost, she would save him. They had yet to marry, to have many, many children together. As these thoughts flooded her mind, tears once again streamed down her face uncontrollably. Qianqian, please, let me explain. Xiao Ran embraced her, gently caressing her head. The girl lifted her gaze, her crystalline eyes brimming with affection as she said, Brother Xiao Ran, there is no time left. Please let me make a call, all right? Xiao Ran met her gaze, slowly shaking his head. Qianqian, it's futile. My illness cannot be cured by doctors. Hearing his words, the girl felt an urgency that nearly drove her to her knees in pleading. An ailment that even the doctors cannot treat. What else could possibly help? Quantum medicine? Qianqian, there is a reason I chose to break up. Xiao Ran began to explain. Though Su Qianqian was filled with anguish. She forcibly glared at him with reddened eyes. Wasn't he that a trivial statement? Who parts ways without a reason? Brother Xiao Ran, you better provide a valid explanation. Even if you are unwell, do not expect me to hold back. The girl clenched her fists, speaking in a low voice. Time was of the essence. Brother Xiao Ran was still evading the issue. Did he not realize how distressed she was? Cough. Qianqian, please listen to me seriously. And what I'm about to say might sound slightly absurd. Speak. Su Qianqian retorted angrily. I am cultivating immortality. Xiao Ran stated earnestly. Brother Xiao Ran, I will call a doctor for you. I implore you. Su Qianqian said, on the verge of tears. She believed that Brother Xiao Ran's condition had truly deteriorated, and he was beginning to speak nonsense. If this continued, he might truly be lost. Regardless, she had to ensure he was examined at a hospital for her own peace of mind. Qianqian, you know I would never deceive you. Xiao Ran shook his head. Isn't it deceitful to hide your illness from me? Qianqian, I am not joking. Upon hearing this, the girl's gaze softened unexpectedly. Brother Xiao Ran, I know you chose to break up to avoid burdening me. I can agree to the breakup, but I beg you, please allow me to stay by your side from now on, all right? Xiao Ran felt a sense of helplessness. This girl was resolute in her determination. Well, if she sincerely wished to part ways, that would suffice. Qianqian, in the future, I will allow you to accompany me, but you must listen to me. Otherwise, I will leave without a word. Xiao Ran looked at her earnestly. The girl let her hands fall weakly, clenching her delicate fists. She gritted her teeth, her slender form trembling slightly, as if her thoughts were at war. How could Qianqian possibly give up on Brother Xiao Ran so easily? Yet, as long as she could be by his side, that would be enough. Whether they remained together or not was of little consequence. If one day he truly, then Qianqian would accompany him as well. Her parents were still relatively young. They could always start anew. A rumble of thunder echoed. The heavy rain poured down, forming a thick curtain of water. Brother Xiao Ran, let us break up. The girl wiped away the remnants of her half-dried tears, smiling as she spoke. All right, Qianqian, we are officially breaking up. Congratulations, host, on receiving an extension of 3 months to your life, mastery, and feminine attire, and a voucher for shares in any enterprise. Current remaining lifespan, 307 days, 23 hours, and 48 minutes. Achievements unlocked. Su Qianqian, click the image for details. Qianqian reflects. Is this sufficient for youthfulness? It has come to fruition. Xiao Ran let out a slow breath. With over 300 days added to his life, he surmised that if he were to part ways with Muron Lan and Su Lan, he might surpass a year, a peculiar anticipation indeed. As for the second reward, a glance revealed something strange. The system was becoming quite whimsical. Brother Xiao Ran, I have already agreed to the breakup, so you must accompany me to the hospital. Su Qianqian stated with a certain gravity. When it came to Brother Xiao Ran's health, she felt compelled to act, even at the risk of inciting his displeasure. Xiao Ran gazed at the resolute girl, warmth flooding his heart. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. All right, Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. Let us hasten. She eagerly tugged at him. Stop, stop, stop. Silly girl, look, it's pouring rain. Yet, she found herself at a loss for a retort. After all, Brother Xiao Ran was unwell and could not be caught in the rain. Understanding her concerns, Xiao Ran comforted her, Do not be disheartened. I am here with you. Suddenly, 3 large geese, seeking refuge from the rain, erupted into a cacophony of honks, seemingly mocking someone. Su Qianqian could no longer contain herself. She approached and delivered a light kick to the large white goose clad in white stockings. The impact was minimal, resembling a mere act of venting frustration. Get lost. Su Qianqian shouted at the goose, lifting her foot once more. The indignant goose promptly turned its backside, flapped its wings, bent its neck, and vanished into the torrential downpour, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Ran chuckled at the scene, saying, Qianqian, why engage with a foolish goose? It mocked me. Su Qianqian crossed her arms, unable to express her indignation comprehensively. Chapter 63. Fate's caprice. Dark clouds churned ominously, casting shadows over the mountains, while white raindrops danced chaotically upon the boat. The rain intensified, showing no sign of abating. A man and a woman sat shoulder to shoulder in a corner sheltered from the deluge. Brother Xiao Ran, do you know what I was anticipating when I came here today? Su Qianqian leaned gently against Xiao Ran's shoulder. The wind was cool, yet slightly warm. Xiao Ran remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. Qianqian, you believe I would propose to you today, do you not? The girl's expression dimmed. The sorrow and discontent linger on her countenance. Indeed, Brother Xiao Ran understands Qianqian so well. Yet, Qianqian remains oblivious to Brother Xiao Ran's illness. She feels like a wretched jester. At this thought, Su Qianqian's eyes dimmed even further. How cruelly fate toys with us. Xiao Ran's heart ached as well. The girl who used to wear a charming, dimpled smile seemed to have vanished. The rain has lessened. Brother Xiao Ran, the rain is about to cease. Su Qian gently shook his arm. In the past, the cessation of rain would have left her dejected, for it signified that her brother would soon depart. However, now, the rain's retreat is beneficial for his physical and mental well-being. Xiao Ran lifted his gaze towards the west. The sun began to peek through the clouds. The rain has stopped. The winds have calmed. Su Qianqian felt revitalized. Brother, let us hasten our departure. Yes. The two joined hands, their steps gradually fading into the distance. The lake appeared tranquil, yet it occasionally shimmered with delicate ripples. The rain had ceased, or perhaps it had not. A bouquet of pink roses lay serenely on the bench in the pavilion. The rain's nourishment had made the petals bloom even more splendidly. Yet, for reasons unknown, such beauty was left abandoned here. Perhaps it was deemed superfluous. At the first hospital of Donghai City, Su Qianqian utilized her connections to secure access to top-tier medical facilities. Xiao Ran suppressed the urge to vomit. Compelled by Su Qianqian's insistence to undergo the procedure, he felt as if his entire mind had been stripped away. He wished he could discard his brain entirely. He wondered if the zombies would still find a tumor-ridden brain appetizing. In the hospital room, the two awaited the results in silence. Su Qianqian seemed reluctant to speak. Yet her trembling hands clutched Xiao Ran's tightly, betraying the anxiety and unease within her as they awaited the arrival of this nightmarish verdict. Xiao Ran closed his eyes to rest, a whirlwind of disordered thoughts swirling in his mind. It was akin to dozing off during class. One could think clearly and write with inspiration, yet upon waking, the scribbles resembled mere scribbles. The silence in the room was palpable until it was abruptly shattered by a voice. Ms. Su, Mr. Xiao, the results are in. A male doctor entered, holding a report. Xiao Ran felt a sense of calm. He had grown accustomed to this. After all, he had undergone examinations more than a dozen times, possessing several IDs. It was merely taxing on the mind. But Su Qianqian was different. This was her first encounter with such a significant life event, and it was only natural for her emotions to surge. Her eyes reddened, and her voice trembled as she asked, Doctor, what is the outcome? Although she had long been mentally prepared, who wouldn't harbor a flicker of hope in such moments? Who wouldn't yearn to hear the doctor utter the words, I apologize. It was a misdiagnosis. Rather than you should continue to eat and drink. The doctor, removing his mask, gazed at the two individuals whose emotions were starkly contrasting. Having dealt with countless cancer cases over the years, he found such calmness in the patient to be quite rare. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke. In the advanced stages of a brain tumor, if one remains optimistic, there should be about a year left. During this time, indulge in the pleasures of life and fulfill any wishes you may have. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Su Qianqian's eyes widened. Her hands gripped Xiao Ran's arm tightly, her nails digging into his skin. It hurts so much, Xiao Ran exclaimed, feeling the pain as if it were not her own hand. Su Qianqian's body stiffened slightly. trembling as tears the size of beans streamed down her cheeks, blurring her vision. It was indeed true. Brother Xiao Ran, why can't you deceive me just once more? She lamented. She wished with all her heart that this was merely an excuse for a breakup. Why? Why? The girl's tears soaked Xiao Ran's clothing in patches of wetness. The doctor handed the report to Xiao Ran, choosing not to disturb the moment, and turned to leave. Qianqian, please don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't look beautiful anymore. Look, my clothes are covered in snot. How disgusting. Brother Xiao Ran finds you so repulsive. Xiao Ran comforted her for quite some time. Yet Su Qianqian showed no signs of ceasing her tears. He allowed her to cry, knowing she would eventually wear herself out. He marveled at the seemingly endless supply of energy and tears she possessed, having already cried for nearly an afternoon. Qianqian is so scared, so very scared. Qianqian doesn't want you to die, Su Qianqian whispered, nestled in Xiao Ran's embrace. He gently stroked her hair, soothingly reassuring her, don't worry, I won't die. I will always be by your side. Brother, you mustn't deceive me. If you dare to die, Qianqian will go with you, she insisted. Xiao Ran looked down at the little girl in his arms, his eyes already glistening with moisture. Her face was soft as petals, her breathing gentle and shallow, resembling a fairy under the moonlight. The girl's cherry lips quivered occasionally, stirring something within the boy's heart. Slowly he leaned down. Chapter 64. A tender kiss, their lips met softly, and in that moment, it felt as though time had ceased. Like a feather gently brushing the surface of water. Like snowflakes settling upon petals. The girl seemed to sense it, her eyelashes fluttering as if a princess had been awakened by her prince. The young girl slowly lifted her gaze, her dark, misty eyes coming to rest. A boy finds solace in tenderness, and so too does a girl. After a prolonged moment, her lips parted slightly. Su Qianqian's expression was hazy, her face reminiscent of ethereal peach blossoms. Xiao Ran gently brushed his lips with his fingers. Well, they are swollen, with traces of blood. This was her first initiative to kiss him, and it left a mark. Alas, Xiao Ran, brother. Su Qianqian nestled into his embrace, her voice enchanting. The little girl harbored secret thoughts. If she could capture his heart, she would willingly do anything. Qianqian, you belong to the dog's mother, Xiao Ran exclaimed, his face displaying indignation. Indeed, Qianqian is yours. The girl blinked, a playful smile gracing her face, her dimples appearing and disappearing. The cunning little girl had returned. Hiss. Xiao Ran inhaled sharply. He was losing his composure. How could he escape this? Brother Xiao Ran, you brought this upon yourself. No wonder Qianqian acted this way. Su Qianqian's fingertips traced circles on his chest, igniting a restless yearning within him. Not merely this, a true stronghold is never confined by circumstances. Xiao Ran's face flushed crimson. He realized he had acted too hastily, entranced by this little vixen. Oh, brother Xiao Ran, you're blushing. After that kiss, Su Qianqian seemed to transform. Her playful banter incessant. Ahem, Qianqian, it's getting late. We should leave. Xiao Ran, with a serious demeanor, pushed her away forcefully, then picked her up and tossed her aside. Ouch, what are you doing? Su Qianqian sat up, rubbing her sore bottom. Woe is me. After he is satisfied, he just tosses me aside. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes. Indeed, so true. He almost believed it. It would truly be a pity if she didn't pursue acting. How had he never noticed how theatrical this girl was? Taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Enough of this, I must return. I still have things to attend to, Xiao Ran said with irritation. Grabbing the report in his hand, he exited the room. Brother Xiao Ran. Wait, Qianqian. Excuse me. That student. Please hold on. At the entrance of the art university, a curious boy observed the peculiar girl before him. She was adorned in a sun hat, a mask, and large sunglasses, with an enviable figure accentuated by a sheer blouse and short shorts. Yet, her face remained obscured. Is it truly so hot that one dresses like this? Is she on vacation at school? Were it not for her figure and voice, one might struggle to discern her gender. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask, do you know the person known as the irritating brother? The peculiar girl's voice was melodious, evoking the gentle caress of spring breezes. The young man furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought, as he increasingly felt that the voice was hauntingly familiar. Nevertheless, he replied, I know of him, but I do not recognize him. The peculiar individual continued to inquire, do you know where he is? The young man shook his head, replying, I have no idea. Who knows who this troublesome fellow is, or where he emerged from? Currently, a multitude of boys at the school are gnashing their teeth in frustration at this person. Because of him, The standards for choosing a partner among the girls have skyrocketed overnight. How unfortunate. The young man spat, as a gesture of disdain, before striding away, leaving the peculiar individual in a state of bewilderment. Sun Xining exclaimed, "Can we speak properly? Why must you spit indiscriminately? Am I really that unpopular?" She was incensed. Hopping in place. Having just disembarked from the train, she hurried to the art university, eagerly anticipating a reunion with her brother, Xiao. How on earth am I supposed to find him in this unfamiliar place? Sun Xining muttered to herself, feeling a tinge of despondency. No, I absolutely cannot give up. I must uncover information about this troublesome fellow, no matter what. Meanwhile, in an unseen corner, two statuesque women were intently observing the direction where Sun Xining stood. One of the women spoke, "Kai Xia, report to Mr. Liu." "Understood," replied the bodyguard named Kai Xia, as she promptly dialed a number. "Hello." The call was instantly answered, and a single word resonated from the other end. "Mr. Liu, Sun Xining has arrived at the art school. She is currently searching for someone," Kai Xia reported succinctly. "Keep a close watch on her. Ensure she remains unharmed, and let her do as she pleases otherwise," came the response. "Yes." Once more, Sun Xining approached another passing student. Fortune favored her, as she happened upon the president of the student council, who was also the chief organizer of the graduation gala. "Excuse me, could you please stop?" Sun Xining called out to President Li Guangjing. Startled, Li Guangjing halted. Having just returned from a spa, he had not even stepped onto campus when he was intercepted. And her peculiar attire left him perplexed. Is she a campus paparazzo? Panic surged through Li Guangjing's mind, thinking, this is it. Detention, public humiliation, expulsion. Having just encountered one crisis, was he to face another? "What do you need?" Li Guangjing asked, his tone tinged with anxiety. If money could resolve the issue, he would have to concede defeat. "Do you know about the troublesome fellow?" Sun Xining inquired kindly. Li Guangjing's pupils dilated in shock. "This is it. I've been exposed." Chapter 65. The Pact of the 25th Lunation. However, Li Guangjing, as the president of the student council, was not one to succumb to panic. "What business do you have with that person?" he inquired, feigning calmness. Sun Xining's eyes brightened. His question indicated that he must know him. "It's nothing serious. He resembles a missing friend of mine, and I came to find him." Sun Xining, naive and unguarded, spoke candidly. Li Guangjing let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't extortion, that was a relief. Yet, he was a person of principles. How could he betray a client? "I'm sorry, but I don't know anyone by that name. You've got the wrong person." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, you must know something." The girl grew anxious. She had already inquired of over 10 people, all of whom claimed ignorance. Only this bespectacled man had reacted differently. He surely possessed some knowledge. "If you tell me what you know, I will give you 10,000. She attempted to entice him, believing there was nothing that couldn't be resolved with enough money. If anything could, it was merely a question of having enough funds. This was a profound truth taught to her by Brother Xiao. Absolutely effective. Li Guangjing hesitated, but soon took a step forward. 20,000. No reaction. 100,000. The girl bit her lip as she spoke. Li Guangjing frowned, turning back with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Miss, don't be like that. Not all matters can be resolved with money." 200,000. The girl boldly countered. Then continued, "This is just a down payment. If you help me find him, I will give you another 300,000, totaling 500,000. Li Guangjing squinted, sensing something amiss. Who exactly was this boss Xiao? Why would someone spend such a fortune to find him? To be honest, he was tempted by the prospect of earning that money. Yet, considering the wealth of both parties involved, it was a precarious situation for him. Adhering to business ethics, he could not divulge another's information. He was not one of those unscrupulous platforms. Thus, he spoke to Sun Xining. "Please wait a moment while I consult with him directly. If he does not wish to meet you, I cannot assist you in locating him." "Okay." Sun Xining's eyes sparkled as she eagerly nodded. There was hope. After saying this, he moved to a corner and dialed Boss Xiao's number. "Achoo! Damn it! Who is cursing this handsome lad?" Xiao Ran exclaimed. "Brother Xiao, are you all right? Have you caught a cold?" Su Qianqian asked, a note of concern in her voice. In the same hotel, in the same room, Xiao Ran and Su Qianqian were playing cards on the bed. He casually tossed down a card and replied, "I'm fine. It must be someone talking about me." "That is good to hear." Su Qianqian sighed with relief, visibly shaken. Brother Zhao's current health was far too fragile to endure any ailments, even the slightest cold. Buzz, buzz. But Xiao Ran's phone rang. Without hesitation, he answered the call in the presence of Su Chanqian. Hello? Xiao boss, it's me. Who are you? I am the president of the student council at the art university. Li Guangjing responded, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, those of affluence often forget trivial matters. Who would recall a mere underling? Oh, what brings you to call, Xiao boss? I have an unusual individual inquiring about your whereabouts, and they offered 500,000 to purchase information. Li Guangjing conveyed swiftly. 500,000. Xiao Ran pondered briefly, immediately discerning the identity of the inquirer. Who but Sun Xining could it be? It had been quite some time since he last saw her, and he found himself missing the girl. However, this was not the moment for a reunion. Yet, prolonging the matter was not an option. Her obsession would compel her to seek him endlessly. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ran resolved to confront the situation. How about this? Arrange a meeting with her at the CAF near the school entrance at 25 Kunchi. Xiao Ran instructed. Understood, Li Guangjing replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. However, he hesitated to ask, Xiao boss, what about the payment? Only 50,000. Xiao Ran asserted without room for debate. That can be provided, but no more. 50,000 for nothing is already exorbitant. Understood, Li Guangjing replied, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief, narrowly avoiding a disastrous fate. After ending the call, Xiao Ran turned his attention to the little girl beside him, who was perched cutely with her bottom in the air, head tilted, lips pouting, and twin ponytails hanging down like a playful puppy, poking him in the side with her delicate fingers, seemingly questioning what this was, or perhaps seeking affection. Su Chanqian. Get up, Xiao Ran admonished, somewhat irritated. Xiao Ran Gidge, are you leaving? The girl asked with reddened eyes, her voice laced with sorrow. Yes, but didn't you promise to keep me company? She quipped, on the verge of tears, with droplets glistening in her eyes. Xiao Ran felt a headache coming on. After much effort to pacify her, she was now back to her old tricks. He began to suspect she was feigning her distress to keep him close. Chanqian, I have matters to attend to, he said, ruffling her hair affectionately. But, you're in this state, and still so busy? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life with Chanqian? She replied, her voice choked with emotion. Chanqian, you promised me you would behave, Xiao Ran reminded her. Su Chanqian was left speechless, fearing that once Xiao Ran departed, he might never return, never wanting her again. Xiao Ran pointed at her, resembling a husky in his expression. Oh, the girl wiped her tears, ceasing her objections, feeling wronged. That's more like it. Xiao Ran gently patted the head of her dog once more, eliciting an exasperated roll of the eyes from the creature. Be good and obedient, all right? I'll come and play with you tomorrow. With those parting words, Xiao Ran exited the room, leaving behind a pink-haired girl who sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixated on the direction in which the boy had departed, remaining motionless for an extended period. On another front, miss, the irritating brother has agreed to meet you, Li Guangjing announced as he tucked away his phone and approached Sun Xining. Really? Where? When? The girl eagerly removed her sunglasses and inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Guangjing was momentarily blinded by her radiant beauty, taken aback for a few seconds. At the CAF across the street, 25 Kunchi, he eventually responded, gesturing towards a coffee shop situated across the road. Thank you, she exclaimed. But don't just thank me. You owe me money, he replied. All right, how do you want to be paid? She asked. Just a quick scan will do, 50,000 is sufficient. He expertly displayed the QR code, daring not to ask for more. Is that all? She said, somewhat dazed. Beep. WeChat payment received, 50,000 yuan. Having completed the transaction, Li Guangjing turned away with satisfaction, ready to pursue his next venture. Sun Xining, filled with excitement, made her way to the CAF. Securing a cozy seat inside and ordering 2 cups of coffee as she awaited the arrival of 25 Kunchi at 1825. Little did anyone know, what she awaited would either be a delightful surprise or an overwhelming despair. Chapter 66. Are you Brother Xiao? The July sun hung low in the sky, its warmth still palpable. Xiao Ran sat in the back seat of a taxi, cruising along Changhua Avenue towards the art university. The nature of his relationship with Su Chanqian remained tenuous. Were it not for the impending system upgrade, Su Chanqian might have been left in the cold. As he gazed out the window at the flashing traffic, the bustling crowds, and the familiar faces of celebrities on billboards, his thoughts drifted to Sun Xining. This visit aimed to dispel the obsession that lingered in her heart. Some lives, once extinguished, remain irrevocably so, should one wish to resurrect the deceased. It ultimately hinges on the sentiments involved. As for the persona under which Xiao Ran would approach Sun Xining, he had already concocted a rather melodramatic identity. With a screech, the taxi's brakes announced their arrival. "We're here," the driver called out. "Beep. WeChat payment received, 36 yuan. Xiao Ran alighted from the vehicle and arrived at the designated rendezvous point, aptly named meeting, which bore significant meaning. Approaching the entrance, he spotted two female bodyguards stationed nearby, both of whom nodded in recognition, seemingly familiar with him. Xiao Ran wore a gentle smile and nodded at them. He then retrieved a black mask from his pocket and donned it. After a slight disguise with a pair of glasses from his small bag, he stepped into the CAF. The vintage coffee shop exuded an irresistible allure, with the rich aroma of coffee intertwining with a hint of caramel, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The simplistic lighting complemented the soft strains of piano music, rendering the place tranquil and inviting. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the CAF began to fill with patrons, yet none disrupted the serene ambience. In a secluded corner, Sun Xining had shed most of her disguise, leaving only a white mask on her face. Xiao Ran stood not far away, gazing at the girl with a tender look, as if she were his own daughter. After such a long separation, she remained as beautiful as ever. Once Sun Xining confirmed her target, she gradually made her way toward her. The time had reached 6:20 p.m., and the girl in the corner seemed to grow impatient, her gaze frequently drifting through the glass to the street outside. She scanned the passing crowd, as if searching for someone. When Xiao Ran approached her, she remained entranced by the view outside, oblivious to the person standing before her. "Hello. May I ask if this seat is taken?" Xiao Ran inquired softly. The girl appeared startled, her body trembling slightly. The next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiao Gich." Sun Xining's voice quivered, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. "Is it really you?" As she gazed at the familiar figure, the echoes of that well-known voice washed over her. She slowly rose to her feet, feeling a rush of warmth from that sense of familiarity. The girl stood frozen in place, afraid to move, fearing that this was all but a dream. If she stirred, everything before her would vanish like smoke. "Miss Sun, you have mistaken me for someone else." Xiao Ran gently shook his head, then seated himself across from her. The steaming coffee wafted an inviting aroma towards her. It was still warm. They must have changed it several times. She still had a penchant for wastefulness. Sun Xining was momentarily taken aback by the address of Miss Sunday. Her eyelashes fluttered, slowly enveloping her in a mist of confusion. "Are you really Xiao Gich?" she asked again, her voice trembling. "No, I am not Ran Xiao." Xiao Ran replied casually as he added 5 spoonfuls of sugar to his coffee and stirred it gently. "But if you are not Xiao Gich, how do you know me?" Sun Xining remained standing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "And why do you look so much like him?" Though she was emotional, she had not lost her rationality, refusing to forcefully identify him as Xiao Gich. "Because I know him," Xiao Ran answered her question with an air of naturalness. She elegantly lifted her coffee cup and took a gentle sip. "Slurp. This coffee is delightful. How much for a cup? Please pack a few more for me later." Sun Xining felt as though she had struck a fist against cotton, unable to find any resistance. The tone of this infuriating man was indeed exasperating. No wonder he had been bestowed such a moniker. Yet her attention was captivated by Xiao Ran's words. "Do you truly know my brother, Xia?" Sun Xining rubbed her eyes and softly inquired as she sat down. "I know him quite well." Xiao Ran nodded affirmatively. "Prove it." She was not easily deceived. She was quite astute. "Ran Xiao Yushi, terminal cancer patient, your ex-boyfriend, right?" Xiao Ran's words nearly shattered the girl's psychological defenses. Her expression became somewhat dazed, as if she had slipped into a reverie. "Sun Xining, aren't you curious about where your brother Ran Xiao has gone?" Xiao Ran observed Sun Xining's somewhat despondent demeanor and asked with a hint of intrigue. Indeed, the girl was sensitive to this topic. Like rabbit ears perking up, she instantly became animated. Hastily removing her mask to reveal her exquisite features, she urgently asked, "You have news about brother Xia, don't you? Just tell me, and I can offer you money, a great deal of money." Initially, she had thought this endeavor would be in vain again. However, to her surprise, this infuriating man possessed information about her brother Xia. It was like a brilliant light illuminating her path forward. Xiao looked at the girl before him, feeling somewhat powerless to comment. Was such a reaction truly necessary? The CAF was bustling with people. Did she not fear being recognized? Moreover, she had indeed mastered only one trick, the art of monetary persuasion. "Put your mask back on," Or I won't tell you, Xiao Ran said, spreading his hands. You. Sun Xining seemed to deflate, sinking back into her seat as she donned her mask. Tell me where Brother Xiao is. I'll give you 1 million. Sun Xining lured him. Deal. Xiao Ran immediately agreed. He had let his coffee cool and gulped down half of it in one go. Gulp. Feeling a bit tipsy, Sun Xining scrutinized the man before her, knitting her brows. She indeed sensed the aura of Brother Xia emanating from him, even a familiar warmth. Yet how could his demeanor and behavior differ so greatly from Brother Xia's? Brother Xia would never exhibit such conduct. He would never treat her with such an attitude. This so-called infuriating man bore no resemblance to the gentle Brother Xia. In that moment, she was entirely convinced. This man was certainly not her Ran Xiao. Tell me, where is Brother Ran Xiao? Sun Xining crossed her arms, returning to her steadfast demeanor. First, the money. Xiao Ran gazed at her calmly, utterly unmoved. You, she exclaimed. What about me? Your card number. The girl retorted through clenched teeth. 6222. The girl swiftly executed the transfer with remarkable efficiency, completing the task in less than 2 minutes. It's done. Now can we speak? Sun Xining presented the transaction information before Xiao Ran. Allow me to elaborate. Xiao Ran responded, finishing the remaining coffee. His demeanor shrouded in mystery. His dark, expressive eyes brimmed with an enigmatic vitality, as if on the verge of unveiling a monumental secret. Chapter 67. Is he still alive? He has vanished, Xiao Ran declared with a serious expression. Sun Xining was taken aback. I spent 1 million. I anticipated so much. And you provide me with merely 4 words. Warm me for an entire day. Is that it? What do you truly mean? She was almost tempted to hurl her coffee at Xiao Ran. She had traveled hundreds of miles, not to be met with such triviality. Was he merely toying with her? Even a fabricated tale would suffice, at least granting her a glimmer of hope. Instead, Xiao Ran had delivered a blow to her heart, sentencing Ran Xiao to a figurative half-death. Literally, I have no need to deceive you. Xiao Ran shrugged. You'd better provide me with an explanation, the girl demanded. Her glare fixed upon him. It appeared that unless he elucidated the matter, she might very well consume him whole, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Ran, observing her fervor, decided to cease his teasing and focused his gaze intently into her eyes, becoming earnest. He slowly began. Ran Xiao and I have been like brothers since childhood. Though not by blood, our bond is even more profound. Sun Xining was taken aback once more. She only knew that Ran Xiao was an orphan and was unaware of his other connections. Had she known, she would have visited long ago. Though surprised, she refrained from interrupting Xiao Ran, signaling him to continue. Understanding her cue, Xiao Ran proceeded without reservation. He crafted a narrative to maintain her interest, one that would undoubtedly serve him well in the future. Ran Xiao and I both emerged from the same orphanage. Others often say we resemble each other so closely, as if we were molded from the same clay. You must have noticed, right? In stature, voice, and even our eyes, we are strikingly similar, Xiao Ran inquired, his tone inviting agreement. Sun Xining nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, if it weren't for Xiao Qi Ren's own denial, she might have truly believed he was Ran Xiao. Furthermore, the 2 original songs I performed last night were actually penned by Ran Xiao. Xiao Ran continued. What? Those songs were indeed written by Brother Ran Xiao? Where is he now? The girl suddenly froze, her excitement palpable as she pressed for answers. I surmised correctly. Those 2 songs were indeed penned by Brother Ran Xiao. No wonder the melodies and lyrical style are so reminiscent of his work. He must be nearby. Beneath her mask, Sun Xining's face displayed a myriad of emotions, glee, pride, and melancholy, all intertwining. Xiao Ran, observing her expression, doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Do not let your imagination run wild. He wrote those long ago for me, claiming they were meant to help me woo someone. It was only last night that I had the opportunity to use them. Is that so? The girl was momentarily taken aback. Had she been overly hopeful? Was everything once again dissolving into nothingness? With a snap of his fingers, Xiao Ran summoned the waiter. Please refill my coffee and add 5 spoonfuls of sugar. Thank you. As he watched the waiter depart, he dropped a bombshell. In truth, Ran Xiao may really be alive. What? Could you repeat that? Sun Xining nearly leaped from her seat. Her melodious voice drew the attention of everyone in the CAF. She could not comprehend which of this infuriating man's words held truth and which were mere fabrications. Each statement seemed to present a different narrative, sending her emotions on a tumultuous ride. He often speaks of you when we converse, expressing that you are the one he is most concerned about. He mentioned that after his departure, the person he worried about most was you. knowing you would not easily accept his absence and would certainly search for him. Sun Xining's gaze flickered with emotion, her eyes moistening slightly. Her tightly clenched fists on the table hinted at her inner turmoil. But what do you truly mean? Where is Brother Ran Xiao? Please, do tell, she implored, a touch of urgency creeping into her voice. This infuriating man had spoken so much, yet it all felt meaningless, devoid of substance. I must reiterate, I truly do not know his whereabouts, Xiao Ran began anew. Sun Xining trembled slightly, as if anger were rising within her. Was he merely toying with her? I understand your impatience, but please, hold on. I came to see you today to advise you. Do not seek Ran Xiao any longer. He will not be making an appearance now. Sun Xining struggled to believe what she had just heard. What did this infuriating man mean? Not appearing now? Did this imply he would appear in the future? Was he suggesting that Brother Ran Xiao was indeed still alive? Are you saying that Brother Xiao is truly alive? Sun Xining asked, her voice trembling with hope. The girl harbored audacious thoughts within her heart, yet she dared not solidify them, fearing they might amount to nothing more than a fleeting dream. Do not misconstrue my words. I merely suggest the possibility, Xiao Ran remarked, waving his hand dismissively. He could guide Sun Xining's thoughts, yet he could not allow her to become ensnared by them. He had previously stated that if she truly found her way to him, he would reveal that if he were still alive, he would naturally make his presence known. However, if she sought him out, she would find nothing, a futile endeavor. Furthermore, have you considered the possibility that he might be observing you from the shadows? He has undoubtedly taken note of your immature demeanor, Xiao Ran stated with a serious expression. Sun Xining appeared somewhat suppressed, unsure of how to respond. The small spoon in her hand had morphed under her manipulation. Is this what it means to be a girl unable to open a small bottle? Please tell me, why won't Brother Xiao come to see me? She suddenly pleaded, her tone desperate. It was difficult for her to believe or accept this reality. If Brother Xiao were indeed alive, there was no way he would avoid meeting her. After all, how could someone who loved her so deeply choose to hide? I cannot provide an answer to that either. You know him well enough. His actions are surely guided by his own rationale, Xiao Ran continued. Once he has made a decision, he will not easily break it. I hope you can respect and understand him. The girl was not satisfied with this response, falling into silence, her lips sealed. In truth, after all I have shared with you, the essence is likely clear. When Xiao Ran wishes to appear, he will do so. Have you considered that Ran Xiao is still ailing? Your disobedient actions might exacerbate his condition. Running about aimlessly will only drain his energy. Do not burden him further. Although Xiao Ran's words bore the weight of moral coercion, they were not without merit. He believed that most girls possessed a degree of rationality. Following this discourse, Sun Xining's attitude softened considerably. The plight of Brother Zhao's health weighed heavily upon her heart. With glistening eyes, she lifted her head and declared, I promise you. Chapter 68. 3 words. Sun Xining was no fool. Brother Qi had made it abundantly clear that her Ran Xiao was indeed alive. He was silently watching over her from the shadows. Even if Brother Qi's words were mere fabrications, she was willing to believe this time. She had no other choice. It's not a promise to me, but to Ran Xiao. However, what do you intend to promise him? Xiao Ran inquired. The girl withdrew a tissue, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Gently, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes, smiling as she said, I shall no longer act foolishly. I will patiently await his return. Upon finishing her sentence, she abruptly changed her tone, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, but if Brother Ran Xiao does not return, I will surely not let you off. If all goes as anticipated, he should make his appearance this year. Just be patient, remarked Xiao Ran with a relaxed demeanor as he leaned back in his chair. Sir, your coffee. Thank you, Xiao Ran said as he took a delicate sip from the cup that had just been served. Momentarily, the conversation seemed to stall. Thank you. Sun Xining suddenly expressed her gratitude. She understood that the infuriating man genuinely cared for her well-being. She was not ungrateful. He could have easily ignored her or even pretended to be Ran Xiao to deceive her. Yet he chose not to. It was evident that he was a good person. She wished to forge a closer bond and integrate into Brother Zhao's circle of friends. With this in mind, she kindly inquired, could you tell me your name? Or perhaps share a contact method? Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. She sought to establish a connection. How presumptuous. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, let us not. We are not of the same ilk. Should anything arise, I will reach out to you. Sun Xining parted her lips, hesitating to speak. How infuriating. This vexing man was truly exasperating. A famous star and stunning beauty wished to befriend him, yet he was unwilling. She was certain he knew where Brother Xiao was. She had hoped to extract some information about him from him, but she felt powerless. It was not feasible to resort to extreme measures to extract information from him. She simply could not bring herself to do that and ultimately decided to relent. Xiao Ran glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. That silly girl, Liang Shiqing, must be anxiously waiting by now. He wondered if she had finished her soup. At this thought, the image of the girl popped into his mind, sitting foolishly at the door with a vacant gaze, awaiting his arrival. Ouch! His heart ached. He needed to go and feed her. Thus, he prepared to take his leave, rising from his seat and saying, "That will be all. I have matters to attend to." Sun Xining, observing the infuriating man preparing to depart, asked with some irritation, "Would you like to take 3 cups of coffee to go?" Little did she know, her brother Xiao had such an exasperating companion. "No, thank you." Xiao Ran waved his hand dismissively. He had merely been adopting a persona that contrasted with Ran Xiao. He could forego the coffee. As for what Sun Xining would do next, he was not overly concerned. A large contingent of bodyguards had already followed her closely. He understood that she would certainly behave this time. For now, she could dutifully remain at the company, singing to earn money for him. Furthermore, he could afford to reply to Sun Xining's messages occasionally. He speculated that even a single word from him would keep her awake all night. Oh dear, he was beginning to resemble the 6th wheel more and more. "I have taken my leave. You should reach out to Sister Su soon. They have already arrived and are quite anxious." Xiao Ran remarked mysteriously. "Do you know Su Xiaohong?" Sun Xining rose, her eyes wide with astonishment. However, Xiao Ran's response was nothing but a magnificent silhouette receding into the distance. She stood there, bewildered, watching him depart. The familiar figure, dimly illuminated, gradually merged with someone from her memories. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to perceive that her brother Xiao was, indeed, the very person before her. No, it cannot be. He cannot possibly be him. The troublesome brother is one person, and my brother Xiao is another. They cannot be the same. Sun Xining lingered alone in her spot, her thoughts tumbling chaotically. It felt as though an eternity had passed before she regained her composure. Beneath her mask, a subtle smile began to form on her face. At the very least, she could ascertain that her brother Xiao was still alive. That was sufficient. With this thought, she retrieved her phone, opening the profile of the person she had long held in her heart. The very same profile from which she habitually sent 99 messages daily. "Brother Xiao, you must be silently watching over me, right?" After sending this message, the girl turned off her screen, slowly settling back into her seat, her eyes narrowing. Her fingers tapped rhythmically to the piano melodies emanating from the CAF. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Reflexively, she assumed it was yet another message from Hongjia. However, feeling in good spirits, she decided to respond. Thus, she pressed the lock button, and the screen illuminated instantly. "WeChat message, Brother Xiao?" Bang. Sun Xining shot up abruptly, the force of her movement jostling the table. The coffee cup teetered dangerously on the edge, and the liquid within, like a flowing canvas, cascaded onto the floor, splattering in a burst of dark droplets. The rich aroma enveloped her senses, intensifying her delight. The intoxicating scent, accompanied by overwhelming surprise, left her momentarily frozen. Brother Xiao had replied to me. Sun Xining instinctively covered her mouth, allowing warm coffee to trickle down onto her feet. A year and a half. A year and a half. No one knew how she had endured that time. Each day, she tirelessly sought him out, calling and messaging incessantly, only to be met with silence, as if her words had sunk into the sea without a trace. Joy, grievance, bitterness, excitement, and resentment mingled within her, a cacophony of emotions. Trembling, her delicate thumb gently pressed the screen, landing on the husky avatar she had long cherished. The chat background depicted a man adorned with a hat and mask, concealing his gaze and visage from view. Sun Xining. "Brother Xiao, I have missed you for 550 days. Brother Xiao." 3 words, sob sob. At the coffee table, a young woman conceals her face as tears cascade down. It is uncertain whether her tears stem from joy or sorrow. Yet, a sense of warmth envelopes her heart. The 3 words from Brother Xiao ignite a fire within her. Sun Xining's tears flow uncontrollably, and her nose runs onto her mask, leaving a sultry mark. Droplets of clarity fall, one after another, upon the screen. The girl hastily presses the screenshot button, fearing that this moment might vanish. She is anxious that Brother Xiao might retract those 3 words that have warmed her throughout the day. Gently, she places her thumb on the text box, summoning the 9-key input pad. 942643439436337446462. In a flurry, the girl sends the message. Chapter 69. Forgotten what I like to eat. The evening glow paints the sky in magnificent golds, resembling a grand and splendid canvas. At this moment, a certain dapper young man has stepped into the art university. Xiao Ran walks along the path towards the dormitory building. After sending a message to Sun Xining, he pays her no further mind. That poor girl is still waiting for his attention. The thought of Liang Shiqing's frail figure tugs at his heart. Consequently, as he passes the cafeteria, he casually purchases 2 boxes of dairy products. Upon arriving at the dormitory area, he indeed spots her. The girl, clad in pure white, with hair cascading naturally, is curled up on a small stool. Under the dim light of the balcony, her dark hair glimmers softly. Perhaps the uncomfortable seating causes her to stretch occasionally. Passers-by, especially teachers, cast curious glances her way. When did this usually reclusive girl learn to sit at the entrance? And it seems she is awaiting someone? The answer remains a mystery. Perhaps it is the evening's clamor or the pervasive scent of cooking that clouds her ability to recognize the awaited one's aroma. As Xiao Ran approaches with his belongings, Liang Shiqing remains obliviously seated, unresponsive. Xiao Ran smiles gently and approaches silently. The girl, sensing something, tightens her grip on the wooden stick, rising in surprise. Tentatively, she asks, "Brother Xiao?" It seems she has caught a whiff of a familiar presence. "Shiqing, I have arrived." Xiao Ran steps forward and embraces her softly. Liang Shiqing's lips curl into a slight smile, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. He has come. She had thought she would have to wait much longer. He is surprisingly early today. "Brother Xiao, let me help you." The girl scrunches her nose adorably. Casting the stick aside, he reached out to take the box from Xiao Ran's hands. "It's quite heavy," Xiao Ran quietly reminded, eager to carry it into the room. "Brother Xiao Ran." Shiqing can't see, but she isn't handicapped. The girl's temper seemed to have flared, daring to speak to him in such a manner. It's perfectly normal to help a guest with their belongings. Liang Shiqing nearly placed her hands on her hips in defiance. After her bold declaration, she unceremoniously seized one of the boxes of milk from his grasp. Xiao Ran distinctly felt the weight of the box as it dropped, causing the girl to momentarily sink under its heft. "See, I told you it was heavy." Xiao Ran chuckled. He forcefully reclaimed the item from her hands and strode into her room, offering her no chance to bear any burden herself. The girl pouted in irritation at his domineering behavior. This annoying brother is so bad. Yet, in the next breath, her brows softened into a gentle curve, and a smile graced her lips. Despite his mischief, Shiqing found herself quite fond of this sensation. She wished for it to last indefinitely. Once Xiao Ran set the items down, he began to scrutinize them, ensuring the girl had followed his instructions. The soup was finished, impressive. A whole chicken had been simmered into a large pot of broth. He hadn't anticipated that she would consume it all in one afternoon. Instinctively, he glanced at the girl's petite abdomen, which appeared flat. She must be hungry. Her ability to absorb and digest was quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to Liang Shiqing, he was appraising her. Upon hearing his mild praise, she seemed to swell with pride, almost wagging her metaphorical tail. "Brother Xiao Ran, Shiqing has been very obedient. I even washed the bowls, and not a single one was broken." Xiao Ran observed the girl standing with her hands clasped behind her back, feet together, and standing straight, much like a little girl proudly displaying a red flower, eagerly awaiting parental commendation. With a broad smile, he replied, "Yes, yes. My little Shiqing is the best." Hearing her brother's praise, the girl blossomed into joy. She then returned to her small table, pinning her bangs up. She only revealed her face when her brother visited. Only he was worthy of witnessing her beauty. Xiao Ran entered the narrow kitchen, pleasantly surprised by how clean she had kept it, originally intending to wash the dishes himself. He was taken aback to find that Liang Shiqing had already done so, and none were broken. Her progress was remarkable. As time was slipping away, it was now time to prepare dinner. There were still plenty of ingredients left from lunch, sufficient for a sumptuous evening meal. Wearing her slippers, Liang Shiqing approached him and eagerly offered, "Brother Xiao Ran, let me help you." Having gained confidence from the afternoon's experience, she felt ready to contribute. "All right. Let us prepare a grand feast just like at noon," Xiao Ran replied with a smile. "Yes, as before, just like at noon." Xiao Ran first prepared the meal and then began to showcase his culinary skills. However, this time the dishes were simpler and less elaborate than during lunch. He made steamed spare ribs, braised pork, scrambled eggs with chives, and a medley of vegetables, all homely and comforting fare. Xiao Ran was uncertain about Liang Shiqing's specific tastes, and he understood that even if she disliked something, she would never voice it. Whatever he prepared, she would eat. Nevertheless, he felt the need to inquire about her preferences to be better prepared for her next visit. Thus, while slicing the pork belly, he asked, "Shiqing, what do you enjoy eating?" Liang Shiqing stood by the sink, carefully washing the chives. Upon hearing her brother Xiao Ran's question, a flurry of indistinct memories surfaced in her mind. She seemed to have forgotten what flavor she favored. Had she truly forgotten what she liked? No, that couldn't be right. Chicken soup was delightful. Duck was also wonderful. Tender beef, and fish, shrimp, and large crabs. All of these were exquisite. The girl momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Yet, in the next instant, an answer appeared to her. She paused her actions, lifted her gaze to Xiao Ran, and with a beaming smile declared, "As long as it's made by you, brother Xiao Ran. I love it all." The mere fact that her brother was willing to cook for her filled her with joy and contentment. How could she dare to be picky about what she liked or disliked? She was no spoiled princess. Xiao Ran felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had anticipated this response from her. It was a quintessentially polite answer, devoid of any genuine sentiment. Thus, he playfully teased her, "Do you enjoy canned herring? It's quite aromatic." Liang Shiqing was well aware of what canned herring was. Although she had never truly encountered its scent, she knew that most people found it repulsive. Yet, she wondered if brother Xiao Ran genuinely liked it. Tilting her head, she asked, "Do you really enjoy canned herring, brother Xiao Ran?" "Yes, I love it," Xiao Ran replied with unwavering conviction. "Really? If you like it, I will certainly give it a try." As a thoughtful sister, she felt it was her duty to appreciate what her brother cherished. If brother Xiao Ran enjoyed it, then so would she. The girl smiled, eager to please, unwilling to let her own aversions lead her brother to dislike her. Even if it were the odorous canned herring, she would be willing to eat it. Xiao Ran found himself momentarily speechless. He realized that he was becoming increasingly mischievous, playfully deceiving such an endearing girl. Chapter 70. Growing up in the cramped kitchen. As grease danced in the air, the pot crackled with a symphony of sizzling sounds. The confined space was suffused with the savory aroma of crispy pork belly and the delicate fragrance of steamed ribs. Xiao Ran, wielding a spatula, coated the generous chunks of pork belly with caramelized sugar. Meanwhile, Liang Shiqing stood nearby, cracking eggs and preparing the ingredients for the next dish. Moments later, Xiao Ran placed the beautifully colored pork belly into the rice cooker, added water and an array of seasonings, and set the timer, awaiting the final dish. He glanced at the girl beside him, who held a bowl, and a thought flickered in his mind. He gently pulled her closer. "What's wrong, brother Xiao Ran?" Liang Shiqing asked, puzzled, as she was drawn to the pot. Xiao Ran's masculine presence overwhelmed her senses, and a blush crept from her neck to her ears. "You'll be making the next dish," he declared with authority. The girl was taken aback, her hands trembling unsteadily with the bowl. "How am I supposed to do this, brother Xiao Ran?" She nearly burst into tears, feeling a wave of self-doubt. Why was she so helpless? She had once been quite adept at cooking, but now, she couldn't even see where the pot was. How could she possibly cook? Xiao Ran, fully aware of Liang Shiqing's predicament, merely intended to bolster her confidence. He certainly wouldn't leave her to manage alone. He was right there beside her. "Don't worry, Shiqing, I'll assist you," he reassured softly. How will you help?" The girl turned to him, her hair brushing against his chest, gazing up at him with innocent eyes. "Hee, just watch me." With that, Xiao Ran gently set her bowl aside, then took her delicate hand in his, guiding her to press the switch of the induction stove. Beep. "Oh, brother Xiao Ran." As she felt the warmth of his hand, comprehension dawned upon her. So that was what he meant. His hands were so warm. It was her first time holding hands with him. Suddenly, Liang Shiqing noticed how hot it had become. Her cheeks flushed, and her body felt weak from the heat. She leaned back against the comforting warmth of the sturdy figure behind her to maintain her balance. "Lift the pot, heat the oil. Once the oil reaches the right temperature," Xiao Ran instructed. "Shiqing, add the eggs." The girl was momentarily bewildered. Enchanted by his charm, she couldn't process his command. "Add eggs? But I can't lay eggs," she exclaimed, incredulous. Was that something only hens did? In the next moment, she felt her small hand being gently grasped by a larger one, guiding her to take hold of the bowl she had just set down. Then, with his guidance, she poured the egg mixture into the pot. "Oh, so that's what you meant by adding eggs." It was at that moment that Liang Shiqing finally comprehended the situation. Xiao Ran, looking down at her with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "What did you think it was, a mere egg?" The girl's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. How could she confess that her thoughts had strayed? It was quite embarrassing indeed. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the egg hit the pan, its delightful aroma wafting around them. However, the girl's face grew even more flushed, resembling a ripened red apple. Xiao Ran skillfully tossed the frying pan with one hand, flipping the egg over, a feat Liang Shiqing would undoubtedly struggle with. For now, he merely wished to let her experience the joy of cooking. He then took her right hand, guiding the spatula to cut the egg into smaller pieces before pouring it out. In a soft whisper by her ear, he encouraged her. "Ah?" She responded, tentatively extending her left hand to grasp the handle of the pan. With a gentle exertion, she lifted the pan, though it wobbled slightly, indicating her lack of steadiness. Xiao Ran grasped her left hand reassuringly, instilling a sense of calm. Together, they carefully poured the egg into a bowl. Next, they heated the oil and sautéed the chives. After the chives were beautifully wilted, the eggs were added along with seasonings for stir-frying. With Xiao Ran's assistance, Liang Shiqing made no significant mistakes. It was evident that she possessed an innate culinary talent, though she struggled to execute certain movements accurately. "Shiqing, it's time to serve," Xiao Ran directed. Liang Shiqing, as if awakened, instinctively grabbed the frying pan with her left hand while reaching for a plate with her right. Tentatively, and with a hint of clumsiness, she attempted to slide the dish onto the plate. However, the alignment was off. Xiao Ran discreetly adjusted the plate's position, ensuring that the food landed safely within it. "Xiao Ran Gij, how did I do?" she asked, a twinge of anxiety in her voice. She feared that he might find her efforts lacking and decide not to cook with her again in the future. Observing the remaining food in the pan, Xiao Ran chose to uplift her spirits rather than diminish her confidence. With a gentle smile, he replied, "You did wonderfully, Shiqing. No mistakes whatsoever." "Really?" the girl asked, her face lighting up with joy. Was she truly that capable? Doubt lingered in her mind. "Indeed, I would never deceive you," Xiao Ran assured her, maintaining a straight face. "Thank you, Xiao Ran Gij," she exclaimed, her face radiant with delight. She had faith in him. Since he said there was no issue, it must be true. She had not anticipated her ability to cook, even with Xiao Ran's guidance. As long as she did not disappoint him, that was sufficient. Quietly, Xiao Ran extracted the remnants of food that had not been poured out, rinsing the pan with clean water. "Poetry Qing, and another vegetable, let us continue." Indeed, Liang Shiqing appeared quite enthusiastic, clearly relishing the art of cooking. Naturally, this was contingent upon the assistance of her brother, Xiao Ran. Otherwise, she would be utterly incapable of accomplishing it alone. Together, they swiftly prepared the final vegetable in mere minutes. "Dinner time. Quickly wash your hands." Xiao Ran gently tapped her hand. In no time, Xiao Ran arranged several dishes on the small dining table, and the room was soon filled with a delightful aroma. The enticing scent even drew the attention of a passing teacher, who paused to admire the scene, reminiscent of the midday hour. Xiao Ran tirelessly helped Liang Shiqing serve her food, steadfast in his goal to ensure she became delightfully plump. Drawing from the experience of the earlier meal, she found herself adapting well, feeling only warmth and happiness. After a whirlwind of feasting, both sat on the edge of the bed, their bellies rounded and content. Liang Shiqing caressed her abdomen, resting her head against Xiao Ran's shoulder, her eyes reflecting pure satisfaction. "Brother Xiao Ran, my belly has grown again." She felt as immovable as a tree, unwilling to budge. Chapter 71. "Taking you out tomorrow." The light in the room flickered, indicating it was time to change the bulb. "Shiqing, tomorrow I will take you out," Xiao Ran said, gazing at Liang Shiqing. Where to?" Liang Shiqing seemed somewhat reluctant, her stammering revealing her hesitance. Xiao Ran understood her sentiments. Her reclusive lifestyle had confined her to a lonely corner. He gently ruffled her hair and spoke softly. "I want to take you shopping and help you look beautiful." Liang Shiqing lowered her gaze, concealing her eyes. "Brother is only trying to help me buy things, right?" Though her vision was impaired, her heart remained perceptive. Taking a blind person shopping would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications, such as accidentally colliding with others or inadvertently damaging their belongings. This would inevitably require her brother to come to her aid. The more she contemplated this, the stronger her reluctance grew. "Xiao Ran, perhaps I should just stay in," she suggested. Xiao Ran sighed softly, recognizing that Liang Shiqing's aversion to going out stemmed not only from a desire to avoid inconveniencing others, but also possibly from past dark experiences. Whatever the case, they had left indelible scars in her heart. With this thought, Xiao Ran suddenly took her small hand, which felt somewhat cold. Shirqing, I am here. I will protect you. Besides, you cannot remain in this little room forever. What will you do after graduation? You must face the world ahead. Do you truly wish for me to care for you for the rest of your life? Xiao Ran spoke gently. He harbored the idea of finding a tranquil place to temporarily take Liang Shirqing for a change of scenery. But this could only be achieved by guiding her to confront the world anew. Liang Shirqing lowered her head, the slightly threatening words echoing in her mind. Her brother was her light, yet not solely hers. Shirqing felt utterly lost, terrified of stepping outside. Do not worry. Every time you go out, your brother will accompany you. With him by your side, what is there to fear? Xiao Ran. The mention of being bullied made Liang Shirqing's eyes suddenly glisten with tears, her delicate face gradually contorting with a sense of injustice. Woo, Xiao Ran. In a sudden burst, she wept profusely, burying her face in Xiao Ran's chest, her sobs incessant. Xiao Ran gently cradled her head, softly patting her back and caressing her silky hair. Xiao Ran is here. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Who would dare? Your brother will take care of them. Woo. The girl clung tighter, her cries growing louder, as if she had truly endured a great grievance. In that moment, someone finally stood up for her, providing her with the emotional support she had longed for. She sought to release all her pent-up frustrations. Xiao Ran did not interrupt her. He feared her silence more than her tears. Liang Shirqing's willingness to cry indicated a significant improvement in her emotional state. Crying is the most effective means to release sorrow, repression, and fear, alleviating stress and anxiety, thus fostering a sense of relief and ease. This holds true for all individuals, regardless of gender. After she had expressed her negative emotions, he felt that perhaps the next day, they could solidify their relationship. The girl in his embrace continued to weep, showing no signs of stopping. Xiao Ran gently patted her, nearly singing a lullaby. Time slipped away unnoticed until the little one in his arms fell silent. Under the flickering lights, Xiao Ran looked down to find her eyes shut, her brow glistening with perspiration, hair clinging to her forehead. Her breathing was steady, her complexion flushed. A hint of glimmer at the corners of her mouth, a smile of bliss. Liang Shirqing had cried herself to sleep. A tender expression crossed Xiao Ran's face as he gently arranged her hair. He carefully lifted her and laid her on the bed, ensuring she could rest more comfortably. Brother, don't go. However, as soon as Xiao Ran set Liang Shirqing down, she began to mumble incoherently. The smile on her face seemed to fade with the loss of his embrace, her brows knitting together as she ground her teeth. This poor girl was growing increasingly dependent on him. Xiao Ran smiled softly, wiping away a few beads of sweat from her forehead and increasing the fan's speed. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, "Brother is here with you." As if receiving his promise, a faint smile returned to her face. Xiao Ran had no intention of departing so early. Even if she fell asleep, he would choose to linger by her side a little longer. After tidying up the room, he lay down next to Liang Shirqing, gently toying with her silky hair, contemplating the tasks that awaited him the following day. Gradually, he felt his eyelids growing heavier. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of a four-star hotel, a mature woman was sternly addressing a young girl, her voice laced with impatience. "Xiaoing, are you even listening to me?" Su Xiaohong glared at the distracted Sun Xining, her frustration reaching a boiling point. This girl had been in her company for over 2 hours, grinning vacantly and remaining motionless beside her phone. Su Xiaohong was nearly driven to seek the counsel of a psychiatrist. Sun Xining. Su Xiaohong snatched the girl's phone away. "What are you doing? Give me back my phone," the girl exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. "You can scold her, but you can't take her phone. What if Brother Xiao sends a message and I can't reply in time?" Su Xiaohong, upon witnessing her distress, was almost tempted to hurl the phone into the trash. But the thought of the girl turning against her quelled her anger. "Eat your meal first," she ordered sternly. Since Sun Xining had arrived, she had consumed nothing but a single glass of water, leaving Su Xiaohong exasperated. "Please, Sister Hong, just give me my phone," Sun Xining pleaded earnestly. Su Xiaohong held the phone high, unyieldingly asking, "Will you eat?" Yes, yes, yes." Once Su Xiaohong was assured that Sun Xining was indeed willing to eat, she returned the phone to her. The moment the girl grasped the device, her gaze fixated once more on the screen. I'm eating," Sun Xining declared after a round of coaxing from Su Xiaohong, reluctantly beginning to partake in the lavish dinner. Though her eyes remained glued to the phone charging on the table. "Xiaoying, what is wrong with you? What is so fascinating about that old phone?" Su Xiaohong inquired with genuine concern, suspecting that the girl's unusual state might be due to factors beyond her infatuation with Ran Xiao. As Sun Xining chewed her food, excitement bubbled within her as she exclaimed, "Sister Hong, do you know? Brother Xiao is really alive. Goodness, what a wonderful girl, yet so naive." Su Xiaohong thought to herself, feeling a twinge of fear. "Xiaoying, please don't frighten me." She genuinely feared the girl might undertake some alarming actions. "Really, I'm not lying. Brother Xiao even replied to my message." Sun Xining chirped joyfully. Could his account have been hacked? Su Xiaohong, of course, remained skeptical. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Xining grew anxious and retorted with urgency. "Hongjia, it's impossible. I've asked that infuriating guy. He is a close friend of Xiao Go." Su Xiaohong furrowed her brows. She was not well acquainted with Ran Xiao's connections and thus could not ascertain the truth at that moment. However, she harbored a strong instinct that Xiaoying had been deceived. "Xiaoying, how can you prove that he is genuine and that Ran Xiao is still alive? That person truly knows Brother Ran. He is aware of everything about him, even things I do not know," Sun Xining asserted. Su Xiaohong tightened her brows, momentarily at a loss for words. There were many things she was unaware of, but Mr. Liu, the company's vice president, was informed, regrettably. She lacked the privilege to elicit his words. Otherwise, the truth would easily surface. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to dwell on this matter, as she had more pressing issues to address. "Xiaoying, whether you believe it or not is your choice, but I do not wish for you to languish in uncertainty. Waiting for Ran Xiao. You have your own matters to attend to. Do you understand? The upper echelons of the company are intent on creating a new program, aiming to elevate another young diva. If you do not strive for improvement, we may find ourselves trailing behind others, left to endure bitter winds." However, Sun Xining appeared unfazed. Elevate a newcomer? The management must be intoxicated. Setting aside everything else, who can rival Brother Ran in songwriting? Without good songs, how can newcomers compare to me? Sun Xining spoke candidly. To challenge me, they must be dreaming. With Brother Ran's assistance, all my debut songs are of the finest quality. Although the quality of my new songs has declined since his disappearance, my stature remains unassailable. Not to mention, I have a mysterious backing protecting me. In this situation, I am strong, shielded, and fearless. Su Xiaohong massaged her temples. She knew Xiaoying would inevitably become complacent. Sun Xining had risen too high and lingered too long, her mindset becoming somewhat arrogant and numb. If Ran Xiao were still present, the situation would be different. Now that he was gone, she would inevitably stumble if she continued down this path. What if they find songwriters of the caliber of Xiao Yushi? Su Xiaohong provoked. She needed to give Xiaoying a precautionary warning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sun Xining resolutely shook her head. Do they truly believe such caliber is easy to find? If it were that easy, would the music industry be in such disarray? Su Xiaohong shook her head in resignation, observing Xiaoying in her current state. She seemed impervious to reason, so she decided to let her be. After 2.5 years of effort, a break was well deserved. Even if they were indeed overshadowed by others, they would not starve. In this lifetime, there will be no worries regarding food and clothing. Just as the two remained in silence, the intercom on the table suddenly crackled to life. Sister Hong, there is someone outside looking for you," a female bodyguard announced. "Who is it?" Sun Xiaohong inquired as she picked up the intercom. "A young girl. She claims to be the owner of the hotel." Su Xiaohong's expression shifted to one of surprise. "The hotel owner has come to visit? And she is a young girl? Let her in." "Yes." Su Qianqian stood outside the presidential suite, her demeanor appearing somewhat anxious. If it weren't for the hotel staff informing her, she would have never known that Sun Xining had come to her hotel. After all, she is a die-hard fan of Sun Xining and Xiao Yushi. They are her favorite singers. Consequently, she rushed over, hoping to have a close encounter with Sun Xining, perhaps even to realize a certain plan of hers. "Miss Su, you may enter." As she pondered, the bodyguard at the door reminded her. "All right, thank you." Su Qianqian turned the doorknob and stepped inside. "Xiaoying, mind your image. Tuck your feet away." "Oh." In the next moment, Su Qianqian walked in. Her appearance caused both individuals in the room to momentarily freeze. What an adorable pair of pigtails. This was the simultaneous thought of both. Upon seeing her idol, Su Qianqian's eyes seemed to sparkle. With a hint of excitement in her voice, she exclaimed, "Sun Xining, I finally get to meet you in person." "Hello." Sun Xining smiled warmly, despite not wanting to be disturbed at the moment. However, she held a special affection for her true fans. Observing the glimmer in the little girl's eyes, it was evident she was a genuine admirer. not one of the naysayers. Su Qianqian casually approached Sun Xining's side and pulled out her phone, eagerly asking, "Can we take a picture together?" But before Sun Xining could finish her sentence, click. The photo was already taken. She suspected that this little girl was merely pretending to be the owner. Ahem. There were many things Sun Xining found inconvenient to express. Yet, Su Xiaohong had no such reservations and boldly asked, "Are you truly the owner?" She was even tempted to inquire whether the girl had reached adulthood, but out of politeness, she refrained. "No." Su Qianqian fiddled with her photo, shaking her head. The two women exchanged glances. "See, she really isn't, but I am the owner's daughter." Su Qianqian quickly clarified. "And don't let my youthful appearance fool you. I am of age now. I've even graduated from university." The two women thought, how reckless. Her intentions have been revealed. Nevertheless, at that moment, Sun Xining felt an odd sense of familiarity with Su Qianqian. Yet, she could not recall where she had seen her before. Curiously, she asked, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Chapter 73. Is it a coincidence? In a cozy and luxurious suite, several young women gathered around the table. "What? You intend to finance a grand concert for your fiancé?" Sun Xining and Su Xiaohong exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the audacity of the petite girl's proposal. What sort of fiancé warrants such a grand affair? "Miss Su, are you serious?" Su Xiaohong inquired. Su Qianqian nodded resolutely. "Indeed. If possible, I could sign the contract right now." Sun Xining and Su Xiaohong shared a look filled with astonishment. "Miss Su, we can accept this contract," Su Xiaohong declared. If it were merely Sun Xining acting impulsively to organize a concert, Su Xiaohong would have certainly objected. After all, the substantial resources and traffic of the company could not be squandered at will. Everything must prioritize profit. With a contract now on the table, the company would no longer have grounds for objection. Thus, everything would fall into place, and Sun Xining's modest wish would be fulfilled. This was indeed a win-win situation. "Miss Su, it may not be possible tonight. I will arrange for professionals to come tomorrow to sign the contract," Su Xiaohong replied earnestly. She was rather rigid, believing in adhering to protocol. Meanwhile, Sun Xining felt a twinge of envy. Others found their true love, while her partner was nowhere to be seen. "Miss Su, I truly envy you for having such a beautiful romance," Sun Xining said sincerely. However, Su Qianqian did not feel joy from her words. Instead, her expression dimmed slightly as she replied, "Xining, why would you envy me? If not for my wish and to provide my fiancé with a more perfect life." "I'm sorry, Miss Su. Did I say something wrong?" Sun Xining quickly responded, noticing the sorrow etched on Su Qianqian's face. It was as if she had unveiled a hidden wound. Su Qianqian shook her head. "It's nothing. I was merely lamenting the unfairness of fate." "Miss Su, if you don't mind, could you share your story with me?" Sun Xining, a romantic at heart, could see the genuine love this young girl held for her fiancé, a willingness to give everything for him, which earned her respect. Su Qianqian smiled softly, her tone tranquil. "There's not much to say. However, I can show you the charm of my fiancé." With affection in her eyes, she continued, retrieving her phone and opening a video from their graduation party. She placed the device on the table, activating the speaker. "Look, this is my fiancé. Quite remarkable, isn't he?" The two women leaned in closer, captivated by the video displayed on the table. In the next moment, the pupils of the two women suddenly constricted. The video before them was all too familiar, particularly for Sun Xining, who had watched it at least dozens of times. Consequently, the two exclaimed in unison, "Xiren Ge." Sun Xining then sharply focused her gaze on the figure of Ali, before turning to look at Su Qianqian before her. She instinctively uttered, "You are that vixen?" Su Qianqian. Su Xiaohong ahem. Fortunately, Sun Xining quickly realized her faux pas and rectified herself. "What I meant to say is, are you the fox on stage?" Su Qianqian did not take offense, simply nodding slightly. "Yes." "So, Xiren Ge is your fiancé?" "Yes." Su Qianqian nodded once more. Sun Xining clenched her fists, feeling that Xiren Ge was unworthy of such a little loli. After all, his songs were provided by someone else. In that moment, she completely forgot that her songs were also gifted by her beloved Ran Xiaoge. The double standard was glaring. Indeed, Xiren Ge was quite impressive. But for her to have caught his eye was truly a stroke of fortune for him, though she felt vexed. She believed in the principle of not destroying a marriage over a quarrel. She would not speak ill of others behind their backs. She still held on to that modicum of morality. Su Qianqian remained silent, her expression growing increasingly despondent. As her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, she managed to suppress the urge to cry and spoke, "But Xiao Ran Ge, He is about to leave this world. Boom. Su Qianqian's words struck Sun Xining like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned. That name sounded so familiar. Even Su Xiaohong, standing nearby, felt the tension in the air. Xiao Ran. You mean he is called Xiao Ran? Sun Xining asked, her voice trembling. Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran. Did it not sound remarkably like Ran Xiao? She was acutely sensitive to any combination of those two phonetics. Yes, his name is Xiao Ran. Is there a problem? Su Qianqian inquired, her eyes slightly reddened with confusion. She could not comprehend why Sun Xining had become so agitated. This was the second time already. Just moments ago, she had excitedly referred to her as a vixen. And no, it's nothing, merely that I have a friend who bears a striking resemblance to him. Sun Xining managed to regain her composure. That Xiao Ran had previously mentioned he was a good brother of Ran Xiao, both having come from the same orphanage. It was perfectly normal for a good brother to have a similar name. Exactly. Quite reasonable. Understandable. Su Qianqian nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further and redirecting the conversation back to Xiao Ran. The reason I invited you to organize this concert is actually to accompany Xiao Ran through the final moments of his life, Su Qianqian said in a subdued tone. The other two women exchanged glances, sensing an uncanny resemblance to a narrative they had encountered before. Yet, they refrained from interrupting her. Inquiring about the ailments of unfamiliar individuals and their potential longevity is indeed impolite. If she wished to share, she would do so freely. He has been diagnosed with cancer, specifically late-stage brain cancer. Su Qianqian suddenly buried her face in her hands and wept. Even now, she seems unable to come to terms with this harsh reality. Little does she know that her beloved Xiao Ran is comfortably nestled in the embrace of another girl, even turning over with ease. Moreover, there are two others who have succumbed to a terrifying memory, unable to extricate themselves from its grip. Sun Xining chose to disregard Su Qianqian's distress, as she too had descended into darkness. Ran Xiao, late-stage brain cancer. Is this mere coincidence? She murmured to herself. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. As if she were on the verge of a profound realization, yet something seemed to obstruct her. It felt as though she were just one step away from clarity. She was in disarray. She was no fool. She had begun to contemplate a certain possibility. Yet, she found herself incapable of substantiating her suspicions. An urgent desire to uncover the truth surged within her. Chapter 74. The concert returns. As night deepened, Xiao Ran remained blissfully unaware that Su Qianqian nearly allowed intruders into his home. He lay on his side in bed, while Liang Shiqing curled up in his embrace. Her smile in slumber was sweet, as if she dreamt of something delightful. Perhaps due to his biological clock, Xiao Ran slowly opened his eyes. The first sight he beheld was the girl's delicate face, illuminated by the flickering dim light, which evoked a sense of tenderness. A gentle smile graced his lips as he carefully sat up, mindful not to awaken her. Checking his phone, he noted it was already past midnight. He had slept for 2 or 3 hours. It was time to return. Though he could easily spend the night with Liang Shiqing, doing so might invite unwarranted gossip. If such whispers reached her ears, they would undoubtedly cause her distress. The harm of rumors can be profound for a young woman. Glancing at the girl in bed, he softly said, Shiqing, I will come to see you tomorrow. Upon returning to his dormitory, it was nearly 1 o'clock. With a heavy heart, he retrieved a storage box from beneath his bed and opened its lid. He placed a pair of adorable pink fox ears and a handwritten note promising 10 billion in the corner of the box. After completing these tasks, he quickly took a cold shower and then nestled into bed. Tomorrow would bring renewed hope. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the 3 individuals, still ensconced in slumber, were abruptly roused by Zhang Yida's thunderous voice. Good heavens! Sons awaken. A momentous event has transpired. Blinking sleepily, they groggily rose from their beds. A hint of morning irritability evident. Li fumbled for his glasses beside his pillow and, feeling somewhat parched, inquired, What's the matter, Air? Must you startle us so early? Xiao Ran and Lin Zihao also sat up on their bunk, leaning against the wall, their gazes scrutinizing the old black man. If he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, they might very well teach him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Why are you all waiting for me? This is splendid news. The old man retorted, retracting his neck, aware that disturbing their dreams at such an early hour was indeed inconsiderate. Sun Xining's official account has just announced that she will hold a concert at our University Town Gymnasium on the 15th. Zhang Yida proclaimed, his face alight with excitement. What? Apart from Xiao Ran, the other two were instantly wide awake. Is that true? Don't jest with us so early, Li Yi exclaimed. Goodness. Check your phones. It was only then that the two realized, hastily reaching for their devices. Oh no. I forgot to charge mine last night. It's dead. Air. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? Lin Zihao tossed his aside and crawled over to the adjacent bunk. Get lost. Don't come over here, Li Yi shouted, crossing his arms defiantly. Hee. Xiao Ran observed the scene, a slight frown forming on his brow. Something felt amiss. By all accounts, Sun Xining should have returned to her work diligently. It was unexpected that she had emerged once more to stir up trouble. Her position as a young diva seemed to inflate by the day, and her rebelliousness was becoming increasingly pronounced. It appeared time to impart some lessons. What do you all think? Any thoughts? The old man inquired, looking up at the group on the bunk. I'll watch from here. I'll lie down to watch. Zhang Yida was left speechless by the two clowns, considering Air to be the more reliable one. He then turned to Xiao Ran and asked, Xiao Ran, you have more connections with wealthy patrons. Is there a way to procure some tickets? Upon hearing this, the other two turned their hopeful gazes toward Xiao Ran. According to the news from Sun Xining's studio, the tickets were not available for public sale. Instead, they were distributed solely as gifts, meaning one would need to rely on social standing to obtain them or pay exorbitant prices for any that might surface. Though Lin Zihao's family possessed some wealth, it was doubtful they could secure tickets. The four of them were eager to attend the concert, and their only hope rested on Xiao Ran. This figure was undoubtedly akin to a divine entity, capable of achieving nearly anything. Daddy, the three chorused in unison. Xiao Ran was taken aback by their directness, as they presented him with an irrefutable argument. Oh dear sons, I didn't quite catch that, he replied, scratching his ear. Father. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction, his expression serene as he declared, since you are earnestly seeking my assistance, I shall lend you a hand. A few tickets were an exceedingly trivial matter for him. A mere greeting to old Lu would suffice. He would reserve a plethora of front-row tickets for him. Thank you, foster father. The three, upon receiving Xiao Ran's response, immediately bowed in gratitude, almost preparing to offer incense. However, there is one condition. You shall henceforth be responsible for the cleanliness of the dormitory. Xiao Ran smiled mischievously. No problem. Zhang Yida patted his chest. Isn't it just sweeping and taking out the trash? A small task. Foster father, are you thirsty? I have some refreshing drinks. Are you hungry, foster father? I shall go pack something for you. Would you like a massage? Xiao Ran looked at these sycophants with a hint of annoyance, already envisioning how swiftly their demeanor would change once he bestowed the tickets upon them. Get lost. Xiao Ran laughed and chided. After dismissing these pesky fellows, Xiao Ran settled onto his bed and opened his phone. Sun Xining will hold a special concert on July 15th at Donghai University Town. Astonishing. Just a day later, Sun Xining's concert has been revived. Is there some hidden agenda behind this? 14 days. The most rushed concert in history. It seems genuine. Xiao Ran nodded discreetly. He opened WeChat, ready to send his usual warm messages to his girlfriend. Alan, brother Xiao Ran. Qing will be back tomorrow. Alan, brother Xiao Ran. Let us three go together to see Sun Xining's concert. Alan, is my dear brother there? The sun is scorching. As Xiao Ran read Morong Lan's messages, a faint smile crept onto his lips. However, this smile quickly faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. For the day of the concert coincided with the 30th day since he had started dating Morong Lan. Even if he were to reject her now, she would undoubtedly take Morong Qing with her. Moreover, by that time, he would have already entered into a romantic relationship with Liang Shiqing. He was determined to take Liang Shiqing to the concert. This was a prime opportunity to enhance their emotional bond. Not to mention, a multitude of other young ladies would be in attendance. Lin Yenner, Lu Yi, Bai Lu, Su Qianqian. This would likely culminate in a tempestuous confrontation. The epic clash between his current girlfriend and former flames was unavoidable. If all his identities converged upon him, it would lead to utter chaos. Unless he chose to ignore everyone and hide away, which would significantly tarnish his reputation and character. Not to mention the fact that he would have to break up with Morong Lan that very day. It was also high time he made a move on her sister. Morong Qing. Chapter 75. A sinister fate. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ran resolved to bide his time. There were still over 10 days left, providing ample opportunity for arrangement. If it comes to that, he can forcefully spend money to compensate and simply cancel the concert. How about flipping the table and letting no one see it? Thus, Xiao Ran began to respond. Alan, let us revisit this in a few days. I need to carve out some time. I'll give you a reply in a few days. Alan. Ah, surprising. Alan, All right, I'm feeling a bit wronged. Alon, brother Xiao Ran, are you free today? Playfully. I'm not free. I still have to take sister Shirqing out shopping. Xiao Ran, brother is not available today. I'll take you out to play another day. After replying, Xiao Ran closed the conversation. Otherwise, she would never stop chatting. Su Qian. This little girl is quite likable. Clicking on the message. Qian, brother Xiao Ran, let us go watch Sun Xin's concert together. Qian, brother Xiao Ran, I secretly arranged this concert. Qian, surprising, isn't it? Haha. Qian, quickly praise me. Woohoo. The case is solved. Just now. He claimed to like lolis, and now he is starting to lose affection. There's a mole. Terminate the transaction. So, you're the one who lured the enemy into the village, right? And you want compliments too? You truly are a talent. Xiao Ran wanted to tell her, what do you mean by surprise? He even felt an impulse to go over, pull down her pants, and give her a good spanking. She thinks he has lived too long, right? With such a move, at least 6 or 7 nuclear bombs would have to be present. When one explodes, they all will. What a sin. Xiao Ran, Qian, you're really good to me. Smiling. Su Qian seemed oblivious to the undertones in his words. Qian, brother Xiao Ran. In this lifetime, I will only be good to you. Shyly. So she is flirting, is she? Your parents must be extremely proud. And she'll only be good to him in this lifetime. Ms. Su Qian, please understand the situation. He is battling cancer and won't be around much longer. Xiao Ran, thank you, Qian. You're truly amazing. Smiling. Brother Xiao Ran, can you accompany me today? I bought new gear. It's quite cool. Image. Here we go again. Xiao Ran saved the image, planning to scold her fiercely when they meet next. Then he closed this troublesome chat and opened the WeChat of the next victim. Sun Xing, brother Ran Xiao, your 3 words are so warm. Brother Ran Xiao. Do you know Xiao Ran? Brother Ran Xiao, aren't you Xiao Ran? Gasp. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Ran suddenly felt a tightness. A chill shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Exposed? It's over. It must be Su Qian, that spendthrift, who revealed him. He opened Su Qian's profile to ascertain the situation. Xiao Ran, Qian, how did you arrange the concert with Sun Xining? Qian, Sun Xining stayed at my hotel, so I approached her. Xiao Ran. He began to comprehend the situation. Under the influence of pretentiousness, Sun Xining had chosen to reside at the finest hotel nearby, which happened to be Su Qian's establishment. To surprise him, Su Qian sought out Sun Xining and financed a concert. Moreover, she inadvertently revealed his information. How ironic that he had previously tried to maintain an air of mystery before Sun Xining, only to find that his own secrets had been divulged by his little fairy. Now, he could only pray that Sun Xining had not yet confirmed his identity as Ran Xiao. However, there remained a possibility for maneuvering and a chance to extricate himself. He merely needed to keep her occupied for the time being. Later, he could find a lookalike to briefly appear with him at the concert. Having made up his mind, Xiao Ran replied to Sun Xining. Xiao Ran, Xining, I will attend your concert. Sun Xining, brother Ran Xiao. Really? You will come? Xiao Ran chose not to respond further. Her single question was enough to leave her flustered. Knowing that her brother Ran Xiao would be present at the concert, she dismissed all other thoughts and devoted her energy to ensuring a perfect performance for him. After all, her brother Ran Xiao adored her on stage. Xiao Ran then clicked on the next potential victim. To his dismay, Su Lan, the CEO, had sent him barely any messages. Just a few simple inquiries. Are you there? What are you doing? Have you eaten? Are you asleep? Why not out of playful are you dead? At least, a simple baby, what are you up to? Would have exuded romantic charm. It seemed Su Lan was entirely engrossed in her company, leaving little energy for him. He had just helped her navigate a crisis. Yet she increasingly disregarded him. Fine. He felt a surge of emotions, but soon it would be her turn to weep, Xiao Ran mused. After dismissing all the girls, he rose to wash up. Today marked his first outing with Liang Shirqing. If the atmosphere was right, he intended to solidify their relationship. His next move would be to pursue Murong Qing, ideally securing her affections before the concert. This way, he could conveniently create an excuse for a breakup. Simply stating that he had fallen for his sister-in-law would suffice, and he was certain Murong Lan would support her sister. After freshening up, Xiao Ran casually groomed his appearance. He then grabbed his bag, donned a mask and a cap, and stepped outside. The morning sun blazed fiercely, distorting the air above the pavement. Xiao Ran hailed a taxi to the art university, quickly arriving at Liang Shirqing's location. Fortunately, the girl did not foolishly wait for him at the door. The entrance remained firmly shut. It was uncertain whether she was yet to awaken or engaged in some other activity. Knock, knock, knock. Shirching. Knock, knock, knock. Shirching. The creaking of the old wooden door signaled its opening, revealing her in the same pink dress from 2 days prior, now slightly faded. Xiao Ran felt a pang of tenderness. He realized this was indeed her most beautiful garment. Due to his presence, she had worn it for the second time in 3 days. Xiao Ran, you're here. The girl gently embraced him, nuzzling against him. With a smile, Xiao Ran softly inquired, "Have you prepared everything?" "Yes." The girl nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. She had risen early and adorned herself beautifully, even though the concept of beauty was now somewhat blurred in her mind. All she wished for was that Xiao Ran would not find her lacking. Xiao Ran observed Liang Shirqing earnestly. Perhaps due to their outing, she had not revealed her face. "Shirqing, where are your painting tools?" he asked gently. In truth, before her blindness, she had been an art student, but since losing her sight, she had not touched a paintbrush again. She felt she had lost the right to wield it. Chapter 76. I will care for you all my life, to repay my debt. The dazzling sun cast its brilliance over the tranquil lake, with a verdant umbrella shading the lush grass. The girl wore a white shirt emblazoned with a large white bear, paired with azure denim shorts that revealed her slender legs. Liang Shirqing sat on the grass, knees bent, facing the park's grand lake. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would tousle a strand of her hair, caressing her delicate face. "Xiao Ran, is it done?" she asked impatiently. To her side, a young man stood with an easel before him, a paintbrush in hand, diligently sketching on the canvas. There, a vivid image of a girl, her hair flowing, began to take form. A simple sketch, yet it exuded freshness. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and replied, "Hold still. It'll be ready soon." He swiftly applied the mixed colors. As the final stroke was laid down, the girl in the painting seemed to come to life, leaping from the canvas to stand before him. "Shirqing, didn't I tell you to stay still?" Xiao Ran chuckled, gazing at the girl. Liang Shirqing could no longer contain her excitement. Although she could not see the world around her, every sense within her was acutely attuned to the beautiful atmosphere. "Xiao Ran, you must have finished painting." Liang Shirqing wrinkled her nose, her smile blooming like a radiant flower. "You didn't make me look ugly, did you?" Previously, when Xiao Ran mentioned his intention to assist her with painting, she wore a skeptical expression. After all, being an artist is a profession that heavily relies on innate talent. Xiao Ran set down his brush and invited Liang Shirqing to sit beside him. He teased her, saying, "Can you guess? This painting, you shall see with your own eyes in the future. I shan't spoil the surprise." His words left the girl somewhat perplexed. Numerous doctors had condemned her eyes to darkness. Could it be possible that she might regain her sight one day? A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Liang Shirqing's gaze, quickly concealed by her. Xiao Ran, attuned to her unspoken feelings, sensed her negativity. There were certain things he could not articulate, and with the system's marketplace yet to officially open, he found himself powerless to restore her vision. All decisions would have to await the marketplace's launch. Contemplating this, Xiao Ran gently took Liang Shirqing's hand and softly reassured her, "Shirqing, you must believe in your brother. There is certainly a way to heal your eyes." Her heart warmed at his comforting words. "Let us go, Shirqing." "It's time for lunch," he suggested, steering the conversation away from the delicate subject. Their morning had been spent meandering through shops and enjoying the park. And now it was indeed time to eat. Xiao Ran swiftly gathered their belongings from the grass, slinging them over his back, before taking Liang Shirqing's hand and leading her outside. He had arranged for a dedicated driver, a discreet black vehicle, which made their outings considerably more convenient. "What would you like for lunch, Shirqing?" he inquired. Whatever Xiao Ran enjoyed, Shirqing found delightful. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "How about hot pot?" "All right, I'll follow your lead." Hot pot is indeed a culinary delight with character, and Xiao Ran had a particular fondness for it. Few could resist the allure of such a dish. The duo arrived at a bustling food plaza and selected a quiet beef hot pot restaurant. The wooden ceiling was adorned with exquisite lanterns, casting a gentle, warm red glow. The aroma of beef hot pot wafted through the air, the atmosphere lively yet not cacophonous. It was the classic ambience he adored. "It smells divine," Liang Shirqing exclaimed, crinkling her nose as she inhaled the fragrant air. "Haha, just wait until we dig in. It will be even more delightful," Xiao Ran teased, playfully pinching the tip of her nose. Following the server's guidance, they settled into their seats. Given Liang Shiqing's circumstances, Xiao Ran chose to sit closely beside her. Xiao Ran refrained from inquiring further about her culinary preferences and instead ordered 2 servings of the exquisite 388 full beef feast, complemented by an assortment of vegetarian dishes. Considering Liang Shiqing's current constitution, which was unsuitable for overly spicy fare, he opted for a clear broth as the base. "Thank you, brother Xiao Ran." Liang Shiqing smiled. Her charm intensified under the glow of the red lanterns. "What do you thank me for?" Xiao Ran rested his head on the table, tilting it to gaze at the girl. "Thank you for helping Shiqing so much, for taking her out to have fun, to shop for clothes, and for food." As she spoke, the girl shyly buried her head in her silky hair, seemingly wishing to conceal her blushing face from his view. She owed him an immeasurable debt, one that she felt could never be repaid, unless Xiao Ran, noticing her demeanor, felt a surge of interest. He believed it was time to take the next step and earnestly penetrate her heart. Shiqing, merely expressing gratitude, lacks sincerity. Xiao Ran teased, the insinuation in his tone unmistakably strong. "Huh, brother Xiao Ran, you." The girl's words stumbled, as if she were rendered speechless by his boldness. "Shiqing can help brother Xiao Ran with laundry. She can even give him massages." As she continued, her cheeks flushed deeper, perhaps recalling something particularly embarrassing. Eventually, she could no longer articulate her thoughts, burying her head even lower. Recognizing her flustered state, Xiao Ran knew she was undoubtedly engaging in self-deprecating thoughts. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip away and pressed on. "Shiqing, what else?" The girl, cornered by his relentless questioning, felt her face burn. Her gaze evasive, her body trembling. "What is it?" Xiao Ran, like a mischievous rogue, cornered her further, leaving her no escape. "Brother Xiao Ran, please stop asking." Liang Shiqing nearly teetered on the brink of tears, her visage akin to a ripe peach. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if her innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. She wished she could find a crevice in the earth to hide away, never to resurface. "Shiqing, is there anything you cannot share with brother Xiao Ran?" "I won't bite." Xiao Ran continued to smile, coaxing her gently. Liang Shiqing recoiled slightly, feeling flustered. "It's just that I'm afraid you might actually eat me." Suddenly, she found brother Xiao Ran rather intimidating. However, with a defiant huff, she declared, "Fine. If you dare, brother Xiao Ran can truly eat Shiqing. As long as it's you, Shiqing would be willing to be devoured." The girl seemed to radiate heat. Whether from the steaming broth or her own flustered emotions, it was unclear. She summoned immense courage, her cheeks flushed, and softly spoke. "Xiao Ran, will you allow me to care for you for a lifetime to repay my debts?" Chapter 77. Will you be my girlfriend? The hot pot restaurant was still bustling with energy. At this moment, 5 more customers poured in. It's been ages since we last indulged in hot pot." Chen Feng exclaimed joyfully as she surveyed the restaurant. "Indeed, I earned a bit of pocket money this time. Perfect for a feast," Li Xiaoyan said, grasping Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi smiled, linking her arm with another girl, and declared, "It's been too long since we gathered for a meal. Let us enjoy ourselves this time. Don't worry, I'll cover the bill. Unlimited beef." That is not quite right. No one should rush to pay." Li Xiaoyan scrutinized the group, her commanding presence unmistakable. All right. I won't fight you for it." Lu Yi chuckled, then turned her gaze to Lin Yin'er, asking, "Yin'er, why do you still look so downcast?" Lin Yin'er's mind was in disarray. Over the past few days, her thoughts had been consumed by the image of Xiao Ran, an obsession that refused to fade. The more she tried to suppress her longing for him, the stronger the memories surged. It left her in a state of confusion, almost rendering her foolish. She desperately wanted to confront her Xiao Ran and demand to know why he had deceived her. The other girls looked at Lin Yin'er with concern. Though they were not particularly close, they recognized her kindness, as she often lent a helping hand to those in her dormitory. I'm fine." Lin Yin'er snapped back to reality, shaking her head. However, her haggard complexion and the dark circles under her eyes betrayed her true state. The girls understood the reason behind her condition, but chose not to broach the subject. Lu Yi was relatively unscathed, able to suppress her feelings with relative ease, thus avoiding any outward display of sorrow. "Hurry up. If we delay any longer, we might not find a seat." Li Xiaoyan interrupted the somber atmosphere. Yes. Fortunately, there's one last large table available." The girls, guided by the waiter, made their way to their designated spot. "Shiqing, is there anything you can't tell Xiao Ran?" "He won't bite you," one of the girls remarked. Just as they settled in, they suddenly heard a faint, familiar voice and that well-known name from behind the screen. In an instant, Lu Yi and Lin Yin'er stood up simultaneously, exchanging a glance that spoke volumes. It was clear they were silently questioning each other's thoughts. The remaining three girls immediately sensed the palpable tension in the air. Uncertain whether the tension stemmed from the rivalry between the two women or their competitive feelings towards Xiao Ran, Yin'er found herself at a moment of introspection. At that moment, Lin Yin'er slightly lowered her head, concealing her gaze from view. Unbeknownst to them, a fleeting chill flickered in her eyes, her delicate fists clenched tightly. As if on the brink of an eruption akin to a glacier's thaw, the other four women, including Lu Yi, felt an unexpected shiver in the vibrant atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant, as if a cold wave had swept through, causing their hairs to stand on end. Yet, in the next instant, that icy sensation vanished without a trace. "I'm fine." Lin Yin'er lifted her head, offering a faint smile to the group, as if nothing had transpired. Lu Yi, oblivious to the shift in Lin Yin'er's emotions, assumed she was genuinely untroubled. Tentatively, she inquired, "Yin'er, should we go take a look?" She too harbored doubts about whether this Xiao Ran was indeed the same person she was familiar with, igniting her curiosity. As for any private exchanges between her and Lin Yin'er, they remained a mystery to all. "There's no rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Let's enjoy our hot pot first," Lin Yin'er replied with a smile. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, yet no one dared to voice it. "Ahem, let us order first." Li Xiaoyan interjected to lighten the mood. Only then did Lu Yi and Lin Yin'er take their seats, though their eyes frequently darted towards the screen, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of their target. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ran, two vigilant girls at the adjacent table were poised for action. His thoughts were solely focused on Liang Shiqing as he sought an opportunity to win her over. "Xiao Ran, Shiqing is willing to take care of you for a lifetime to repay her debt." The girl's voice was barely audible, discernible only to Xiao Ran at close range. Upon realizing the weight of her words, he found himself momentarily stunned. This was the second time Liang Shiqing had professed her feelings to him. The first time, her intentions had been purely altruistic. Yet, this time, he could unmistakably sense the clarity of her emotions. Her assertion of wanting to care for him was merely a guise for her true desire to remain by his side forever. The implication was clear. It was a confession of her feelings. After uttering those words, Liang Shiqing seemed to lose her composure, burying her face in her arms atop the table, as if to hide from Xiao Ran's gaze. Watching her, Xiao Ran nearly burst into laughter. She was simply too endearing and amusing. Gently, he placed his hand upon her silky hair, feeling her slight tremors. Liang Shiqing felt as though she were ensconced in a furnace, ready to burn away. Her heart raced, and her blood surged with fervor. She could feel the perspiration forming on her skin. It was evident that her face was undoubtedly flushed. If Xiao Ran were to witness this, he would surely tease her. "Shiqing," Xiao Ran called out. The girl trembled slightly, remaining silent. "Would you be my girlfriend?" Xiao Ran softly proposed. This declaration lacked the customary flair. There were no eloquent speeches, no romantic candlelight, no vibrant roses, nor an audience to witness the moment. Even the simplest of gifts was absent. Everything was starkly simple, and the situation felt so abrupt. Upon hearing those longed-for words, Liang Shiqing's mind went momentarily blank, overwhelmed as if it might combust. Surely, she must have misheard. How could Xiao Ran confess to her? It must be a joke. Oh no, Shiqing was hallucinating. She truly felt like she was losing her mind. Seeing her frozen in disbelief, Xiao Ran understood that she was likely engulfed in self-doubt once more. He gently stroked her hair and tenderly reiterated, "Liang Shiqing, do you wish to be my girlfriend?" Boom. His words resonated like thunder, instantly rousing the girl from her stupor. It was real. Shiqing had not misheard. Xiao Ran had genuinely confessed to her. Chapter 78. Yin'er also felt incredibly happy. Liang Shiqing sat dazedly at the table, allowing Xiao Ran to play with her hair. It felt as though an eternity had passed before she slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears, as if she were unaccustomed to the abrupt arrival of happiness. "Is it true, Xiao Ran?" she asked, her voice trembling, her cheeks aflame. "Of course it is." Xiao Ran took her hand and placed it upon his cheek. She felt the warmth radiating from his skin. Everything felt so tangible. She was not dreaming. It was indeed real. The overwhelming joy left her momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to his confession. What? Does Shiqing not like Xiao Ran? He feigned confusion. "No, that's not it," Liang Shiqing exclaimed, her urgency palpable. She instinctively withdrew her hand, gesturing frantically, terrified that Xiao Ran might misunderstand. Thinking she did not harbor feelings for him, he might slip away from her life and never return. Then, Liang Shiqing, will you be Xiao Ran's girlfriend? Xiao Ran's voice rose slightly. Aye. The girl stuttered once more. I would. After countless attempts, I finally whispered those 3 words in their entirety. Following this, her cheeks radiated a natural blush from within. What? Xiao Ran can't hear? I said I am willing. Under Xiao Ran's provocation, Liang Shiqing nearly shouted this declaration, loud enough for several tables nearby to hear. However, after that powerful exclamation, she wilted like a withering flower. Xiao Ran smiled broadly, the curve of his lips almost reaching the back of his ears. Success. On July 2nd, Sunday, it was the first day of my romance with Shiqing. At another table behind the screen, a few girls sat in stunned silence, waiting for their meals. Although it was a moment meant for idle chatter and merriment, no one dared to speak, leading them to overhear the conversation from the adjacent table almost entirely. Lu Yi and Lin Yin'er, sitting beside the screen, had their ears pressed against it, making their eavesdropping even clearer. The other 3 girls exchanged awkward glances, feeling quite embarrassed. Wasn't it rather cruel to eavesdrop like this? Yet, they didn't dare intervene. They simply couldn't afford to. Bang! Lin Yin'er slammed her palm heavily on the table, causing the dishes to rattle for a brief moment. Yin'er, calm down. Lu Yi swiftly grabbed her, preventing her from standing up. Did you not hear? Xiao Ran is confessing to another girl. Lin Yin'er's eyes sparkled with fury, as if she were ready to pounce. But, Yin'er, he might not even be. Lu Yi hesitated to finish her thought. In reality, Lin Yin'er had not revealed the truth to Lu Yi. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yi remained in the dark about the situation. Lin Yin'er, observing her friend's obliviousness, felt a surge of frustration. Your ex-boyfriend has a new girlfriend, and here you are, hesitating. She longed to tell her that they both shared the same ex. But Lin Yin'er refrained from doing so, for Xiao Ran belonged solely to her. No one could take him away. If she revealed the truth to Lu Yi, it would only add another rival to her list. No, Lin Yin'er growled quietly. What do you mean no? Lu Yi inquired, intrigued. It's nothing, Lin Yin'er replied coolly, shaking her head. Listening to the sweet murmurs drifting from the next table, she found herself unable to contain her emotions any longer. Her beloved Xiao Ran was confessing to another girl, while she sat there like a fool, hearing every word. No, she had to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Xiao Ran go. Yin'er is coming. Lin Yin'er smiled slightly, and, under the astonished gazes of the other girls, rose to her feet. Xiao Ran go. Shiqing feels so happy. Liang Shiqing nestled against Xiao Ran like a well-behaved little kitten. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, gently resting his chin on the girl's flowing hair. As he savored the silky texture and inhaled the subtle fragrance, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Poetry Ching, Brother Xiao Ran feels so happy too. Brother Xiao Ran. Yin'er chimed in, I feel so happy as well. Suddenly, as Xiao Ran embraced Liang Shiqing, he froze momentarily. Was it an auditory hallucination? Turning towards the direction of the voice, he was startled, nearly leaping from his seat. There stood Lin Yin'er, clad in a flowing white dress, her hair somewhat disheveled, gazing down at him with an enigmatic smile. The heavy dark circles under her eyes and her pallid cheeks, illuminated by the red lanterns hanging in the shop, made her appear as a ghostly figure. Yet, Xiao Ran, seasoned by life's tempests, was not one to be easily frightened. He maintained his composure, looking at Lin Yin'er with a calm demeanor, and inquired, Excuse me, miss, may I ask what brings you here? He subtly altered his tone, convinced that Lin Yin'er would not recognize him. Surely, she must be attempting to deceive him. Dear brother Xiao Ran, has it been less than 4 days, and you've already forgotten about Yin'er? Lin Yin'er's smile remained. Xiao Ran felt a jolt of surprise, but found no sign of betrayal in his expression. Holding Liang Shiqing close, he replied nonchalantly, Miss, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. He couldn't comprehend how, amidst a casual outing for hot pot, he could encounter an acquaintance. It felt as if fate were envious of him, jealous of his charm and the beauty of his girlfriend. Dear brother Xiao Ran, how could Yin'er, who loves you so dearly, possibly mistake you? Lin Yin'er remarked with a beaming smile. She then gracefully settled herself across from Xiao Ran, exclaiming in wonder, Wow, what a lavish feast of beef. Dear brother Xiao Ran, surely you wouldn't deny Yin'er the pleasure of dining together? Xiao Ran thought to himself, what exaggerated theatrics. The atmosphere around him grew slightly chilly. He wondered if the air conditioning was set too low. Miss, Might I request that you refrain from interrupting my meal? Xiao Ran stated with a hint of seriousness. He had no intention of revealing his identity, especially with Liang Shiqing still present. However, Lin Yin'er remained unfazed. She retrieved a pair of new chopsticks from the holder, picked up a glistening slice of fatty beef, and casually immersed it in the pot. Moments later, the tender, fragrant beef was lifted from the broth. Dipping it into the sauce from his bowl, she playfully raised the morsel in the air, saying, "Brother Xiao Ran, would you like to try? Yin'er will feed you." Just as Xiao Ran opened his mouth to respond, she popped the succulent piece of beef into her own mouth. "Brother Xiao Ran, you are being quite disobedient. Yin'er will not give you any food," Lin Yin'er said softly while chewing on the tender beef. Chapter 79. Dearest brother Xiao Ran was taken aback by her actions. How could she be so certain she had not mistaken him for someone else? Did she dare to dip into a stranger's sauce? Was she not afraid of contagion? Wow, brother Xiaoran's beef is so fragrant, Yin'er exclaimed, relishing her first taste. "I fondly remember the last time you took me to enjoy beef hot pot." Lin Yin'er, embodying a theatrical spirit, continuously showcased her remarkable acting skills. Yet, Xiao Ran increasingly sensed that beneath her seemingly harmless facade lay an immense threat, as if she were poised to take someone's life at any moment. In Xiao Ran's embrace, Liang Shiqing felt an unsettling anxiety, though she could not discern what was transpiring. She could only hear a melodious voice of a girl affectionately calling him dearest brother Xiao Ran. She was not naive. It seemed she grasped certain implications. A sudden pang of pain pierced her heart, akin to the fear of losing something cherished. She clutched her chest tightly, seeking solace in the warmth of his sturdy figure, attempting to quell her inner turmoil. "Brother Xiao Ran," the girl's voice was faint, as if she feared to speak too loudly lest she disrupt their moment. "Shiqing, it's nothing. A young lady has mistaken me for someone else," Xiao Ran gently reassured her. He felt that Lin Yin'er was crossing a line. Regardless of whether she recognized him, they had already parted ways, even if there were matters to discuss. This was hardly the appropriate setting. He did not anticipate her abrupt appearance would wound Liang Shiqing's fragile heart. Do not underestimate Shiqing. Despite her blindness, her intuition was sharp. On another note, the Lin Yin'er of old would never have behaved so recklessly. It felt as though she had been possessed, entirely devoid of her previous gentleness and endearing demeanor. With a constant smile, Lin Yin'er's gaze flitted between Xiao Ran and Liang Shiqing, her verbal jabs growing increasingly aggressive. "Dearest brother Xiao Ran, who is this beautiful young lady? She is nearly more stunning than I. I am so envious. How affectionate you are with brother Xiao Ran. I am feeling jealous. Dearest brother Xiao Ran, you have never held Yin'er so intimately." As her words lingered, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. How could brother Xiao Ran embrace another girl in such a manner? Xiao Ran, oblivious to the shift in Lin Yin'er's expression, found himself at a loss for words. How had he never noticed her cunning nature before? Could a mere breakup have so drastically altered her personality? Desiring to end this unproductive exchange, Xiao Ran spoke with a serious tone. "Miss, I kindly ask you to refrain from causing a scene. Should you continue in this manner, I shall summon security." Lin Yin'er, upon hearing his words, felt a surge of fear and patted her chest, then exclaimed, "Oh, Yin'er is so frightened. Brother Xiao Ran is so fierce." Xiao Ran replied, "Do you not perceive that your acting is overly exaggerated? Lin Yin'er, you have changed. My apologies." Xiao Ran, disinclined to engage further, pressed the call button beside him. "Brother Xiao Ran, how heartless you are. Now that you have a new sister, you've forgotten about me." Lin Yin'er lamented, clutching her chest with a pained expression. Xiao Ran paid her no mind, instead feeling the tremors of Liang Shiqing's body in his embrace. He understood that the girl in his arms was losing her sense of security. He needed to find a way to expeditiously dismiss Lin Yin'er. "Shiqing, do not fear. Brother Xiao Ran will not abandon you." Liang Shiqing replied softly, seemingly reassured by his words. This scene did not escape Lin Yin'er's notice. Her brows furrowed slightly, and the coldness in her eyes deepened. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The arrival of the waiter brought a sense of relief to Xiao Ran. "We are unfamiliar with this young lady, yet she has intrusively interrupted our meal. I would appreciate your assistance in resolving this matter." Xiao Ran addressed the waiter. "Certainly, sir. And you?" "Miss." Lin Yin'er disregarded the waiter entirely, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ran's eyes. With a voice laced with frost, she stated, "Xiao Ran, do you think that by denying it, I will fail to recognize you?" Xiao Ran furrowed his brow and retorted, "Is this how you conduct your business, waiter? I apologize. I shall summon security immediately." "Wait." Lin Yin'er halted the waiter's actions. "Dearest brother Xiao Ran, Might you first explain to me who the person in this image is? Lin Yinner's tone softened, almost demure. Xiao Ran's heart raced as he grasped what she was implying. Lin Yinner produced her phone from her small bag and opened a video. It appeared to be a recording captured from a close angle, devoid of any filters. The protagonist in the video, with their adept costume changes and that unmistakably familiar profile. The evidence was irrefutable. Lin Yinner observed Xiao Ran's stunned expression, a glimmer of triumph crossing her face. Then, with a teasing tone, she inquired, "Dearest brother Xiao Ran, what do you think? Is this person not quite familiar to you?" It was over. The game was up. Any defense he could muster now seemed feeble. Yet, he was reluctant to concede defeat so easily, so he continued, "Miss, in this day and age, there are many who bear a resemblance. One cannot simply identify someone based on a profile alone. Is that so? Then, brother Xiao Ran, would you be willing to hand over your phone for Yinner to investigate?" Xiao Ran replied, "Even without discussing the content of the phone, one can recognize him just by examining the details on the device." Had he known to change not only his girlfriend, but also his phone simultaneously? What now? "Dear brother Xiao Ran, have you nothing left to say?" Lin Yinner tucked away her phone, her arms crossed, gazing down at him with an air of judgment. Sighing, Xiao Ran felt a profound shift in the atmosphere when his identity was confirmed. Liang Shiqing's emotions had dramatically altered, her delicate frame trembling more violently. "Shiqing, do not be afraid. She is merely my ex-girlfriend." Xiao Ran could only offer such solace. At that moment, he felt utterly despicable. Everything today seemed so awry. First, Lin Yinner had appeared here, and just after he had solidified his relationship with Liang Shiqing, she had followed closely behind. It was all his fault for confessing too soon, unjustly burdening Liang Shiqing with such distress. Had he delayed his confession, so many troubles could have been avoided. It seemed as though Liang Shiqing could sense Lin Yinner's relentless gaze, nudging closer into his embrace. "Brother Xiao Ran, please do not leave Shiqing." The girl's plea revealed her heart's vulnerability. Her world was reduced to merely him. She wished for him to stay. "Rest assured, Shiqing, brother Xiao Ran will not abandon you," he reassured Liang Shiqing, reluctantly lifting his gaze to meet Lin Yinner's haunting eyes. "Lin Yinner, you have triumphed." Unless he acted deceitfully, there was no evading this. "Oh dear brother Xiao Ran, have you surrendered so soon?" Yinner seemed somewhat exhilarated, licking her lips. She was poised to savor the fruits of her victory. Chapter 80. I fear Shiqing may misunderstand. Lin Yinner sat elegantly opposite Xiao Ran, a faint smile adorning her face, exuding an aura of innocence. "Dear brother Xiao Ran, I did not expect you to look even more handsome without disguise." In her eyes, Xiao Ran resembled a delectable lamb awaiting slaughter. Yinner licked her lips, her smile becoming increasingly audacious. "Lin Yinner, what do you truly desire?" Xiao Ran inquired, his brow furrowed. As if oblivious to his words, Yinner gracefully immersed herself in the tender beef. Her delicate hands danced above the hot pot, before retrieving the cooked meat and presenting it to Xiao Ran's lips. Smiling as she urged, "Dear brother Xiao Ran, open your mouth, huh?" Her actions were exceedingly peculiar. Instinctively, Xiao Ran felt the piece of beef near his lips was tainted. His indifference seemed to displease her, causing her to scrunch her nose. In the next instant, she pouted, her tone filled with feigned sorrow. "Brother Xiao Ran is being naughty. Are you disdaining Yinner? That makes me so sad." The fragrant beef, glistening with an alluring sheen, hovered tantalizingly at Xiao Ran's lips. Yet he perceived this piece of beef as a harbinger of doom. It seemed that the moment he dared to partake, he would plummet into an abyss of irretrievable despair. Xiao Ran slowly shook his head, his tone devoid of emotion as he stated, "Lin Yinner, please refrain from feeding me any further. I fear that Shiqing may misunderstand." With a soft clatter, the wooden brown chopsticks slipped from his grasp, and the beef tumbled onto the table, splattering juices much like the thermal container had once done. Lin Yinner had assumed that her elder brother Xiao Ran would surely consume the beef she offered, thereby granting her an excuse to forgive him. Yet, she did not anticipate his words. "I fear that Shiqing may misunderstand." This concise phrase reverberated incessantly within her mind like a surround sound echo. Xiao Ran's unfeeling words rendered Lin Yinner as a mere jester, sitting there with a countenance of helplessness, tinged with grievance, solitude, and suppressed anger. It was as if she could hear the faintest whisper. "Xiao Ran Gij, you are wonderful," Lin Yinner stammered, her voice trembling. Xiao Ran's statement subtly indicated his stance. In the current predicament, he was at a loss on how to manage Lin Yinner, reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Bai Lu. However, he could sense that Lin Yiner's formidable nature far surpassed that of Bai Lu. A forceful approach would undoubtedly backfire. He certainly did not wish to live in constant trepidation, fearing an untimely demise. Observing Lin Yiner's state, Xiao Ran feared her imminent explosion of emotions. With a sense of resignation, he retrieved his phone and messaged her, "Lin Yiner, there are matters we ought to discuss via text." Buzzing. Lin Yiner, observing his actions, suppressed her inner discontent. She was curious whether her elder brother Xiao Ran would publicly reject her while secretly seeking reconciliation. With this thought, a faint smile graced her lips as she too picked up her phone. "What is it, dear Xiao Ran? Is there something we cannot address openly? Are you planning something mischievous with Yena? I would be quite willing, of course, contingent upon you shedding all your girlfriends." Xiao Ran. "Goodness, dear sister. Have you misconstrued something again?" Lin Yiner. "That is not what I intended to convey." Xiao Ran harbored a concern. The reason for his breakup with Lin Yiner was his cancer diagnosis. He feared she might reveal this information, which could reach Liang Shiqing's ears. The prospect of her collapsing under such news was something he wished to avoid at all costs. With one hand gripping Liang Shiqing's delicate hand, he continued to type fervently, "Can we arrange a time to discuss our matters privately?" "Heh." Lin Yiner scoffed softly, then set her phone down, retorting, "Oh, my dear Xiao Ran, what matters are too delicate to be discussed openly? Why must one arrange a private conversation with Yiner? I wonder if the current girlfriend has any thoughts on this. Goodness, you rascal." As Lin Yiner's words fell, Xiao Ran could distinctly sense the tension in Liang Shiqing, whose hands clutched his arm tightly, seemingly unwilling to let him go. Between the current and the former girlfriend, Xiao Ran undoubtedly stood firmly by the side of the former. This is a matter of principle, a rule that must not be broken. Liang Shiqing sat beside Xiao Ran, feeling somewhat uneasy and apprehensive. She was acutely aware that Xiao Ran's ex-girlfriend was not here with good intentions. Yet, there was little she could do, and so she remained seated, quietly listening to this unspoken battle. Xiao Ran picked up his chopsticks and dipped a slice of tender beef. After gently cooling it, he brought it to Liang Shiqing's lips. "Shiqing, open up." Liang Shiqing's nose twitched. The warmth mingled with the fragrance wafting towards her. Instinctively, she parted her cherry lips. With red lips and white teeth, her delicate tongue danced lightly, evoking an irresistible urge to savor it. Xiao Ran gently placed the beef into her mouth. "Wow, it's so hot," Liang Shiqing exclaimed, fanning her mouth with her hand and gasping for air. "Shiqing, the beef is best enjoyed when it's a bit hot," Xiao Ran said tenderly. As he spoke, the rich aroma of the beef burst forth in her mouth, its savory juices tantalizing her taste buds. It's truly delicious," the girl exclaimed, her face glowing with satisfaction. Although Xiao Ran's affectionate display with Liang Shiqing might seem like an affront to Lin Yiner, he felt compelled to prioritize Liang Shiqing's emotions. Across the table, Lin Yiner glared at the scene, her brows twitching with irritation. Were it not for the table being firmly fixed, she might have flipped it in fury. "How delightful, a romance blossoming," Lin Yiner remarked coldly. This should have been her privilege. Yet, in just a few short days, everything had changed. Reflecting on it, her beloved Xiao Ran had concocted such a ludicrous excuse of cancer to deceive her into breaking up. Indeed, from the moment she uncovered Xiao Ran's disgraceful actions, she had dismissed the absurd excuse of cancer as mere folly. What infuriated her more was that the day after their breakup, Xiao Ran had rushed to confess his feelings to Lu Yi. A seamless transition indeed. What wickedness Xiao Ran engaged in on the third day, she could only speculate. But she surmised it was not trivial. Now, on the fourth day, he had professed his love for such a beautiful girlfriend, right before her eyes. This was an affront, a transgression committed not once, but twice. The list of his misdeeds was indeed extensive. It is beyond Lin Yiner's imagination just how many transgressions Xiao Ran committed against her during their month-long romance. Chapter 81. The most beautiful memories. Dear Xiao Ran, you have cast me aside, yet you have chosen a docile little sister instead. What does she possess that I do not? Lin Yiner continued her sarcastic jibes. Xiao Ran raised his head and cast her a resigned glance. It seemed that Lin Yiner remained oblivious to the fact that Liang Shiqing was blind, which explained her aggressive words. Were it not for her inherent kindness, she would surely have exercised more caution in her speech. Xiao Ran picked up his phone once more and, in Lin Yiner's presence, sent a message. Lin Yiner, Shiqing is a blind girl. I kindly ask you to be mindful of your words and actions, if you please. Curiosity piqued as she noticed Xiao Ran sending yet another message. Lin Yin'er also took up her phone and read his text. In the next moment, her pupils slightly contracted as realization dawned upon her. Lin Yin'er had long been unable to tolerate Liang Shiqing's complete disregard for her presence. She had been there for nearly half an hour, and yet this frail girl had not even glanced in her direction. It was as if she did not exist at all. Thus, she had resorted to sharp words to attack them, to strike at this seemingly harmless young woman. Upon learning the truth, a pang of guilt washed over her. What had begun as a tangle between her and Xiao Ran had inadvertently affected this unfortunate girl. Lin Yin'er's expression shifted, soon returning to a chilly demeanor. Xiao Ran belongs solely to me. What right do other girls have to be his girlfriend? She might refrain from attacking Liang Shiqing, but she would never relinquish her claim. With this thought, Lin Yin'er turned her gaze to the blind girl and, with a smile, said, "I apologize, dear sister. I hope I did not frighten you just now." Upon hearing Lin Yin'er's voice, Liang Shiqing turned her unseeing eyes in Lin Yin'er's direction and weakly responded, "Were you calling for Shiqing?" "Shiqing, it's quite all right. She merely wished to inquire your name." Xiao Ran hastily interjected, concerned that Lin Yin'er might bully Liang Shiqing. He spoke sternly to Lin Yin'er. "Lin Yin'er, Shiqing is actually a year older than you. You ought to address her as sister. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Do not harass her. Whatever issues exist should be addressed with him, not directed towards another girl, especially not this pitiable Liang Shiqing." Xiao Ran's gaze bore a sternness that suggested he might erupt at any moment. Lin Yin'er, taken aback by Xiao Ran's sudden reprimand, felt a rush of panic, as if any misstep on her part would drive him away forever. Yet in the next instant, she regained her composure. She was almost deceived by her brother, Xiao Ran. Clearly, it was Xiao Ran who had misled her first. He was in the wrong, so why should she feel afraid? Besides, she was the one who arrived first. She was the elder sister. She refused to play the role of the younger sibling. Lin Yin'er understood that Xiao Ran was a fiercely protective boyfriend. Anyone who dared to bully his girlfriend would certainly face his wrath. Lin Yin'er had enjoyed such treatment before. Yet now, she found herself in the role of the antagonist. A stark contrast that left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Now, another girl had taken away her Xiao Ran, and she was determined to reclaim what she had lost. Or, if she could not have him, then no one else would. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Yin'er's eyes as she felt an urgent need to voice a question that had been buried in her heart for several days. Then, with a smile on her face, she looked at Xiao Ran and slowly began to speak. "Dear Xiao Ran, I have a question for you." Lin Yin'er paused briefly, her smile growing more intense. "Why is the most beautiful memory you left me not the only one?" At last, she posed this question directly to Xiao Ran. Upon hearing her so-called question, Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. The most beautiful memory? Was it the broken thermos? For Xiao Ran, that thermos represented the most beautiful memory shared between them, intertwined with nearly every day of their 30-day romance. But that was the only one, a limited edition. Did Lin Yin'er not throw it away herself? "Yin'er, didn't you throw it away yourself?" Xiao Ran retorted. "Huh? Throw it away? How could Yin'er possibly do that?" Lin Yin'er scoffed. She did not expect that her inquiry would receive such a response. Observing her expression, Xiao Ran began to understand. She must have cherished some seemingly insignificant item as her most beautiful memory. A hairpin? A bracelet? Could it be the limited edition bra that he accompanied her to purchase? Xiao Ran found himself at a loss regarding what she was referring to. "Lin Yin'er, what do you truly mean?" "Huh, that so-called unique item has always been with me." Lin Yin'er replied with a cold smile. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ran instinctively lowered his gaze, focusing on her. Could it truly be a bra? Yet he had no recollection of giving a similar one to any other girl. Soon, Lin Yin'er provided him with an answer. Under Xiao Ran's astonished gaze, Lin Yin'er slowly reached into her cleavage and pulled out a piece of paper. "Xiao Ran, what is this?" He never anticipated that the so-called best memory would be a poem written on a piece of paper. What were these young girls thinking? He had lost count of how many times he had penned those poems for the young maidens, wondering who would ever pay attention to such trivialities. At last, Xiao Ran grasped the absurdity of his situation. He had inadvertently revealed himself through a mere poem. How utterly ridiculous. Wait, if that were the case, wouldn't T. Louis also be privy to his secrets? Alarm! Alarm! Lin Yin'er, allow me a moment to defend myself, Xiao Ran said cautiously. "Ah, dear Xiao Ran, what further justifications could you possibly offer?" Lin Yin'er responded with a playful tone, evidently willing to indulge him in his excuses. She sat upright, prepared to listen. Or rather, to hear his elucidation. Ahem. Xiao Ran cleared his throat and lowered his voice to inquire, Yin, has Lu also arrived? Yes. She is next door and likely overheard our entire conversation, Lin Yin replied, her expression impassive as she nodded. Xiao Ran exclaimed, it's over. Double the surprise. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yi had not yet confirmed his identity. It was merely Lin Yin's playful attempt to rattle him for his mischief. Chapter 82. Fear of being bullied at the adjacent table. The conversation continued. It seems Yin is clashing with her ex-boyfriend. Should we intervene? It's a private matter. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to meddle, would it? What do you think, Yi? Lu Yi was straining to listen, almost pressing her ear against the screen, eager not to miss a single word. She was now fairly convinced that this Xiao Ran was indeed Lin Yin's boyfriend. In fact, she felt an odd sensation that he might also be her own boyfriend, as his voice was strikingly similar, almost identical. Meanwhile, she paid no heed to her roommate's chatter. Suddenly startled by a gentle tap on her shoulder, Lu Yi turned to see her three friends staring at her. What is going on? She asked with mild annoyance. The three girls exchanged glances. They had last seen her in such a state on the day Xiao Ran confessed his feelings. Why not just go over and listen directly instead of sneaking around? One suggested. Exactly. You're quite familiar with Yin. Go lend her your support while we stay behind. Another chimed in. I think so too. Lu Yi pondered. Torn between wanting to stand by Lin Yin and fearing that her friends were trying to shoo her away to enjoy the feast alone. Your intentions are far too transparent, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What do you mean? What intentions? Well, I can't believe you see us as the villains. One exclaimed. Indeed. Lu Yi rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard the foolish group around her. At this moment, she believed that Lin Yin could truly benefit from her assistance. Thus, amidst the crowd's urging, Lu Yi rose and made her way to the dining table behind the screen. Lin Yin, my actions are driven by my own reasons. Xiao Ran remarked with a bitter smile as he looked at Lin Yin. Oh, is that so? I don't believe you. Lin Yin replied with a blank expression. She was convinced that Xiao Ran had begun his web of lies once more. Did he truly think her so naive as to fall for his deceit repeatedly? Should she trust him again, she would be no better than a fool. Xiao Ran, observing Lin Yin's demeanor, felt a pang of bitterness. Liang Shiqing stood nearby. In many matters simply could not be articulated. Yin, do you require my assistance? Just then, a familiar and melodious voice wafted over. Both Xiao Ran and Lin Yin were taken aback upon hearing it. Lin Yin even felt as though Lu Yi was trying to steal her former boyfriend from her. My dear sister, I do not need your help. Could you please step aside? Lin Yin felt a surge of frustration. She believed she was close to securing Xiao Ran's affections. With his current troubled expression, she estimated that if she made a few demands, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Once that was accomplished, a little persuasion and manipulation would ensure that he would abandon Liang Shiqing, allowing her to reclaim him. She was so near to her goal. Yet Lu Yi had appeared to disrupt everything. My dear sister, you have ruined my happiness. You must be the reinforcement summoned by Xiao Ran. You were here too. Lin Yin spoke, her expression somewhat strained. Lu Yi, smiling, settled beside Lin Yin, casting a glance at Xiao Ran before softly saying, Yin, I merely came over to ensure you weren't being bullied by someone. Please, my dear sister, just leave. Lin Yin implored. Your presence makes it difficult for me to speak. Thank you, she added with a smile. I can handle this on my own. He wouldn't dare bully me. You should return and enjoy your meal. Yet, Lu Yi had no intention of departing so easily. That would be merely inviting trouble for herself. Setting aside Lin Yin's need for her support, she was also eager to test the veracity of the situation herself. Thus, Lu Yi grasped Lin Yin's hand and cheerfully declared, What if I leave and someone decides to take advantage of you? Good friends must stand together. Xiao Ran watched the two close friends before him, his mouth twitching slightly. You may converse freely, but why resort to veiled accusations to slander others? Who is truly bullying whom? He thought. Furthermore, he sensed that Lu Yi appeared particularly composed, devoid of any animosity toward her former boyfriend. Could it be that Lin Yin had not shared all the details with her? Hence, Lu Yi did not recognize him. A sudden thought flashed through Xiao Ran's mind. I nearly fell into the trap. Fortunately, my resilience is impeccable. With this realization, Xiao Ran felt a sense of calm wash over him, and he took the initiative to speak. Ahem, Lin Yin, it seems that everyone is currently preoccupied. Why don't we discuss this at another time, shall we? He believed that Lin Yin, being astute, would not be foolish enough to bring her rival, Lu Yi, into the fray. In a one-on-one scenario, he felt he could easily outmaneuver Lin Yinner. Huh, how naive you are? Lin Yinner sneered. This scoundrel thought he could scheme in front of her. She needed to exert pressure while Xiao Ran's current girlfriend was present. Lin Yinner. Can we not take a step back? Oh dear Xiao Ran. You wouldn't want your misdeeds to come to light before your dear sister Shirqing, would you? Lin Yinner threatened. Oh, is that so? I wonder what the name of this lovely lady beside you is? Xiao Ran asked with a charming smile. With everyone harboring concerns. Who was afraid of whom? Although Xiao Ran was precariously testing the waters, it proved effective. Lin Yinner's expression suddenly changed. She anticipated that Xiao Ran would use Lu Yi as leverage against her. He was still as cunning as ever. She had suspected that Lu Yi was indeed summoned by Xiao Ran. However, did she truly fear him? What was there that she wouldn't sacrifice to win over her beloved Xiao Ran? Oh, dear Xiao Ran, how would you respond if I were to lay everything bare? Lin Yinner licked her lips. Kiki. Lin Yinner, how would you handle it if I brought your best friend into the equation? Xiao Ran retorted sharply. Xiao Ran. You wouldn't want to see Shirqing heartbroken, would you? Lin Yinner, you wouldn't want your friend to join you in vying for a man, would you? The tension in the room was palpable, yet Lu Yi and Liang Shirqing remained oblivious. Liang Shirqing was indifferent, content simply to have Xiao Ran by her side. However, Lu Yi was filled with questions, her mind swirling with confusion. What were they discussing? It felt as though there was so much more beneath the surface. Why did they mention Yinner's best friend? Surely, they weren't referring to me? Why is it that by coming closer, I find myself more perplexed? I should have continued eavesdropping. Chapter 83. A private discussion. Lin Yinner was taken aback by how difficult Xiao Ran had become after Lu Yi's arrival. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to cast all the issues onto this scoundrel to resolve. Since Xiao Ran was using Lu Yi to threaten her, she would turn Lu Yi over to him. Huh, dear Xiao Ran, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Do you really think I would shy away from letting her join? Lin Yinner scoffed. Xiao Ran, wow. Lin Yinner, would it not be more appropriate for us to find a private place to converse? Must we endure this public embarrassment? Xiao Ran expressed his helplessness. He felt that Lin Yinner was becoming anxious. At this moment, no one could gain the upper hand over the other, the only equilibrium being Lu Yi. The one who first shatters this balance will seize the advantage. However, he found it impossible to expose his vulnerabilities. Dear brother Xiao Ran, Yinner declared, I have promised that as long as you return to my side, I shall comply with your every wish. Lin Yinner smiled as she spoke. Xiao Ran gently shook his head, indicating his stance. He felt weary. Let it all come to ruin. Let these ex-girlfriends have their way. Turning his gaze toward Liang Shirqing, Xiao Ran softly said, Shirqing, I am sorry for making you unhappy. Liang Shirqing was still engulfed in unease, surprised by Xiao Ran's sudden apology. This alleviated her discomfort, replacing it with a warmth akin to sunlight. Tentatively, she raised her delicate hand and placed it against Xiao Ran's face, smiling as she said, Brother Xiao Ran, please do not apologize to Shirqing. As long as you are well, I am well. Her palm was warm, and her words were filled with tenderness. Xiao Ran smiled appreciatively, lowering his head gently to rest his forehead against the girl's, whispering, Shirqing, thank you. Lin Yinner watched this scene with a twinge of jealousy. Xiao Ran was once again displaying affection for another girl in her presence. Suddenly, Lin Yinner stood up, unable to contain herself as she shouted at Xiao Ran, what do you mean by this? Do we not exist? Just as Xiao Ran intended to stand up to confront her, someone moved faster than he did. Liang Shirqing quickly rose, spreading her arms and positioning herself before Xiao Ran, resolutely declaring, do not bully brother Xiao Ran. If there is an issue, direct it at me. Though Liang Shirqing was quite frightened, she knew this was the right course of action. After all, brother Xiao Ran had always protected her, so she too must protect him. The girl's brave gesture struck Xiao Ran's heart painfully. It had been so long since he felt such anguish, as if an old wound had reopened. She was clearly so fragile, yet she boldly stepped forward to shield him. He was a scoundrel. In a month, he would surely hurt her again. What right did he have to be shielded so by her? Shirqing Xiao Ran felt a bitter taste in his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lin Yinner appeared somewhat dazed. In Liang Shirqing, she seemed to see the reflection of Xiao Ran from the past. At that time, Xiao Ran had stood before her, shielding her from several burly men, a protective figure against the storm. Perhaps, this was the most precious memory she would ever possess. Dear sisters, please refrain from bullying brother Xiao Ran, if you would be so kind. Liang Shirqing's tone shifted from assertive to somewhat humble in mere moments. Despite being a year older, She addressed them as sisters. Lu Yi grasped Lin Yinner's arm, preventing her from acting irrationally. Yinner, please remain calm, Lu Yi softly urged. Lin Yinner shot a disgruntled glare at Lu Yi. You foolish girl, your ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend is asking you not to bully him. With Liang Shiqing standing in her way, Lin Yinner's anger subsided significantly. Targeting a pitiful girl was beyond her capacity. She still maintained her principles. However, relinquishing her pursuit of Xiao Ran was out of the question. Dear brother Xiao Ran, will you merely hide behind your girlfriend? Lin Yinner mocked. Xiao Ran sighed softly, gently pulling Liang Shiqing into her seat and reassuring her. Shiqing, leave this to me. It will be all right. He patted the girl's hand, signaling her to relax. Yinner, draw a line, Xiao Ran said, gazing intently at Lin Yinner. Now that we've reached this point, let us be direct. Xiao Ran, I accept your proposal. Let us meet tonight at 7, just the two of us, to discuss matters. Lin Yinner wished to avoid a public spectacle, realizing that persisting would only serve to amuse onlookers. Her internal agitation had subsided, and agreeing to Xiao Ran's request for a private conversation seemed beneficial for both. Upon hearing the name of the restaurant, Xiao Ran frowned slightly and replied, let us choose another venue. This restaurant is meant for couples, and our relationship does not fit that description. Moreover, it's owned by Bai Lu. Unless he has lost his mind, he wouldn't meet his ex-girlfriend there. Lin Yinner's expression soured, her hopes dashed. How about the CAF across from the Finance University? That works. Dear brother Xiao Ran, it's settled then. If you dare to stand me up or evade me, HMPF. Lin Yinner gritted her teeth. Rest assured, I value my promises and never deceive. Xiao Ran shrugged. Huh, you don't deceive? I suppose pigs could fly then. Now, Lin Yinner, might I kindly ask you to cease interrupting our meal? Xiao Ran issued an ultimatum. What had begun as a delightful day was now drained of its joy. Nevertheless, food was innocent. It must be consumed without waste. Humph. Let us go? Lin Yinner declared, rising from her seat and addressing the bewildered Lu Yi, then promptly returning to the adjacent table. Oh. Lu Yi hurriedly followed suit. Xiao Ran watched the two depart, shaking his head with a wry smile. It is likely that he will not have many enjoyable days ahead in the university town. Xiao Ran. Have they left? Liang Shiqing suddenly inquired. Xiao Ran gazed at the lovely girl and replied with a gentle smile. Yes, they have departed. The girl lightly patted her chest and let out a slow sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Shiqing, he added, but Liang Shiqing covered his mouth with her hand, albeit only partially, effectively halting his words. Xiao Ran, please refrain from uttering those 3 words again. It makes Shiqing feel uneasy, she said with a smile. All right. I won't mention them again. Xiao Ran understood her sentiment. That's good, Xiao Ran. Shiqing said, I'm hungry and would like to eat some meat. Okay, little Shiqing. I shall feed you. As the beef hit the pan, the fragrant juices sizzled, creating an enticing aroma. Open wide. It's so hot. Chapter 84. Xiao Ran is not behaving well. The day spent with Liang Shiqing was truly fulfilling. By the time Xiao Ran escorted her back to the dormitory, it was already past 6 in the evening. Shiqing, see you tomorrow. If you feel hungry tonight, there are plenty of snacks in the fridge. All right, I understand, Xiao Ran. See you tomorrow, Liang Shiqing said, her face betraying a hint of reluctance, though she smiled. This day had undoubtedly been the happiest of her life. She and Xiao Ran were no longer merely siblings. They had transformed into a couple, a relationship she had only dared to dream of before. Xiao Ran. The girl called out, somewhat bashfully, as he prepared to leave, seemingly with something more to whisper. What's the matter, Shiqing? Xiao Ran inquired with curiosity, leaning closer. Suddenly, the girl stood on her tiptoes and swiftly pecked him on the cheek. Swoosh. Surprise attack. With mischief accomplished, Liang Shiqing fled, shutting the door behind her. Xiao Ran stood momentarily stunned before the closed door, his hand brushing against the warm spot on his face, still imbued with the lingering warmth and fragrance of the girl. This little one, he mused with a tender smile before turning to stroll away. Meanwhile, behind the door, the girl leaned against it as if to prevent anyone from entering and devouring her. The rosy hue on her cheeks indicated her inner turmoil. How could Shiqing have done such a thing? Xiao Ran won't he dislike me, will he? Oh no, how embarrassing. After leaving the art university, Xiao Ran took a taxi to the rendezvous point he had arranged with Lin Yinner. He believed that Lin Yinner's willingness to relent at noon was not solely for Liang Shiqing's sake, but also a gesture to grant him another opportunity. In other words, she wished for him to part ways with Liang Shiqing and return to her side once more. If only I could be a heartless scoundrel. Then I would be free from any psychological burden in my actions. However, certain flames are ignited by him, and he possesses the justification to extinguish them. His sole hope is that Lin Yin'er refrains from any outrageous behavior. Boss, we have arrived. Alas, he must confront his ex-girlfriend once more. Xiao Ran stepped out of the car, adjusted his attire, and slowly made his way toward the CAF. Dear brother Xiao Ran, box number 6. Remember to be punctual, or else unfortunate events may occur. It's nearly 7, and you're still not here. Yin'er is feeling a bit displeased. Messages from Lin Yin'er brimmed with veiled threats, causing an inexplicable unease within Xiao Ran. Damn, is she going to harm me? Xiao Ran thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery. He then entered the CAF and approached the aforementioned box number 6. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Ran rapped on the door. It creaked open almost instantly, revealing a playful visage. Dear brother Xiao Ran, you've arrived. With cascading long hair and fiery red lips, clad in black stockings, a red dress, and high heels, she resembled a regal queen. Lin Yin'er's attire was entirely uncharacteristic of her usual style, leaving Xiao Ran feeling somewhat disconcerted. Where has the gentle, innocent girl gone? Seemingly pleased with Xiao Ran's expression, her crimson lips quivered slightly, forming a delicate curve. She gently entwined her arm with his, resembling the natural intimacy of a couple in love. Brother Xiao Ran, I thought you were late, or perhaps spent the night with your girlfriend. Lin Yin'er casually remarked while pulling him closer. Lin Yin'er, let us resolve whatever it is swiftly. There is no need to beat around the bush, Xiao Ran replied, discreetly extracting his arm from her grasp. Little did he know that this action sparked a fleeting chill in Lin Yin'er's eyes. My dear brother Xiao Ran, even my arm is not permitted to be held. Unaware of her expression, Xiao Ran sat down, whereupon 2 steaming plates of steak awaited them on the table. Red wine, candles, milk, coffee, another candlelit dinner. Lin Yin'er joined him at the table, pressing closely against him. A faint hint of rose fragrance lingered, infused with a touch of youthful innocence. Lin Yin'er gently rested her head on his shoulder, seemingly unperturbed by the boundaries typically observed between men and women. In fact, she had always regarded Xiao Ran as her man, hence her lack of reservations. Dear brother Xiao Ran, I ordered your favorite steak. Lin Yin'er, I've already eaten. Let us discuss our matters directly and honestly. Xiao Ran was not inclined to indulge her games, and he had indeed dined extensively with Liang Shiqing. Dear brother Xiao Ran, you're being naughty. Lin Yin'er suddenly broke into a radiant smile. She gently blew a warm breath against Xiao Ran's neck, a sensation both warm and ticklish. Beneath the table, she subtly slipped off her high heels, her petite feet making contact with Xiao Ran's calves, caressing them softly. Lin Yin'er, we are no longer in a romantic relationship. Do you not think this behavior is rather inappropriate? Xiao Ran maintained his composure, though he had encountered such levels of temptation countless times before. While his body stirred with restlessness, it was not enough to overwhelm his resolve. Yet, Lin Yin'er appeared oblivious, engrossed in picking up the silver knife and fork from the table. Under the flickering candlelight, the polished cutlery glimmered ominously. The girl exuded elegance, the knife was sharp, and the fork steady. With a swift motion, she speared a small cube of beef and held it to Xiao Ran's lips. Brother Xiao Ran, open your mouth, she urged with a smile. Xiao Ran felt a surge of panic. It was as if refusing to eat would result in the girl plunging the glimmering knife into him the very next moment. White knife in, then twist it twice, and then red knife out. Brother Xiao Ran, hurry and eat. Don't you enjoy Yin'er feeding you? She insisted, her smile unwavering. Wasn't this supposed to be a simple conversation? Why did it feel so ominously terrifying? Lin Yin'er, please be mindful of your boundaries. Besides, I'm already full, Xiao Ran replied slowly, resolutely refusing to partake in the meal, fearing she might have ulterior motives. My dear brother Xiao Ran, just eat. It's delicious. Not eating, I can't. Is brother Xiao Ran afraid that Yin'er might have poisoned it? Do you even need to ask? Since brother Xiao Ran is worried about what I might do, let me eat first to reassure you, Lin Yin'er said with a playful smile, taking a piece of steak into her mouth and chewing it gracefully. Her fair neck, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared unusually flushed. With every swallow, her allure intensified. Chapter 85. You provoked me first. My dear brother Xiao Ran. Look, Yin'er has eaten. Now you should feel reassured, right? Lin Yin'er teased. Upon witnessing that she had indeed not tampered with the food, Xiao Ran finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Nevertheless, he wished to avoid lingering in such an unsettling atmosphere. Lin Yin'er, let's return to the main topic. We have broken up. Can we not entangle ourselves further? As his words lingered in the air, Lin Yin'er shuddered slightly before regaining her composure. Brother Xiao Ran, You shouldn't say that. You ought to ask, what must Yenner do to forgive you? She said with a beaming smile. Yenner, I already stated this at the time of our breakup. I have cancer, and my time is limited. Why must you continue to cling to me so desperately? Xiao Ran, dear brother, you're being mischievous again, attempting to deceive Yenner. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yenner slowly leaned down, gently pressing her ear against Xiao Ran's chest, quietly listening. Xiao Ran did not deter her. He feared that forcibly pushing her away might provoke a significant emotional upheaval. In the intimate little compartment, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and they could even distinctly hear each other's breathing. After a few moments, Lin Yenner returned to an upright position, wearing a satisfied expression, as though she had received the answer she sought. Brother Xiao Ran, you are quite remarkable. Your heartbeat doesn't even quicken when you lie. You must be quite the veteran at this. Xiao Ran thought to himself, something feels amiss. He had not anticipated that Lin Yenner had grown to distrust him to such an extent. Yet, if she chose not to believe him, he did not wish to force the matter, unless it meant taking her to the hospital for a thorough examination. However, such an action felt unnecessary. It would be rather humiliating for her to discover his cancer diagnosis in such a manner. When the time came for her to know, she would, and then she would understand. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Ran gently tidied her hair and said, Yenner, whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. We have already parted ways, have we not? Lin Yenner, feeling the gentleness of his hand, felt a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her resolve, flashing a charming smile as she replied, Dear brother Xiao Ran, I never agreed to break up with you. Goodness, what a curious maneuver. Breaking up yet allowing for unilateral retraction? Lin Yenner continued, Indeed, I may have been deceived by you initially, but we have ultimately parted ways, have we not? No, it is precisely because you deceived me that our breakup is not valid. You belong to me, and only to me, Lin Yenner asserted with unwavering determination. Xiao Ran frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Lin Yenner, deep down, you must understand. I owe you nothing. I have not even taken advantage of you. Why must you cling to me? A softness flickered across Lin Yenner's face as she tightened her grip around Xiao Ran's arm. She comprehended that indeed, Xiao Ran owed her nothing. Rather, she owed him far too much. Ultimately, due to that particular event, she felt as though she owed him her very life. However, it was precisely because of this debt that she felt compelled to remain by his side, to repay him properly. With this thought, Lin Yenner delicately licked her lips, her playful, rosy tongue gliding slowly across her lips, appearing particularly enticing in the dim light. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at Xiao Ran, her red lips parting softly. Brother Xiao Ran, do you know that I have long been unable to part from you? I do not know. Could you refrain from being so dramatic? I did not come here to engage in trivial banter. Stop. Stop. Lin Yenner, please do not play the emotional card. I simply wish to know what it would take for you to cease your pursuit of me. Lin Yenner remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dear Xiao Ran, are you aware that your various actions have profoundly wounded my heart? As she spoke, the girl affectionately rubbed her delicate foot, encased in black stockings, against Xiao Ran's warm calf. The sensation sent shivers down his spine. The innocent and gentle junior had unexpectedly transformed into an alluring seductress. He took a sip of milk to quell his restless heart and declared, Lin Yenner, I am now in a relationship with Shi Qing. Your entanglement with me is detrimental to everyone involved. If you cease your pursuit, feel free to voice any requests, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Dear Xiao Ran, Lin Yenner replied, I have already expressed that I desire nothing else. I only want you. As she uttered these words, perhaps intentionally, she elegantly picked up a knife and fork, delicately slicing into her steak. Lin Yenner, you are aware of my circumstances. Liang Shiqing is in a pitiable state. I could never abandon her. Bang! Lin Yenner suddenly slammed her hand on the table, the knife and fork clashing with a resounding clink. With fervor, she continued, Xiao Ran, is she the only one deserving of pity? Do you not remember that day when I was ridiculed like a clown by everyone at school? Yet you simply turned away. Could you not have chased after me, if only to offer a modicum of comfort? Xiao Ran's face darkened. Were you not the one who turned away? Moreover, you directly entered the girls' dormitory. Am I to force my way into the girls' residence? What nonsense is that? Lin Yenner, can you not be reasonable? Xiao Ran said, exasperated. Xiao Ran, you deceived me first. I have the right to reconsider. I want to be your girlfriend again, and your only girlfriend. Lin Yenner pressed closely against him, as if trying to merge with his very being. Absolutely not. Dear Xiao Ran, I am not seeking your consent. I am merely informing you. Lin Yiner's gaze grew cold. Dear Xiao Ran, you were the one who initiated this. I am pleased to tell you that I truly cannot be without you now. In that moment, she appeared as the sovereign, while Xiao Ran seemed merely a lamb awaiting sacrifice. Xiao Ran protested, can one truly coerce a relationship? He shifted slightly, creating a small distance between them. No offense intended, but a boy must be cautious in public. Lin Yiner noticed his movement, but was unbothered, for she knew he could not escape her grasp. Dear Xiao Ran, what do you fear? I would not harm you. Cough, I am allergic to beautiful girls. Xiao Ran replied, his expression unchanged. Giggles akin to silver bells resonated within the small private room. Is Xiao Ran praising Yiner? Indeed. Yiner thinks Xiao Ran is quite handsome. Yiner finds it hard to be apart from you. Lin Yiner licked her lips and remarked, Xiao Ran, your theatrics are excessive. Lin Yiner, considering I once saved you, let us part amicably. That is not permissible, dear Xiao Ran. Moreover, do you not feel utterly powerless now, save for your voice? Lin Yiner said with a smug expression. Chapter 86. Is this what it feels like to kiss Xiao Ran? Xiao Ran sat in his seat, gazing incredulously at the girl before him, who resembled a femme fatale. He could not fathom what potion had been administered, for its effects were astonishingly swift. He could sense the energy within him gradually ebbing away, and his body was becoming increasingly numb. Although the tactic of drugging was rather cliché, it proved effective. I was careless. Lin Yiner, what you are doing is illegal. Xiao Ran exclaimed as he forced himself to stand. Observing the increasingly frantic Xiao Ran, Lin Yiner's smile widened, becoming ever more brazen. Dear Xiao Ran, if one truly loves another, what does it signify if they are unwilling to toil for years at a sewing machine for that person? Lin Yiner exhaled softly, her voice like a fragrant breeze. Xiao Ran was profoundly shaken, his worldview rattled. What kind of logic is this? He yearned to execute a wrestling throw, yet his current strength forbade it. She might even misconstrue it as an embrace. At present, he felt as if he lacked the strength to stand, akin to having consumed sea cucumbers, utterly limp. Yiner, you are a good girl, surely. You would not do such a thing, would you? Lin Yiner leaned in closer, nearly pressing her entire form against Xiao Ran. She delicately licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her prey, her hands beginning to roam over him. Dear Xiao Ran, would you care to try shouting assault? Surely many would wish to witness your prowess. Lin Yiner brought her rosy cheeks close to Xiao Ran's face, then playfully stuck out her tongue, lightly tapping the tip of his nose. The fragrance was intoxicating, soft, and moist. Xiao Ran lamented his misfortune and hurriedly stumbled back a few steps, only to find himself pinned against the wall, with no retreat available. If Lin Yiner wished to act upon him at that moment, he would be utterly powerless to resist. Could it be that he truly had to shout assault? Impossible. Even if he were to perish, he would not wish to meet his demise in such an embarrassing manner. Moreover, Lin Yiner could potentially face legal repercussions for possessing illicit substances and drugging him. Lin Yiner grinned slyly, her face alight with triumph. Dear Xiao Ran, do you wish to shout assault? She was confident that Xiao Ran would not seek help, for that would jeopardize her. It was precisely because of Xiao Ran's gentleness that she felt so emboldened. Xiao Ran did not respond to the trivial inquiry. Instead, he gently advised, Yiner, please do not act impulsively. Remain calm. If you continue down this path, you will ultimately ruin yourself. Lin Yiner, however, remained unmoved, offering a tender smile. Dearest brother Xiao Ran, I truly love you. If I cannot have you, it would indeed spell my ruin. Xiao Ran was taken aback, bewildered by Lin Yiner's sudden descent into such obsessive affection. Bai Lu merely harbored bold thoughts, whereas Lin Yiner had taken direct action. He realized that she would heed no counsel. All he could hope for now was that the system would provide some assistance. System, save me. He urgently called out in his mind. At your service. Not now. Do you still have that purification ability? I need it. The last time he had evaded the drugging crisis was due to that very ability. Host, it no longer exists. I can buy it. Xiao Ran quickly retorted. Ding. Does the host confirm the consumption of 300 days of lifespan to purchase purification? What nonsense. Xiao Ran exclaimed, startling Lin Yiner, who was gently caressing him. Brother Xiao Ran, what is the matter? Lin Yiner immediately ceased her affectionate actions, anxiously checking his forehead. She feared that the drug side effects had impaired his mind. Ignoring Lin Yiner's feigned concern, Xiao Ran felt a surge of anger as he scolded the system. Is this a joke? You dare to charge me 300 days of lifespan for a mere skill? Are you calculating to exhaust my entire lifespan? He suspected that the system, anticipating the impending opening of its marketplace, was exploiting him with even the most trivial of disposable skills. It seemed intent on making a final harvest of unsuspecting souls. Moreover, he had not forgotten that Liang Shiqing required lifespan to exchange for her eye treatment. He suspected that the cost would be substantial. If he exhausted his lifespan now, he would surely lack sufficient time later. Thus, he was faced with a choice between Liang Shiqing's eyes and his own well-being. This predicament felt inescapable. He even began to wonder if the system had colluded with Lin Yin'er to ensnare him. As for how to decide, he had long since arrived at an answer. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze to the concerned girl before him and softly spoke. "Yin'er, are you not afraid that I might leave you?" Upon uttering these words, he felt his remaining strength waning, as if he might collapse at any moment. Lin Yin'er, quick to react, gently seated Xiao Ran. The silky sensation rendered him somewhat dazed. So, was this the onset of the drug's effects? Lin Yin'er gazed at him with affection in her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Tenderly caressing his face, she softly murmured, "Brother Xiao Ran, as long as I can have you." Yin'er would willingly forsake everything. As she spoke, the young girl slowly closed her eyes and leaned in to kiss him. Xiao Ran quickly turned his head to evade her, leaving a crimson mark upon his face. "Brother Xiao Ran, you're being disobedient again." Lin Yin'er, unfazed by his retreat, playfully licked his cheek once more. "Brother Xiao Ran, please don't resist. You cannot escape Yin'er." She gently turned his head to face her, enticingly whispering, "Dear brother Xiao Ran, do not move. Otherwise, Yin'er may become upset, and the consequences could be severe." Sighing helplessly, Xiao Ran seemed to resign himself, ceasing his resistance. If he could not fight back, he might as well savor the moment. After all, he had nothing to lose. "Now you're being good." Lin Yin'er smiled contentedly, cherishing her obedient brother Xiao Ran. She wished he would remain so compliant forever. The girl nestled against the boy's chest, closing her eyes once more, and gently pressed her lips to his. At last, their lips met in a tender embrace. Warm, soft, and intoxicating, the delightful sensation left the inexperienced Lin Yin'er breathless, her mind blank. Was this the feeling of kissing brother Xiao Ran? Indeed, it was quite delightful. She longed to savor this moment. Just like that, she wanted to devour him piece by piece, making sure they would never part, not until eternity. Chapter 87. All depends on you. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength. Ultimately, he succumbed to weakness. With wide eyes, he felt a drop of humiliating tears escape from the corners of his eyes. "Damn it, she actually bit me," he lamented. He raised his hand to push her away but inadvertently triggered something entirely unintended. Xiao Ran swore he hadn't meant to. He pleaded, "No. I cannot let desire overpower my will. Brother Jia, save me." Was he truly destined to meet his end in this small private room? Surely, they could find a more suitable hotel. Lin Yin'er was being rather reckless. Suddenly, a flicker of realization struck Xiao Ran's mind. Of course, the hotel, Su Qianqian. With this thought, he hastily rose, but in his current state, he was no match for Lin Yin'er. "Damn it, here goes nothing." Lin Yin'er yelped in pain, quickly pulling away, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, astonished that this unromantic man had actually launched a surprise attack. "You could have just asked. It's not like I wouldn't have allowed it." Xiao Ran finally found his liberation and took several deep breaths. Gazing at the ravenous Lin Yin'er, he quickly clarified, "Yin'er, not here." Lin Yin'er's delicate face lit up. "Brother Xiao Ran, you agree?" "Yes, but we must change locations." Xiao Ran replied breathlessly, his voice weak. "All right, I will follow your lead." Lin Yin'er licked her lips, her beautiful eyes glowing with a slightly alarming red, as if two hearts danced within them. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, have you awakened something extraordinary?" He felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for such contemplations. The immediate priority was to extricate himself. "Yin'er, I wish to go to the finest hotel." "Huh? Oh." Lin Yin'er finally responded, swiftly retrieving her phone. "Brother Xiao Ran, where do you wish to complete this sacred ritual?" "There's a 4-star hotel near the art university. Let us go there." Yes, I will follow your wishes." With a destination set, Lin Yin'er initiated a lightning-fast call for a taxi. She was no longer concerned about Xiao Ran escaping. After all, could a cooked duck still fly away? Moreover, brother Xiao Ran had accepted her. After tonight, they would be inseparable, bound together forever. As for his previous girlfriends, they could take a back seat. The victor would undoubtedly be her, Lin Yin'er. Hee. Xiao Ran thought. That laugh sounds like it's come from the guardians of the Soul Palace. Cough. Yenner, tone it down a bit. Xiao Ran couldn't help but remind her. Oh, my apologies, brother Xiao Ran. I got a bit carried away. I didn't scare you, did I? Lin Yenner wiped away some drool. Then, Yenner, could you please get off me? Xiao Ran rolled his eyes. Oh, my bad, my bad. Lin Yenner quickly jumped down. Then, Xiao Ran recited, the mighty Yangtze flows. The roaring yellow river. Such grandeur to our mountains and rivers. Moments later, Lin Yenner exclaimed, Brother Xiao Ran, the car has arrived. Let us go? Yes. Please help me up. Thus, the usually delicate Lin Yenner, who could scarcely open a bottle cap, surprisingly managed to support his hefty frame of 140 pounds. Her steps were light and graceful, as if traversing a flat surface. Was this the power of desire? Under the astonished gazes of customers and the driver, Lin Yenner tossed Xiao Ran into the back seat of the car and then nestled closely beside him. Driver, hurry! The driver exclaimed, what a sight to behold. An extraordinarily beautiful girl carrying a seemingly drunken man to a hotel. Is it not supposed to be the other way around? As the car slowly pulled away, Xiao Ran finally exhaled in relief. His intentions had become abundantly clear. His father once said, one must use magic to conquer magic. Since he is currently unable to resist, having had his phone and identification confiscated, he must rely on Su Qianqian to vanquish Lin Yenner. The hotel receptionist is familiar with Xiao Ran. When the time comes, the receptionist will certainly inform Su Qianqian. It is likely that Su Qianqian will emerge as a savior, rescuing him from peril. Oh, Qianqian, my fate rests entirely in your hands. Chapter 88. I have been kidnapped. Come save me. As the night deepened, a ride-hailing car came to a halt in front of the opulent Jinyu Hotel. Lin Yenner, supporting the feeble Xiao Ran, placed their identification cards on the front desk. Her demeanor appeared somewhat exuberant, as if she were eager to accomplish something, and she spoke hastily. A room with a king-size bed. Beside her, Xiao Ran exerted effort to lift his head, attempting to ensure the receptionist could see his face clearly. Weakly, he echoed, yes, a king-size bed. The front desk attendant turned her curious gaze toward them, seemingly incredulous at the sight of the intoxicated man. Xiao Ran continued to make subtle gestures, conveying some sort of message. The receptionist recognized Xiao Ran and was greatly taken aback. Hurry, please, Lin Yenner said impatiently. Certainly, I will arrange that immediately, the attendant replied. She quickly registered the identification information and respectfully handed the room key to Lin Yenner. Hello, here is your room key. Thank you. Lin Yenner wasted no time, and with the receptionist's assistance, she guided Xiao Ran toward their room. As they departed, the attendant swiftly picked up a nearby landline and dialed a number. Miss, urgent news. Your boyfriend seems to. What seems? Su Qianqian, on the other end, asked anxiously. She had just been sitting at her vanity, reminiscing about the moments spent with Xiao Ran. Your boyfriend has checked into a hotel with another woman. The attendant blurted out, her voice trembling. This was a situation she had never anticipated. What? Su Qianqian suddenly sat upright, her heart racing. This news struck her like a nuclear explosion. Just yesterday, she had parted ways with Xiao Ran, and today he was in a hotel with another girl. Was this a seamless transition? Moreover, he knew she was still here. Yet he chose to come to her hotel. Tell me the room number. Su Qianqian urged hastily. Room 306. Upon receiving the information, Su Qianqian momentarily stood frozen, her mind swirling in disarray. Her expression turned somber, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten. Should Qianqian confront the infidelity? Yet, she is no longer his girlfriend. No, Xiao Ran surely cannot be that kind of person. How could he possibly overlook someone as charming as Qianqian? He must have his own reasons. Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled. It seemed she had come to a realization. Yes, that must be it. Brother Xiao Ran is undoubtedly being coerced by that woman. He must be waiting for Qianqian to rescue him. With this thought, Qianqian felt as if her inner strength had been ignited, filling her with boundless energy. Brother Xiao Ran, hold on. Qianqian is coming. The amenities of the large bedroom were evidently less luxurious than those of a suite. Lin Yenner flung Xiao Ran onto the bed and leapt on top of him. Wait. What is the intention behind this? Is this a hasty endeavor? What's wrong, Brother Xiao Ran? Lin Yenner's gaze was slightly dazed, teetering on the edge of losing her sanity. Yenner, aren't you going to take a shower first? Xiao Ran employed a delaying tactic. But Yenner had just showered before coming out to meet Brother Xiao Ran. Every time she had a date with him, she would always freshen up, presenting herself beautifully and sweetly fragrant, in a way that would melt in his mouth. Even though he often acted like a wooden block, she maintained this habit. Yenner, I can even smell that you are rather odorous. Xiao Ran said with a look of disdain. A beautiful girl should naturally smell delightful. Yet, at this moment, it must be otherwise. Ah, really? Lin Yin'er paled in shock and hurriedly lifted her hand to smell. Huh, it smells lovely. Yin'er didn't detect any odor. Truly, I can smell it. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xiao Ran looked at her earnestly, a flicker of disappointment dancing in his eyes. Does Yin'er intend to approach me with such an unpleasant aroma? Brother Xiao Ran is quite disappointed. I never expected Yin'er would fail to meet even this modest expectation. It seems you do not love me as much as I thought. Forget it. Come here. I shall treat this as a performance by Xiao Ran. Holding his breath, he closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of noble sacrifice. Anyone can embody the role of a green tea princess. Ah, Brother Xiao Ran, Yin'er will go wash up right away. Indeed. Lin Yin'er instantly transformed from her earlier assertiveness back into the obedient younger sister of Yer. As long as Brother Xiao Ran was willing to listen to her, she would heed his every word. Go quickly, make yourself fragrant. Yin'er will do that. Lin Yin'er planted a gentle kiss on his lips, leaving a lingering warmth, and then swiftly rose to retrieve her phone from her pocket. Snap! She captured an unforgettable moment with Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, are you still sneaking in personal business? Never mind. There's no rush. The longer she bathed, the more beneficial it was for him. Xiao Ran, wait for me. The young girl rose, her hands beginning to move. A holy radiance flashed, startling Xiao Ran into closing his eyes and reciting scriptures. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form, I am form. Soon, the sound of water splashing filled the bathroom. Suddenly, amidst his astonishment, the phone that Lin Yin'er had thrown onto the bed vibrated. Xiao Ran's spirit jolted, his phone. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized. Even turning over seemed a distant hope. But Xiao Yi, answer the call. Understood, master. The call connected. But to avoid disturbing Lin Yin'er in the bathroom, he refrained from using the speakerphone. Room 306, Jinyu International Hotel, come quickly. I've been kidnapped. Xiao Ran shouted towards the phone, a meter away. He could not see who was calling, but he sought help desperately. Chapter 89, Qian arrives. Come quickly. I've been kidnapped. Su Qian listened to the voice on the phone, sounding utterly drained and pleading. Her eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She had no idea what kind of inhumane torment her Xiao Ran had endured to sound so powerless. Her friends had mentioned that such situations were troubling. Could it be that Xiao Ran had no? That was impossible. Su Qian snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving a spare key card for room 306 from the front desk, then dashed to the third floor. In room 306, the bathroom was shrouded in mist, the sound of water still flowing. An enticing figure, under the warm cascade, appeared especially flushed and alluring. On the large bed, Xiao Ran gazed emptily at the ceiling, uncertain whether dawn or darkness awaited him. Just then, a sound echoed. The door lock clicked. Xiao Ran's body tensed instinctively, attempting to struggle to his feet. But it was evidently futile. With a click, the door opened. Unable to lift his head, he had no idea who had entered. He felt a flicker of relief that Lin Yin'er, inexperienced as she was, had locked the door. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. Calling out to the heavens with no response. Qian, is that you? Xiao Ran asked, his voice heavy with exhaustion and helplessness. The door slowly creaked open, and a petite figure quietly slipped inside. The moment Su Qian entered, she recognized that familiar voice. She quickly turned her gaze towards the large bed and was met with the sight of her Xiao Ran, sprawled there like a lifeless corpse, as if he had already endured unspeakable torment. Tears streamed down Su Qian's face as she rushed to the bed. Xiao Ran, what happened to you? Don't scare Qian. Su Qian, her eyes brimming with tears, approached Xiao Ran, her beloved, who remained motionless before her. A surge of panic enveloped her as she took in his disheveled hair, unbuttoned shirt, and the unmistakable lip prints adorning his face. Each of these signs spoke volumes, indicating that her dear Xiao Ran had endured unspeakable torment. In an instant, an overwhelming fury erupted from the depths of her heart. Who dared to mistreat her Xiao Ran? She, who could never bear to harm him, even slightly, was now confronted with the reality that some wretched soul had reduced her beloved to such a state. Hastily, she retrieved a few tissues from her pocket and knelt beside Xiao Ran, gently wiping the red marks from his face. Xiao Ran, upon seeing the familiar figure before him, managed a faint smile. Qian, you've come. I knew you would come to rescue me. Yet, to Su Qian, that smile appeared as a bittersweet expression of helplessness and pain. What sort of monster had inflicted both psychological and physical anguish upon her beloved? Moreover, Xiao Ran was already unwell. The thought of his condition made her heart ache. Tears streamed down Su Qianqian's face like a torrential downpour, falling onto Xiao Ran's chest. Each droplet felt like a gentle rain, warming his heart. Do not be afraid, Xiao Ran. Everything will be all right. Qianqian is here to save you. She embraced him tightly, whispering words of comfort. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Ran's thoughts were far from her own. He was indeed terrified, or else he would not have cried out for her help. It's all right, Qianqian. Please don't cry. Xiao Ran reassured her, feeling the warmth of her petite form against him, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. You're still my Qianqian. But Su Qianqian, amidst her tears, exclaimed, how can you be all right when you can hardly move? As she spoke, a bubble of snot escaped her nose. I'm truly fine. That wicked woman has yet to harm me, Xiao Ran said, a tinge of concern evident in his voice. Su Qianqian, disregarding her appearance, wiped her nose with her sleeve and softly declared, Xiao Ran, I will take you away from here. Just as they prepared to rise, a sharp voice rang out behind them. Who are you? How did you enter my room? Get out. Startled, Su Qianqian turned around. A stunningly beautiful girl stood before her. Her wet hair cascading over her shoulders, cheeks flushed alluringly, and eyes glaring with anger. Her smooth, radiant skin appeared almost ethereal, and her well-proportioned figure was undeniably striking. Beneath a white bathrobe, her long, fair legs were visible, as if she had stepped out from a painting, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Who are you? Why are you leaning on my Xiao Ran? Get away, Lin Yin'er bellowed. Who can understand, dear friends? Upon emerging from the bath, I was met with the sight of a girl, reminiscent of a delicate fairy, shamelessly pursuing my man. The audacious little sprite. Su Qianqian glared at Lin Yin'er. Her teeth clenched in defiance, fully undeterred. She had come to a realization. It was this enchantress who had drugged brother Xiao Ran. Furthermore, she had dared to engage in such disgraceful acts with him. Su Qianqian had only shared a single kiss with brother Xiao Ran, while this temptress had done so multiple times. Su Qianqian could vividly imagine the despair and helplessness brother Xiao Ran must have felt under the enchantress's coercion. If this were to shorten his life, she would ensure that this sorceress paid dearly. Are you the one who kidnapped my brother Xiao Ran? Are you the one who harmed him? Are you the one who desires him? Su Qianqian coldly interrogated, her arms spread wide like a protective hen shielding her chick. Positioning herself firmly before Xiao Ran, she would not allow this enchantress to inflict even the slightest harm upon her brother Xiao Ran. Not unless she had to step over her own lifeless body to do so. Huh, your brother Xiao Ran? He is undeniably mine. Lin Yin'er tightened her bathrobe, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Her bare, porcelain feet tread softly upon the plush carpet, their delicate beauty evoking an irresistible urge to caress them. Each light step was akin to floating on clouds, leaving faint imprints on the carpet beneath her. Lin Yin'er approached Su Qianqian with an air of dominance, their contrasting heights and physiques evident. Standing at 1.70 meters, Lin Yin'er looked down upon Su Qianqian, exuding an overwhelming aura as she coldly commanded, step aside. Absolutely not. I will not allow you to harm brother Xiao Ran any further, Su Qianqian resolutely declared. She was acutely aware that she was no match for this enchantress. Yet even if she could not physically contend with her, she would not yield. Brother Xiao Ran had suffered enough. How could she permit him to be bullied again? Especially within her own establishment? Lin Yin'er regarded the petite girl before her with a cold gaze, refraining from striking the first blow, instead opting for mockery. Huh? A mere child, yet you dare to vie for a man? Do your parents know? Su Qianqian, unaware of Lin Yin'er's age, mistakenly believed her to be older and found herself at a loss for a retort. Moreover, it seemed she had never truly learned the art of seduction. Ahem, Lin Yin'er, you ought to call her sister. She has already graduated from university. Xiao Ran, who had been lying there, suddenly interjected. He could not bear to witness the charming Qianqian being bullied by the witch Lin Yin'er. Sister? Sister? Why must she be the sister? Shouldn't I be the one in that position? Lin Yin'er lamented, feeling aggrieved. Oh, how I implore the incredibly handsome men and the breathtakingly beautiful women out there. Please grant me more of that coveted golden button. Chapter 90. She was also my ex-girlfriend. Lin Yin'er would never concede defeat. Is it truly a matter of losing to a little girl who lacks both figure and charm? Ultimately, she remains just a child. Has she even fully matured yet? Lin Yin'er continued her mockery. Su Qianqian, who had just been rescued by Xiao Ran, felt her cheeks flush once more, uncertain of how to retort. Ahem. Lin Yinner, it seems you haven't tea even. Be quiet. Lin Yinner suddenly shouted at her. Very well. Xiao Ran obediently closed his mouth. Lin Yinner's face turned crimson with anger. Xiao Ran's indiscretion unveiled her most private secrets. Yet, what infuriated her more was that her dear Xiao Ran had consistently spoken on behalf of other girls, joining in the bullying against her. Her gaze shifted to the seemingly lifeless Xiao Ran, and with a sarcastic tone, she inquired, Dear Xiao Ran, would you care to explain just who this good sister is to you? She particularly emphasized the term sister, as if harboring a deep disdain for the word. Today, Lin Yinner had witnessed Xiao Ran confessing to a beautiful blind girl, and now another adorably charming little girl had appeared. How many girlfriends does he actually have? While he was courting her, how many boats was he sailing? Xiao Ran lay on the bed, the effects of the medicine still potent, showing no signs of waning. He even suspected that the concoction contained merely a trace of milk. Regarding Lin Yinner's interrogation, he did not attempt to conceal the truth but responded candidly. Lin Yinner. Qian is also my ex-girlfriend. Lin Yinner was no fool. Deceiving her held no purpose. Oh, I thought she held a more significant status. Turns out, she is just an ex-girlfriend. Lin Yinner said disdainfully as she glanced at Su Qian. With nothing left to hold back, she thought, both being ex-girlfriends. Why should she fear a yellow-haired girl? Facing Lin Yinner's derision, Su Qian's lively eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, the implication of also in Lin Yinner's words filled her with confidence. Su Qian was no pushover. Since they were both ex-girlfriends, she was ready for a confrontation. Little Miss Lin, do you understand the concept of the latter surpassing the former? In terms of both status and age, I am your elder. Su Qian placed her hands on her hips and pouted. Little girl, do you believe I could toss you out with just one hand? Lin Yinner crossed her arms. Her ample curves tantalizingly wrapped in her robe. Had it not been for Xiao Ran's aversion to violent women, she might have resorted to physical action. It was merely a little girl. She could easily handle her. Go ahead and try. I have 100 ways to ensure you don't leave this hotel. Su Qian threatened. Lin Yinner assessed the little girl before her, suddenly struck by a new thought. She was curious about how this fiercely protective little girl would react upon discovering that Xiao Ran had a new girlfriend. Would this behavior make me seem too much like a green tea girl? No. I am merely doing this for the sake of that little girl. Moreover, wouldn't it be rather amusing if a fire broke out in Xiao Ran's backyard? After all, Xiao Ran has consistently allied with other girls to bully me. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yinner spoke up. By the way, I wonder if this little sister knows that your Xiao Ran has acquired a new girlfriend today? The languid Xiao Ran exclaimed, What? Su Qian, who was in the midst of formulating her words, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Impossible. Xiao Ran is not that kind of person. Su Qian vehemently denied Lin Yinner's claims after her initial shock. The languid Xiao Ran replied, Good sister, maintain this attitude. Lin sister, if you think you can use such tactics to sow discord between me and Xiao Ran, you are overestimating your influence. Is that so? Poor little sister. To be kept in the dark by a scoundrel, you probably would even count the money for him after he betrayed you. Lin Yinner taunted. Vixen, I will not allow you to slander Xiao Ran any further. Get out. Su Qian was utterly enraged. This vixen had not only harmed Xiao Ran, but was now verbally assaulting him. He was already battling cancer, and yet she continued to defame him. She would not permit such a situation to persist. In a fit of anger, Su Qian mustered all her strength and forcefully pushed Lin Yinner. Thud. Caught off guard. Lin Yinner fell backward, landing on the ground in a rather undignified manner. The soft curve of her form met intimately with the plush carpet, and her open bathrobe revealed an unmentionable sight that should remain sacred and untouchable. What are you doing? Ouch. Lin Yinner had not expected the little girl to suddenly erupt and push her to the ground. Are you out of your mind? She exclaimed, wincing in pain as she rubbed her backside and struggled to rise. You have already harmed Xiao Ran. Why must you continue to slander him? Su Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke fiercely. Lin Yinner retorted, Are you insane? If you doubt whether I am slandering him, why not confront him directly? Why push me? Lin Yinner responded in anger. Fortunately, she had not lost her composure entirely. Otherwise, they would have already been locked in a struggle. She had no clue what kind of enchantment Xiao Ran had cast upon this little girl, rendering her so naive and trusting. Get out. Su Qian insisted, unwilling to hear any more. Why should I leave? This is my room. The one who should leave is you. Lin Yinner shot back. Hey, Lin's sister. It seems you are yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. You may not even realize that this hotel is owned by my family, right? Su Chanqian smirked. Indeed, she may not be able to overpower Lin Yin'er, but she could certainly summon help. When the matter escalated, it would ultimately be Lin Yin'er who would be embarrassed. Huh, is that so? With just you? How many people do you think you can gather? Lin Yin'er was skeptical. Otherwise, do you think I could have obtained a room card to enter? Su Chanqian countered. Lin Yin'er's expression suddenly shifted upon hearing her words. She comprehended everything at once. Ah, my dear brother Xiao Ran. No wonder you invited Yin'er to the hotel. And you specifically chose this establishment. Lin Yin'er gazed at Xiao Ran, speaking softly. It turns out there are surprises waiting for me here. Brother Xiao Ran, you're being naughty again. I shall have to punish you properly later. Lin Yin'er appeared somewhat restless, her delicate feet firmly gripping the carpet as if poised to spring into action. She licked her lips, regarding the shorter Su Chanqian with a queenly demeanor, and declared in a deep tone, "Step aside. Do not compel me to take action. Little Lin, you must understand. If you dare to be forceful, my employees will come rushing in." Su Chanqian replied without a hint of fear, locking her gaze with Lin Yin'er and threatening, "At that moment, your beautiful post-bath image will be viewed by many unfamiliar men." As her words hung in the air, Su Chanqian's eyes brazenly roamed over Lin Yin'er, as if wishing to strip her bare. Chapter 91. An opportunity not to be missed. The threat from the young girl caused Lin Yin'er's pupils to constrict sharply. She had not anticipated such malice from this little girl, using such a tactic to intimidate her. To be frank, she felt fear. Her beauty was meant solely for brother Xiao Ran's eyes. If it were to be seen by other men, she would never be able to face brother Xiao Ran again in her life. "How dare you threaten me?" Lin Yin'er declared, though internally she was apprehensive. She did not wish to lose her composure. Su Chanqian noticed her threat had taken effect and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had merely intended to intimidate Lin Yin'er and had not actually summoned any staff. She feared that if Lin Yin'er truly became obstinate, the situation would become far more complicated. Thus, she implored gently, "Little Lin, lay down your weapons and turn back. Depart now, and as a fellow ex-girlfriend, I shall not make things difficult for you." As a fellow former lover, Su Chanqian could empathize with Lin Yin'er's predicament. Had brother Xiao Ran not fallen ill, perhaps she would have acted similarly. Moreover, since Lin Yin'er had yet to achieve her aim, this time she could afford to let her go. "You." Lin Yin'er trembled with rage. She was increasingly detesting the terms sister and little sister. Under the pressure of this little girl's threat, she found herself at a loss for what to do. One misstep could lead to a series of blunders. Had she known, she would have taken brother Xiao Ran right then and there in that private room. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet as the two women harbored their own ulterior motives, their wide eyes locked in a silent standoff. If Lin Yin'er were to relinquish her pursuit so easily, she would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she conceived a bold plan. "Chanqian, is it? Call me sister." Su Chanqian began to assert herself, her demeanor growing increasingly confident. "You." Lin Yin'er clenched her fists, wishing she could slap her across the face. However, considering various factors, she endured and continued to inquire, "Do you not wish to have brother Xiao Ran?" Su Chanqian was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this question rather redundant? She dreamt of having brother Xiao Ran. Unfortunately, she could no longer bring herself to force his hand. Lin Yin'er observed the silent Su Chanqian, and her heart settled with certainty. There was hope. Thus, she continued, "Look, brother Xiao Ran is now devoid of any resistance. Why don't we both devour him together?" Lin Yin'er's words were laced with temptation. She understood that this little girl surely longed for brother Xiao Ran as well. If she could indeed pull this affluent little girl into their fold, brother Xiao Ran would stand no chance. At that moment, the shameful thought incessantly invaded Su Chanqian's mind. The sight of her gritting her teeth, brow furrowed, suggested a fierce internal struggle. Meanwhile, brother Xiao Ran, ignored by everyone, was left dumbfounded by Lin Yin'er's remarks. Was this the mindset expected of a normal girl? His worldview shattered. He was also aware of Su Chanqian's impure thoughts, so he quickly exclaimed, "Chanqian, you mustn't listen to her. Don't let her lead you astray." Lin Yin'er shot him a glare, then turned back to Su Chanqian, continuing her seduction. "Chanqian, if you agree to me, I will gladly give you the first position. You'll profit immensely." Lin Yin'er believed that under such tempting circumstances, this little girl would have no reason to refuse. After all, she was willingly stepping back to allow Su Chanqian the forefront. Su Chanqian slapped her cheeks, attempting to cool herself down. Suddenly, a miniature red devil holding a trident appeared on her left temple. Su Qianqian quickly agreed. Opportunities like this are fleeting. The red devil urged. Isn't it inappropriate for brother Xiao Ran to be treated this way? Where is Angel Su Qianqian? Why hasn't she appeared? Su Qianqian inquired curiously. Shouldn't Angel Su Qianqian be here to stop me? Angel Su Qianqian has already turned into a puddle of water. The devil retorted fiercely. Su Qianqian seized the devil and crushed it effortlessly. Impudent fiend, do not attempt to corrupt my resolve. She shook her head, casting aside those vile temptations. Impudent witch, you shall not sway my convictions. The entranced Su Qianqian suddenly shouted. Lin Yin'er and Xiao Ran exchanged puzzled glances. What does that mean? Qianqian, will you agree or not? Lin Yin'er could not comprehend the little girl's thoughts. She had no reason to decline. Such a splendid opportunity might never present itself again. No, Qianqian is not that kind of person. I refuse your offer. Su Qianqian wiped the glistening corners of her mouth and shook her head with righteous indignation. Lin Yin'er, are you truly speaking nonsense? Are you serious about that action of wiping your mouth? Lin Yin'er retorted, her voice laced with exasperation. You really are a fool. There is an opportunity right in front of you, and you refuse to seize it. Xiao Ran interjected. Who are you calling a fool? What are you insinuating? Su Qianqian maintained a resolute expression, unmoved by their words. Yet deep down, she yearned intensely for Xiao Ran. However, she harbored a strong aversion to the idea of sharing him with any other girl, even if that meant being the first to approach him. Moreover, she was genuinely concerned for Xiao Ran's health. He could hardly withstand the demands of two people. What if something went awry and he fell ill? Su Qianqian turned to glance at the person lying on the bed before facing Lin Yin'er again. Sister Lin, you must leave at once. Or perhaps you could book another room. I will not allow you to harm Xiao Ran any further. You wish to monopolize him? Lin Yin'er exclaimed in disbelief. No, I am not like you. You fail to understand many things. My only desire is for Xiao Ran to be happy, to suffer no more indignities. Su Qianqian slowly shook her head. Are you truly this foolish or merely pretending? Xiao Ran is a scoundrel. He deserves our punishment, to endure our torment. Lin Yin'er persisted, unwilling to relent. It seemed that the opportunity, once guaranteed, was slipping away. She was beginning to understand why the saying the villain dies from excessive talking holds truth. Su Qianqian grew increasingly impatient. Lin Yin'er was incessantly coaxing her to harm Xiao Ran. Lin Yin'er, do you not realize that Xiao Ran's body can no longer withstand such torment? Ha. Lin Yin'er erupted in laughter, as if hearing an absurd joke. His body? It's perfectly fine. Little sister, you haven't been fooled by his act, have you? I have been through this before. Not a word from this scoundrel can be trusted. Su Qianqian was taken aback. She had not anticipated such heartless words from Lin Yin'er. How could she still think of imposing her will on someone in such a fragile state? What audacity! In that moment, the little girl's disdain for Lin Yin'er reached its zenith. How could she dare to target someone suffering from cancer? What kind of person could be so heartless? She would never allow such a girl to approach Xiao Ran again. I truly feel sorry for Xiao Ran. How could he have ever dated someone as cold-blooded as you?